World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 1159 to Chapter 1184. Is there anyone else who wants to attack? Fang Ping asked again, blood spilling from his mouth. The two saints attacked him wildly. Fang Ping was even more indifferent and arrogant. Yes, I can't beat two of them alone, but it's not that easy for them to kill me. I have to be more confident when I pretend. If I miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Fang Ping grinned, blood spilling from his mouth, but he was getting crazier. I've said it before, this is the last time the humans ask for help. In the distance, someone suddenly said, Human King, is the human race willing to return to the Emperor's side again? Yuan Gang was not joking. He said seriously, the Emperor has led the human race since ancient times. In ancient times, when the human race was in trouble, the Emperor's side never shirked and descended to the human world to slay demons and devils. Now, the human race is in trouble again. The Emperor is not here, so I am willing to help the human race survive. But, it's not justified. If you are willing to return to the Emperor's side again, the people of the Emperor's side will not sit idly by. After Yuan Gang said that, the void was torn apart again. A beautiful woman walked in the air with an indifferent expression. The Emperor's disciple, Jiao Xian. Yuan Gang looked at Fang Ping and said seriously, Jiao Xian is the head of the female officials in the Emperor's palace. I am the Marshal of the Realm Gate. Jiao Xian and I are witnesses that the Emperor's side will help the human race survive. At this time, someone laughed. The Emperor no longer cares about worldly affairs in his later years. Human King, the 9 emperors will return. The Emperor's side is also willing to help the human race survive this disaster. Is the Emperor willing to join the Emperor's side? The Emperor's side is willing to help the human race. The Emperor's side too. The saints who were watching the battle spoke one after another. Roping in the human race, the general trend, the human race was the main character of the big change this time. Roping in the human race, making the human race submit. With the human race's strength, they could not be underestimated now. Fang Ping smiled. His left arm was broken by old lady Xianxia's attack, but he was still smiling. You want to subdue the human race? Everyone was silent. Yuan Gang seemed to see his indignation and said softly, Human King, please forgive me. This is not adding insult to injury, but, you have to pay to get something back. Tianjian and the other 3, as well as the others, were all experts. Behind them, there were people. We can't bear to sow such karma on our own, unless the human race is one of us. Yuan Gang's words were also very realistic. It was not just 1 or 2 sages. Even now, there were 9 of them. Did he really think that Tian Gui could gather 9 saints to kill Fang Ping? There must be someone controlling it from behind. He had made a move on his own and sowed a huge grudge. How could he not repay the favor? Only when the human race sided with one side would the other side put in their effort. Only then would they not suffer a loss. Otherwise, if they offended so many sages at once, they would not be able to bear the consequences. At this moment, Tianjian, who was fighting with Lin Hai, shouted angrily, Guys, are you really going to interfere? Don't make a mistake. This matter is already related to the Emperor. Aren't you afraid that when the day comes to settle the score, no one who interfered today will be able to live? Everyone fell silent. Sky Sword then looked at Lin Hai and slashed out with his sword, clashing with the spear. His face turned pale as he said angrily, Lin Hai, the 4 monarchs of your extreme Dao lineage have fallen. You have the fewest extreme Dao disciples. If you interfere now, do you really want to die? Lin Hai was indifferent. There's no need for threats. The 3 realms are leaderless. Who knows who will be the final winner? If you have the confidence, just ask the Emperor to descend. Humph. Sky Sword snorted coldly. The Heavenly Court's divine army is about to return. The 36 troops will definitely return one by one. Even if you can't kill Fang Ping today, you will not have a good ending. If you help Fang Ping now, you will be seeking your own death. As soon as he said this, one of the onlooking sages sighed softly. The Heavenly Court's divine army. Are there any survivors? Sky Sword said coldly, the 36 troops guarded the 4 directions back then. The heavenly realm was shattered, but there were many fragments that were not destroyed. Naturally, a large number of troops survived. The 36 sages used to lead 36 heavenly quartz armies. They fought in the three realms and suppressed all sides. Beyond Avalon, Sex, these forces were all under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. At its peak, every movement in the three realms was under the control of the heavenly quartz armies. The 36 sages controlled the armies. The 8 kings were also the leaders of the armies. In addition, there were top-notch powerhouses like the Divine Weapon Masters. Although the Divine Weapon Masters had left in the later years, the heavenly quartz armies were still a powerful force that all sides in the three realms feared. An existence that ruled the three realms. At this moment, Yuan Gang said lightly, the heavenly quartz divine army is not controlled by all of you. It's all up to you. Even if they return, it doesn't matter. Among the 36 troops, the 9 emperors had their own armies. Many of the 36 sages were under the emperors. Yuan Gang did not care too much. It was best if they returned. In the past, the emperor's disciples had also controlled a few armies. King Human, have you decided yet? Yuan Gang looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping was fighting 1 against 2. He could not match them. Should he return to the emperor's side? At this moment, only the emperor's side had 2 sages descend. The 9 mystic priestess also said softly, the human race has always been under the emperor's control. Now that the great era has arrived, the emperor will definitely return. King Fang, returning to the emperor's bloodline is what the human race should do. Fang Ping tilted his head and looked at her, smiling brightly. The human race is under the emperor's side? Of course. Then, how about making a move now? Fang Ping smiled. The human race has gone through too many hardships. These years, human heroes have died in foreign lands. Since the 2 of you have returned, why don't you help the human race? You're also helping your own people. Is that okay? King Human, Fang Ping interrupted Yuan Gang with a smile. Do you really have to talk about pledging allegiance? There's no need for that. If the emperor does a good job, we will naturally follow the emperor. If we follow the emperor, we'll have meat to eat. Why wouldn't we follow him? Fang Ping smiled again. Now, we're talking about democracy. I don't have the final say in the human race. It's useless even if I, Fang Ping, say surrender. We still have to go back and discuss it. Why don't the 2 of you solve this problem now? I will naturally speak for the emperor's side. King Human, you must be joking. Yuan Gang smiled. The human race is naturally under the emperor's control, it's really not. Fang Ping said helplessly, the human race has too many forces. 6 holy lands, hundreds of countries. Just our Sino nation alone has 4 departments and 4 prefectures. I really don't have the final say. The 2 of you, if you don't help me and I'm killed, then there's nothing to talk about. Yuan Gang frowned slightly. At this moment, Jiao Xian said calmly, King Fang Human, you've already seized 2 saint tokens. In the name of the Emperor Human, with the saint token on it, heaven and earth as our witness, the human race has returned to the emperor's side. We will naturally help you. Fang Ping laughed. Suddenly, he said, Tianzu, Tianxiao, I'm curious about something. Why do you insist on killing me? The human race is a great threat, so you want to kill me? The 2 of them did not answer. Fang Ping suddenly transmitted his voice. I hate it when people threaten me, when people want to ride roughshod over me. I hate it when people take advantage of me. The human race has come this far and there are actually people who want to take advantage of me. The 2 of you, why don't you cooperate and kill these 2 fellows from the emperor's side? The 2 of them were stunned. What? You want to kill me only because you think I'm a threat. But now, can you really kill me? Fang Ping's tone was calm. You're ordered by the earthly emperor? The earthly emperor hasn't appeared yet, right? Or maybe it's just Tiangui talking nonsense. Do you insist on being enemies with the human race? Heavenly Emperor, Sherpa, Cat Protector, Suppressing Heavenly King, Martial King. The human race has 5 heavenly king powerhouses just now. The reincarnation of the 4 supreme emperors might revive soon. The 2 of you are also saints. Do you really think that the human race is a fish on the chopping block? Fang Ping said to himself, you're all saints. Do you want to become a heavenly king? Can you become a heavenly king if you work for others? It's hard to say for the human race. Maybe someone will become a heavenly king soon. What are you afraid of? Is the earthly emperor sure to win? Why are you afraid of him? Even if these emperors are not dead, can they come out now? When they come out, how do you know that I can't become an emperor? Do the two of you insist on going against heaven and going against me? Why don't we disperse now? Everyone will have an explanation. Tiangui is dead. You can't kill me. The others are watching me covetously. Even if they really fight to the death with me, who knows who will benefit in the end? Fang Ping looked at the two of them with a smile, but his attack was not light. Xianxia once again broke his golden bones with a blow. Fang Ping took the opportunity to grab Sky Speed's ankle and cut off his ankle with one slash. You two, are you really not going to consider it? Or do you think you can really kill me? The ones who appeared previously were only 3 avatars, not the main body. You two really don't know who this avatar belongs to? As soon as he said this, the two of them finally had a change of expression. When Fang Ping said that he summoned the heavenly hound back, not many people believed it. However, those 3 avatars. 3 avatars with the combat strength of a saint. At this moment, Sky Speed could not help but transmit his voice. This avatar is Lord God Envoys? Lord, he used honorifics. Even if the God Envoy back then was only a venerable emperor. But that was the guest of honor of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Moreover, the other party's avatars today, 3 avatars, 3 saints. It was simply terrifying. Fang Ping's heart trembled slightly. Only now did he know the identity of that person. God Envoy, he seemed to have heard the cat mention it before, but he did not say much. Even though his heart was shaken, Fang Ping still said quickly, it's him, he's cultivating in the human world. Back then, he made a huge mistake and owed the human race a huge favor. This time, I just don't want to use this favor completely. Otherwise, the one who came today would be his main body. Although Fang Ping was not too sure what mistake the God Envoy had made, at this moment, he did not mind scaring the other party. His 3 avatars all have the combat strength of a saint. The God Envoy has long broken through 8. Do the two of you think you can defeat him? Their expressions changed again. I just don't want to use this favor on a saint. I want to kill a heavenly king and let the God Envoy make a move, not kill a saint. But don't force me to use this favor. He's in the human world. It's just a matter of an instant. Half-truths and half-lies were the best at fooling people. Making a huge mistake, owing a favor. At this moment, the two of them instantly thought of something. Immortal origin, yes, the God Envoy who had created the immortal origin was indeed guilty to the human world. Since the 3 avatars had come, they must be in the 3 realms, and not too far away. This meant that the God Envoy was really in the human world. What kind of strength did that person have? Breaking 8, it was not impossible. Who asked him to be the God Envoy? They were still deep in thought. At this time, Jiao Xian frowned slightly and said, King Fang, why can't the human race return to the bloodline of the human emperor? Do you still need to consider it? It was a matter of course, yes, that was what she thought. It was not just her. Many people thought the same way. At this time, the people from the other bloodlines did not speak much. This was because the human race was under the control of the human emperor. Now that the human emperor's people had arrived, it would be very difficult for them to fight. Fang Ping was facing a crisis. At this time, returning to the bloodline of the human emperor was also an opportunity. In the bloodline of the human emperor, there were already 2 saints who had appeared. Their strength was not weak. Fang Ping laughed, but also felt a little helpless. The two of you, attack now and chase these people away. When they leave and our human race is safe, how about we talk about it? Fang Ping. Jiao Xian was not satisfied with his answer, and said in a deep voice, Lord Human Emperor is about to return, the heaven realm has been destroyed, the human world is Lord's dojo. Fang Ping interrupted, when will the human emperor return? The human world is a dojo. Then do we need to move? That won't be necessary. When Jiao Xian heard him ask about moving, she thought that he had compromised. She smiled and said, just move the humans around the Emperor Palace away. Lord Human Emperor takes pity on the common people. Even if it is just an ant, he will not kill a person. This is in line with your human race's philosophy. She also understood a little about the human race. This mortal world in the past seemed to be talking about equality for all living beings now. She was also too lazy to refute anything. Powerhouses were powerhouses. What was there to say about equality for all living beings? However, it was nothing to brush off the current generation human emperor. She still thought it was troublesome to kill an ant. Actually, it was not a big deal. Jiao Xian did not care too much about this. Taking back the human world and bringing it under the command of the human emperor was also what they, the revived disciples, should do now. This was the territory of the human emperor. At this time, the eyes of Sky Speed flickered. Should they tell Jiao Xian and the others now that Fang Ping wanted to kill them? How about joining forces with them to kill Fang Ping? But if they said it now, probably no one would believe it. No one would think that Fang Ping was actually thinking of joining forces with them to kill the human emperor's people. Fang Ping sighed again. Both of you, must we talk about this now? I said, this needs to be discussed. Now that both of you help me, I will definitely speak up for the human emperor's people. How about that? Jiao Xian was getting impatient. Fang Ping, why do you have to refuse? Is there a need to discuss when the human emperor rules the human world? Yuan Gang and I will naturally help you, as long as you say the word. Say the word to pledge allegiance to the human emperor. Fang Ping thought for a while. It's not impossible, but it's not that easy. How about this? The human race and the catacombs have been fighting for many years. Countless people have been killed by the catacombs. If you want us to pledge allegiance, you have to do something. Over at the 6 southern regions, the catacombs' true gods are still besieging us humans. There are only 6 true gods. How about the 2 of you kill them? As soon as he said that, Jiao Xian frowned. We will know about this in the future. She did not agree. If there were only 6 true gods, then she would agree. But now, Qing Yamo and the one fighting with Feng Yun were all from the Earth Emperor God dynasty. There was also a temple master from the Earth Emperor God dynasty in the human world. There were 3 saints. If she attacked them, would she not be provoking the enemy for no reason? Even this won't do? Fang Ping looked a little disappointed, but he snorted in his heart, gained something without risking anything. Am I that stupid? Kill the catacombs people, I don't dare. Kill the saints, I don't dare. We will know in the future. Am I an idiot? Maybe if I agree, these people want me to be the human emperor. The human race has struggled for thousands of years just to be slaves. Previously, he did not hate the descendants of the human emperor. He had met Yuan Gang last time and felt that he was quite tactful. But this newcomer Jiao Xian was a little annoying. The human emperor's female official, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Could she be the human emperor's concubine? It felt like even Yuan Gang could not get a word in. Fang Ping did not bother to answer, nor did he refuse. At this moment, he sent another voice transmission. Both of you, are you from the Earth Emperor? Do you have a grudge against the human emperor? Or rather, who do you have a grudge against? I have a lot of saints here too. Tianmu, Yue, Feng Yun, me, and Song Mao, you, have more than 10 saint level. Tell me who you have a grudge against, and I'll kill them together. I don't ask for much, just kill 2 people from the human emperor's bloodline. Everyone will benefit from this. I will rule the world, and you will rule the catacombs. Think about it, the catacombs' forces are complicated now. The ones in the sea are still fine, but over at the catacombs' restricted area, the human emperor's bloodline and Emperor Shi's bloodline are also there. Are you sure you don't need a piece of territory to be a wandering saint? Fang Ping pretended to be serious and said, I've heard that the final battle of the Great Tao requires territory. Only by becoming an overlord will you be qualified to compete. Get the recognition of heaven and earth. Otherwise, a wandering powerhouse like you is not qualified to participate. Needless to say, as soon as this was said, the 2 of them took it seriously. They did not take it seriously, but the possibility was higher. At this moment, Tiansu secretly sent a voice transmission to Tianqiao, the Imperial Tao, the Tao that protects all living beings. The 9 emperors have proven their Tao, but the 4 emperors can't. Maybe it has something to do with their different identities back then. Tianqiao's eyes flickered. This was actually not a new rumor. Back then, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors had proven their Tao, and the 4 emperors had failed. Actually, there were already rumors. The 9 emperors were overlords back then, while the 4 emperors, even the celestial annihilation emperor, had only taken in a few disciples and did not care much about other things. It was hard to say whether the emperors who had proven their Tao needed territory and power. The 9 emperors did not say it, and neither did the 4 emperors. However, nowadays, it was true that the catacombs and the forbidden seas. Power was complicated. The 9 emperors and the supreme Tao disciples were all here. The human world was too small. In addition, the humans were stationed here. Fang Ping and the others were not weak either. No one thought of going to the human world to establish their orthodoxy. Now, the human emperor's bloodline had this thought. For a moment, the two of them's attack frequency decreased slightly. Yes, Fang Ping was right about one thing. At least for now, the human world on their side were the most powerful. If they joined forces, there would be more than 10 saint powerhouses, and the saints in the periphery added up would not be as many as them. Now, they still had to be careful of these people interfering, taking advantage of the situation, and watching the show. For a moment, they were really tempted. However, Fang Ping was really a big threat. Too dangerous. Struggle. Should they join forces with Fang Ping and kill the others, or continue to surround and kill Fang Ping? Li Zhu said that if he saw Fang Ping, he should kill him immediately and not speak. Obviously, the two sages had never heard of this before. If he had heard it before, he wouldn't be so conflicted now. On one side was Fang Ping, who was difficult to kill, and the god-crafting envoy in the dark. In the end, he might fall. On the one hand, he could kill some people and gain control of the forbidden area. Where should I go? At that moment, Tiansu suddenly transmitted a message to Sky Sword. Sky Sword's movements turned sluggish and his head was almost pierced by Lin Hai's spear. Sky Sword could not care less about all this. He turned his head to look at Fang Ping, his gaze a little complicated. Joining hands with Fang Ping, he had never thought about this problem. What was wrong with Fang Ping? They had already fought to this point, and Tian Gui was already dead, yet he still wanted to join hands. At this moment, Sky Sword suddenly spoke. Everyone, even if you don't want to join forces to kill Fang Ping, please leave now. Yuan Gang, Jiao Xian, do you really think we're dead? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, it won't benefit anyone if we fall out. Jiao Xian frowned. Yuan Gang did not say anything. Sky Sword snorted coldly again. Taking advantage. Is it your turn? If you don't leave now, the consequences will be unpredictable. The others were silent. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was a little strange. I was just saying it casually. I didn't plan to use any tricks. I'm not someone who likes to play tricks. I don't mean to play tricks either. I'm the king of man now. I want to win fair and square. Why does Sky Sword's words sound like a final warning? Fang Ping cursed in his heart and explained to himself, that's right. We're fighting to the death. A group of people is watching outside, watching a monkey show. Sky Sword is angry and wants to kill them. It has nothing to do with me. But if he really makes a move. It's not a big deal if I kill the people from the Emperor's bloodline, isn't it? Compared to these people who besieged him, Fang Ping hated people who hit him when he was down even more. Besieging him to kill him was also a clear display of hostility. The Emperor's bloodline actually wanted to force him to submit to the Emperor now. If he really submitted, then what about the people who died in battle for thousands of years? They even wanted to make Earth a Renhuang dojo. Dojo my ass, finding a few masters for himself. Was he out of his mind? They were not ordinary masters either. They were masters who could seize life and death at will. If there was a disagreement, they would wipe out your entire clan. It would be weird if Fang Ping agreed to it. If he dared to agree to it, old Zhang would tear him apart directly when he returned. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at Sky Sword. Sky Sword also looked at Fang Ping. A group of people was clearly fighting a bloodbath, but the atmosphere gradually became a little strange. More than a dozen saint powerhouses. If both sides did not kill each other, would it be anyone else's turn to take advantage? Yue, Lin Hai, and Feng Yun will listen to you? At this moment, Sky Sword's voice rang in Fang Ping's mind. Fang Ping's eyes revealed a faint smile. Interesting. They took the bait, that was fast. Feng Yun and Yue are investing. It's not a big problem. As for Linhai, I'm not sure. But let me say this first. They're people from the Emperor's bloodline. After all, these two fellows are too arrogant. They forced me. Actually, they don't care about you guys at all. They look like they'll attack you anytime. If they don't die, I might really surrender to them. I'm sure they'll be happy to do that. Sky Sword was silent for a moment. Very quickly, he transmitted his voice. All right. You, Sky Speed, Sky Qiao, Yue, and Feng Yun will work together to kill Zhou Xuan. As for the rest, let Sky Emperor release the two saints. We'll work together to kill Yuan Gang. With 5 saints working together, killing one saint was not difficult at all. At this moment, Sky Sword made a decision. They would be people from the Emperor's bloodline. It just so happened that the Emperor's bloodline was currently in Haoding Xiaodutian, which was in the core of the restricted area. In fact, they were in conflict with them. Killing Fang Ping was very difficult now, since they could not kill the humans. It was also good to take root in the catacombs. Otherwise, it would be easy to cause conflict. Fang Ping licked his lips, full of smiles. Interesting. However, he still had to be more careful. If Sky Sword and the rest joined forces against these two saints, it would be troublesome. Don't think about Cat. If you guys work together, it won't be difficult to kill Yuan Gang. If I don't kill these two, I won't let Cat release the seal. Sky Sword's gaze changed. Cat had trapped 2 saints. If they did not release the seal, they would not have much of an advantage against Fang Ping. Obviously, Fang Ping was also guarding against their counterattack at any time. They seemed to have stopped fighting. At this moment, Cosmic Dragon suddenly said. Kai Dai said lightly, it's very difficult for them to take down the king. Plus, we are here. It's not surprising that they stopped fighting. Cosmic Dragon nodded slightly. That was true. If the 2 saints wanted to kill Fang Ping, they would naturally have a big advantage. However, they could not kill Fang Ping. If this dragged on, they would be exhausted. Sky Sword and the rest were also afraid. Speaking of which, although they did not attack, they still helped Fang Ping. Otherwise, without spectators, Sky Sword and the rest would never give up. Cosmic Dragon sighed. There was no need to watch anymore. Tiangui died in vain. No one expected Fang Ping to be able to kill a saint. Moreover, the humans had a lot of help. After fighting for so long, both sides were a little afraid. The battle was probably going to end soon. They did not forget the 3 clones just now. They did not know where the one in the dark was. It was inevitable that Sky Sword and the rest were afraid. Unless a heavenly king appeared now or a few more saints came, otherwise, this battle should be over. Cosmic Dragon felt that the battle should be over. The other saints also felt that it was about time. Jiao Xian and Yuan Gang were a little disappointed. Tian Xiao and Sky Speed's attacks were not as good as before. It seemed like they were hesitating whether to continue fighting or not. 10 saints attacked. 1 died. 7 of the remaining 9 were pinned down. 2 against 1. It was possible for 2 against 1 to kill someone of the same rank, but it was not easy. Especially someone like Fang Ping, who was especially difficult to kill. At this moment, everyone felt that it was about to end. The battle ended with Tiangui's death. Kai Dai and the others were a little emotional. At this moment, Kai Dai, from the Spirit Emperor bloodline, was still a little emotional. Tiangui died. His death was not worth it. But it's good to stop fighting. She glanced at Jiao Xian and Yuan Gang. It was not bad to stop fighting. If the battle continued, Fang Ping might really ask for help from the Emperor bloodline. If that happened, the humans would be subdued by the Emperor. This was not in line with the interests of all parties. Stopping fighting now was the most in line with everyone's expectations. These people all felt that it was time to end. In the distance, the cat was also tired. It wiped its fat face with its paws. It did not matter if it was sweaty or not. The battle was finally over. This cat was exhausted. How much did I lose this time? At this moment, the cat was still in the mood to chat with the 2 trapped saints. You guys, you owe me a big fish. Go fishing next time. This cat is going back to eat. Yes, it was time to go back to eat. Since the battle was over, why not go back to eat? At this moment, the two saints wanted to cry but had no tears. However, they had completed their mission and trapped the cat. Yes, trapped the cat. Did you see that? The cat has not joined the battle until now because it was trapped by the two of us. The two saints were helpless too. It was good. Tiangui's death was his bad luck. How would he know that there were so many powerhouses in the human world helping him? The key was that Fang Ping had broken through to true God and possessed the combat strength of a saint. This made others want to invest in him. At this moment, even the two saints were a little worried. They felt that there was no need to continue fighting. If they continued fighting, a saint might fall today. Before coming, no one thought that anyone would die. At least no saints would die. On this side, the three of them were ready to go home and look for their mothers. The others were also ready to leave. The show was over. Next, they had to think about the changes of the situation in the future. However, the next moment, the gray cat, who was just about to wrap up, suddenly widened its eyes, dumbfounded. The cat was dumbfounded. What happened? Who can tell this cat what happened? It was so dumbfounded that it almost dropped its fishing rod. The two trapped saints were also dumbfounded. The mentality of a saint was so good. But now, he really couldn't stay calm. One of the sages was about to lose control. Tell me, what happened? Ah! A shrill scream resounded throughout the world. In the distance, Fang Ping, Yue, Feng Yun, Tian Su, Tian Jian, Tian Xiao, Jiang Hao, Qing Yamo, the viceroy of the Divine Court Army, and the unfamiliar ancient saint, apart from Lin Hai, all 10 powerhouses with the combat strength of a saint, attacked at the same time, 5 sages besieging a single person. As Kai Dai and the others fled in terror, Fang Ping and the other 4 charged toward Jiao Xian in an instant. Sky Sword and the others also charged towards Yuan Gang in the blink of an eye, 10 versus 2. At this moment, the 5 saints' tokens soared into the sky and hid in space, sealing the world. Fang Ping charged straight into the 9 mystic Great Tao. With all his strength, he slashed down with his saber. Rumble, Jiao Xian screamed. She couldn't care less. She really couldn't afford to be distracted. At this moment, the other 4 saint-level powerhouses attacked her at the same time. 5 sages could even fight a heavenly king, let alone a newly awakened saint. Damn it! Jiao Xian let out a shrill roar. Why, she really didn't expect these two to join forces. This was impossible. Was it all an act earlier? But who would use a saint's life as a bargaining chip? At this moment, Taoist Feng Yun looked sympathetic. This Fang Ping guy was very strange. The emperor's bloodline took advantage of the situation now. He felt that these guys were going to be unlucky. However, he was thinking about the future. He thought that Fang Ping would pretend to agree and then break his promise. This Fang Ping guy would not really admit defeat. As for heaven and earth to witness, did Fang Ping care? Who would have thought that Fang Ping was so ruthless? Right now, he was mixing with the enemy and killing the emperor's powerhouses. Bitch, how dare you threaten me? Fang Ping's slash caused her Dao to collapse. The others attacked one after another, hitting the 9 mystic golden body until it exploded. Fang Ping returned, his vitality exploding. The entire void was filled with Fang Ping's vitality. Emperor? The humans are fighting everywhere, but the emperor hasn't come to help. Do you think you're worthy? Fang Ping's eyes were cold. With a punch, her head exploded. Jiao Xian was injured by the other 4 sages. Her Dao was damaged by Fang Ping. How could she be Fang Ping's opponent when he was at his peak? Jiao Xian's head recovered instantly. It was incomparably sharp. She roared, "How dare you rebel?" Rebel? Fang Ping's eyes were so cold that he wanted to kill someone. Rebel? Did she really think of herself as the master? She still dared to talk like this in the face of death. Lock her down. Fang Ping roared. Feng Yun and the others attacked one after another. Their mentality erupted, suppressing Jiao Xian. Fang Ping did not say anything. With a slap, he smashed her head again. Come out. Fang Ping roared, forcibly extracting her mentality. In the next moment, an illusory figure appeared. Jiao Xian's mentality. Fang Ping, how dare you? His Majesty is returning. Fang Ping, you can't kill me. His Majesty will not let you go, spare me. From the initial rage to the subsequent begging, Xianxia changed very quickly. She screamed shrilly, spare me. I am His Majesty's envoy. I am willing to surrender to the humans. I know many secrets. Yes, I also know where the Emperor's sword is. Spare me, that is the orthodox divine weapon of the humans. At this moment, even the other sages were slightly stunned when they heard this. However, Fang Ping was still as cold as an iceberg. Emperor's sword, do I care? Divine weapons are very powerful, but I can't tolerate a sages who are hostile to me living. At this point, do you still want to live? Fang Ping unleashed his full strength, forcibly compressing his mentality. In an instant, Xianxia was suppressed like a ball by him. Flames rose on Fang Ping's body. Xianxia's compressed head was extremely terrifying. At this moment, her eyes revealed fear and despair. Don't worry. I will destroy your source world completely. I want to see if His Majesty has the ability to resurrect you again. Fang Ping sneered. His palm became bigger and he roared. Rumble, heaven and earth fell silent. Fang Ping's mentality exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, but he did not dodge. He did not dodge. Who knew if a wisp of Xianxia's mentality would escape if he dodged it? Not only that, at this time, Fang Ping entered Xianxia's source world again. A broken world, his mentality was destroyed. Xianxia was about to die. However, Fang Ping was ruthless. Entering the source world, he slashed wildly with his saber. In the next moment, his own source world descended directly. With a rumble, the source world that was not very big was smashed into pieces. Fang Ping left in an instant. In the sky, this time, the firmament was completely broken. A large path broke with a crack. Blood clouds and rain spread rapidly. At this moment, not only the catacombs and the forbidden sea, even the earth was covered in blood clouds and rain of blood. 2 ancient sages died in one day. Fang Ping killed Xianxia quickly. At this moment, Sky Sword, who was attacking Yuan Gang, suddenly retracted his sage order. Yuan Gang was seriously injured and terrified. Without a second word, he fled quickly. Sky Sword and Fang Ping looked at each other, both of them smiling. Fang Ping smiled. Do you think I care about having one more sage enemy? Sky Sword, you're too narrow-minded. Sky Sword deliberately let Yuan Gang go. Both sides swapped sides. On Fang Ping's side, Yu Wei, Feng Yun, and Jiang Hao returned quickly. On the other side, a frowning Lin Hai also flew over at this moment. Tianqiao and Tiansu also rushed to Sky Sword's side. Sky Sword said lightly, do you think the Emperor's bloodline only has one sage? You killed Xianxia. Xianxia is not simple. She is the head of the Emperor's female officials. Do you know what that means? Fang Ping, your human race has always had disputes with the Emperor's bloodline. Originally, you might have been on the same side. Today, you killed Xianxia. Just wait for the Emperor's bloodline to take revenge on you. Moreover, the human world is the Emperor's dojo. This is already a foregone conclusion. At this moment, you don't even have the chance to compromise. Fang Ping, do you really think you can plot against the masses? He just went with the flow. He found a great enemy for the human world. The Emperor's bloodline and Fang Ping would not rest until one of them was dead. Fang Ping killed Xianxia. This was also the reason why Tiansu and Tianqiao did not make a move earlier. Now that they let Yuan Gang go, Yuan Gang would not seek revenge on them. He would only look for Fang Ping. Fang Ping sneered, extremely disdainful. So what? Sky Sword, you're too narrow-minded. I've said it before, the sage is nothing. So what if he's a heavenly king? Fang Ping looked around and saw the sages fleeing at high speed. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally. The human race stands tall in the 3 realms not by compromising, but by being tough. Whoever wants to kill me, just come. Do you dare? Fang Ping's laughter shook the sky. He looked at Sky Sword and the rest. Get lost. If you can't kill me, then stay in the catacombs. If Yuan Gang dares to come, then don't go back. Sky Sword looked at the sages on his side, then at the 2 people who were entangled by the cat. He said lightly, the king's spirit is so great. Sky Sword will naturally not make an enemy of the king. Let them go. This battle ends here. Tiangue is already dead. You and I don't have to fight to the end. Fang Ping said playfully, why are you in such a hurry? We have so many sages on both sides. Why don't we do something bigger? There are still many forces in the Nine Emperors' extreme path. The Divine Emperor, Emperor Shi, Emperor Nan, and Emperor Dong have not expressed their stance yet. The North Emperor Royal House chose to support Fang Ping. The Spirit Emperor's bloodline, Yu Wuhua, was attacking. The Beast Emperor's bloodline, Long Xian, was attacking. On Emperor Nan's side, Li Wuji was still being besieged. That Emperor Nan's disciple did not care. Fang Ping did not count him in. He would kill this guy if he could. The Emperor's bloodline, Yuan Gang, was scared out of his wits. No one knew where he had escaped to now. The Earthly Emperor's bloodline was really powerful. Sky Sword and the others, including those from the Earthly Emperor God dynasty, might all be from the Earthly Emperor's bloodline. It was frightening. This emperor, who was the first to plan, had connections with the divine sect, Hongyu, the catacombs, the royal house, many forces. It could be said that among the forces that had come out so far, the Earthly Emperor's bloodline was the most powerful. Unfortunately, it was also very chaotic internally. The divine sect and the catacombs seemed to be at odds. Hongyu and Hongkuan were not on good terms. Moon Spirit was from the North Emperor's bloodline, but she did not recognize the Earthly Emperor's people. Otherwise, the saints of the Earthly Emperor's bloodline would be terrifying. The two kings, the three sect protectors, the current few temple masters, as well as Sky Sword and the others, it was enough to take over the three realms. This was the result of the Earthly Emperor's avatar ruling the three realms for 3,000 years. The other emperors could not compare to the Earthly Emperor. Sky Sword and the others looked at Fang Ping in shock. Fang Ping said playfully, are you afraid? Why does the three realms need so many forces? Is it waiting for others to be the fishermen? If both of us joined forces, who would we be afraid of? You even dare to kill me, who wouldn't dare? Today, those who don't listen will be killed. Hesitation is the biggest taboo. This is the reason why I, Fang Ping, have achieved saint combat strength in 3 years, but you are still saints. Fang Ping's tone was cold. He looked at the powerhouses who were escaping and said with a smile, I'll leave the West Emperor's bloodline to you. They are in the catacombs. You don't want to divide the territory with others, right? What about you? Fang Ping said with a smile, I'm going to kill Emperor Nan's people. How dare he? Li Wuji is the sea guardian that I conferred. He dared to interfere and seize the Waterforce Island. Who gave him the guts? Sky Sword, it's up to you to choose whether you want to stand side by side or fight for supremacy. Sky Sword looked at the others. The viceroy of the Earthly Emperor God dynasty, the Cold Saint, looked at Fang Ping deeply. Soon, he said calmly, retreat. Both of us, stop fighting. Since the other sects have not recovered their vitality, then kill them. Fang Ping, I have underestimated you. You're welcome. Fang Ping strode away in the air. Soon, he passed by the cat and said with a smile, let them go. The cat was still a little sluggish. Hearing that, it mumbled, let them go? What if I hit you? If it happened again, it might not have the chance to trap the two of them. Fang Ping said with a smile, it's okay. The God-forging envoy's real body is here. Who? The cat was stunned for a moment. Then, it was suddenly overjoyed and said excitedly, God-forging envoy? Fat old man? Is the fat old man alive? Yeah, I'm going to look for him to hit the pot, hit the divine peeking mirror, hit a lot of things. The cat was extremely excited. The old man who knew how to hit the pot was alive. Finally, there was a pot to stew fish. Fat old man, come out. I want a pot, I want a shovel, I want a cat palace. At this moment, the expressions of the two saints who were trapped in the silk threads changed. God-forging envoy, did that mean that the 3 clones from before were his? That's right, who else could it be other than this person who was able to play with doppelgangers to such a superb level? Behind them, Sky Sword and the others who followed him also looked solemn. One by one, they looked around, extremely vigilant. Their truce with Fang Ping was also related to the God-forging envoy. Not only was this guy alive, but he was also very powerful. His clones had the strength of a saint. It was too scary. Fang Ping was like a fox borrowing the tiger's might, smiling brightly. Don't worry, he can't come out. When he comes out, someone is going to cause trouble for him. He has to hide. Hide? The cat suddenly arched its body and said sneakily, "Is that how you hide?" Fang Ping was speechless. "I'm not talking about you. Let these two pieces of trash go." Fang Ping smiled and said, "Remember them. Later, make them kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, let the Celestial Emperor and the others skin them and pull out their bones. How dare they make a move on anyone? Do they really think that the Three Realms is in chaos?" Fang Ping's eyes were cold. He glanced at the two saints, making them feel cold. "You too. How dare the cat move? Are you tired of living? Do you really think that Emperor Spirit is dead?" The two saints were even more frightened. Fang Ping sneered. The old saint had to say, "We did not make things difficult for the Sky Emperor." The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. The two of them really did not do anything to the cat. The cat said that they were fishing, and both of them accompanied him. They did not do anything. Fang Ping ignored them. He stepped on the air and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble Saint Yue and Saint Fengyun to accompany me. I want to see if Emperor Nan's bloodline has eaten the courage of a leopard." Yue glanced at Daoist Fengyun. Daoist Fengyun smiled and stepped on the air. He said, "Human King, are you really going to make a move?" "I don't lie." Fang Ping lied through his teeth. He smiled and said, "So be it. What can you do to me? Today, I will prove my Tao at the peak. Tomorrow, I will prove my Tao as an emperor and kill a heavenly king. The emperor has reappeared. I will prove my Tao as a heavenly king and kill an emperor. Why can't I?" Rumble, heaven and earth roared. Fang Ping looked up at the sky and suddenly scolded, "Try and kill me? A bunch of old farts. I don't know where they are still trapped. Do you think I'm afraid of you? What emperor or not? Try and kill me now if you have the ability. If you really have the ability, do you still need to wait until now?" Everyone was stunned. This guy was crazy, too scary. He was so inflated that he was about to explode. He was provoking the emperor. Now that things had come to this, everyone also felt that even if there were emperors dead, there would definitely not be all dead. But Fang Ping was provoking them. The emperor was the symbol of invincibility, truly invincible. Once the earthly emperor's avatar appeared, it suppressed the three realms for 3,000 years. None of those heavenly kings dared to move. This was the emperor. Fang Ping was too bold. Fang Ping was fearless. He did not believe that the emperor would appear now. If he was really there, would he have waited until now? Of course, it was another matter if he had a plan. But since he had a plan, he would not make a move now. For a few words, he had ruined their 10,000-year plan. Such an emperor was an idiot. At this moment, Fang Ping had already stepped into the air and arrived at the 6 southern regions sea. At this time, Sky Sword and the others had also arrived. Without a word, Fang Ping stretched out his hand and grabbed Ji Hong. On the other side, the viceroy of Earthly Emperor God Dynasty snorted coldly and slapped his palm. "Fang Ping, do you want to fight again?" Fang Ping said coldly, "Do you think I'm afraid? Ji Hong has guts. I'll protect your daughter's life, but you dare to attack the human race. How gutsy." As soon as he said that, his vitality erupted and he shouted coldly, "Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, if there is another holy war today, I will kill you." Fang Ping, Sky Sword and the others were furious. Fang Ping's god-slaying saber was out. Even if the other side had 2 more saints, Fang Ping was still incomparably domineering. "Then let's fight again. Ji Hong, kneel down now. Otherwise, I'll sacrifice you to the blade today." Ji Hong's expression was livid. He'd actually been forced to kneel by Fang Ping in front of the powerhouses of the 3 realms. This was simply going too far, and it was worse than killing him. In Mount Royal Sea's direction, Ji Yao also clenched her fists tightly. Fang Ping's voice was so loud that she heard it too. She did not expect Fang Ping to be like this. Make her father kneel down and apologize. That was the king of the imperial court. Fang Ping's gaze was sharp. "If you don't kneel, then wait for death. If you don't die today, I will kill you within 10 days. Not only will I kill you, I will also destroy your Ji clan. Do you think you're omnipotent after inheriting Qi Huanyu's Dao? Don't forget that I killed both Qi Huanyu and the Fate Monarch. Fang Ping's murderous intent soared to the heavens. On the catacomb side, the few saints were also furious. How could he kneel? Fang Ping was looking for trouble. Could it be that the god-crafting envoy had come? Everyone was on high alert. Fang Ping suddenly burst into laughter, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. He said loudly, "This is the catacombs king." Ridiculous. The human race would rather die in battle than surrender. The catacombs were just clowns. The human race, defeat them. The human race is invincible. The human king is invincible. At this moment, there were loud roars coming from every region. Pillars of vitality shook the heavens and the earth. It was so satisfying. The catacombs' great enemy, today even the Lord was humiliated like a clown. As for kneeling or not, it was not important. What was important was that Fang Ping asked him to kneel, and Ji Hong did not even dare to say a word of rebuttal. 6 southern regions. Tang Feng and the others laughed wildly. On the other side, the morale of the army was shaken. One by one, the powerhouses' faces were ashen. They had suppressed the human race for thousands of years, and today they were completely defeated. Even if countless powerhouses from the catacombs returned, they still felt defeated. The human king forced the lord of the imperial court to kneel, and no one dared to draw their sabers against him. Those saints were afraid of something. If it was the human race. They suddenly felt that if it was the human race, they would definitely resist. Even if they were no match, they would never let their king suffer such humiliation. 8 southern regions, 9 southern regions, all the outer regions were laughing loudly at this moment. Even if their military strength was not as good as the other party, they were still incomparably savage and arrogant. It was satisfying. It was really satisfying. They had been suppressed by the catacombs for countless years, and countless humans had died in battle. Today was really satisfying. The human king asked the lord of the imperial court to kneel in front of everyone, and no one dared to draw their sabers. This was the domineering and awe-inspiring human race, so what if they were no match? As long as their bones were tough. One by one, the catacombs' powerhouses looked sorrowful and indignant. The viceroy of the divine court army also looked cold at this moment. He sensed some of the situation. At this moment, he said coldly, "Fang Ping, bullying others with strength is unbecoming of the human king. I am a paragon." Fang Ping was calm and composed. "I am invincible among those of the same rank. Whoever dares to say they are not convinced, come and fight me at the same rank. In the 3 realms, I am the strongest among those of the same rank. If the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors suppress me to the paragon, I am also willing to fight." Fang Ping laughed loudly and said, "In the 3 realms, are there any paragons willing to fight? If I can't kill you in 3 moves, I, the human king, will kill myself here." Silence. At this moment, everyone remembered again that this fellow had just become a true god. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping's arrogance could not be any greater. Once again, he stepped into the air and left. Behind him, Wu Quishan and the rest were extremely excited and followed one after another. On the other side, the few demons that surrounded Wu Quishan fled one after another. Horror. Fear, regret. The giant bull was covered in wounds, but at this moment, he could not suppress his excitement and agitation. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. "I won the bet, ha ha ha, I won." The domineering human king was too domineering. Fang Ping tore through the void and stepped forward. He said with a smile, "Follow me. To the Water-Force Divine Island." How dare a mere saint steal the territory of the human race's sea guardian envoy? "I will go and kill him." The bull with Wu Quishan's mouth cracked open. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was so conflicted. Did he really have to follow the human king and kill that fellow? It was not appropriate. He was from the bloodline of Emperor Nan, after all. But, he was so looking forward to it, he really wanted to kill that fellow. How dare he bully this old bull? P.S. I'm a little dizzy from writing. I caught a cold. After thinking for a long time, only the monthly ticket can. Cure old eagle. The second saint had fallen. At this moment, the 3 realms were drenched in blood. As for Fang Ping, he led everyone across the Forbidden Sea calmly. Everywhere. Countless demonic beasts fled in terror. Some of the most powerful demonic beasts were so terrified that they fled into the depths of the Forbidden Sea. Something had happened, big trouble. Today, human King Fong Ping proved his Tao and killed 2 saints, shocking the 3 realms. Dragon Island. Cosmic Dragon tore the void and landed on Dragon Island. At this moment, there was a true god giant dragon on Dragon Island. Seeing Cosmic Dragon's arrival, it wanted to greet him. Although it saw the blood rain, it was not clear what was going on. But before it could speak, Cosmic Dragon said in fear, "Quickly activate the array. Summon Dragon Pavilion back and guard Dragon Island. Quick!" Cosmic Dragon was scared. It did not expect that Fong Ping would choose to cooperate with Sky Sword and kill Jiao Xian of the Emperor's bloodline. Now that Jiao Xian was killed and Yuan Gang escaped, the other bloodlines were in danger. North Emperor and Extreme Tao had sided with Fong Ping. The Emperor's bloodline was defeated. Cosmic Dragon felt that Fong Ping would deal with it next. Who asked it to show up and take back the Beast Emperor's staff? At this moment, it could only summon Dragon Pavilion back to guard Dragon Island. Dragon Pavilion had participated in the war and helped humans. Did Fong Ping not care about it? Cosmic Dragon was terrified. On the island, the giant turned into a human and asked hurriedly, "Master, what's wrong?" "Quick, don't ask." Cosmic Dragon roared. Who had the mood to explain at this time? The powerhouse guarding Dragon Island did not dare to ask any more. He hurriedly used the secret treasure to summon Dragon Pavilion back. At this moment, the void near Cosmic Dragon shook. A butterfly phantom appeared and said hurriedly, "We can't split up. Quick, contact the powerhouses of each bloodline and gather in one place. We can't sit here and wait for death." As soon as the words came out, Cosmic Dragon sobered up and said quickly, "All right. Your Spirit Emperor bloodline, Yu Wuhua, also help the humans. Let Yu Wuhua return and let her and Dragon Pavilion appear." Butterfly did not hesitate and said quickly, "All right, I'm coming. Gather at Dragon Island." Butterfly was also anxious. Most of the 9 Emperor bloodline had only revived 1 saint. Now that they were scattered, they would definitely die if Fong Ping or Sky Sword blocked them. The families hadn't considered this before, but now that Jiao Xian of the human emperor's bloodline had been killed, they all came to their senses. In the 3 realms, humans were not the weakest. This was no longer the era of the emperors. Yes, they were all negligent. They had just been revived, and some of them were still immersed in the ancient times. When the 9 emperors were still alive, who would dare to invade the emperor's retreat? These sages had never thought of attacking the people of the emperor's bloodline. The catacombs had gathered such a powerful force, and they were also thinking of destroying the human world. However, Fong Ping, Sky Sword, and the others joined forces to kill Jiao Xuan. The saint of the emperor's bloodline was killed, and everyone came to their senses. This was no longer the ancient times, it was no longer their era. In this era, the strongest were the humans and the Earth Domain. Yes, the Earth Domain. With the return of the temple masters of the earthly Emperor Divine Dynasty, the previously powerful Catacombs Royal Court became stronger again. The governor of the Divine Court army had returned. If Fate King and the others were still around, they might not have acknowledged these people. Perhaps a war would have broken out. Even if they were no match for them, Fate King might not have compromised. But today, Fate King was dead, Li Zhu had left, and the Myriad Demon King and Sky Demon King were both in the fake Sky Grave. The Catacombs Royal Court with only 2 or 3 insignificant people could not resist at all. They were also unwilling to resist. They also needed strong reinforcements. The 3 realms returned to the previous situation once again. The catacombs were the strongest, followed by the humans, and then the other forces, not the ones who dominated the 3 realms. At this moment, these people came to their senses and quickly contacted all parties. Gather, only by gathering would they have the power to resist. Otherwise, facing so many sages alone, unless they were heavenly kings, they would still be sages no matter how strong they were. They would definitely die. On Dragon Island, powerhouses from all sides began to arrive one after another. The East Emperor's Saint, the Emperor's Saint, everyone's expression was solemn. Water Force Divine Island. This was Fong Ping's first time coming to Water Force Divine Island. At this moment, Fong Ping was walking in the air, his aura ostentatious. He had no intention of restraining himself. From afar, he saw the saint of Emperor Nan's bloodline breaking through the air to escape. Fang Ping said coldly, "Why are you running? King of humans." The other party's expression was no longer cold. At this moment, he was extremely unwilling and a little sullen. He said angrily, "I did not attack the humans, why are you attacking Emperor Nan's bloodline, King of humans?" Fang Ping said lightly, "Can you represent Emperor Nan's bloodline? Who are you? Who do you think you are? Li Wuji is the sea guardian I conferred, don't you know? How dare they try to take over the water strength god island? Who gave you the guts?" The other party was even more sullen. He said angrily, "I am Emperor Nan's seventh disciple, Water Force Divine Island is where Water Force is, I will temporarily stay here." Fang Ping did not waste any time, walking in the air directly toward him. A dignified saint, at this moment, was terrified. Without saying a word, he broke into a run. Fang Ping sneered. Behind him, Li Wuji was also exhilarated and complicated. When this person came, he was incomparably domineering, directly seizing Water Force Divine Island, claiming to be Emperor Nan's disciple, without any intention of being a guest, occupying Water Force Divine Island and the Water Force Imperial Palace the moment he arrived. Although Li Wuji was indignant, he also felt that his elder ancestor was also Emperor Nan's bloodline. With this person here, he would more or less have a backer. Who knew that not only did this guy not support him, today he even allowed other demons to kill him, expelling him from Emperor Nan's bloodline. Weren't you very domineering before? Weren't you very arrogant? Li Wuji cursed in his heart. Was he afraid now, running away, seeing that Fang Ping was here? He did not even dare to fart. What a shame, Li Wuji thought to himself. Beside him, Jiao, on the other hand, peeked at Water Force Divine Island. When it saw the glorious Water Force Imperial Palace, Jiao swallowed a little. It did not know, this big water buffalo did have some family background. At this moment, Jiao transmitted its voice to Li Wuji, "Water buffalo, my elder ancestor will be returning soon, and he also needs to find a place to stay. Do you think your imperial palace can be lent to me for a few days?" Li Wuji almost kicked it to death with one hoof. What was it thinking? Fang Ping did not care about them. Right now, Fang Ping's speed was extremely fast, breaking through the void, his movements leisurely, directly forcing the other party to keep escaping. Beside him, Jianghao had been holding it in for a long time. At this moment, he said in a low voice, "Must you kill him?" He felt that Fang Ping was a little too optimistic. Killing a saint was not difficult now, but after all, Feng Yun and the others were not humans. If they could not be killed, then the humans would also be in danger. Fang Ping smiled. "No rush. If I can kill him, then I'll wipe him out in one go. If I can't kill him, I'll wait and see. I've said it before, killing all the people in ancient times might be wrong, but killing 90% of them is definitely not wrong." Behind him, the few powerhouses from ancient times were all speechless. At this moment, Saint Yue said indifferently, "Fang Ping, there are some things that I want to make clear. Take advantage of the situation, I will help you. But if there is a big crisis, then don't blame me for leaving." Fang Ping smiled. "That's what I should do. This time, I also thank the North Emperor's bloodline for helping." As Fang Ping said that, he looked at Yue and smiled. "I want to ask Saint Yue, how many saints are there in this 3 realms? How many heavenly kings?" Yue frowned slightly, shaking her head. "I don't know. I also don't know who has been resurrected and who has completely fallen. But back then, under the 9 emperors, each family had 7 or 8, and there were also 36 saints, powerhouses from various places, under the palm seal 3 envoys, under the 8 kings. At its peak, there were probably 200 saints in heaven." Taoist Feng Yun continued, "After heaven was destroyed, there were actually many saints born in the 3 realms. During the chaotic era, there were a few saints born. During the Demon Emperor dynasty, there were also some." Fang Ping smiled. "So, there are hundreds of saints in the 3 realms?" Taoist Feng Yun shook his head. "Not to that extent. Back then, there were still many who completely fell. Of course, there were some who advanced later, such as Venerable Emperor Qing Tong. They were all saint powerhouses who advanced later. After thinking for a while, Taoist Fengyun judged, there are probably 100 saints in the three realms, including those in the sky tomb. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. That's quite a lot. In this year, only 4 died. So, at this rate, it will still take about 10 years for 10 to die a year? Taoist Fengyun was suddenly speechless, tens of thousands of years of accumulation in the three realms. You arranged everything and killed them all in 10 years. At the back, Lin Hai, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said in a low voice, "Saints are saints, heavenly kings are heavenly kings. There are still some powerhouses in the three realms." Fang Ping looked puzzled. Soon, he seemed to have thought of something. As expected, Lin Hai said coldly, "Don't forget that there is still a major force in the three realms. Beginner martial artists." The few of them said at the same time. Yue frowned and nodded slightly. That's right. I don't know if all the beginner martial artists have died. Maybe, there are still people alive. If they are descendants of beginner martial artists, then it's still okay. If they are real beginner martial artists. As soon as she said that, the few of them changed color. Real beginner martial artists. What was a real beginner martial artist? Martial artists before the origin Tao were real beginner martial artists. These people were older than the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. That was scary, Fang Ping asked curiously, won't they die of old age? They created their own Tao. They are the originators of the Tao. Saint Yue said lightly, among these people, some are strong and some are weak. The strong ones are even comparable to the ultimate powerhouses. They have broken 8 levels of strength. Their flesh is immortal, or their divine consciousness is immortal. No one knows how long their lifespan is. Take you for example. You have a golden body 9 refinement. You have reached true God level. Normal true gods live for 10,000 years. You may live for 20,000 years. As for them, those who achieved Tao with their flesh mostly achieved Tao with jade bones. If these people did not have external help, how could they die so easily? Were there a lot of beginner martial artists back then? Fang Ping asked again. Yue was not too sure. She looked at Lin Hai. We did not have much contact with beginner martial artists. On the other hand, the 4 emperors had a lot of contact with beginner martial artists. Lin Hai said in a low voice, beginner martial artists were born in the human world. Or rather, the 3 realms. At that time, the 3 realms had not been separated yet. Beginner martial artists were born in this vast mainland. Later, the origin Tao appeared. The struggle for Tao reached its peak and war broke out. From then on, the 3 realms were separated. Powerhouses destroyed heaven and earth, smashing that vast mainland into pieces. That was how the 3 realms came to be. After that, many beginner martial artists chose to settle on a mainland fragment. We call it the beginner martial continent. When I was young, I accompanied some fellow disciples to a few beginner martial continents and met many beginner martial artists. These people, the powerhouses, are comparable to the ultimate powerhouses. The weakest may not even be comparable to true gods. The number is not too much. After all, it is very difficult to walk a Tao alone. However, they have disciples. These people are not considered beginner martial artists. They do not walk the origin Tao. They learn from their ancestors and only walk the beginner martial path. Fang Ping smiled. Beginner martial path. Don't they say that beginner martial artists walk one path each? How do these people follow? Body honing, or spiritual consciousness? Lin Hai paused. Actually, it is the embryonic form of the ultimate path. The ultimate emperor walked this path in the beginning. Later, they learned the origin Tao. That is how the ultimate emperor came to be. Then, the descendants of beginner martial artists can also walk the origin Tao? Lin Hai thought about it and nodded. Yes. Of course, back then, they would not let their disciples' descendants walk the origin Tao. Even they gave up on the beginner martial path. How could they fight for the Tao? Doesn't that prove that the beginner martial path is inferior to the origin Tao? The beginner martial continent is extremely repulsed by the origin Tao. The 4 emperors were actually considered different species, or should I say, traitors. They learned the beginner martial path and walked the origin Tao. In the beginner martial continent, they are not recognized and welcomed. Fang Ping shook his head. Who cares what Dao it is? As long as it is useful, it is a good Dao. Why can't these beginner martial artists understand? At that time, the origin Dao was not yet complete and mature. In the early stage of the war, the beginner martial artists still had the upper hand, Lin Hai explained. Therefore, it is not surprising that they do not recognize the origin Dao. Moreover, the origin Dao does have some flaws. If they do not use the origin, they will not be as good as these beginner martial artists. The origin also has some drawbacks. Martial artists who have walked the origin Dao will find it difficult or almost impossible to forge jade bones again. Lin Hai said, the origin will be slightly repulsed. Why do martial artists have to forge their golden bodies at rank 8 golden body to have the greatest effect? It is because they have not stepped into the origin Dao at that time. Once they step into the origin Dao, the origin will reject them. After that, the improvement of the physical body will be limited, and the same goes for the spiritual consciousness. Even if they become stronger, it is difficult to have a qualitative transformation. 9 forged golden body, from rank 8 golden body to emperor, it can be described as 9 forges. Why is there no 10 forges or 11 forges? Lin Hai shook his head. It is because there is no qualitative transformation. All the origin martial artists know this. That is why the Supreme Venerable Emperors can still transform their physical body or spiritual consciousness after stepping into the origin Dao. This is why they are the Supreme Venerable Emperors, while the others are only saints and heavenly kings. Fang Ping finally understood a little this time. After stepping into the origin Dao, it was difficult to improve the golden body. He could feel this too. The origin actually had some exclusivity. After walking the origin Dao, it was very difficult to strengthen the physical body and mentality. Beginner martial artists, or the descendants of beginner martial artists, might be much simpler. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. The 4 emperors, on the other hand, had both. Therefore, there were only 4 heavenly emperors in the past, which was even rarer than emperor. Fang Ping listened for a while and said slowly, in that case, there might be some beginner martial artists who are not dead? Maybe. Lin Hai was also not sure. Fang Ping did not ask any more. Whether they were dead or not, it had little to do with him now. Dragon Island. The people from Emperor Nan's gate broke through the air and arrived. As soon as they arrived, they quickly roared, Fang Ping wants to destroy the 9 Emperors' gate, and the humans will dominate. Everyone, we must not let him succeed. At this moment, many saints had gathered here. Fang Ping tore the space apart and walked in the air. He looked at the many saints on Dragon Island with a smile on his face full of playfulness. The disciples of Emperor Dong, Emperor Shi, Emperor Nan, Emperor Ling, Beast, and Emperor Shen, 6 emperors had gathered. 6 saints, Yuan Gang was hiding somewhere. At this moment, the 6 saints were looking at Fang Ping's side with extreme vigilance. On Fang Ping's side, there were not many saint-level powerhouses. At this time, the cat also followed Fang Ping proudly, standing behind Fang Ping and showing off. Although there were 6 saints opposite them, the cat only looked at Cosmic Dragon, its fat face full of pride. This little dragon still wanted to snatch its fishing rod. I'll beat you to death. The cat was very arrogant now. It looked at Cosmic Dragon for a while and even stuck out its tongue, waving the fishing rod in its hand. It's here, you can snatch it. Cosmic Dragon was speechless. This cat. Isn't it embarrassed? At least I let Long Xian go there to protect you, and this is how you treat me? At this time, Kai Dai also looked at the cat, her eyes a little complicated. The cat did not notice her at first, but soon, it looked around and suddenly saw Kai Dai, its eyes a little dazed. Then, the cat suddenly said strangely, Hey, you, I think I know you. You're the one who cleaned my nest? Kai Dai's expression changed. Can you not use this word? What do you mean by cleaning the nest? Is that a nest? That's a god's nest. Most people could not clean it, but she was Spirit Emperor's disciple and was not weak. Cleaning the cat's nest was naturally done by disciples like her. Kai Dai did not say much. She said softly, Cat, long time no see. The cat muttered, glanced at her, then looked at Fang Ping, muttering, Liar, this nest cleaner, can I not poke her to death? Spirit Emperor used to feed me a lot of delicious food. It had forgotten a lot of things, but it had gradually recovered a lot of memories. It still remembered Spirit Emperor, it remembered remembered that day Spirit Emperor wanted to touch it for the last time, but he did not, and closed his eyes regretfully. The cat shook its big head, not thinking about it anymore. Thinking about it made it want to cry, so it did not think about it anymore. Kaidai's expression changed for a while, and Fong Ping smiled. Since the cat has spoken, Kaidai Saint, we humans will naturally not be enemies with you. Having said that, Fong Ping looked at them, and then at Sky Sword and the rest who were standing far away. He smiled and said, Saint Long Yu, Dragon Island is on good terms with us humans. I, Fong Ping, have no intention of being enemies. Long Yu and Kaidai did not speak, as for whether they were relaxed or vigilant, no one knew. The East Emperor has nothing to do with me. The West Emperor has nothing to do with me. Fong Ping smiled again and said, the God Emperor is Zhang Tiandi's teacher, the humans are related to Zhang Tiandi, they will not do anything to the God Emperor. Fong Ping then looked at the people from Emperor Nan's sect, saying lightly, but this person from Emperor Nan's sect occupied the humans' Water Force Divine Island, ordered the forbidden oceanic demons to attack the human sea guardian envoys. Everyone, do you want to protect him? At this moment, the people from Emperor Nan's sect said angrily, everyone, do you still believe his nonsense? This is a conspiracy. He wants to defeat us one by one, we must not believe him. Having said that, he looked at Sky Sword and the rest, saying loudly, Sky Sword, don't you know that you are nurturing a tiger when you cooperate with Fong Ping? You will regret it sooner or later. On the other side, Sky Sword and the rest did not speak, only they knew what they were thinking. Fong Ping smiled and said, defeat them one by one? Not to that extent. There are countless powerhouses in the 9 Emperors' 9 bloodlines, why would I provoke such a disaster for the humans? I am only here to ask for an explanation. You bullied the human sea guardian envoys, not giving us an explanation, is that acceptable? The people from Emperor Nan's sect's face darkened, saying in a low voice, what do you want? Fong Ping said lightly, I don't want to do anything, but I am afraid that you will not be able to retaliate. You are a saint, if you do not have the ability to retaliate, won't you be dead? Fong Ping smiled and said, how about this, you swear to the heavens, if you do not have the ability to retaliate, you will die. Emperor Nan will also die without a burial place, unable to be resurrected, unable to recover, completely falling in the 3 realms. This is not difficult, right? Everyone's eyes were strange, how was it possible? Regardless of whether Emperor Nan was dead or not, the people from Emperor Nan's sect would never dare to make such a deadly oath. It was obvious that Fong Ping wanted to make things difficult for the other party. On the opposite side, Emperor Nan's 7th disciple was also livid, saying coldly, Fong Ping, Emperor Nan's bloodline has no enmity with the humans, do you have to force us into a life and death struggle? Beside Fong Ping, Wu Quishan and the others were also a little nervous. Was it appropriate to offend Emperor Nan's bloodline at this time? They could not wait to kill everyone, but the humans were not strong enough to ignore the 4 sides. These saints probably did not dare to watch Fong Ping kill the other party, otherwise, it might not be impossible to defeat them one by one. Fong Ping smiled again and said, that's true, why increase the number of strong enemies for the humans? The other party looked at him and did not speak. What was Fong Ping trying to do by chasing him here? Fong Ping pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, how about this, I am worried about you in the 3 realms. Go to the Sky Cemetery. It is the place where King Kuan and the others went, there are opportunities there, I will give you a big opportunity. Go, let's forget about today. Don't go. Fong Ping's eyes were cold and said, then die. If you don't believe me, you can try. I also want to see, who here dares to fight me to the death for you. When these words came out, everyone's eyes were strange. The Sky Cemetery was fake, this was something they all knew. Now that he was banishing the other party to the fake Sky Cemetery, what was Fong Ping trying to do? The people of Emperor Nan's gate looked around. At this time, someone said lightly, then go. Qin Yun, maybe there really is an opportunity. They also wanted to see where the fake Sky Cemetery was. Where were those heavenly kings? Were they trapped now? Or did they really have a big opportunity that they could not get out? Fong Ping wanted to banish the other party to the fake Sky Cemetery. Everyone felt that this was an opportunity to see the real situation. Emperor Nan's gate, Qin Yun, had an ugly expression at this moment. Fang Ping did not say to kill him, but to banish him to the fake sky cemetery. Did he want to go? At this moment, the others did not have the same hatred for the enemy. If they refused, Fang Ping would attack again. No one might stop them. Because these people all wanted to spy on the real situation, at this moment, Fang Ping sent a voice transmission to the cat. Think of a way to inform old Zhang and Heavenly King subduing to ambush at the entrance. If this guy goes in, kill him for me. The cat's fat face was bitter. Me? This was very difficult. That was a Heavenly King. The fake emperor's strength was also very strong now, and he did not have the stone tablet from back then. If he were to inform him, wouldn't he have to fly in the source world for a long time? The cat felt that he was about to die of exhaustion. It was me again. The liar knew how to order the cat around. The cat looked sad. He always felt that the liar was strong, and he was going to be unlucky. If he could not beat the liar in the future, wouldn't he have to help him work every day? Fang Ping did not care about it, smiled and said, how about it? There are really opportunities there, otherwise, do you think so many Heavenly Kings would not come out for so long? I'm sending you in because I don't want your revenge to be weak. If you can't even agree to this. Fang Ping's expression was cold. Then you'd better die. Qin Yan's expression changed for a while, and he looked around again. These people now looked a little expectant. The fake sky cemetery. Where was it? Was there really an opportunity inside? Why had so many Heavenly Kings not returned until now? Everyone also looked at Qin Yun. Agree, otherwise, even if they did not say it, everyone's attitude was very clear. If Fang Ping attacked, they would not help. Qin Yun was a little unwilling, but he had no choice now. After a while, Qin Yun said in a low voice, okay. Awesome. Fang Ping laughed, a smile appearing on his face. As long as you agree, it's hard for us to kill outside. Why don't we send you in, let old Zhang and the others help, and save me from having to do it myself? Fang Ping wanted to exile Qin Yun. At this moment, Qin Yun agreed. The other people's expressions did not change, but ripples appeared in their hearts. Now that these people had revived, many of them actually hoped to come into contact with those Heavenly Kings. The 8 kings did not exist alone. The 8 ancient kings were also appointed by the Heavenly Court. Of course, the 8 kings were very powerful, and they usually didn't have a clear affiliation. However, there were some who tended to lean towards one. For example, King Kuan was the son of the earthly sovereign. On the Western Emperor's side, Celestial Pole was also in the fake heavenly grave. Moon Spirit of the North Emperor's bloodline was among them. At this time, everyone actually hoped that the fake heavenly grave could open and allow the Heavenly Kings to return. Fang Ping scanned his surroundings and sneered inwardly. He was afraid that many of them were planning to barge in or report some information, such as killing him and the like. They couldn't kill him now, but what if they contacted the Heavenly Kings? Could he not kill Fang Ping? I'll make you cry later. As he spoke, Fang Ping scooped up Big Fat Cat and rode on the bull's back that had no special strength. He laughed and said, let's go to the sky cemetery. Li Wuji groaned in his heart. So heavy, Fang Ping and the old cat had actually controlled themselves, but at this moment, they were still incomparably heavy. As Fang Ping rode on mediocre strength, he rubbed the cat's big head. He was all smiles. Time to sleep. I'll inform old Zhang and the others to come and work. The cat looked innocent as Fang Ping grabbed it. It was very sad. It did not want to sleep now. But the liar looked like he was going to throw it out if it didn't sleep. The cat was very tired of bullying cats. In Emperor Ling Ling's dojo. Not long after the aura of the 9 Emperors seal erupted, the heavens and earth shook once again. Another sage had fallen. This time, the crowd was not as shocked as before. However, he still couldn't hide his shock. Could it be that a chaotic battle had broken out in the outside world? Otherwise, how could another saint die in such a short period of time? 2 sages had died consecutively. If not for the 9 Emperor Seal's aura, the Heavenly Kings would have fled. But now, the 9 Emperor Seal was releasing its chi. This was a treasure, and no one was willing to give it up. They suppressed the palpitation in their hearts and continued to venture deeper. At the very least, they had to wait for the results of the 9 Emperor Seal before they could leave. In the depths of the dimensional battlefield, Zhang Tao was also trying to locate it. He did not know where the 9 emperor seals were. Although he had released his qi, it was not easy to find it. At this moment, Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. He was much stronger than before. At this moment, he felt something different. In the next moment, Zhang Tao's figure appeared on his origin planet. The origin projection was as tall as a god demon, sitting on the planet. At this moment, the projection surveyed the surroundings. The origin universe was silent. There were no other large planets in the vicinity, only some small planets whose embryonic forms could not be seen. That might be the source world of some rank 9 powerhouses. Zhang Tao watched for a while, but he didn't sense anything. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes flickered. What is that? At this moment, he seemed to have seen something in the dark universe. Soon, he could see more clearly. A cat roaming the dark universe. The ash cat was tired, really tired. Roaming the source was not easy. Not only was it tiring, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Under normal circumstances, it would not roam the source world. But the swindler insisted on it. Thinking of the benefits in the future, the cat could only do hard work for once. However, the ash cat felt that it was about to get lost. The source world was huge. It was about to get dizzy from flying. If it was not for the faint sense that it knew old Jing's aura, the ash cat would really get lost. In the next moment, the ash cat seemed to have seen something too. He saw that large planet, excited, the ash cat waved its claws excitedly, he saw it. He finally saw it, he had lost weight. He had really lost a lot of weight this time. The ash cat groaned inwardly. The food he ate last time was almost used up this time. He felt that he needed to eat another big meal. From afar, the ash cat panted and stuck out his tongue. He panted and moved slowly. He called out loudly, "Meow, go to the entrance. The swindler has sent you a saint. Poke him to death, poke him to death." As soon as he finished speaking, the ash cat's fat body disappeared instantly. He could not stay any longer, he was too tired. As soon as the ash cat left, old Zhang's gaze flickered. He returned to the real world instantly, a little surprised. What did he mean? He had seen the ash cat roaming the origin the last time. Although he was surprised that it was roaming. Again this time, he was not shocked. Fang Ping has sent me a saint? Old Zhang was puzzled at first. Then, his expression changed. He could not help but curse. What does he mean? He wants me to kill a saint? This bastard. That bastard, does he know that killing a saint is very difficult? At this juncture, he still wants me to kill a saint. Is he trying to kill me? If I die, does he think he's the master of the house? I've already hidden in Spirit Emperor's dojo, and you still want me to help you clean up the mess. Aren't you embarrassed? Old Zhang's face was full of grief and indignation. He was already forced into the fake heavenly grave by this kid. He thought that he did not need to clean up the mess anymore. This kid would not stop until he squeezed himself dry, right? He still wants to send people here, he cursed inwardly countless times. Although Zhang Tao was helpless, he had no choice but to quickly flee toward the entrance and began to inform Heavenly King Garrison. He alone might not be able to kill a saint easily. Also, how many did this kid Fang Ping send in? The ash cat did not say how many. Old Zhang was a little worried. If it was not 8 to 10, then he would be in trouble. If it's 8 to 10, I'll turn around and leave. No, I'll go out and bring that kid Fang Ping in. Old Zhang gritted his teeth. If it's that many, you can carry it yourself, everyone, switch, you can already kill a saint. You should not be weak. If I go out and you stay here, you might be able to kill a few heavenly kings. I have faith in you. At the same time, a storage ring appeared in Fang Ping's hand. Under the gaze of others, Fang Ping played with the storage ring. Imperishable substance, origin qi. Under the circumstances where others could not see, Fang Ping quickly condensed a large amount of origin qi and imperishable substance, including a large amount of energy liquids, life essence. Not only that, there were also divine weapons, true divine weapons. He had gotten some heavenly wood branches from heavenly wood. These days, he had also made a few true divine weapons. This time, he was actually also going to send supplies. Humans were poor, most of the supplies he brought last time were the imperishable substances given by Feng Ping. After fighting for so long, he was afraid that they had long been exhausted. If there were no gains in the fake heavenly grave, humans could only rely on absorbing void energy to replenish themselves. If this went on, they would not be able to handle high-intensity battles. The divine weapons blocking the door could not be moved easily. Once they were moved, after a few times, they might break the barrier completely. Origin Qi, imperishable substance. Looking at the storage ring that was filled to the brim, Feng Ping pondered in his heart. How should he send it in? Should he enter for a while and connect with old Zhang? However, if he went in, once a heavenly king attacked, he might not have the chance to come out. At this moment, if he could not come out, then humans would be in big trouble. I can't go in anymore. Feng Ping glanced at the humans. Wu Quishan and Tian Mu had already broken through to peak. Should he let them go in and take the risk? Next, on the human side, there might not be many battles. At the very least, there would not be many battles in desperate straits. After thinking for a while, Feng Ping transmitted his voice. Old Wu, you and Senior Tian, one of you go in. Deliver supplies. It's very dangerous. If you go in, there will be a lot of heavenly kings inside. There will definitely be no chance for you to come out, lest others find a chance to break out. However, now that the people inside have been fighting for so long, I'm afraid they might not have enough supplies. Both of you, who is willing to be the transport soldier? Both of them looked at each other. Wu Quishan quickly transmitted his voice. I'll go. After all, I broke through earlier than old Tian. Responsible for transporting supplies, the responsibility was huge. Feng Ping did not let the gray cat do this because he was worried that the gray cat would mess around and open the passageway again after sending the supplies. This time it would not be like the last time when no one was watching it. Once it opened, the Skycrypt project might come to an end. The humans who had finally gained the upper hand might fall to the bottom of the valley in an instant. There were so many heavenly kings, and more than half of them were hostile to humans. The Skycrypt project still had to continue for a while. And this also required a lot of supplies. I'll go. Tian Mu transmitted his voice. Old Wu still needs to manage the education department. I don't need it. It's good to go in and have a try, it's almost rusting. Feng Ping glanced at both of them and finally looked at Tian Mu. Then Senior Tian will go in. On the human side, I still need old Wu's help. Minister Zhang and the rest will be waiting behind the passageway. Just be careful, Senior Tian. When the passageway opens, I'll let Senior Tian go in first, then Qin Yun. Having said that, Feng Ping tossed the storage ring to Tian Mu and transmitted his voice. If you encounter an accident, destroy the storage ring. You must not let anyone else get it. There were a lot of resources inside. Origin energy was extremely important. It could also play a supplementary and strengthening role for heavenly kings. Using the origin path to fight would consume origin energy. When the origin energy was used up, the origin path could not be used, and the martial artist's combat strength would drop instantly. It was fine for a short battle, but in a long battle, the speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed of consumption. This was fatal. Feng Ping dared not let these things fall into the hands of the enemy. Tian Mu also knew the meaning of this, his expression solemn. Transporting resources. Although old Zhang would be waiting behind, what if there was no one? Accidents were everywhere. If there was an enemy behind, then he would have to judge whether to destroy the storage ring or not. Feng Ping prepared to transport the resources inside. At this moment, among the saints who followed Feng Ping, some were watching coldly from the sidelines, and some were secretly communicating. Sky Sword was communicating with the Viceroy of the Divine Court Army. Should we take the opportunity to enter, work with the two Hall Masters Skyplant and Destiny, then look for an opportunity to kill King Wu and that heavenly king suppressing? There were many saints on their side. However, they did not have an advantage in the outside world. Internally, however, they still had people. The two kings of Skyplant were also the Hall Masters of the Earth Emperor God dynasty back then. They could be considered to be on the same side. The stern viceroy frowned slightly at this time and transmitted his voice. That's a heavenly king after all, it's very difficult. It's better to contact the other parties now. Later, take the opportunity to kill Feng Ping. Sky Sword's eyes moved slightly, glancing at the 6 saints. Kai Dai, Long Yu, he did not dare to contact these two. However, the others might not necessarily have no hope. If there were really 4 more saints, and Sung Mao could not trap 2 saints now, then their advantage would be great. Killing Fang Ping might not be impossible, the hope was very high. What they were afraid of was that the God Creation Envoy was really there. What they were afraid of now was the God Creation Envoy, not only the God Creation Envoy, but they were also afraid of the powerhouse with an illusory face who followed Fang Ping. They did not know who this person was, and they always felt that this person was a little strange. If the God Creation Envoy is here, even if the God Creation Envoy is a heavenly king, we might still have the power to fight back. Although the viceroy was afraid, he was not afraid. Fang Ping is a big problem. If we don't take advantage of this time to kill him, once he really proves his Tao, it will be really scary. Previously, both sides had no choice but to compromise. But now, there might not be a need to compromise. Of course, it would be best to find the fake Sky Tomb before making a move. Sky Sword's eyes moved slightly. Fang Ping was a big problem. Everyone knew this. If they still could not understand it at this time, then they would really be stupid. After thinking for a while, Sky Sword's mentality fluctuated. Fang Ping, at this time, Lin Hai suddenly sent a voice transmission, "Be careful. Sky Sword and the others might not let this go. You are so strong, once these people join forces." Fang Ping did not say anything. In fact, Fang Ping moved earlier than them. At this time, Fang Ping was secretly persuading Kai Dai. Kai Dai Saint, Spirit Emperor, and Sung Mao are on good terms, especially doting on each other. Even I have heard of it. Now, Spirit Emperor is dead, but who knows if there will be a time for him to return. Sung Mao is in the human race, served with good food and drink. Once the human race is defeated, what do you think will happen to Sung Mao? Since our 2 bloodlines are on good terms, why don't we take this opportunity to join forces? Otherwise, in the future, when Spirit Emperor returns and finds out that you sit and watched Sung Mao wander around, how will he look at you? The Sky Sword bloodline is very likely the bloodline of the Earth Emperor. Does the 9 emperors want to see the bloodline of the Earth Emperor dominate? You know, King Kuan, the resurrected Hong Yu, is also a heavenly king. Tianji and Tianming are also going to become heavenly kings. The 3 divine guardians are also going to become saints. Fang Ping's tone was filled with fear. This is too scary. If the bloodline of the Earth Emperor doesn't join forces to deal with it, then it will be a real disaster. I have always wondered why you guys would sit and watch. Aren't you afraid that the bloodline of the Earth Emperor will dominate and kill all of you? Both sides seemed calm on the surface, but they were secretly colluding. Fang Ping also sent voice transmissions to Long Yu, the East Emperor sect, the West Emperor sect, and the Divine Emperor sect. These powerhouses were also feeling emotional at this moment. Both sides were sending voice transmissions to them, trying to rope them in, wanting to break out later and join forces to kill each other. None of them were good people. Sky Sword and the others exaggerated Fang Ping's threat. Fang Ping said that the bloodline of the Earth Emperor was scary, even guessing that the Earth Emperor might be the mastermind behind the scenes back then, deliberately triggering the war of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Otherwise, why would the Earth Emperor's avatar appear back then? Moreover, at this moment, everyone knew a crucial piece of information. Hong Yu was alive. According to Fang Ping, Hong Yu had already achieved Heavenly King Dao, and both of the Earth Emperor's sons had become Heavenly Kings. The bloodline of the Earth Emperor was really scary. Everyone was aware of this fact. Currently, among the various forces that had appeared, the number of saints under the Earth Emperor sect had exceeded 2 digits. There were even a few heavenly kings. As for emperor level, there were also many, and there were hundreds of true gods. However, Fang Ping's threat was also real. This person was becoming stronger too quickly. At this moment, everyone wished that both sides could kill each other. That would be the best outcome. However, these 2 sides were not stupid. They were not willing to let others take advantage of them. The few saints did not express their stance. The possibility of a battle was not high. At this moment, the old cat woke up. Big Cat looked resentful, staring at Fang Ping, nodding his big head slightly. It was settled. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and began to instigate the old cat again. sending voice transmissions, Big Cat, contact Kai Dai and ask her to stand on our side. If we win this time, it's a success, we can rest for a long time. The old cat was dejected. Again, along the way, in the silence of both sides, everyone spent a long period of time. At this moment, Sky Sword and Fong Ping both felt a little thirsty. After talking for so long, those saints did not express their stance. It was very difficult. Meanwhile, Qin Yan from the South Emperor sect was also a little nervous at this time. It seemed like they were arriving. At this moment, Fong Ping instructed Li Wuji to stop. Although everyone did not notice anything, they knew that they had probably arrived at the fake sky grave. Fong Ping stopped and glanced sideways at Sky Sword and the others. Sky Sword was also looking at him. Both sides looked at each other, tacitly understanding. Contacting those saints was a must. None of them were easy to deal with. Who did not want to kill each other, but now, both of them knew. It was difficult. The other saints all wanted them to fight, but they did not want to take the risk themselves. They also had the same mentality. They did not want to let these people take advantage of them. Under the balance of the three parties, the possibility of fighting again was very low. Fong Ping was a little disappointed. This time, the alliance had probably failed. At this moment, Fong Ping looked at Qin Yun and said lightly, "Saint Qin Yun, don't worry. I said it was just to prevent the saints from taking revenge on Li Wuji. And there are opportunities inside. That is for sure. If not, King Wu would not be able to become a heavenly king." Fong Ping said lightly, "As for the danger, there will definitely be some. But where in the three realms is not dangerous? Saint Qin Yun, don't you think so?" Qin Yun looked at him. He did not want to go in by himself, it was Fong Ping. No, everyone wanted him to go in. This was an exile, a dignified saint was exiled. Even if there were opportunities, he could not be happy. At this moment, Qin Yan's expression was cold. He did not reply. He glanced at Li Wuji and said after a while, "I've gone in and found water shui. I'd like to ask how someone from the South Emperor sect became the sea guardian of the human race." Li Wuji's eyes widened, but he did not say anything. "Why do you care who I rely on? I have achieved the peak of Tao. The elder ancestor is South Emperor's mount. I am not. Moreover, the elder ancestor does not have a good temper." Li Wuji could not be bothered. If the elder ancestor knew that this guy had occupied his water force island, even if he was not a saint, he would still settle the score with him. "Where is the entrance?" At this moment, someone asked. Fong Ping laughed and punched the void. At this moment, the void shattered, and a door appeared. Above the door, there was still a big cat. That day, the door was broken, but now it was restored again. This was the cat's ability. This guy was good at fighting, and his understanding of space was much deeper than Fong Ping and the rest. The cat with the word king on its forehead seemed to be laughing at everyone. Many people looked at the cat. It was rare for the cat to be embarrassed. A smile appeared on its fat face, and it said dryly, "Don't look at me. I didn't draw this. It was already here." The crowd did not expose it. It would be strange if it was not you. Kai Dai and the rest knew the cat very well. At this moment, the viceroy of the Divine Court Army investigated and suddenly said, "The passageway seems to be blocked. No wonder no one has come out until now." "Fong Ping, did you do it?" Fong Ping laughed. "What you're saying is that those heavenly kings don't want everyone to go in and fight for opportunities. However, the cat is familiar with this place and can open the passageway again. Everyone, I have to remind you that if too many people go in, those heavenly kings may attack everyone." At this moment, Qin Yamo said lightly, "Fong Ping, since it can be opened, why don't we open the passageway completely? Are you afraid of something?" Fong Ping chuckled. "Scared? What am I afraid of? But this passageway is not something I can control. If you want to go in, go in. It has nothing to do with me." Having said that, Fong Ping looked at Qin Yun. "Saint Qin Yun, if there are no doubts, then go in." Qin Yun gave him a deep look. He had a feeling that Fong Ping was up to no good. Was it dangerous inside? However, the humans did not have an advantage inside. At least, as far as he knew, the humans had at most 2 heavenly kings inside. There were many other heavenly kings. Everyone could not wait to see the passageway open. At this moment, they all looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun was vigilant and said nothing more. This group of people wanted him to explore the way. None of them were good people. Okay, I'll go in. Cat, open the passageway and see if it can succeed. Cat muttered in his heart. What if it could succeed? The thing blocking the way was the heaven confining bell. Although it was temporarily lent to someone else, it could still be controlled. Opening the passageway was no problem. At this moment, Cat was not careless. He quickly waved his claws and pointed at the void. In the next moment, the void split open. At this moment, Tianmu's speed was lightning fast. Without saying a word, he rushed in directly. Everyone did not stop him. He was just a newly promoted true god. Qin Yun could not wait for him to explore the way and see if there was any danger. After waiting for a while, Fang Ping growled, "Hurry, or the passageway will close." Qin Yun took another deep breath. Looking at the black hole, he had a feeling that it was hell's passageway. However, at this time, there was no chance for regret. The others were also eager to make a move. Some wanted to go in but were a little worried. In the next moment, Qin Yun snorted softly and quickly broke through the void and entered. As soon as he entered, a figure was unimaginably fast. The saints did not have time to react before the figure disappeared in the passageway. At this moment, Cat closed the passageway. Everyone was a little shocked. Who broke in just now? Fang Ping's gaze also changed slightly. Something unexpected happened, was that? Hong Yu just now, this was trouble. Old Zhang and the rest ambushed Qin Yun. Would they fight Hong Yu? If they really fought, it would be troublesome. At the same time, as soon as Tianmu entered, Old Zhang grabbed him and threw him to the back. When he sensed a saint's aura, Old Zhang looked at Heavenly King subduing and heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly transmitted his voice, "It's just a saint. It's okay." Before he finished speaking, Heavenly King subduing's expression changed. Old Zhang also cursed, "Son of AB****, you think highly of me and even gave me a Heavenly King." He almost cursed Fang Ping to death. This son of AB**** was really a scam. Didn't you say it was a saint? Where did the Heavenly King powerhouse come in? They were depressed. Hong Yu, who had just broken in, also had a huge change in expression. As calm as he was, he could not help but curse in his heart. Fang Ping was too much of a scam. He could actually contact the people inside and ambush two powerhouses here. Damn it, if he had known, he would not have broken in now. Stop for now. Hong Yu roared, but who cared about him? Old Zhang only knew one thing, and that was that no one who came in now was good. In any case, he would not kill the wrong person. The human race had no heavenly king. Kill. Zhang Tao bellowed as a book appeared, trapping Qin Yun within it. At that moment, Qin Yun was in a daze. So many heavenly kings, 3, where did so many heavenly kings come from? He didn't know any of them. Damn it. Qin Yun cursed angrily. His face was pale but he quickly recovered. Thankfully, he still had a heavenly king on his side. Otherwise, he would even have the thought of dying. Although they didn't know each other and weren't familiar with each other, it didn't matter. He did not recognize the two heavenly kings lying in ambush. They were probably from the human race. Right now, he was extremely glad that there was another heavenly king outside who had also barged in. Otherwise, he would have died today. Just as he was rejoicing, Hong Yu turned around and slapped him. He shouted, "This is a misunderstanding. I am not an enemy of the human race. This person is the one." He struck Qin Yun's chest with his palm and hurriedly said, "Don't attack." At this moment, Hong Yu was truly frustrated. How could there be any trace of calmness left? At this time, Heavenly King Jin suddenly glanced at him with a slightly strange expression. He suddenly said, "Kid, ignore him. Hurry up, the others are coming. Kill this saint first." Although Zhang Tao didn't understand, killing a heavenly king wasn't an easy task. Since Oldly had said so, he would let it go for now, therefore, Qin Yun was stunned. He was terrified, 3 heavenly kings. No, it's your grandfather. Old Zhang knew that the one Fang Ping wanted to send in the saint was this guy. he would kill him first. At this moment, the others had already sensed his and Heavenly King subduing attacks. Streams of aura rose and rushed over. Those people thought that these two fellows were going to run away first, so how could they let them leave now? 3 Heavenly King stage powerhouses, and the Heavenly Subduing King was a powerhouse amongst Heavenly Kings. At this time, he also struck out with his palm, directly striking out a 7-petal black lotus, break 7, Xianxia's face was ashen. At that moment, he did not even have the thought of tearing open space. A Heavenly King who had broken 7, he was only a sage, and a sage who had yet to recover. Of course, he might not die when he encountered Heavenly King Du Xian, who had broken through to the 6th level. But now that he had met a Heavenly King with a broken 7, he might as well just die. Most importantly, it wasn't even a Heavenly King. Ha ha ha, Xianxian smiled bitterly, feeling that he was especially innocent. What's wrong with me? Didn't I just occupy the Water Force Island? Just because of this, the 3 Heavenly Kings wanted to kill him? He couldn't figure it out. Is Wu Qi's backer so powerful? Back then, water power was almost stewed by Tsang Mao and Tengu, but not many Heavenly Kings stood out. In the end, he couldn't even provoke its descendant. Xianxian felt very innocent. Old Zhang and the others did not care. Their thoughts were the same as Fan Ping's. Killing ancient martial artists would not go wrong. Even if they were spirit emperors and other emperors, killing them would not be a big deal. Which of these ancient martial art practitioners did not harbor enmity towards the human race, not to mention those emperors? None of those who wanted to become emperors had good intentions towards the human race. Because as far as they were concerned, the human race was the key to proving the Tao. There was no injustice in killing anyone. The trio's attacks were extremely powerful. Even if Hong Yu stopped attacking and quickly dodged, Xianxian would not be able to stop them. Of course, there was no way to stop it. There was no way to escape. Xianxian was still a little indignant. At this moment, he also sensed the Heavenly King's aura in the distance. He suddenly roared, King Fang Ping, slaying Saint Jiuxuan of the Emperor's bloodline, slaying Saint Tiangui of the Emperor's bloodline, strength. Today, he will prove his Tao as a true god. As soon as these words came out, the world instantly turned dark, raging waves. In the distance, King Kuan rapidly tore through the void. At this moment, this Heavenly King's expression changed drastically. He had just become a true divinity and killed 2 sages. He wanted to go out and kill Fang Ping. However, before he could arrive, Hong Yu's expression changed. He suddenly tore open the void and left. Elder Zhang looked at Heavenly King Zhen. Heavenly King Zhen shook his head slightly and shouted, Hong Yu, where are you going? Hong Kuan wants to kill you, I'll help you. On the other side, Hong Yu, who had torn the space apart, could no longer remain calm. He cursed in his heart, is this Li Zhen? How could he be so shameless? Why did you mention my name all of a sudden? What bad luck. Why did he have to come in now? Why did he have to meet these people? He thought that he had come in quietly and no one would notice him. Who knew that there would be people blocking the way outside? Forget it. His identity was mysterious. There were actually not many people who knew him. However, this did not include Heavenly King Zhen. At this moment, King Kuan suddenly stopped rushing in this direction. Instead, he quickly tore open the void and chased after Hong Yu. On the other side, Moon Spirit was stunned for a moment. She screamed shrilly, Hong Yu? Li Xianxia, he's Hong Yu? She did not sense any familiar aura. It's him. Heavenly King Zhen was eager to see the world in chaos. He shouted, Hong Kuan wants to kill him. Hong Yu has stolen the earthly sovereign great path and is pretending to be the earthly sovereign. Right now, he's absorbing the earthly sovereign great path. Everyone, what should we do? I don't know either. He did not mention killing Hong Yu, lest Moon Spirit went crazy looking for him. However, as soon as he said that, the other Heavenly King suddenly went crazy. What? Earthly sovereign great path, pretending to be the earthly sovereign, what did he mean? King Qian roared, are you serious? Of course. Otherwise, why would Hong Kuan fall out with him? Quick, chase after him. These 2 brothers are powerhouses who have broken 8. King Qian and the others' expressions changed. What did he mean? The earthly sovereign's avatar was Hong Yu? Impossible, impossible, even though they did not understand and were confused, at this moment, no one cared anymore. Go find Hong Yu, the heavenly kings all chased after him. Who cared about Fang Ping, Qin Yun, heavenly king Zhen? Hong Yu absorbed the earthly sovereign great path, forget it, chase after him first. Moon Spirit had already broken through the void and chased after him. Heaven's Fate did not want to go. He wanted to go to heavenly king Zhen to watch the show, but Moon Spirit kept urging him to help. Heaven's Fate was helpless, he did not want to stay here anymore. He wanted to go out. It was too dangerous here. Everyone was bullying him, however, it was also dangerous outside. King Fangping had just proven his Tao and killed a saint. He felt that if he went out, he might be in danger too. There was no safe place in this world. Father, where are you? Heaven's Fate was sorrowful. Go after him. If he followed Moon Spirit, he would at least have someone to take care of him. Now, even heavenly kings were having a hard time. They ran. On the other side, Li Zhu also tore through the void. He wanted to say something but stopped, then shook his head helplessly. This was the time to go out together, break the heaven confinement bell and go out together, go out and kill Fang Ping. In the end, these fellows were crazy. Li Zhen's words made these people go crazy. No one said anything and left. Li Zhu sighed. Heaven's will could not be disobeyed, who knew that Hong Yu would come in today? He wanted to curse. Why did Hong Yu come in now? Why did he come in? He came in, but why did he make such a big commotion? Was he afraid that others would not know he came in? Hong Yu, who was being chased, was even more depressed than him. He did not want to, he really did not want to make such a big commotion. Otherwise, he would not have come in when Song Mao let him in. He came in to see his old friend, to sneak a peek. His aura had changed, he could not even tell who he was. How could he have known that Li Zhen was so observant and recognized him so quickly? Hong Yu felt like killing himself. The human race, there really wasn't a single good person in the human race, that was not right. Li Zhen had stayed with the humans for so many years. He was probably the one who had led the humans to this state, gone. They were all gone. Qin Yun was stunned. What happened? Go out and kill Fang Ping, a true god killing a saint. How big of a deal is this? Don't you feel threatened? Why are all of you chasing after Hong Yu? Most importantly, how do you know that this fellow is speaking the truth? At this moment, Zhang Tao and Heavenly King Zhen's attacks had arrived. Zhang Tao sneered and said disdainfully, you think you are worthy of causing trouble? When I was playing this trick, you were not even revived yet. He wanted to say that he was not born yet, but on second thought, he was an antique. He could not use that. Qin Yun's plan to cause trouble was easily resolved by Heavenly King Zhen. Old Zhang rejoiced. That was Hong Yu? It's all thanks to him. What a coincidence. If not for Hong Yu acting as a shield, Qin Yun's words might have caused the heavenly kings to go berserk. They might have forcefully broken the heaven confining bell and escaped. Now, the danger was gone. The heavenly kings had escaped. Old Zhang thanked Hong Yu. Heavenly King Zhen nodded slightly. Hong Yu had come at the right time. This fellow was practically a free target. Now, things were going to get interesting. As the two of them chatted, a 7-petal lotus and a 6-petal lotus brushed past Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not even have a chance to escape. In a daze and despair, he watched helplessly as the lotus engulfed him. His golden body was instantly destroyed and his mentality disappeared. Not only that, even the source world was cut off. Silently and without a sound, Qin Yun disappeared completely. After disappearing for a while, there was a fluctuation between heaven and earth. A great Tao appeared again. It collapsed instantly. Today, the third sage died even faster than the last. Jiushuan's death was considered fast, but Qin Yun perished even faster. He was too unlucky. 2 powerhouses attacked him, but no one could stop them. How could he reason with them? At this moment, old Zhang and Heavenly King Zhen looked at each other. Without a word, they quickly grabbed Tian Mu and left. If they did not leave now, what if these fellows came back, at the same time? In a dark place. Warlord looked at Li Zhen. After a while, he said, we were hallucinating, right? Li Zhen nodded solemnly. Yes, you were right, we were hallucinating. someone deliberately set Fang Ping up. Despicable, kill 2 saints? Who would believe that, who was so black-hearted to set Fang Ping up like that? As he spoke, Li Zhen thought for a while and said, this person is talking nonsense, but… Patriarch Jiang, I've decided to go out alone to hunt venerable emperors. Don't come with me. Warlord glanced at him. You said you didn't believe it. Why are you so agitated? Are you going out alone? Are you afraid that you'll embarrass yourself if you go out? I don't want to go with you either. Warlord coughed softly and said, all right, then we'll go our separate ways. You go do your thing. I want to practice too. After all, Fang Ping has become a paragon. We can't improve too slowly, right? They only admitted that Fang Ping was a paragon. They would never admit that he had killed a saint. 2. Both of them cursed in their hearts. The saints in the outside world were too useless, but useless was good too. Li Zhen said as he walked, we should be able to kill a saint when we go out. A group of newly awakened saints is definitely not as strong as an emperor. That's right. Let's go out and kill one with one punch. It's not difficult. Warlord agreed. You're right. Both of them were already walking further and further away. Li Zhen and Warlord turned around at the same time and suddenly laughed. Li Zhen shook his head and said, King. I now understand why Zhang Tao is a king, but I am not. He's stronger than me. He's also better at judging people. Li Changxing, whom I'm optimistic about, if it weren't for Fang Ping, he might not even be a rank 8 now. Patriarch Jiang, I'm leaving. I won't kill a saint this time, but I still have to kill an emperor. Otherwise, I'll be too ashamed to go back. Warlord said sheepishly, go, go. I'll be too ashamed. One became a heavenly king, the other killed a saint. Even you, the guy who wore diapers in front of me when I was young, achieved emperor earlier than me. I'll go find old Shen and the rest. He left too. Go find Shen Haoyan and the rest first, tell them, I'm an emperor, and you're the paragons. Isn't it embarrassing? Everyone revived together and cultivated together. How could you be the paragons? It was too embarrassing. Both of them left. This time, they left with the thought of not returning until they killed an emperor. They were happy that Fang Ping was strong. But he was too strong. That sense of loss still filled everyone's mind. They had watched helplessly as Fang Ping surpassed them step by step. Old Zhang was slightly better. He had also become a heavenly king. Fang Ping might not be able to surpass him in a short period of time. But they could not. At this moment, these human powerhouses were excited and filled with infinite desire. I want to become stronger too. The sky turned dark. Pitch black. The blood rain was still pouring. Fang Ping looked at the sky and murmured, that's strange. Xianxia died when he entered? Who did such a vicious thing? The saints killed him just like that. Could it be King Kuan? Everyone took a step back. At this moment, everyone's hearts were cold. Xianxia was dead. It did not take more than 10 seconds. This saint powerhouse died when he entered the fake heavenly grave. The few saints who were prepared to barge in earlier were now terrified. Fortunately, someone had barged in. They dared not continue to enter. Otherwise, they might follow in Xianxia's footsteps. At this moment, they looked at Fang Ping with vigilance and fear. If this was not arranged by Fang Ping, they would have killed themselves. This guy was so ruthless, so vicious, he was so calculative at such a young age. Where did he learn it from? It was already beyond imagination that he could achieve Tao. All these years, did he still have time to think about those conspiracies? Fang Ping said innocently, everyone, it's really a misunderstanding. I didn't expect it to be like this. I know, it must be that guy who came later who did it. Fang Ping understood. It's him. Hong Yu. The earthly emperor's bloodline is really ruthless. When he mentioned Hong Yu, a few people in the crowd changed their expressions. At this moment, Kai Dai and the rest suddenly distanced themselves from Sky Sword and the rest. Was it Hong Yu? They did not sense a familiar aura, but the one who came later was obviously a heavenly king powerhouse. This matched what Fang Ping had said earlier. Hong Yu was hiding in the dark. Moreover, he entered with Qin Yun. In an instant, Qin Yun died. While they suspected Fang Ping, they could not help but think that it could also be Hong Yu who did it. After all, Hong Yu was the heavenly king who was most likely to do it. He was following behind. At this moment, even Sky Sword and the rest were uncertain. Did Hong Yu do it? Did they wrongly accuse Fang Ping? As for Fang Ping, he looked innocent and did not feel guilty at all. Speaking of which, Hong Yu had helped him before. However, Fang Ping always felt that this guy was scheming. When Qin Fengqin was with him, he felt that Hong Yu was not that pure. It was fine now. He could blame it on Hong Yu. These people did not know the inside story anyway. Fang Ping sighed. 3 saints have died today. Everyone, do you still want to continue? If we continue to die like this, 3 will die a day. Even if 100 or so saints are all revived, it will only be a month's worth. Tens of thousands of years of accumulation. It's not good to finish fighting in a month, right? Everyone cursed in their hearts. Did he have the cheek to say this? Fang Ping stretched and smiled. If you're not going to fight, then let's disperse. Honestly, why are we fighting to the death now? Will killing me bring you any benefits? There's actually no benefit to me killing you. There's not much use. The Emperor Avenue has not appeared, and the heavenly kings are still holding back. We're fighting hard now. If we all die in the end, who will benefit? Fang Ping advised earnestly, everyone, it's not easy to live until now. Don't fight and kill all the time. You haven't even recovered your peak combat strength. If you die now, won't it be a loss? Look, 3 died at once. They're still half-baked saints. Their strength hasn't even reached their peak. They died especially fast, Fang Ping sighed. Forget it, forget it. Let's disperse. Sky Sword, the rest of you, go and recover. Don't think too much. Also, after Windcloud Saint and I disperse, don't think about killing us one by one. It's obviously hopeless. You're not me, you can hide your aura. You can't kill a saint if you attack alone. When you attack together, you can't hide your aura. You can use a saint order, but if you're on guard, you can still detect it. I'm saying all this to tell you not to waste time. Everyone, give each other some time. I'll go improve my Tao as an emperor, and you guys go and recover your strength. Right now, you fight each other, it's not necessary. Fang Ping was like a parent, instructing everyone, smiling. Really, don't waste time. Let's wait for those heavenly kings to come out before we talk, okay? Those who should go into closed-door cultivation, go do it. I won't ambush and assassinate you. Everyone will be fine. Seeing that their faces were dark and they did not speak, Fang Ping smiled. I'm also giving you a chance. Think about it, there are still people who have not recovered. Right now, the other emperor's bloodlines are weak. Is this appropriate? If you kill them, the latecomers will recover and take advantage of it. Will you be happy? If you want to fight, wait until everyone is alive, then fight. Fang Ping lectured Sky Sword and the others as if he was lecturing his son. Don't mess around. Among all the forces, you guys are the most complicated. You guys follow Earthly Sovereign. Do you know what's going on with Earthly Sovereign? Both of their sons have fallen out. Maybe there's an inside story. In the end, you guys will realize that we're actually in the same group. Won't you feel guilty if you die? Sky Sword gave him a deep look. Without another word, he broke through the air and left. When the others saw this, they did not say anything and left one after another. They could not fight anymore. They also felt aggrieved in today's battle, and it was also very inexplicable. First, the God Creation Envoy's 3 avatars appeared. Then, a saint appeared in the human world, Jianghao. Then, Fang Ping proved his Tao. Then, Tiangue was killed by him. In short, they also felt that it was really not necessary to continue fighting today. They left. Kai Dai and the others looked at each other. Without saying a word, they broke through the air and left the place. 3 saints died in a day. They were also terrified. Fang Ping was in danger, Sky Sword's side was also in danger. At this moment, they needed help. They had to wait for the powerhouses of each bloodline to recover. Now they had to lie low and recover their strength. They could not fight anymore. Seeing this, Taoist Feng Yun also smiled and said, then this old man will leave first, as he said that, he suddenly said, "Where's Di Xing?" "Where's Di Xing?" Deep under the sea. Di Xing and Taoist Ming Ting were currently exhausted from fighting with the Emperor-level monster beast. Two people and one monster looked at each other for a long time. You look at me, I look at you. After an unknown period of time, Ming Ting could not take it anymore and said, "Do you still want to fight? They seem to have forgotten about us. A few saints have died. Do you still want to continue? Disperse." Di Xing said, a little sad. The three of us Emperor levels were fighting in the depths of the sea. In the end, those guys had all run away. What was there to fight for? Fang Ping had proven his Dao, yet he did not kill this monster beast. It was as if he had forgotten about them. He was about to explode with anger. The whale monster beast also said, "You and I are only following orders. There's no need to continue fighting. If we don't leave now, no matter which side wins, they will remember us. One of us will fall. Both of you." Two people and one monster looked at each other again. Without further ado, they left quickly. Even they were dazzled by today's battle. They thought that Fang Ping was extremely dangerous. Who knew, in the end, Fang Ping had killed a saint. Today, 3 saints had died. If they continued fighting, their deaths would not be worth it. Others would talk about the saints' deaths. They might not even be on the death list. If no one cared about the Emperor level's death, they would really die a wrong death. Heaven and earth were quiet. Except for the blood rain that continued. With the death of 3 sages, it was clear that this rain of blood would not end so quickly. A true god died. Li Chongxing killed him. No emperor level died. On the contrary, the strongest saint had the most deaths today. This was also beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, Fang Ping, who had bid farewell to Yu Wei and Feng Yun, calmly flew toward the earth's passageway. He looked indifferent. In reality, Fang Ping was so tired that he wanted to sleep. A total of 10 saints had attacked them. If he had not succeeded in proving his Tao, today might have been humanity's annihilation day. How could it be so easy? He was too tired. He was so tired that he wanted to sleep right now. He was tired. The cat was tired too. Li Chongxing and Wu Quishan were also very tired. None of them could relax. At the passageway entrance, Jiang Hao glanced at Fang Ping. He did not say anything. After watching for a while, he left on his own. Today's battle was beyond everyone's expectations. He didn't expect that things would end up like this. The humans and the catacombs did not lose much. The unlucky ones were Emperor Nan and Emperor Renhuang. Who would have thought that a saint had fallen? Moreover, Hong Yu had entered the fake sky grave. At this moment, Jiang Hao also needed to think about the possible changes that might occur. Fang Ping did not care about him. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at the passageway, a smile on his face. He was back once again. Every time he left Earth, he did not know if he could return. Just like today, if Feng Yun and the rest had attacked, would he still be able to return alive? Gambling on luck. I've gambled for 3 years. I hope that next time, I can go to war with full confidence and return with full confidence. Fang Ping murmured. He finally had the ability to be independent. He won consecutive battles. When Fang Ping returned, the whole world was brightly lit. Everyone was waiting for King Fang Ping to return victorious again. In less than 2 months, the humans had won every battle, annihilating many hostile forces. At this moment, everyone knew the reason for the change in the sky. When powerhouses fell, there would definitely be a change in the sky. On Earth, a rain of blood fell. Obviously, powerhouses had fallen. Everyone was sure that it was the enemy. It could only be the enemy. There were too few human martial artists above the desperate realm. If it was a human, the sky would collapse. Everyone was waiting for the news of victory. They were waiting for the King Ping to return and announce to the world that they had won again. As Fang Ping said, if he did not fall, the humans would not fall. If he fell, most of the people's hearts would disperse. Outside the Magic City catacombs, Skywood's incarnation of an old man came through the flight step. He looked at Fang Ping with a helpless expression and said softly, "I was entangled by a saint. I can't enter the catacombs to help, Fang Ping nodded slightly and smiled. It's enough for Elder Mu to protect Earth. Skyward was entangled by a catacombs temple master. Both sides confronted each other for a long time. Only when a saint had fallen did that person leave. On this point, Fang Ping did not think it was inappropriate. Without Skyward's deterrence, something big might happen. Skyward staying on Earth saved him a lot of trouble and worries. Skyward saw that he did not say anything and breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, it was also extremely shocked. 3 saints had died, obviously, it was not the humans. Fang Ping was actually only a rank 9. After proving his Tao this time, he actually possessed the combat strength of a saint. It was too shocking. Previously, it chose to rely on the humans for this reason. Skyward said no more. Fang Ping looked around. The sky was already dark, but Magic City was still as bright as day. Everyone was waiting, Fang Ping smiled. This was almost becoming a routine. If he did not say a few words today, he was afraid that countless people would not be able to sleep. We won. 2 short words swept across the place again. This was more beautiful than anything else. Golden Age, boiling, countless people cheered. Countless people walked out of their homes. It was like a festival, dancing in joy. The longevity swordsman killed the top demons in the Forbidden Sea and proved his Tao. General of 100 battles, Tian Mu, has made a breakthrough in the midst of battle and has proven his Tao to the peak. He has battled the powerhouses of the catacombs and entered the martial king realm. Everyone, as support, we will definitely return victorious. Fang Ping's voice reverberated in all directions. The cheers grew louder and louder. Another 2 humans had reached the peak of Tao validation. In just a short period of time, 3 powerhouses had proven their Taos, which also encouraged everyone. Fang Ping paused for a moment. Then, he said with a smile, this time, I've also made some achievements. I've killed 2 ancient saints. King Wu and Heavenly King Zhen, assist us in killing an ancient saint. Invincible. Invincible. Only the word invincible resounded throughout the world. A martial king had proven his Tao to become a heavenly king, and a human king had slain 2 ancient great sages. The peak strength of the human race could finally be brought out to the public. The stronger Fang Ping and the others were, the stronger humans were, the safer they were. Now, everyone knew a lot more. They knew about the situation in the catacombs, the situation in the other grotto heavens and grandmasters. In other places, mortals were like ants, the weak were all ants, the life and death of the strong were in their hands, and the weak did not dare to disobey. Only the human race, even if they were just ordinary people, they also enjoyed everything that ordinary people could not enjoy. Perhaps it was hard, perhaps it was tiring, but at least they would not fall asleep and have their souls return to hell. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. In the past, some people complained that the treatment of martial artists was too high. Now, no one complained. That was what they deserved. Not only did they deserve it, but they should be given better and higher. Martial artists were the most adorable people in this era. They fought everywhere, pulled the battlefront to the foreign territory, and did not let the enemy take a step into the line of defense. The amount of blood they had sacrificed was unimaginable to ordinary people. Magic City. The people were cheering, seething, and jumping for joy. The lights were flashing, and it was colorful. Fireworks were rising. This was a celebration. Fang Ping floated in the air quietly. Around him, Wu Quishan and the others had already started to take over with the martial artists on Magic City's side, settling down after the war. No one talked to Fang Ping, but no one would ignore him either. One by one, the martial artists looked at Fang Ping, their eyes full of worship. The human king had fought everywhere and won every battle. Great victories came one after another. For the past 100 years, the martial artist's humiliation had been returned by the human king one by one. No one could oppress the human race anymore. In the past, the foreign territory was in turmoil. Now, it was the human race who killed all the way to the restricted area, forcing the foreign territory powerhouses to escape into the inner territory, not daring to invade again. In the past 3 years, the human race's situation was getting better and better. When Fang Ping was cultivating, it coincided with the catacombs turmoil. The The human race was in decline, the Tiannan catacombs were broken, and the Magic City catacombs were in chaos. At that time, most of the martial arts powerhouses were very pessimistic. Even if they were not afraid of war, they felt that the human race was going to be defeated, and the race would be destroyed. For this reason, the government even proposed a seed conservation plan, ready to let a group of civilization seeds wander the starry sky at any time. Today, however, no one mentioned it again. 3 years later, even if the situation was still urgent, the human race had killed countless strong enemies. At this moment, everyone was full of confidence. Even if the human race was defeated, the other parties would not have a good time either. All of this was related to the young man in front of them. Fang Ping, who was floating in the air, looked calm, but he could not hide the exhaustion deep in his eyes. The more the human race expected of him, the more pressure he felt. With the recovery of the ancient powerhouses, Fang Ping was already a little powerless. The ultimate qualitative change would only happen once. He had the combat strength of a saint, but it was too difficult to advance further. How would he deal with those heavenly kings, or even the revived emperors? The human race is still not strong enough, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He knew that the human race was not strong enough now. It was only the individual who was strong. In terms of overall strength, they were still lagging behind a lot. Desperate Realm, 2 were born this time. It seemed like a lot, but Fang Ping still felt that it was too little. The core strength of Emperor level was also seriously lacking. Fang Ping, who was thinking about this, suddenly felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. The next moment, Fang Ping suddenly looked at the cat. On the other side, the cat was exhausted, dozing off, nodding its fat head as if it wanted to sleep. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at it. The cat sensed it, lifting its head, looking at Fang Ping innocently. What was it again? The man and the cat looked at each other. After a while, Fang Ping's face twisted. Big cat. Did you forget something? The cat looked at him blankly, nodding quickly. I did forget something. Did the old man who took my Sky Destroyer sword bring back the fish he killed? Fang Ping's expression was ferocious. Think again. The cat looked innocent. What else was there? Where's Fang Yuan? Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Where did you put Fang Yuan? At this moment, the world was quiet. The cat blinked. Yes, where was little chubby face, little chubby face? Did he eat him when he was about to run? He seemed to have eaten him, the cat remembered. The next moment, the cat opened its mouth wide and spat. After a while, Fang Yuan appeared on the spot with an innocent look on her face. When she saw Fang Ping, she immediately felt wronged. She said with a long face, Brother, big cat is so disgusting. It ate me. It's fine if it ate me, but it also stuffed me into a garbage dump. There's garbage everywhere. The cat's face was full of indignation. It muttered, Who said it was a garbage dump? It's a storage cabinet, okay? It's filled with delicious food. Fang Yuan said in grief and indignation, Storage cabinet? There's canned fish everywhere. They're all barbecued. It's so smelly. Seeing that she was fine, Fang Ping did not care about her complaints. He looked at the cat and said with some surprise, Where did you put him? He was also a powerhouse. He could also swallow people and trap them in his body. However, according to Fang Yuan, the cat seemed to have stuffed her into the storage space. Could a storage space store living people? The cat muttered. He stuffed her into his stomach. You can store living people in your storage space? That's not a storage space, the cat said innocently, that's my warehouse. It's used to store food. Let's not talk about that. How can you store living people? Oh. The cat said casually, maybe it has something to do with my cat world. My warehouse is actually connected to my cat world. Maybe I sprinkled some origin soil in, and the warehouse can store living people. A little origin soil? Fang Ping looked at Fang Yuan. How big is that place? Fang Yuan said hurriedly, as big as a football field. It's all food, piled up in a mess. Brother, don't be fooled by Big Cat's clean appearance. He's actually very messy. A lot of food has been unsealed, but he just threw it on the ground. There's also a lot of cooked food, but he threw it back after eating half of it. The cat muttered, It doesn't taste good. If it doesn't taste good, he just threw it back. If there's no more food in the future, he can eat it again. Fang Ping laughed. You really know how to save food. The key was, where did this cat get so much origin soil from? A warehouse the size of a football field. It was too big. Fang Ping himself had used origin soil and conjured a piece of real land in the source world. It was very, very small, probably about the size of a table. This was already considered quite a lot. How could the cat be so big? Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly said, your cat world also has origin soil. The cat said matter-of-factly, yes. The cat world is paved with origin soil. Fang Ping was speechless. Not far away, Tian Mu's old face twitched. He felt that it was time for him to leave. If he stayed any longer, his heart would explode. Then why don't you store food in the cat world? The cat looked at him like he was an idiot. Then why don't you sleep in the supermarket? A place to eat is a place to eat, and a place to sleep is a place to sleep. If it smells bad, how can I stay in the cat world? Fang Ping was speechless. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was fine. Fang Ping could not be bothered to say anything more. He waved his hand and said, you guys go home first. He still had something to do and had to go out. The cat did not care. After the fight, he was tired and wanted to go back to sleep. Star Town. Small world. The God Creation Envoy was still reading. In front, the void fluctuated. The God Creation Envoy did not even raise his head and said lightly, I told you not to betray me, but you still betrayed me. Who asked you to tell the cat that I'm back? Fang Ping smiled and said, I didn't say it. Someone else recognized me. Senior God Creation Envoy is indeed remarkable. At that time, his avatar had already dispersed, but he still knew what happened later. The God Creation Envoy yawned and said indifferently, who said that there can only be 3 avatars? I'll leave one to watch the show. Why can't I? As long as Senior is happy. Fang Ping looked at him and bowed slightly. Thank you for your help this time, Senior. If it weren't for the help of Senior's avatar, I'm afraid Fang Ping would have completely fallen this time. Fang Ping actually did not expect that the other party would have so many saints. He thought that 4 or 5 would be good enough, but in the end, there were 10, if not for the power of the God-crafting envoy, the 3 clones would have entangled the 3 saints. He would have been finished from the start. It's just a transaction. The God Creation Envoy said indifferently, when you obtain the 9 Emperor seal in the future, don't forget what you promised this old man. Of course not. Fang Ping smiled. Senior, I heard that you're a grandmaster in weaponsmithing. Wrong. The God Forging Envoy did not even raise his head as he snorted, Grandmaster? A grandmaster isn't even fit to carry my shoes. This old man is a God-ranked blacksmith. Obviously, he felt that Fang Ping had underestimated him. Fang Ping laughed dryly. After thinking for a while, he said, Senior, I have something to ask you. I don't know. The God Creation Envoy was not interested in paying attention to him. Seeing this, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, then forget it. The Ash Cat said that it misses Senior. I'll ask the Ash Cat to visit Senior more often in the future. Stop. The God Creation Envoy raised his head. The old man's expression was ugly, although he felt that the Ash Cat was rather cute. But this cat sometimes gave people headaches. It was fine in the past, but now this cat had lost everything. If he were to find himself, he would have to wait for his head to explode. The pot was gone, the fishing rod was broken, the divine mirror was broken, the heaven confining bell was gone, the sky bell was gone, the current Ash Cat was poor and white. If it saw him, it would not leave. If you dare to let the Ash Cat come here, this old man will kill you right now. Fang Ping was full of smiles. Speak properly. Finally, there was something to check and balance this old man. In space. Fang Ping and the God Creation Envoy sat opposite each other. Fang Ping said, what's the situation with the Earthly Emperor's bloodline? The God Creation Envoy drank his tea, crossed his legs, and said lazily, how would this old man know? I've been trapped for 8,000 years. Senior, the Ash Cat really misses Senior. The God Creation Envoy's expression was unfriendly. He snorted and pondered for a moment before saying, "This old man doesn't know the specifics. I only know that 8,000 years ago, when the divine sect first appeared, it was established by the two sons of the earthly emperor. After that, there seemed to be internal strife, and Hong Yu brought some people out to be independent. After that, the earthly emperor's avatar appeared. At that time, this old man did not notice anything wrong, but later." The God Creation envoy hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hong Kuan did not recognize the earthly emperor's avatar. No one in the outside world knew that Hong Kuan was still alive at that time, but Xianxia still knew. This was his father. How could a son not recognize the emperor as his father?" At that time, there were some doubts, but the emperor's prestige was too strong, and no one dared to mention it. Moreover, most people did not know the situation. Fang Ping thought for a moment and interrupted, "It's not a problem if King Kuan doesn't approve of it. Actually, I'm more curious. Why didn't Moon Spirit have any contact with the earthly emperor god dynasty at that time, and didn't look for her father-in-law, Moon Spirit?" The God Creation envoy thought for a moment and said, "Maybe she knows something. You have to know that when the heavenly realm was shattered, the northern emperor blade came through the void and found Moon Spirit. The earthly emperor sword was given to her by Hong Yu, and this was the earthly emperor's sword. If the earthly emperor really returned, the earthly emperor's sword should have reacted. Maybe it was because of the earthly emperor's sword that Moon Spirit felt that there was a problem. Other than Moon Spirit herself, I'm afraid no one else knows." After saying that, the God Creation envoy said impatiently, "Do you want to speak or should I?" "Continue listening, don't interrupt if you have nothing to say." The earthly emperor's avatar appeared and established the earthly emperor god dynasty. The emperor's prestige was still there, and no one in the three realms dared to resist. This situation lasted for thousands of years, but in the later stages, some problems appeared. The God Creation envoy recalled for a moment. He had never gone out in the past few years, and many things were told to him by the heavenly king. At this moment, the old man recalled for a while and said slowly, "In the years since the earthly emperor's avatar appeared, Hong Yu seemed to have completely disappeared. At first, those who knew didn't think too much about it. But later on, they realized that the divine sect and the earthly emperor god dynasty seemed to be fighting openly and secretly. This time, there was a big problem. No matter how much the earthly emperor doted on his son, he wouldn't be unable to control his son. Where did Hong Kuan get the courage to go against the earthly emperor? The two sides had even started a war in the dark. Of course, no one knew about it. Later on, the divine sect took the initiative to expose the secret. The earthly emperor was fake, not the earthly emperor. This time, the three realms was a little chaotic. Of course, at first, no one dared to believe it. The earthly emperor's flaw was also related to Hong Kuan. He had secretly made a move, and in fact, a short battle had broken out in the divine court of the earthly emperor god dynasty. His target was the earthly emperor's avatar. At this time, some of the powerhouses in the three realms realized that something was wrong. Tengu and the others all sensed that something was wrong. Then, there was the matter of Tengu provoking the earthly emperor. This time, it was also a fuse. Everyone saw the earthly emperor's weakness, and, it might be fake, deceiving the three realms for 3,000 years. When Fang Ping heard this, he said in disbelief, "In that case, the avatar might be fake too. Is it Hong Yu in disguise?" "That's possible. Are the powerhouses of the three realms fools? Can't you see that?" The God Creation envoy said unhappily, "Nonsense, do you dare to investigate the emperor? He is full of the emperor's aura. Who would eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts to investigate the emperor unscrupulously? Of course, they can hide it from everyone. Then the avatar, or the demon emperor is Hong Yu? It's hard to say," the God Creation envoy muttered. "It might not be a fake avatar. It might be the real earthly emperor's projection. It's just that, it might be controlled by Hong Yu. Then why did he establish the demon emperor god dynasty, idiot?" The God Creation envoy said disdainfully, "Is it hard to understand the emperor gathering Tao? If you can become the human king, he can become the king of the three realms. The three realms respect this person. Of course, it's also difficult. After all, he is acting as the earthly emperor. If he uses his own identity, Hong Yu's identity to become the king of the three realms, he might really succeed. The God creation envoy thought for a moment, then added, when the earthly emperor God dynasty was still around, it was actually very popular. Hong Yu is also a genius. Those 3,000 years should be the most peaceful period in the past 8,000 years. If this continues, in another few thousand years, Hong Yu will gradually replace the earthly emperor's position. In the end, he will make the earthly emperor abdicate, and he might really succeed. Unfortunately, he was exposed by Hong Kuan later on, and the earthly emperor God dynasty was besieged by all sides. After saying that, the God creation envoy said indifferently, that time, it was not like what you heard. Only the overseas immortal islands and the heavens beyond heaven took action. If that was the case, the earthly emperor God dynasty could easily annihilate these guys. That time, there were many people who took action: Xianxia, Hong Kuan, the Sea Guardian, the Palm Seal Envoy, a few heavenly kings. They all secretly took action and suppressed the earthly emperor God dynasty, which led to their defeat. Fang Ping nodded. He could actually see some of it. The earthly emperor God dynasty was very powerful. The hall masters were all saint-rank powerhouses, and the two kings were only hall masters back then. Now, they were already close to becoming heavenly kings. If only the emperor-rank powerhouses had taken action, how could they have caused such a huge divine court to collapse? Hong Yu died later on? Fang Ping asked again. The God creation envoy nodded and said, he should be dead. That's why we said that he might be the earthly emperor's avatar. Because that time, the earthly emperor's avatar was killed. Of course, at that time, I wasn't sure if the earthly emperor's avatar was Hong Yu, but... The God creation envoy recalled for a while before saying, but that day, two heavenly king powerhouses fell, and it doesn't match. King Li was killed by the avatar back then, and the others also killed the earthly emperor's avatar. Logically speaking, the death of the avatar should not have any abnormalities. No one had ever seen a change when the avatar died. Of course, the emperor might be special. In addition, when the heavenly king died in battle, there was a huge commotion. The death of the avatar also covered up some abnormalities. But this old man and Xianxia felt that something was wrong. That was clearly the commotion caused by the fall of the two heavenly kings. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. That's why Hong Yu was killed that time. And now, Hong Yu has been resurrected. Hong Yu. If you say that the guy who barged in later. Something might be wrong. It might be Hong Yu, but it might not be. The God creation envoy continued, but he should have been taking the initiative to prepare for his resurrection. The God creation envoy looked at Fang Ping and said, Tianji and Tianming, these two fellows, might be his backup. Back then, these two fellows left the Earth Emperor Divine Court as soon as the avatar fell. These two fellows were saints at that time, but they did not fight much and quickly left with their people. After that, the war between the North and the South broke out, and a large number of powerhouses died. All of this might be to prepare for Hong Yu's resurrection. The God creation envoy knew a lot, and most of it was told to him by Heavenly King Jin. At this moment, Fang Ping also connected many things. First, the Heavenly King standing behind the sky beyond heaven should be King Li, one of the 8 kings. In the end, he died in battle that time. Second, the earthly emperor's avatar was most likely Hong Yu in disguise. He wanted to become the king of the 3 realms and become an emperor. He almost succeeded. Third, the divine sect was not the only one who caused trouble in the dark during the war between the North and the South. The 2 kings were also the initiators. Fourth, the 2 kings might know Hong Yu's identity. Otherwise, they would not be on bad terms with King Kuan. When they met King Kuan previously, they were quite cold. Fang Ping still did not know that when the 2 kings had just revived, they had mentioned rebuilding the heavenly court. If he knew, he might have some ideas. The 2 kings knew that there were heavenly kings in the 3 realms, but at that time, they were full of confidence to rebuild the heavenly court. Who gave them the confidence? Was it because they could fight a heavenly king together, or they knew that someone was coming back? This time, was the resurrection of Sky Sword and the others also because of Hong Yu? But if that was the case, why did Hong Yu not attack him? If he attacked personally, with the combat strength of a heavenly king, Fang Ping would not be a match for him no matter what. After knowing a lot of things and solving a series of mysteries, Fang Ping had a lot more doubts. Did Hongyu and Hongkuan fall out because of this? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. He had to pay attention to the bloodline of the earthly emperor. This bloodline was too powerful. The more he knew, the easier it would be to face it in the future. At this moment, the God Creation envoy suddenly said, "That guy, the earthly emperor, maybe he really is not dead." Of course, maybe, the one who really died is this guy. The God Creation envoy muttered, "He knows a lot of things and is involved in too many things. In my opinion, most of the 9 emperors are either not dead, or they are almost dead. If they are dead, the earthly emperor might be among them." Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. This news was quite important. If that was the case, the inside story of the Heavenly Realm battle back then would be even more complicated. The earthly emperor, who had been jumping the most obviously, might be the only emperor to die. This news made countless thoughts rise in Fang Ping's mind. The Heavenly Realm battle was the most confusing battle in tens of thousands of years. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors were all gone. It could be said that that battle had completely changed the entire 3 realms. And now, Fang Ping had also begun to gradually come into contact with this battle, with the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Fang Ping exhaled lightly. The future world was even more magnificent. He could even predict how the 3 realms would be shaken when the Emperor and the Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor returned. After asking about the Earth Emperor God dynasty for a while, Fang Ping quickly took out 2 saint tokens. The God Creation envoy looked at Fang Ping and raised his eyebrows slightly. "What are you doing?" Fang Ping smiled. "I've studied these 2 saint tokens. They should be in the same series. Other than the different words on the big seal, the rest are exactly the same. It feels like a copy. If you have something to say, just say it." Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "I feel that this saint token should be able to be fused. I wonder if the God Creation envoy can help me fuse these 2 big seals?" Fuse. The God Creation envoy frowned and did not take the saint token. After a while, he said, "There's no need to fuse. Forcefully fusing might destroy the saint token. The 9 Emperor seals, 8 Heavenly King seals, 36 Saint tokens, a total of 45 seals can be combined to form a new divine weapon. This kind of divine weapon is extremely troublesome to construct. This is also the only time in this old man's life that I feel that the divine weapon created by the 9 emperors is not bad." The God Creation envoy was very proud, but this time he had a little more approval. He explained, the 9 Emperor seal was mainly created by the 9 emperors, but the 4 emperors had also participated. It can be said that this divine weapon is a crystallization of the powerhouses of the 3 realms. There are also some special functions that I don't know much about. However, I know one thing. The materials used to create the 9 Emperor seal are not simple. Many things are treasures that have already disappeared. For example, some things in the source world, Origin Earth? Fang Ping said. The God Creation envoy shook his head slightly and said, "Yes, but not only this. The 9 Emperor seal is a symbol and also a supreme divine weapon. It represents the heavenly court's orthodox rule over the 3 realms. At the same time, it is also a kind of recognition of the Origin Tao. The Heavenly Court walks on the Origin Tao and is also the orthodox proof of the Origin Tao's inheritance for countless years. This thing, if it's separated, its use is actually limited. It's not even as powerful as some divine weapons. However, if anyone can gather all 45 seals, it will definitely be of great use. Even I am not sure about this 45, Fang Ping sighed. There were too many. And some of the saint tokens had been lost. It was impossible for the 36 sages of the past to all be alive. Some of their sage badges had already been lost. The 3 realms was so big, where could they find them? Fang Ping thought of this and suddenly said, "If the saint token is lost in the Sanjiao Gate, can it still be found?" "Sure." The God Creation envoy laughed. "What do you think the world behind the Sanjiao Gate is?" Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Very quickly, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Source world?" "Not bad." The God Forging envoy nodded, "It is the source world. Strictly speaking, the Sanjiao Gate was the gate of the Great Tao. But where was the Great Tao? In the Origin universe. Therefore, the Sanjiao Gate leads to some origin stars. The things you lost in the Xianxia gate can be found in the origin universe, provided that you can find them in the vast universe. This time, the God Creation Envoy said a few more words: a person's origin star can be moved. In other words, where you are is where your origin is. If two experts are very close to each other, then their origin stars won't be too far from each other. The God Creation Envoy said, of course, this is not far away, it is relatively speaking. For example, you and I, now that we are together, our origin stars are also the closest to each other. However, if you want to find my origin star in the origin world, then you may have to spend a lot of time. However, the stronger you are, the more obvious your senses will be. If you reach the Heavenly King stage, maybe you can also sense the location of this old man's origin star. The God Creation Envoy came to talk and said with a smile, do you know that the origin universe is actually divided into levels? What do you mean? Just like how we divide space into 9 heavens, the essence universe is pretty much the same. The reason why Tao corroborating heavenly kings are able to sense their essence stars is because it's a process of transition. Their essence stars rise to a higher level. Fang Ping did not know much about the origin universe, or rather, he knew almost nothing about it. At this moment, he was also interested. This was the secret of the origin Tao, or rather, a world that only powerhouses were qualified to understand. Even a rank 9 could not sense it too clearly. Fang Ping was like a student, asking, Senior, is the origin world an illusion or a real existence? When I materialized the Sanjiao gate at rank 6, I felt that the Sanjiao gate seemed to appear in another world. If it was an illusion, then wouldn't the Sanjiao gate be fake? If it was real, then would there be life in the origin world? Real or illusion, the God Creation Envoy laughed and said, it's hard to explain thoroughly. You can treat it as a desolate universe. It really exists. You can also treat it as an illusion because the people of the origin universe can't enter it. What enters is only the will. This is a world where the will exists, or in your words now, this is more similar to an online game. Your will can control it, but your body can't enter it. Fang Ping understood and said, I understand a little. If the martial artist dies, will their origin universe be destroyed? Also, rank 9 can only come into contact with the origin, but rank 7 can open the Sanjiao gate. Does rank 7 also have the origin world? Sanjiao gate, the God Creation Envoy suddenly laughed and said, actually, when you cultivate the Sanjiao gate, it means that you've taken the origin Tao. True beginner martial artists, or their lineage's direct descendants, don't have the Sanjiao gate. The Sanjiao gate is only an exclusive product of the origin Tao. You have to know that the Sanjiao gate doesn't exist naturally, but was created by the late-stage 9 emperors. Actually, it can also be considered a type of divine weapon. If you don't take the origin Tao, where can you find the Sanjiao gate? Fang Ping frowned and said, that means that beginner martial artists don't have the origin stars either? Of course. The God Creation Envoy said, after a martial artist dies, his origin world won't disappear completely, but it will be destroyed. Of course, if you completely shatter his origin world, then it will disappear. But even if it disappears, the things that you have in the Sanjiao gate, unless they're destroyed, can also be found in the origin world. When the God Creation Envoy said this, he suddenly laughed and said, actually, you can try moving your origin stars and wandering around the origin universe. Maybe if you're lucky, you can pick up something. It's very difficult, like looking for a needle in a haystack. Tell me, in a universe, how difficult is it to pick up the treasures left behind by the predecessors? As he said that, he added again, many of the Ash Cat's divine weapons were actually picked up in the origin world. This fellow can roam the origin world. When the war broke out that year, the origin world was in turmoil. Some people died in battle or died. Their weapons were broken and scattered in the origin universe. At that time, the Ash Cat was nearby. In this way, if it roamed the origin, it could pick up some things. We can't roam the origin. We can only move according to our own origin stars. What kind of creature is the Ash Cat? Fang Ping asked doubtfully, why can it roam the origin? The God Creation Envoy was silent for a moment, shook his head and said, I'm not too sure, and there's no need to be very clear. Of course, you might have some judgments yourself, but these are up to you. Fang Ping did not ask any more this time. The God Creation Envoy said that the origin universe was still of some help to him. At the very least, he knew that after a martial artist died, the things in the Xianxia gate might be picked up in the origin world. In that case, if some of the saints who died back then were lost, there was still a chance to find them. Last time, Old Wang and the others said that they were killed by King Kuan's people. Those guys wanted the divine weapons, but they were still ruthless. They said that even if they lost the divine weapons, they could still find them after paying a price. In that case, they should also be searching through the origin universe. When a person died, the origin of nirvana would generally not move. It would always be there. At this time, Fang Ping did not ask any more and prepared to leave. He got up and walked a few steps. Fang Ping suddenly turned around and said, "May I ask, what is Senior's purpose?" Senior has been trapped here for 8,000 years. His strength is so powerful, and his avatar is a saint, but he has never left the mountain. Why exactly? Me? The God Creation Envoy laughed. I'm just a blacksmith. It's the same no matter where I study. Do I have to go out to forge iron? Why do you have to ask so carefully? In this world, everyone has their own selfish motives. Do you have to make it public for it to be considered correct? You, Fang Ping, don't have selfish motives? Don't you have your own secrets? If I asked you, would you tell me? Fang Ping smiled and nodded. That's true. I was presumptuous. Senior, rest well. I'll leave first. The God Creation Envoy looked at him for a while until he was about to leave. He smiled faintly. Does Unquestionable Sword not care? Let him be. Fang Ping said without turning his head. He wants to become a king. I actually won't reject him. If I really die, old Zhang will also die. I'm afraid the human race will come to an end. At this time, a heavenly king will stand up. Maybe he can still have some guts. Fang Ping left. The God Creation Envoy stared in the direction he left and suddenly laughed. Did you hear that? In my opinion, although this kid is young, he is definitely more courageous than you. If he is alive, he is not afraid that you will snatch the position of the human king. If he dies, you might be more miserable. If Fang Ping died, the human race needed another powerhouse to stand up. The powerhouse who stood up at this moment might not be so comfortable. Endure humiliation, be a dog, the human king was no longer an honor. Perhaps it was also a kind of humiliation. At this moment, the space fluctuated slightly. Jiang Hao appeared with a complicated expression. Fang Ping did not care about his existence at all. He did not take the battle for the human king seriously. Confident, ostentatious, as arrogant as ever, he knew Jiang Hao's identity, but he did not care too much. The premise was that Jiang Hao was harmless to humans. Jiang Hao was silent. After a long time, he suddenly said, "That person back then, was it Hong Yu?" How would I know? Even Heavenly King Zhen doesn't know? If he knows, would he tell me? The God Creation Envoy sneered. If he finds a woman, does he want to share it with me? Jiang Hao was speechless and turned to leave. The God Creation Envoy smiled faintly. Have you thought about resurrecting your Tao companion? Jiang Hao's movements were slightly sluggish. After a while, he said, "Ask Unquestionable Sword, I don't know." Hee. The God Creation Envoy snorted and ignored him. He yawned and said, "Deceive yourself. If you really have the guts, give up your previous life. If you don't give up, in this life, the next life, and the next life, you will always be Unquestionable Sword." What are you thinking? Do you really think that you are a new human after reincarnating your spiritual consciousness? Jiang Hao's footsteps paused. Your mouth is as annoying as the heavenly King Zhen Wang. No wonder you guys can still chat happily after 8,000 years. The God Creation Envoy said lazily, "The truth is always disgusting." Oh right, I haven't heard from the chaotic heavenly king for a long time. Where did he die? I don't know. Who are you trying to fool? The God Creation Envoy sneered, "Although I don't go out, I know everything about the three realms." That guy disappeared after the establishment of the Earth Emperor Divine Dynasty. Was he suppressed by Hong Yu, or did he run to the heavenly tomb? Why are you asking him? Just to watch the show. The God Creation envoy was almost asleep. He yawned and said weakly, "That's also a master who isn't afraid of anything. Without him, it wouldn't be lively enough." With him around, the three realms had been in chaos for 1 to 2,000 years, and there was a big show to watch every day. Now that he was gone, there was suddenly no good show to watch. The current heavenly kings were all gloomy and dull. This old man would like to see what would happen if he met Fang Ping and Zhang Tao. Two shameless people met an unreasonable heavenly king. Both of them had the temperament to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Would they fight until their brains broke? Don't say. If Tengu joins in, he will really beat his brains out. Xianxia was speechless. Did he have nothing to do? It was already chaotic enough at this time, and he still wanted to add to it. This guy was really not a good person. Xianxia could not be bothered with him and left. After he left, the God Creation envoy laughed and wrote and drew on the paper. "It's getting more and more interesting. Fight, fight, it's best if you beat your brains out. This three realms is a mess. It's good to clean it up." The God Creation envoy murmured, then continued to pick up the comic book to read. This was still interesting. Magic City. Mekmao. There were many wounded. In the 6 Southern Regions War, the MCMAU army fought against more than 3 times the number of enemies in the 6 Southern Regions, and there were many casualties. Even so, MCMAU did not have any pessimism. They were all in high spirits. Many of them had died in battle, but more had died in the catacombs. In the end, they even forced the Catacombs coalition forces to retreat behind Mount Imperial Sea. This was the first time a large army had completely driven away a territory's powerhouse. The goal was not to kill the opponent's powerhouse, but to defeat a territory in a large-scale battle. Ji Yao and the others had no choice but to retreat. If not for the fact that both sides had retreated in the end, perhaps this time humans would have officially invaded the restricted area and fought in the restricted area. Walking in MCMAU's southern area, he looked at his former classmates and teachers. At this moment, they were all carrying a strong murderous aura, more like the army than the students. Fang Ping was also filled with emotion. Back then, martial arts universities were established with the goal of cultivating martial artists to fight in the catacombs. However, at that time, it was still a little milder, and they were all small-scale individual battles. Now, these people had participated in many large-scale army battles, and there were countless casualties. In the past 1 or 2 years, there were really a lot of MCMAU instructors and students participating in battles. Everyone had undergone a transformation. Walking on the campus road, Fang Ping saw many wounded walking, and he was also thoughtful. Participating in battles too often might not be a good thing. Everyone did not have time to settle things. Many people's injuries had accumulated. It seemed like it was not a big deal, but it might be troublesome in the future. Moreover, many people had encountered bottlenecks now, and they needed some independent training. After walking for a while, Fang Ping walked to the school building in the old area. Here, there were fewer and fewer people living now. Some old people had died in battle, and some old people were now running around, fighting in various places. Since MCMAU was founded, there were really not many of the older generation left. Old Manly was still living here. Fang Ping rarely came here, but he was also familiar with the way. The small courtyard. It was unusually quiet. Li Chongqing, who had just broken through to Paragon, did not cause too much of a stir because Fang Ping was around. He was originally the first person in rank 9. Although his advancement to Paragon this time was very fast, Fang Ping had killed a saint first, so Old Manly did not receive too much attention. In the small courtyard, some green bamboos were planted. The old house already had some paint peeling, looking a little shabby. At this moment, Old Manly was drinking tea in the courtyard. When he saw Fang Ping, before he said anything, Fang Ping smiled and said, "Old Li, didn't you say goodbye? It's only been a few days, and you're already back happily. Isn't your goodbye too cheap?" Old Manly wanted to say a few more words, but at this moment, his expression was ugly. He let out a humph, too lazy to reply. "If it wasn't for you, kid, who ran into trouble, would I come back so quickly?" This kid, there was nothing good to say. Fang Ping laughed, sat down on the stone bench, minding his own business and pouring a cup of tea. It's late at night, drinking tea alone in the courtyard. Lonely? You really don't want to find a partner? Get lost. I'm serious. You're also at Paragon now. How's Nan Chongsheng? When she comes back, I'll help you with your hair. Are you going to get lost or not? Fang Ping smiled brightly, joking for a while before returning to the main topic. After this breakthrough, I didn't have time to ask. After breaking through to Paragon, did your origin Dao increase your strength? As he said that, he asked again, did your vitality have a second qualitative change? Old Manly said with some regret, vitality changed. But origin Dao still didn't increase. Fang Ping frowned. Why does your situation feel a little similar to beginner martial arts? Logically, there should be an increase. Could it be that your vitality's qualitative change is the embodiment of origin Dao? But if that's the case, your combat strength won't increase much. It's alright. Old Manly did not mind. He laughed and said, after my breakthrough, my vitality has already reached 400,000 calories. I was originally twice as much as the average rank 9. Now that there's another qualitative change, it's equivalent to my vitality reaching 1.6 million cal. If not for the fact that I've just broken through and my strength control has slipped a little, I'll definitely leave another Paragon behind today. 1.6 million calories. Very powerful. If there was an increase, then it would be 3.2 million calories. He would be an emperor-level powerhouse directly, but Fang Ping still had no clue why Old Manly did not have an increase in origin. One must know that Extreme Path Heavenly Emperors also had an increase. At the thought of this, Fang Ping said hurriedly, go ask Cat. I'm afraid there's something wrong with your path. Since you've taken the origin path, Extreme Path should also have an increase. Why isn't there an increase? Old Manly chuckled and said, don't worry about it. I feel that. Extreme Path is another kind of increase. It's because of Extreme Path that my vitality can go through a qualitative change once. That's why I can achieve 9 refinements easily, that's why I can reach Paragon so quickly. The increase in origin path might not be reflected, but I feel that this feeling isn't bad. You said beginner martial. I feel that Extreme Path is a combination of beginner martial and origin, but I'm afraid it's not too perfect. At this time, Fang Ping also thought of some things about himself. Cat's path, however, Cat and Old Manly were still slightly different. Cat's world expanded and he became stronger. That was an all-round improvement. Something seemed wrong with Old Manly. At this time, Old Manly also said, previously, when I was breaking through, someone told me that the path of Extreme Path was wrong. It should be that Hong Yu. I think he might be talking about something related to mentality. Old Manly thought for a while and said, I have a serious bias. These few days, I've never encountered anyone who pulled me into the origin world to fight. I dare not try it easily. Fang Ping, you can try it when you're free. I don't know if there will be big problems once I enter the origin world to fight. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. Yes, Old Manly's origin world might not be strong enough. If he encountered a powerhouse in the aspect of mentality, there might be big problems. Don't resist, I'll try. As Fang Ping said that, his consciousness moved. In the next moment, he pulled Old Manly directly into his origin world. In the origin world, Old Manly glanced at MCMAU, then at Sun City, deep in thought. He somewhat understood why people in these two places could break through. Fang Ping did not care about this. At this moment, he looked at Old Manly and suddenly blasted a punch. Old Manly waved his fist to block but was sent flying by Fang Ping directly. Fang Ping saw that his figure had become much more illusory and said in a low voice, the problem is a little serious. Your bias is too strong. As far as I know, even Badian Emperor actually has mentality. He even consulted Annihilation on the cultivation method of mentality. As for you, it seems like you've really integrated it completely. Now, you don't even have mentality. This clone is just a clone of your will. After Fang Ping finished speaking, he pondered for a moment and said, I don't know if I can separate your vitality and mentality now. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. The qualitative change in your vitality is actually not just vitality force anymore. It's a new energy produced after the integration of mentality and vitality force. As Fang Ping said that, he thought for a while and said, now that I've taken this path, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to turn back. I can only move forward courageously and continue on. However, I suggest that you pay more attention to the origin world. I'll provide you with some origin chi so you can consolidate it. Don't let others easily pull you into the other party's origin or let others break into your origin. This path has its pros and cons. We can see that as soon as you broke through, your vitality strength reached 1.6 million calories. Perhaps you'll have emperor-level combat strength soon. However, the cons are also very obvious. Right now, others are not paying too much attention to you. Once someone delves deeper, some of your flaws will be exposed. Old Manly nodded. His flaws were more obvious. However, he still smiled and said, it's okay. No matter how strong the enemy is, I'll break them with one sword. If they're so strong that I can't break them, I'll be dead even without the origin being broken. It's just a matter of time. It's not bad to turn all your strength into attack power and become a full attack warrior. You should worry more about yourself. Don't worry about an old man like me. Right now, you're in a more difficult situation than me. Fang Ping smiled and appeared in the outside world at the same time as Old Manly. Although Old Manly's problem was very serious, he did not care. Fang Ping could not do anything about it. In reality, he could not do anything about it. However, he knew Old Manly's combat strength. 1.6 million calories was really not weak. This old man's strength control had always been very high. Perhaps it had something to do with him giving up on other things and focusing on attacking. After a few days, if he continued on the great path, he might really become an emperor. Fang Ping felt that it would not take long for Old Manly to become an emperor. At the thought of this, Fang Ping stopped thinking about it. Everyone had their own path. In terms of knowledge, he was not as knowledgeable as Old Manly. He could not give any good suggestions. At this moment, Fang Ping had just broken through not long ago. In addition to the battle, he was too tired. After chatting with Old Manly for a while, Fang Ping disappeared from MCMAU. He continued to be mysterious and did not tell anyone where he was in closed-door cultivation. In the sea. At the bottom of the sea. Fang Ping opened up a small space at the bottom of the sea. Only now did he have the mood to think about everything that happened today. Post-battle summary was also an important way to improve himself. I still made some mistakes today. Actually, I should have made a trip to the Spirit Emperor's side in advance. If I brought the Ash Cat, maybe I would have won more combat strength instead of persuading the other party on the spot later. The God Creation Envoy's avatar should not have been released in the beginning. But if I didn't release it, it would be difficult for me to fight Tiangui alone. But it's also hard to say. At that time, it was actually possible to borrow the strength of a few other saints. There's also the Ash Cat. I should ask everything clearly next time. If I had known that this cat could trap a few saints, maybe I could have killed 1 or 2 more saints. After summarizing the gains and losses, Fang Ping thought about himself again. There were still many flaws. In the end, Fang Ping looked at his new data, calculating how much room he still had for improvement. Wealth, 44 billion. Points vitality, 1,520,000 calories, 1,520,000 calories, mentality, 18,000 Hz, 18,000 Hz, can be cut, origin, longitudinal 2,000 meters, increased by 110%, horizontal 7,600 meters, increased by 76%. Combat techniques, Godslaying Saber technique, plus 9%, combat techniques combination deduction, 1 million points / time strength control, 82% ultimate outburst, 363. 2040 cal / 4484000 cal. His vitality changed qualitatively again. Fang Ping, who had broken through to Paragon, should have a vitality of 760,000 calories. However, after the Paragon changed qualitatively, the system automatically converted it to rank 9 vitality. His basic vitality was as high as 1.52 million cal. One had to know that a weak Paragon only had 200,000 calories vitality at Paragon and 400,000 calories rank 9 vitality. Fang Ping's foundation was several times higher than those weak Paragons. I haven't reached the peak of this stage yet. This time, Fang Ping walked directly to 2,000 meters of the main path. At the impasse realm, 1,000 meters was only a step. Fang Ping was much stronger than the average paragon. He went straight from paragon stage 1 to stage 2. After the increase, it was even more terrifying, close to the limit of 4.5 million calories. However, his strength control had slipped slightly, dropping a little. At this moment, he had not reached the peak of his current realm. Otherwise, his vitality would be slightly higher. However, Fang Ping soon frowned. At the peak, the main path was too long, walking 1,000 meters, the increase was 10%. 100 meters was only a 1% increase. This could not be compared to before. This was also the reason why many powerhouses had stagnated in the impasse realm for many years. I must speed up. It's best if I can integrate Magic City. Fang Ping had a plan in his heart. Next, he should settle down for a while and walk around Magic City properly. The origin road's length had reached 2,000 meters in a day. In terms of width, Fang Ping could expand it slightly, but he did not have time to do so before. At this moment, Fang Ping still had a period of improvement. Including his golden body, he could hone it again, letting his vitality reach the limit of the current stage. There was still a lot of room for improvement in his strength. Fang Ping even felt that he had hope of reaching the limit of a saint and beginning to touch the realm of a heavenly king. Of course, the rapid improvement of his strength also caused Fang Ping to lack some things now. He lacked the foundation and the accumulation. If he continued on the path, even if he integrated Magic City, he might enter a bottleneck period. The path ahead, he was a little lost. Fang Ping went into closed-door cultivation again. The three realms, since the departure of King Wu and the others, entered a period of silence for the first time. War no longer broke out. The battles below the pinnacle continued, but this time, there was really no one above the pinnacle appearing. In less than 2 months, too many powerhouses had died in battle, more than the powerhouses who had fallen in the fake sky grave. At Spirit Emperor Dojo, hundreds of powerhouses fought, but the number of pinnacle deaths might not be as many as the outside world. It could be seen how frequent the battles in the outside world were these days. The catacombs. At the border of the 4 main courts, there was now a grand hall. Inside the hall, incomparably powerful figures appeared. Around them, the void cracks appeared frequently. Even if their auras were restrained, they were extremely powerful. Saints, not one, but many saints. The Divine Court Army's Viceroy, Temple Master Green Ink, 3 saints, and another 4 saints. A total of 9 saints were seated. Below, Ji Hong and the others were also seated. Further below, there were some important figures of the imperial court, the descendants of the true king, the masters of the imperial court, the sect masters of the divine sect, a grand meeting of the entire catacombs. 9 saints covered the catacombs. The atmosphere was a little quiet. This time, Tiangui's death was also a considerable loss to them. However, the presence of 9 saints was still enough to intimidate everyone. After an unknown amount of time, the Divine Court Army's viceroy sitting above said indifferently, "The 3 realms are in turmoil, and the saints have returned. The great chaos has arrived, and this is not the end of the great chaos, it is just the beginning. The saints have fallen, and even the heavenly kings have fallen. Sooner or later, they will appear one by one." The Divine Court was destroyed in the hands of many powerhouses back then. "We have many enemies, no less than the human world. I'll avenge the destruction of the Divine Dynasty sooner or later. Today, great chaos is also a great era. Some will rise, and some will fall. In the next few years, there will definitely be new powerhouses who will advance at a tremendous pace. The opportunity is right in front of us." The Divine Dynasty collapsed, and the remnants fled to the desolate border. After 3,000 years, the 4 great imperial courts were born, and many imperial dynasties and divine sects were born. Today, we want to rebuild the Divine Dynasty and rebuild the Heavenly Court. Hearing this, Sky Sword and the others' expressions changed slightly. They were not the experts of the earthly Emperor God dynasty, nor had they experienced that period. When they died, there was also the Heavenly Court. But at that time, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were glorious. Today, the governor actually wanted to rebuild the Heavenly Court, the few revived sages frowned slightly and didn't say anything. There were some things that they were clear about. There must be a reason why they were involved with the experts of the earthly Emperor God dynasty. Rebuild the heavenly court. At this moment, Qingmo also said seductively, the heavenly court shall be established. In the three realms, only the heavenly court was legitimate. The divine dynasty inherited the orthodoxy of the heavenly court and ruled the three realms for 3,000 years. Some rebels, the ones who betrayed the emperor, harbored evil intentions and shook the foundation of the three realms. During the divine dynasty's era, the three realms were peaceful. But now, it is in turmoil, and experts have fallen like rain. It is all caused by these rebels. In the past, the divine dynasty collapsed, but its foundation still exists. Now, we have returned. We will no longer rebuild the divine dynasty in the name of the divine dynasty. We will rebuild the heavenly court and suppress the rebels. The governor waited for her to say a few words, then said again, everyone, you are all descendants of the divine dynasty. Now that you are in charge of the land realms and rebuilding the heavenly court, we still need your help. If there is anything wrong, just say it. Below, the true monarchs looked at each other. King Hui hid at the back, not saying a word. Gu Chuan thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, now that the divine continent has suffered a calamity, it is not impossible to rebuild the divine dynasty. However, I still have some doubts. Governor, please enlighten me. Please speak. Gu Chuan's expression was solemn, and his tone was solemn. May I ask, Governor, who will be the master of the heavenly court after the heavenly court is rebuilt? Someone will naturally return. Lord Earthly Sovereign? Gu Chuan asked again, then said in a deep voice, or Lord Demon Sovereign? The governor looked at him, and after a while, he said, we will know in the future. We are all sages, and we will not recognize the weak as our master. Ji Hong thought for a moment, then smiled. Will the ancient emperors return one by one? I don't know, but, the governor said in a deep voice, it is very likely. Ji Hong took a deep breath, instantly feeling an incomparably huge pressure. He said again, then, after the divine continent is unified, how will we settle down? The governor had already made up his mind. At this moment, he said calmly, in the past, when the heavenly court was still around, there were also various overlords. The rebuilding of the heavenly court is not to make you slaves, but to listen to the orders of the heavenly court. In the past, the heavenly court had 3 envoys, 8 kings, 36 sages, and experts from all over. That was why the heavenly court was prosperous. Now that the heavenly court is rebuilt, we also want to appoint 3 envoys, 8 kings, and various great sages. At this point, the governor said slowly, in the past, I controlled the army. When the heavenly court is rebuilt, I will control the army of the heavenly court as the weapon master. Rumble, the heaven and earth trembled slightly, the expressions of Sky Sword and the others changed slightly. Directly becoming a weapon master without changing his name was a huge taboo. If the ancient weapon master did not die, the governor would have to cross paths with him sooner or later. This was very dangerous. However, the more it was so, the more it proved the determination to rebuild the heavenly court. Overthrow everything, start anew. The governor's expression was indifferent. He ignored everything and continued, Sky Sword's sage will be the palm imprint envoy. Sky Sword sighed in his heart. In this world of great competition, one had to fight. Although he knew that this title was a huge problem, he still acquiesced to it. This was also something that they had discussed before. Rebuild the heavenly court, rule the 3 realms, gather the power and the world. Even if the power was with the humans now, they might not be the main characters. Fight, without fighting, who knew who would be the main character? Palm imprint envoy, a very dangerous title, but Sky Sword still acquiesced. At this moment, the governor looked at the ancient sage who fought with Sage Yu Wei and said slowly, Sage Hai, you will be the Sea Imprint envoy. This ancient sage was one of the overlords of the Taboo Sea in the past, and he had just recovered not long ago. Hearing this, he nodded slightly and did not speak. Sea Imprint envoy, everyone knew that the Sea Imprint envoy was still alive. He was in more danger than the other 2, but wealth came from danger. They were not far from the heavenly king level. As for the human's boundless force, he was completely ignored. The 3 envoys were here. At this moment, the governor continued, in addition, there are 8 kings. The other 6 sages here are all part of the 8 kings. In addition, the 2 kings, Tianji and Tianming, are also named as the 8 kings. 3 envoys, 8 kings, 11 sages. At this moment, some people had strange looks in their eyes. Jihong said slowly, Governor, the 2 kings are named as the 8 kings. Was it you, or someone else? The 2 kings were much stronger than these people. They were true peak sages. In the end, the 3 envoys did not mention the 2 kings. They had thought that the 2 kings were not on the same side as these people, but now, the governor said calmly, the 2 kings have contributed, but the heavenly court has just been established. Wait until they become heavenly kings, then we'll talk about other things. The 3 envoys and 8 kings were all sages. None were much weaker than the other. They had just recovered, which was why their strength had dropped. They might not be weaker than the 2 kings. Moreover, in terms of seniority, it was not the 2 kings' turn to be above them. Back then, when the governor was supervising the battle of the 3 realms, the 2 kings were just hall masters. The governor didn't want to talk about this. He continued, Myriad Demon King, Heavenly Demon King, Jingqi, King Ji, Feng King, Guchuan, Tianyu, are named as the 36 great sages. At this moment, Guchuan had no choice but to ask, Governor, then what about our kingly, 36 sages, or something else? They weren't sure how strong Li Zhu was. However, during the battle at the king battlefield, Li Zhu was so strong that even a heavenly king didn't attack him. These people actually disregarded Li Zhu. The governor had never seen Li Zhu before. However, that didn't prevent him from knowing who he was. How could he not know the masters of the 4 royal courts? At this moment, the governor said slowly, when King Li returns, there will be arrangements. As he said this, he looked at the non-true god experts. All of you should work hard to cultivate. When you become true gods, there will be a title. Then what about the return of the other true kings in God continent? Jihong also asked. There were still many true kings fighting in the fake heaven tomb. 36 sages weren't enough. These true kings were overlords of their own territories. Would they be willing to be servants after returning? The governor said lightly, with the re-establishment of the heavenly court, there will be many places to employ people. The re-establishment of the heavenly court's army will require the help of various experts. We will not mistreat them. As he said this, he said, does anyone have any other opinions? Below, Ji Yao was silent for a while. Suddenly, she said, Governor, after the re-establishment of the heavenly court, how will we treat the land of rebirth, which is the human race? The 3 realms will be unified. The governor replied. What about the overseas immortal islands, heavens beyond, and the land of realms? I said that the 3 realms will be unified. The governor frowned. In a few days, Sage Hai, you will make a trip to the Sea of Bitterness and subdue the various immortal islands. I will also visit the heavens beyond heavens and let them return to the heavenly court. The Sky Sword Sage will also visit the blessed grotto heavens and the heavenly court will appoint them. He didn't go into detail. Some places that were occupied by the emperor's bloodline were a different matter. However, where there were no experts from the emperor's bloodline, who would dare to resist the heavenly court when the 9 sages were alive? Ji Yao said again, then who should the heavenly court's army and the various city lords listen to? The governor's eyes were cold. We will listen to the heavenly court's orders. Jihong gave his daughter a look and shook his head. Don't ask any more. The 9 sages had reached an agreement. Although it was said to be a discussion, it was actually a conclusion. If he continued to ask, he would only invite trouble. When Ji Yao saw this, she suppressed the unwillingness in her heart and didn't speak anymore. Her father was conferred as one of the 36 sages. It sounded good, but in reality, it was just in name. These revived sages were going to rule God continent. With the appearance of the 9 sages, who in God continent could resist them, God continent, which had been divided for more than 2,000 years, was going to be completely unified this time. Seeing that no one spoke, the governor was silent for a while. Suddenly, he said, then it's decided. Everyone, please seal. It's better to not delay. Today, we will re-establish the heavenly court. At this moment, the 9 sages suddenly soared into the sky. they directly tore through the void and appeared outside the main hall. 9 powerful auras covered the sky and covered the earth, radiating across the entire underground cavern, suppressing everyone in the underground cavern to the point where they couldn't breathe. 8,000 years ago, the heavenly court was destroyed. God dynasty inherited the heavenly court's orthodoxy and passed it down for 3,000 years. Today, the 3 realms are in chaos. We should re-establish the heavenly court and set rules so that the 3 realms can live in peace. The governor's voice spread in all directions. Today, the heavenly court shall be re-established. Heaven and earth shall bear witness, the various emperors shall bear witness, the great Tao shall bear witness. Please seal. At this moment, the few people in the sky threw out a huge seal, heavenly sword seal, heavenly speed seal, heavenly skill seal. Not only that, a few more seals were thrown out. Back when the heavenly realm collapsed, some sage tokens were circulated. At this moment, these people threw out a total of 6 sage tokens. Not only that, but the viceroy also tossed out a large golden seal. The seal instantly grew many times larger, covering the sky and earth, revealing an ancient word below. Li, kingly seal. The heavenly king's seals of the heavenly kings who had fallen in the battle of the God dynasty had fallen into the hands of these people. If news of this spread to the fake heavenly tomb, it would probably cause a commotion. 1 heavenly king seal, 6 sage tokens. At this moment, the heavenly king seal was in the middle, and the 6 sage tokens circled around it, emitting powerful auras. In the next moment, the 7 seals pierced through the sky. At this moment, many experts saw a shocking scene. The 7 seals pierced through the sky, growing larger and larger, covering the sky and earth. Many people were incomparably terrified. They saw the seals descending as if they were going to destroy the world. Father, Ji Yao stared at Ji Hong in shock. What was this? The divine artifact that stabilized the 3 realms. Ji Hong was also shocked. He transmitted his voice, the ultimate treasure that stabilized the 3 realms. Unfortunately, it isn't complete. Otherwise, this would just be a formality. The area covered by the seals would be the heavenly court's territory. As he spoke, the seals covered the entire God continent. At this moment, it seemed like only the 7 seals could be seen in the entire world. The seals descended, in some places, experts' auras erupted, but it was useless. The seals did not waver and continued to descend. 7 luminaries Moi Heaven. Where the West Emperor's bloodline was located. 7 luminaries Moi Heaven's entrance was in the Forbidden Zone. At this moment, the sage of the West Emperor's bloodline walked out from the entrance. In the sky, a seal descended. The sage of the West Emperor's bloodline had a slight change in expression as he murmured, "How ambitious." The earthly emperor's bloodline actually wanted to rebuild the heavenly court. Coincidentally, the West Emperor's bloodline was also here. At this moment, the seal descended, clearly intending to expel the West Emperor's bloodline. At this moment, a true god appeared behind him. He was also an expert of the 7 luminaries Moi Heaven. When he saw this, he revealed a worried expression and said softly, "Senior Xingnan, what should we do?" Previously, the human emperor's bloodline was also within the Forbidden Zone. They could still watch each other. But this time, Jiao Xian had fallen and Yuan Gang had escaped. Haoding Xiao Dutian had directly sealed the heavens beyond Heaven's Gate and no longer left the mountain. Even though such a huge matter had happened, he had shut himself in. However, the West Emperor's bloodline was the bloodline of the Emperor. What should they do now? Sage Xingnan looked at the earth-shattering aura and then at the 9 figures standing proudly in the void. He frowned. The Forbidden Zone was a whole entity. How could they allow others to sleep soundly beside them? The 9 sages did not care about the outer region but covered the entire Forbidden Zone. Their attitude was clear. The Forbidden Zone belonged to them. They could ignore the other bloodlines of the Emperor and not offend them. However, the West Emperor's bloodline either left or submitted. Sage Xingnan's expression changed. He was the only sage in the West Emperor's bloodline who had awakened. Obviously, he was no match for the 9 sages. If not for the fact that they were wary of the other parties, the 9 of them would have attacked directly. Sighing, Xingnan looked at the outer region. There was Wangwu Mountain and the people of the North Emperor's bloodline there. Moreover, the human race was also fighting in the outer region. Did he have to go to the outer region? After a moment of silence, the seal floated in the air. Previously, there was only one seal. Now, there were 7 seals. Obviously, the other party had discovered him and was warning or intimidating him. Leave, or stay, Xingnan was furious. The 7 luminaries' Moi heaven was originally controlled by the people of the West Emperor's bloodline. They had been rooted here for tens of thousands of years. He had come here as soon as he awakened, but now, go. Xingnan's expression was gloomy. Activate the heavens beyond heaven and teleport to the Sea of Misery. Lord, the true God of the 7 luminaries' Moi heaven was furious and unwilling. The 7 luminaries' Moi heaven has been here for many years. Teleporting now will consume a lot of energy. The heavens beyond heaven will probably be damaged too. Some spirit veins might collapse. Xingnan did not say anything. At this stage, did he really have to fight the 9 sages? He could only avoid them. Seeing Xingnan like this, the true God returned to the heavens beyond heaven helplessly. Very quickly, the void began to tremble violently. The heavens beyond heaven could be moved. It was a refined product. Just moving it would cost too much. Moreover, the passage that was built would collapse. Rebuilding the passage that connected the 2 worlds was also a huge problem. The West Emperor's bloodline left the forbidden area, leaving it to the 9 sages. On Wangwu Mountain, Yu Wei, Qing Hua, and Ling Xiao looked towards the interior of Imperial Sea Mountain. There, the 9 sages soared into the sky. There, the 7 seals covered the sky. One of the seals had already reached Imperial Sea Mountain. However, it did not cross the border. Qing Hua and Ling Zhao's expressions were solemn. They could already see a part of the forbidden area. The void was torn and a prosperous world seemed to be moving towards the Sea of Misery. The West Emperor's bloodline had retreated, however, that was the heavens beyond heaven. The boundaries could not be evacuated. The 9 sages rebuilt the heavenly court. Their might was unparalleled. Were they going to cross Imperial Sea Mountain and force the Wangwu bloodline to move? At this moment, they were not the only ones paying attention. On Earth's side, Wu Quishan, Li Chongqing, Jiao, and the others had also entered the catacombs. They looked over there with solemn expressions. Were they going to cover the outer realm? Heavenly Wood's incarnation had also arrived at this moment. He looked in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain and said softly, rebuilding the heavenly court. How bold! Behind these people, there must be a top-notch powerhouse. Once the seals cover the outer realm will be a battleground. The heavenly court's territory cannot be invaded. Either we give up the outer realm, or we can only fight again. Wu Quishan said in a low voice, the humans are not afraid of war. The outer realm will never give up. If we give up, the next battlefield will be Earth. If we open a battlefield on Earth, Earth will be completely destroyed sooner or later. Even if we die in battle here, the humans will not give up the outer realm. These words were said resolutely and decisively. As long as the catacombs dared to cover the outer realm and dared to send people to fight, then they would fight. The humans had been fighting in the outer realm for 100 years. Tens of millions of people had died here because they were unwilling to let the battlefield enter Earth. Once the battlefield was opened on Earth, blood would flow like a river. They could not retreat. However, over there, 9 saints were in the sky. There was also the overlord-level whale unicorn and many desperate realm people. At this moment, Wu Quishan was also deeply worried. Would another great war break out right after the war ended? Fortunately, at this moment, the golden aura only shrouded the restricted area and did not continue to spread outwards. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, actually, the humans were also unwilling to start a war again now. They were uncertain too. Could Fang Ping still find so many saints to help? Would the powerhouse who suppressed the 3 saints with 3 avatars earlier make a move again? They did not know. The only thing they could be sure of was that Heavenly Wood and Fang Ping both had the combat strength of saints. On Cat's side, even if he made a move again, it would be difficult to hold back 2 saints like last time. One would be enough to kill him. As for Jiang Hao's identity, they still did not know at this moment. They were also not sure where the mysterious powerhouse came from, and whether he would appear again. Since the catacombs did not cover the outer realm now, it meant that the catacombs did not have the intention to start a war with the humans again. This made everyone feel much more relaxed. The catacombs were also afraid. On the human side, they still did not know where the god creation envoy was or whether he would make a move. Fang Ping, Heavenly Wood, Cat, Jianghao, were all powerhouses. In addition, Feng Yun and Yu Wei might help again, including Lin Hai. If they fought again, the outcome would be even more difficult to determine than the last time. Based on this time the 9 saints decided to use the outer realm as the dividing line. For the time being, they would not conflict with the humans again. It was more suitable to use this place as the battlefield for both sides. On this day, the 3 realms were shaken. The catacombs re-established the heavenly court. The 9 saints revived and suppressed the restricted area. The Emperor West's bloodline retreated and entered the Bitter Sea. At this time, the land of the Bitter Sea was also filled with heroes. Deep in the Bitter Sea, a wretched old man's face was full of grief and indignation. There was no way to live. It wanted to look for Cat. Now that there were more and more powerhouses who had revived, whoever saw it wanted to take it down and chase it everywhere. Although the Bitter Sea was big, there was not much land. It could not keep wandering in the Bitter Sea, right? The restricted area was occupied by the 9 saints. There were also humans and the Wangwu bloodline in the outer realm. No matter how big the world was, there was no place for it to stay. What should I do? The cat tree wanted to cry but had no tears. Other than the human world, it seemed like there was no place to run. However, if it went to the human world, wasn't it sending itself to the cat to eat? I'll wait for you to come back on your own. Magic City. The cat yawned and responded lazily. I'm too lazy to look for you. It's so troublesome to look for you. I'm just waiting for you to come back. When I come back, I can eat delicious food. I haven't eaten cat fruit for a long time. I really miss it. The cat yawned and opened its mouth wide, as if waiting for something. If Feng Ping saw this action, he would probably think of those fish demons who took the initiative to roast themselves and send them to the cat's mouth. The cat tree in the Forbidden Sea could not help but shiver at this moment. It was a little sad and indignant. It had nowhere to go. When the powerhouses of the 3 realms revived and saw it, it was like seeing food, although it could indeed be eaten. In Emperor Ling Ling's dojo. At the moment when the catacombs re-established the heavenly court, the bodies of Guardian Sea and the others shook slightly. The next moment, Envoy Zhenhai, who had been calm before, suddenly looked cold and said in a stern tone, "How dare you?" Envoy Zhenhai was furious. It was not the only one. At this moment, on the other side, King Qian's aura erupted and shook the sky. A 7-petaled lotus rose as his voice was extremely cold. How dare you? Someone actually dares to re-establish the heavenly court and seize my rightful position. Bastard! Courting death! King Sun and King Zhen shouted. On the other side, King Kuan also shattered the void, and the phantom of a Buddha that seemed to come from ancient times covered the world. He shouted, "How audacious! The emperor hasn't appeared yet he dares to rebuild the heavenly court. Courting death? Hong Yu, is that you?" King Kuan roared and the surrounding void collapsed. Behind him, the 3 sages didn't look good either. They were a little angry. On the other side, the 2 kings quietly retreated, not daring to say anything. It was a mess. The outside world might really be in chaos. Someone re-established the heavenly court, conferring titles on all sides. Not only that, they even used the heavenly king imprint and saint writ. Depriving them of something, only people like them could understand what this meant. When Feng Ping announced his conferment ability, these people did not react at all. That was because Feng Ping was just talking about it and did not trigger anything. But now, the 9 sages had used the sage badges and heavenly emperor seals. This was unforgivable. At this moment, King Qian, who had unleashed the strength of Break 7, was no longer a nice person. He shouted coldly, "How dare you? How dare you bully me? The heavenly realm has been destroyed for 8,000 years, but no one dares to establish the heavenly court, because we are still alive. The heavenly court is still here. The orthodoxy still exists." King Qian was extremely furious. Yes, the orthodoxy was still there. The Tao orthodoxy of the origin path still existed. The destruction of the heaven realm did not mean the destruction of the heavenly court. The 8 kings were still the 8 kings, and the 36 saints were still 36 saints. On the other side, Saint Tian Kuei was also infuriated and said, Tianji, Tianming is gone. This must be the Demon Emperor dynasty's restoration. Back then, the Demon Emperor wanted to restore the heavenly court, but he was afraid of us and never dared to do so. The annihilation of the Demon Emperor God dynasty was also related to this matter. I didn't expect them to dare to come again. Damn it. Damn it. Kill him. Tian Kuei was also furious. All the heavenly kings were livid. King Kuan's eyes turned cold and froze the void. He looked around and said coldly, Hong Yu, you're courting death. Bastard. The heavenly court hasn't been destroyed, yet you dare to rebuild it. Everyone looked at King Kuan. On the other side, Li Zhu walked in the air and said coldly, Is Hong Yu the demon emperor of the past? Just as these words came out, someone chuckled and said, It's him. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by Hong Kuan's anger. In fact, between the two of them, one is playing the bad cop, while the other is playing the good cop. It's just that we didn't split it evenly back then, but this time, it's hard to say. Heavenly King Suppression revealed his whereabouts and laughed strangely. This time, Hong Yu and Hong Kuan might have reached an agreement to rebuild the heaven courts together. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do it back then, let alone now. The two brothers have broken through 8, becoming unrestrained, both wishing to become emperors. They are going to overturn the heavens. On the other side, King Wu tore through the void and said with a strange smile, Although I don't know what happened, I feel that you are going to be out of luck. Re-establish the heavenly court. Are they going to capture you and bring you back as slaves? Heavenly King Zhen laughed and said, Servant? Not to that extent. Forget about someone rebuilding the heavenly court, they conferred. The new 3 emissaries, 8 kings, and 36 saints, using the heavenly king's seal and saint token, just like the king of human path, the power of all living beings was feedback. The heavenly court was the orthodox back then, regardless of whether the 3 realms submitted to it or not, it still had some effect. The heavenly kings and saints who were conferred were also related to the heavenly court and had some effect on cultivation. But now, someone conferred those orthodox gods again. Although the heavenly king's seal and saint token have not been gathered, and there is no 9 emperor seal, they are going to usurp the throne, Heavenly King Zhen laughed and looked at old Zhang, adding again, Do you understand? Ignoring the explanation, that kid Fang Ping conferred the title of King of Human and actually took away some of your opportunities, do you understand? Zhang Tao laughed and said, Of course I understand. This kid is improving rapidly, and it has something to do with King of Human. I am improving slowly now. Sigh. Looks like there is some trouble. It's more than trouble. Heavenly King Zhen laughed again and said, The first thing those newly appointed fellows do is to get rid of the previous ones and take over themselves. Now King Qian and the rest of the old farts are dead for sure. Everyone looked at the two of them coldly, watching the two of them work together to provoke themselves. These 2B asterisk stars were adding insult to injury. King Qian looked around coldly, his tone becoming colder and colder. Hong Yu, come out. It's fine if it's not you, but if it's you. Do you really think you can fight against the powerhouses of the 3 realms? How dare you do such a thing? You're lawless. Everyone's chi activity erupted, stirring up the void and causing it to collapse. They were all furious. Some of them no longer hid their strength. King Qian, the leader of the 8 kings, had broken through 7, King Kuan had also broken through 7. Sea Guardian had broken through 7 as well. These people did not live the past 8,000 years in vain. On the other side, Heaven's extremity gulped. He was not crazy anymore, he really was not crazy anymore, because someone was going crazy. Heaven's extremity looked at Moon Spirit and said carefully, Moon Spirit. I want to leave. Moon Spirit looked at him coldly, her eyes bloodshot. Heaven's extremity raised the earthly sovereign sword in his hand and said sheepishly, I'll give it to you. I don't want it anymore. I'm scared, I'm going to die. Moon Spirit was not going to help Hong Yu, was she? But if Hong Yu was the mastermind, he would offend so many heavenly kings. He was going to die. Heaven's extremity was really terrified. The 4 kings of Qian, Kuan, Sun, Zhen, Tian Chief, the king of the sages, Sea Guardian, the 7 heavenly kings, the 3 sect protectors, and the other sages of the 36 sages were all there. Heaven's extremity was shivering. It was too terrifying. This was not just a small matter. Someone had taken away their rightful position. Although they had not succeeded, the heavenly kings had the heavenly king seal and the sages had the sage token. But this was a provocation and a fight. What were they fighting for? They were fighting for the chance to become an emperor. How to become an emperor? Walk the origin Tao. Who was the rightful origin Tao? The heavenly courts. This was a chain of interests. Even if the heavenly realm was destroyed, King Qian and the others did not deny that they were the 8 kings of the heavenly courts. Moon Spirit looked at him. He did not even want the earthly sovereign sword. Heaven's extremity had been following her because of the earthly sovereign sword. But now, this fellow did not even want the divine weapon and wanted to leave. Heaven's extremity saw her glaring at him and said bitterly, "I don't want it, take it away. This sword is too hot. Unless you don't help Hong Yu, unless my father is here, I won't do it." Too terrifying. There were a few of them who had broken through 7. They were too terrifying. How could he, a newly ascended heavenly king, compare to them? Breaking through 7 was actually a limit. Not everyone had the chance to break through 8. Heavenly Hound, Cat Protector, and the others had some special abilities when they broke through 8 back then. Some of them even forged jade bones. Breaking through 7 was actually the limit of the origin Tao. He did not dare to offend so many people at once. Heaven's extremity was no longer crazy because he felt that someone else would be even crazier than him. Moon Spirit's eyes were bloodshot. She gritted her teeth and said, "It might not be him. He's dead. He's been dead for many years. That person might not be him. Even if it was him, he would not have done it. Rebuilding the heavenly courts was too bold." Heaven's extremity said dryly, "It's hard to say. I heard back then that the demon emperor might be him. He wants to become an emperor." Back then, the demon emperor God dynasty also had the intention of rebuilding the heavenly courts. Now that it has been rebuilt, can you guarantee that it's not him? Moon Spirit snorted and stared at him. "I'm not sure yet. You're not allowed to leave." "I'm leaving." "You dare to leave?" "Leave. I'll chase you to death." "You're unreasonable." Heaven's extremity was furious. Wasn't she being unreasonable? Moon Spirit snorted. What was there to be reasonable about? But she quickly said, "Find him first. If it's really him, you can leave." Heaven's extremity heaved a sigh of relief and looked into the distance. "Then let's move alone. Don't be with these people." I'm afraid. He was afraid that if they met together and these people attacked, should he attack or not? Too conflicted. Right now, Heaven's extremity only wanted to get out. Once he got out, there was still the new heavenly courts. He was a little worried. Even heavenly kings were in danger. The Spirit Emperor's dojo was in chaos. Star Town, in the small world. The God Creation Envoy shook his head again. It was messy enough. If it was really done by Hong Yu, then this fellow was indeed worthy of being one of the top 10 influential figures that he had selected. He was courageous enough. At this time, the heavenly courts had been re-established and the various factions had been appointed. Although many people had been offended, once they were recognized like the human race, those people would all improve. A group of saints might produce many heavenly kings. It's getting more and more interesting. At this juncture, all sorts of ghosts and demons have appeared. The God Creation Envoy shook his head again and sighed. The God Creation Envoy has been forgotten. What a pity, he looks down on me. The 3 envoys had been appointed, but they hadn't been appointed. Didn't they know that I was appointed by the heavenly courts together with the 3 envoys? Or did they think that he was in the 3 realms and didn't dare to offend him now? You're looking down on me. The old man was sulking and couldn't be bothered to get involved. Forget it, let them fight. The 3 realms seemed calm, but it was in a mess. At this moment, Fang Ping had also received the news, but he didn't care too much. It didn't matter if it was the heavenly courts or not, it had nothing to do with him. The reconstruction of the catacombs' heavenly courts was not special to most people. The ancient times had already become a legend. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors had not appeared for too long. Low-level martial artists had long forgotten about them. Even if there were rumors that the four emperors were reincarnated, it was not certain whether it was true or not. Based on this, other than arousing the anger of those old antiques, there was not much change. In the blink of an eye, April was almost over. The three realms had a rare period of peace. On the human side, it was also thriving. One martial artist after another entered the catacombs. Small-scale wars were still breaking out, but they no longer attracted too much attention. On this day, the catacombs outer region. 7 southern regions. 7 southern regions. Magic City catacombs. During this period, there were also small-scale wars breaking out in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain. With Imperial Sea Mountain as the boundary, some battles would often break out. Humans and the catacombs fought for control of Imperial Sea Mountain, including the ownership of some mineral veins. The original Hope City had long become a cat palace. Unfortunately, after the cat palace was built, the cat never came to live in this city again. He said that he would come back once he found the heaven imprisoning bell, but the heaven imprisoning bell could not be found. The cat was also very helpless. Although he had seen it many times with his own eyes, he still could not get it now at the fake sky cemetery, right? Therefore, the cat took the initiative to forget about returning to 7 southern regions. Gong Juanzi had already run away. Quokang Mountain was destroyed. Why would he come back? The coastline was now also a target for human defense. In the past, they only needed to defend against the enemies in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain. Now, they had no choice but to add another line of defense to defend against the enemies in the Forbidden Sea. The powerhouses guarding the coastline were a few rank 9s from MCMAU. On the coastline, rows of energy cannons were aimed at the sea. Only the muzzles were exposed. These energy cannons had been used many times. Many sea monsters wanted to go ashore, but they were defeated by humans several times. The energy cannons had contributed a lot. Just today, when a few rank 9s were still guarding. In the sea, a figure flickered. Wretchedness was its trademark. Even when the old man was at the peak, he was still hunched, thin and small. His eyes darted around as if he was ready to run at any time. We're here, looking at the city on the shore in the distance, looking at the city that looked like a big cat, the old man could not help but shiver. Was he a sheep walking into a tiger's den? Do I really have to look for it? The old man looked conflicted. Did he really have to look for the cat? Back then, he had finally escaped from the cat palace while it was asleep. Now, he had come back on his own. Was it too cheap? Why didn't it come to me? The old man was a little indignant. Why don't you come to me? If you come to me, I'll go back. There's more or less a way out. If you don't come to me, I'll go back on my own. How embarrassing would that be? The old man was none other than the cat tree. Recently, it felt that life could not go on. 2 days ago, it hit on a small island. Who knew that a powerhouse would awaken near the island the next day? When he woke up and saw it, his eyes were frighteningly bright. It had just awakened. Of course, it needed origin energy to stabilize its origin. Cat fruit was famous. Everyone knew about it. It was rare to meet a cat tree that came out alone. Who else would it eat if not him? The cat tree ran for a long time. Taking advantage of the other party's awakening and unstable realm, it finally escaped. However, it really had no other choice. Who knew how many more powerhouses were awakening in this sea? Running away like this was not a solution. With a dilemma, the cat tree soon appeared by the seaside. As soon as it appeared, many rank 9s appeared on the coastline. Guixingquan shouted, "Who are you? This is the human territory, a strategic location. If you want to go to the catacombs restricted area, go through the original bounded grounds and go through Mount Royal Sea." Humans were not so tyrannical that they would not let anyone pass. There were many powerhouses now. Humans were only defending their own area. If the powerhouses in the sea wanted to go to the restricted area, they had to go through the outer area. Humans had also released the area where the bounded grounds were. Powerhouses could go through there. The cat tree was a little conflicted. He did not move. At this moment, Guixingquan and the rest were a little more vigilant. He shouted again, "Come, report your name." If there's anything important, we'll report to the king and give you a reply. 8 or 9 out of 10 people who dared to walk the Forbidden Sea alone were desperate. If ordinary rank 8 or 9 martial artists walked the Forbidden Sea, they might not even walk 1,000 miles before being torn apart by the demons. Since this person was here, because the Forbidden Sea had an aura-isolating effect, it was difficult for them to distinguish the person's strength. This time, the cat tree was no longer conflicted. It would be troublesome if there was a misunderstanding and the king that killed the saint came. It wanted to go back with a low profile. It did not want to meet the king first, because it was said that the king was greedy. He wanted everything he saw. If he saw himself, he was afraid that he would be eaten. It was best to find the cat first. Thinking of this, the cat tree smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm a human friend. I'm under the command of the Grey Cat Emperor. I'm an old servant of the Grey Emperor." When he said this, Xianxia was shocked. Cat Guardian Captain, the corner of the cat tree's mouth twitched. What was he thinking? No, I'm not the chief. The cat tree hurriedly explained, "I'm an old servant of the cat palace. I heard that the Grey Emperor is living in the human world. I'm here to look for the Grey Emperor." As he spoke, he was almost in tears. It's been 3,000 years. I haven't seen the Grey Emperor for 3,000 years. I miss him. I only found out recently that the Grey Emperor is actually in the human world. If I knew this, I would have looked for the Grey Emperor a long time ago. Xianxia and the others looked at each other in surprise. The cat palace really had servants? Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly said, "Senior, please wait for a moment. We'll send someone to inform Senior Cat immediately." Okay, tell the Grey Emperor that I've been thinking about returning to the cat palace day and night for 3,000 years. It had been 3,000 years since it escaped the cat palace. 3,000 years ago, it was around the time the heavenly hound died in battle. At that time, the cat was asleep and it ran away. It had been looking for the Grey Emperor for 3,000 years, the cat tree thought frantically. I didn't run for 3,000 years. I was just lost. I always wanted to go home, but I couldn't find it. I went to the Qichang mountain and waited for a long time. A long time. The cat tree thought wildly. Grey Emperor, I've been waiting for you to wake up. It's a pity you didn't wake up. I had no choice but to take root in the catacombs. The cat tree continued thinking. Magic City. The cat lazily turned its body and smacked its lips. Who would believe that, however, there was food? So what if he came back? Soon, someone came. Without waiting for the person to speak, the cat yawned and said, "Let it come." The person did not say much. There were many humans in the cat clan. Its servants. Although they had to be reported, they were not too worried. Besides, there was a saint in Magic City. The cat had just finished speaking when an old man with white hair and beard stepped down from the sky. It was not the cat tree but Skywood. Cat, is the cat tree back? Skywood seemed excited. Everything returns to one, Fong Ping had lied to it last time. The ignorant and incompetent cat did not know about this cultivation method at all, but the cat tree knew. Otherwise, this impasse realm tree would not have run around so easily. It could not even be seen. The cat glanced at it and muttered, "Yeah. Big blockhead, why are you happier than me?" Skywood laughed. "I'm in a better mood now that I've met my kind." "It's not like it's your kind." The cat said lazily, "The cat tree grew from a seed." "You didn't grow from a seed," Skywood frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Cat, speaking of this, I have some doubts. I'd like to ask." "I don't want to say." Tianmu was speechless, but he still said, "Back then, His Majesty opened the passage to the 9 heavens and moved the herb garden outside the 9 heavens. I remember that back then, His Majesty wholeheartedly wanted to cultivate the strongest demon plant. I wonder if he succeeded? How would I know?" The cat was a little angry. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. "That old man is too bad. He moved all the delicious food away. I can't enter the 9th heaven." Skywood raised its eyebrows. "Can't enter? But according to what I know, The Emperor Spirit Emperor secretly opened up a passageway for you to go in and look for food. Nonsense. The cat denied. There's no such thing. Skywood laughed. How can that be? I still remember that day, the Emperor God came to water me and scolded me. Cough, cough. Later, I think he moved the herb garden. Even the Emperor Spirit Emperor doesn't know where it is. The cat looked at it innocently. Don't talk nonsense if there's no such thing. Who went to the ninth heaven to steal food? Even the big dog doesn't know about this. Besides, I don't think I've been there more than a few times. I just want to know if the plan to cultivate the monster plant was successful. Skywood said softly, if it wasn't successful, I still have a chance. Cat, you know what chance it is. But if it was successful, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. The cat muttered, I don't know. The Emperor God is very bad. He also set up a big formation outside the ninth heaven. I can't go in, so I wandered around outside and ate some not-so-delicious food. But he set it up so tightly, maybe he succeeded. Skywood's expression changed slightly, and it said nervously, after the Beast Emperor proves his Tao, the monster clan will no longer have an emperor. Unlike humans, who have 8 sovereigns and 4 emperors, the monster clan only has a Beast Emperor. The monster plant clan might be able to give birth to an emperor this time, but if the Emperor God really succeeded. The cat said indifferently, that has nothing to do with me. Cat, you can't say that. Skywood struggled. I'm an emperor. It's easy for you to drink emperor-level drinks and eat emperor-level fruits. Why would I mistreat you? But if the monster plant cultivated by the Emperor God becomes the emperor of the monster plants, you may not have a chance. The ash cat looked at it with a lifeless face. Did this big block of wood just sell itself out? Then what do you want? I don't know how to become an emperor. Skywood wanted to say something but stopped. After a while, it said, if I encounter this monster plant in the future, can you ask the human king to help me kill this monster? And, although the cat tree is a monster plant, it only has the strength of a true god. I'm a little worried. It was worried that the cat tree's return might have some unexpected consequences. The monster plant had no emperor. This era was the era of the human clan, and also the era of the monster plant clan. There was a high possibility that a monster plant emperor would be born in this era. But now, this possibility was full of uncertainty. Skywood needed more help, the cat muttered. Everyone wanted to become an emperor. Even this big tree wanted to become an emperor. It was so boring. As it was thinking, the cat smiled. It was back, there was delicious food. Sky the Arch. A mournful cry rang out. Fang Yuan, who was practicing martial arts in the distance, trembled. This? What a fake cry, so fake. Who was it? Fang Yuan turned around and felt that it was a little painful to the eyes. A skinny old man's eyes darted around. The next moment, he suddenly flew over, hugging the ash cat's leg and wailing. It was miserable. He did not care that there were outsiders present. Sky the Arch, I want to go home. I've been looking for it for 3,000 years. The ash cat kicked its leg, wanting to kick the shameless guy away. However, the cat tree hugged its leg tightly and cried, 3,000 years. 3,000 years ago, Sky the Arch, you were in a deep sleep. I was ignorant and left you, and then I couldn't find my home anymore. The ash cat continued kicking. This tree was crazy. It hugged its leg and refused to let go. Let go. The ash cat glared, a little angry. It was still hugging. Why was this tree so ugly now? It used to be a tree, but now it was in human form. It was too ugly. You know that I like to be chubby, but you have to be so skinny. Who's disgusting? The cat tree let go, embarrassed. Only then did it notice Heavenly Wood. Although Heavenly Wood was a saint, and it would definitely be wary of him in the outside world, here, the cat tree did not care. What was a saint? Back in the day, what had it not seen? It had seen the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. It had also seen most of the heavenly kings, and it often saw those saints in the cat palace. A mere saint, the cat tree did not care about Heavenly Wood. I already have a master. So what if I'm a saint? How dare this old guy laugh at me? The ash cat ignored it and stared at it for a while, muttering, you're so skinny. Did you bear a lot of fruits all these years? I've been hungry for years. Give it to me. Sky the Arch, the ash cat's ears twitched, and it said unhappily, don't shout. It's so annoying. You didn't talk before. Why do you talk now? Also, you're too ugly. How did you transform into this? The cat tree looked aggrieved. I'm afraid that I'll be targeted if I transform too well. Is it ugly? Do I have to be like this old fellow beside me and transform into this ghostly appearance, making me look like an immortal? Don't you know that once the battle starts, these seemingly powerful fellows will be the first to be killed? Thinking about it, the cat tree quickly took out more than 10 cat fruits, as if there were more than 10 fat cats sleeping soundly. He grinned and said, Songdi, this is what I left for you, that's it? The ash cat patted it with its tail. It wasn't too happy, but it didn't stop it from eating. It picked up the cat fruit and started eating. As it ate, it slapped its tail in enjoyment. Finally, there was food. There's still some left, but this old servant is afraid that Emperor Tsang will eat too much, and there won't be any more next time, right? You can get married next time. Cat tree morning, you said it was easy, but how could it be so easy? Fortunately, the cat did not continue the topic. It asked while eating, why did you run away back then? The cat tree said carefully, back then, when you were asleep, the celestial arch went to the cat palace and asked me to bear some cat fruits. When I left, I forgot to close the door. I was just about to transform, so I prepared to go out and transform. The big dog came back to life, did you know? I know. The celestial Thearcha's resurrection, I'm happy from the bottom of my heart. The cat looked at it disdainfully. Who are you trying to fool? Who doesn't know you're afraid of the big dog? As they were talking, a huge monster walked over. The cat tree's eyes widened, and its whole body trembled. It was so scared that it was about to foam at the mouth. Feng Yuan and Heavenly Wood were dumbfounded. The Jiao also widened its eyes. What's wrong? The Jiao looked at itself up and down. What's wrong? I came over to take a look. Why did this guy vomit when he saw me? Am I that ugly? Is he looking down on me? That's not a big dog. The cat felt embarrassed. You just said you were happy, and now you're so scared. Also, what's wrong with the puppy? Why did it turn into a big dog? Why are all the humans and monsters I know normal? At this time, the cat tree also felt something was wrong. It gulped and looked at the Jiao, cursing in its heart. You scared me, almost scared me to death. I really thought the celestial arch had returned. The cat ignored it and muttered, right, when I was sleeping, I think someone came to borrow something and took away the cat palace. Do you know who? I forgot about it. Its cat palace was lost for a long time. It remembered that it had been lent out, but it didn't remember to whom. But to borrow something when it was asleep, it should be someone familiar, right? The cat palace was a divine artifact. The cat palace, the cat tree looked at the cat. Don't you remember? After thinking for a while, the cat tree said carefully, I was lost at that time, but I heard that someone took the cat palace to participate in the Demon Emperor dynasty's battle. Who? The cat really didn't know about this. It only remembered that it had promised someone in a daze, and regretted it the moment it woke up. Its home was gone. When it woke up, it was already wandering in the wilderness, sleeping thousands of meters underground. That wicked ghost had directly moved its home away. The cat tree hurriedly said, I'm not too sure about the specifics. I didn't go to watch the battle, it was too dangerous. I heard some of the powerhouses who participated in the battle mention that it might be Miss Xier. Her? The cat was surprised. Is it her? She's not dead? I didn't see her before. That little brat is too much. Why did she move my cat palace? The cat was upset. Was it that little girl Xier who borrowed it? That was too much. I was sleeping soundly, and she actually threw me out. I'm so angry. But it was probably her. Ordinary people couldn't enter the cat palace, and it would wake up if there was real danger. It wasn't like it was just lent out in a daze. Was she beaten to death? The cat was puzzled. Usually, people who borrow my things are beaten to death, the cat said sheepishly. I don't know about that. After all, they're all powerhouses, and Miss Xier is also very powerful. She's powerful? The cat muttered, I don't think so. She used to steal my food, and I beat her until she cried many times. Dark history. Hearing the cat's dark history, Feng Yuan, who was not far away, was disdainful. The cat was so bad to bully a little girl. She didn't think too much about it. The little girl was now more than 10,000 years old. Beside her, Tianmu couldn't help but interrupt, "Is Miss Xier also alive?" "I'm not too sure about that. I've seen her a few times in the past, and among the descendants of the emperor, Miss Xier has the best temper." The cat said casually, "Of course, in Ling Chen's palace, I'm the most favored. She has to be at the back, so of course she has to be more obedient." He didn't even blush when he said that. Tianmu was speechless. "How dare you say that? You've eaten up all of Ling Chen's assets." Ling Chen's bloodline doesn't have many supporters, unlike the earthly sovereign, who has people from the 36 saints and the 8 kings. But Ling Chen doesn't. Since the powerhouses support you, you have to give them some benefits. But 80% of the good things in Ling Chen's palace were eaten by this cat, and the rest were given to the disciples. As for the outside world, don't count on it. Heavenly kings and saints also needed resources. If you didn't get any benefits, why should others support you? Moreover, Ling Chen had beaten up many people for this cat. Plus, he wasn't close to men, and most of the powerhouses were men. In the end, this bloodline had the least powerhouses. Tianmu didn't say anything. He smiled and said, "Miss Xier's talent is not bad, and she has never died. If she were alive, I'm afraid she would also have a chance of becoming a heavenly king." "I don't know." The cat thought for a moment and said, "At that time, she was at the overlord level?" "I don't really remember, but she was quite weak." After saying that, he asked curiously, "Why did she want to fight earthly sovereign?" The cat shook its head. It didn't know that either. The cat wasn't too interested. It only knew who had borrowed its cat palace. It couldn't remember before, but now it knew. At this time, Tianmu interrupted again, "Cat tree, do you know the all things return to one technique?" The cat glanced at it with a proud face. The wretched old man's proud expression was obviously disgusting. Tianmu's old face twitched as he looked at the cat. The cat said lazily, "If you know, then teach it. This is the big tree from before, the tree that ate that nest of birds." Tianmu looked at it. "You denied it before, but you're not denying it now." The cat seemed to know that it had said something wrong, so it hurriedly shut its mouth and said quickly, "It's that tree, do you know it?" Only then did the cat know who this fellow was, the Tianmu that became a demon. No wonder its aura felt a little similar to its own. At this moment, it said reluctantly, "All right then." Tianmu heaved a sigh of relief. It really knew it. This was great. His body could become smaller, unlike now, which was incomparably huge. If a war broke out, he couldn't hide even if he wanted to, it would be too conspicuous. These demons were chatting. In the sea, Fang Ping walked out of the closed-door training ground again. These few days, he had been honing himself and stabilizing his realm. Although there was no obvious improvement in his strength, he felt much better than before. As soon as he walked out of the closed-door training ground, Fang Ping received the news. The cat's servant had come looking for the cat. Desperate realm, Fang Ping thought for a while. Desperate realm. Could it be that tree? The cat tree came back on its own? Fang Ping had always wanted to look for the cat tree, but he had too many things to do and really did not have the time. Fang Ping did not need the cat fruit much, but it was good stuff that could stabilize the source world. Fang Ping could produce origin energy, plus 2 saint tokens could stabilize the source world, but the origin energy that he provided to others was very difficult to stabilize the source world, and the consumption was also very high. The cat fruit also had its own uniqueness. The cat fruit was secondary. Fang Ping actually still had some things to ask the cat tree. This fellow had hidden in the catacombs for so many years, it was not like he did nothing. Fang family. Happy and harmonious. The cat tree flattered the cat, finally coaxing the cat. However, the next moment, the cat tree's expression changed. Behind him, someone smiled faintly and said, "Is this the cat tree that ran away?" Someone was approaching him without a sound. Very soon, the cat tree's expression changed again. He knew who was coming. He turned around hurriedly and said, "Cat tree greets Lord King." Fang Ping smiled, sizing him up. Although the cat tree was an old man, Fong Ping's eyes lit up as if he had seen a beauty. The cat tree shuddered in fear, he felt like he was going to be eaten by this fellow. This fellow's notoriety was no better than Tengu's. Sit down and talk. Fong Ping pressed his hands. The cat tree looked at him helplessly. There was no place to sit. Should he sit on the ground? Well, trees grew on the ground. The cat tree had no choice but to sit down. In an instant, he was a lot shorter than Fong Ping. Fong Ping laughed. This tree was interesting. Fong Ping used his mentality, and a chair moved over. He sat on the chair, looked at it and smiled. Cat tree, or should I say Blue Emperor? No, no. I just miss Lord Cat too much, that's why I call myself Blue Emperor. Fong Ping pressed his hands again, smiled and said, I heard that you can bear a cat fruit every 3 years. You've left the cat palace for 3,000 years, right? That's 1,000 cat fruits. The cat tree's face turned purple. That was when you were rank 9. Now that you've reached the pinnacle, you get 1 fruit a year. That's 3,000 cat fruits. Fong Mao, you get 1,000, I'll get 1,000, and we'll keep the rest for ourselves. The cat's eyes widened. That much? It didn't know. The cat looked at the cat tree with anticipation. Were there so many cat fruits? The cat tree wanted to cry but had no tears. It explained hurriedly, Lord King, you've misunderstood. When you're in a desperate situation, it takes even longer. The cat fruits in the past were far less effective than the ones now. Lord Cat should have noticed this. Now, it takes at least 10 years to bear a cat fruit. I'm also cultivating now. Actually, sometimes when I'm in closed-door cultivation, I don't care about the results. After all these years, less than 100 cat fruits have been born. Fong Ping said lightly, is that so? If it's so precious, why would you give it away so casually? King Pine has it, Li Zhu has it. I think it's everywhere. If it's so little, would you give it away so casually? Fong Ping came to find it for the cat fruit. His main concern was why the cat tree would give it away. He found one at King Pine's place. Later, Li Zhu gave one to him to redeem Li Yi. Where did the cat fruit come from? As soon as he said that, the cat glared at the cat tree, its big face full of displeasure. That was it. The cat tree had given its cat fruit to someone else. The cat tree looked bitter. Meeting a king man was much more difficult to deal with than the cat. The king man might be young, but he was not easy to fool. As long as the cat had something to eat, it would be fine. It had probably forgotten about those things, but Fong Ping had not. Since it was back, the cat tree did not hide anything. It said bitterly, Lord Man King, you've misunderstood. I was forced to do it. King Pine's cat fruit was obtained from the Guardian Palace. I live in the Guardian Palace, and I'm also from the Monster Plant clan. Those demons would sometimes trade some treasures with each other. I've also traded a few. No one knows the cat fruit. Those who know it are all ancient powerhouses. As for King Li Zhu's, it wasn't obtained from the Guardian Palace. He came to my place of residence and demanded it by force. Demanded by force? Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. He asked for one? Exactly 10. The cat tree wanted to cry too. I didn't want to give it to him at first, but Li Zhu's aura burst out and intimidated me. I had no choice but to provide him with the cat fruit. What did he want the cat fruit for? I don't know. What's his strength? At least the Saint Realm. When did this happen? About 2,000 years ago, Fong Ping's eyes lit up. When did this happen? About 2,000 years ago. The cat tree explained, it happened after the war between the North and the South. Li Zhu is actually older than everyone thinks. The outside world thinks that he rose to power a few hundred years ago. In fact, he rose to power 2,000 years ago. It's also the period when the sects were destroyed and the catacombs 4 majestic chambers were formed. Fong Ping murmured, it's him. This was him. There were many meanings. The God-forging envoy said that in every era, there would be someone who rose to power. However, during the era of the catacombs 4 majestic chambers, only the Life King rose to power. Li Zhu. Fong Ping actually suspected that he was the reincarnation of a powerhouse. But now, if Li Zhu was already very powerful 2,000 years ago, then he might be the powerhouse who rose to power during the era of the Catacombs' four majestic chambers, much stronger than the Life King. What happened to him after that? The cat tree thought for a while and said uncertainly, 2,000 years ago, when he came to find me, there was actually something unusual. His aura was actually not very stable. Besides, there seemed to be two auras, and the chi of origin was a little chaotic. Your humble servant guessed that he might be fighting for something, the cat tree said and said, after that, he should have died for a period of time. The Li Zhu that you humans know might not be fake. Maybe after he died, his strength declined, so he started again, and that's why there was the Li Zhu who rose to power. Fang Ping's eyes flashed. Li Zhu, this fellow really had to pay more attention to him. A very scary fellow, also, he could not guess what this fellow was thinking. He more or less knew what other people were thinking, but this Li Zhu fellow was really complicated. He wanted the cat fruit, probably because his origin was injured, and he had no choice but to take the cat fruit to restore his source world. Fang Ping said, and quickly added, previously, he said that he was injured. Maybe his injury had not healed, and he had no choice but to lie low for a period of time to recover. Becoming a lord was probably beneficial to his recovery, but he did not want to be constantly watched, so he pretended to be injured. At this point, Fang Ping said, there's another problem. During the North-South War, some of the mounts defected and escaped. But after that, I don't seem to have found these mounts. I've asked people, there are actually some ancient demons in the two demon royal halls, but they disappeared without a trace. The time when they disappeared was about 1,000 years ago, which is when Unquestionable Jian barged in. Were they killed by Unquestionable Jian, or did they hide? During the North-South War, many demon mounts defected and escaped. They should not have died, but now, Fang Ping did not seem to have met any of them. The cat tree had lived for a long time, and had experienced that era, so he should know something. Fang Ping was very interested in this batch of mounts. During the North-South War, these were the mounts of the Blessed Grotto Heaven's powerhouses. Among them, many demons in Quokang Mountain defected and escaped. The cat tree said sheepishly, about that period, actually, I don't know much. At that time, Master woke up, cough cough, anyway, the meaning was clear. At that time, the cat woke up and stayed in Quokang Mountain. Actually, it did not dare to show its face. During the North-South War, the cat fell asleep, and it hid for a long time before coming out. The cat went into a deep sleep during the North-South War. Don't you know what happened after that? The cat tree looked at the cat carefully. Seeing that the cat was still eating its fruit, it breathed a sigh of relief, saying carefully, I know a little. After the North-South War, the catacombs rose. The four majestic dynasties were established, and the sects were destroyed. Those demons that defected and escaped actually appeared for a period of time. Some of them joined the demon clan royal court, and some entered the Forbidden Sea. At that time, I also entered the Guardian dynasty, and came into contact with one of the defected monsters a few times. In the beginning, these demons were still quite active, but 1,000 years ago, after the demon emperor entered the catacombs, these demons almost all disappeared. Get to the point, are they dead or alive? They should be alive. The cat tree said hurriedly, this batch of demons might have been taken away by a powerhouse and hidden. They're used as a surprise attack. Who? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Unquestionable Jian? Probably not. The cat tree thought for a while and said, it might be someone from the extreme path. Lord King, the extreme path, might have a traitor. What? Fang Ping was surprised. The cat tree said softly, there might be a traitor in the extreme path. The person who broke the North Sea Venerable Emperor's beast taming technique might be someone from the extreme path. Because only people from the extreme path would be extremely familiar with some of the North Sea Venerable Emperor's techniques. Only those people would be able to control the beasts and make them work for him. However, it was a bit chaotic at that time. The divine sect was involved, the demon emperor was also involved, and there were also some hidden powerhouses involved. Whether it's true or not, I'm not too sure. King Kuan might know, because that person should have cooperated with King Kuan back then. If King Kuan doesn't know, then he might have cooperated with the Demon Emperor dynasty. The cat tree had lived for so many years, and it was considered shrewd. It said immediately, Master was clearly close to the North Sea Venerable Emperor back then, but later on, he became close to the Demon Emperor. I think, this person might be related to the Demon Emperor, or even someone who arranged some things. Fang Ping looked at the cat and said solemnly, you were clearly on good terms with Gong Juanzi back then. How did you end up hooking up with the Demon Emperor? The cat looked innocent. What did he mean by hooking up? What did he mean by that? I don't know either. The cat felt wronged. Gong Juanzi wasn't fun, and he didn't fish with me either. He only knew how to cultivate in seclusion all day long, where he would feed the demons. I wanted to eat him, but he was so stingy, only giving me a little. After that, he took in disciples, and I had even less time. I met Little Sword, so I played with him. That simple? The old cat muttered, probably. But Little Sword. Little Sword seems to know what I like. As it said that, it added, Little Sword is actually a good person. Anyway, that's what I think, but after he broke through to the peak, he changed a little. Liar, in the beginning. I don't think he lied to me. It still explained to Unquestionable Jian that Unquestionable Jian did not lie to it in the beginning. But later, maybe he really did lie to it. The cat vaguely felt this point later on. The Unquestionable Jian at that time was a little different. Fang Ping did not say anything more, connecting some clues in his mind. There was someone behind Unquestionable Jian. It could be an Extreme Path disciple, or it could be Hong Yu. Hong Yu, Unquestionable Jian, Extreme Path disciple, King Kuan. Some of these powerhouses were connected, but Fang Ping had not thought of the key point yet. As for who that Extreme Path disciple was, whether it was Lin Hai. Fang Ping felt that the possibility was not high. Lin Hai had just been revived. These guys. Making it so complicated, what are they trying to do? Fang Ping cursed in his heart. This matter was very important. He felt that even the Extreme Path Venerable Emperors might be in some people's schemes. Would Old Jiao be fine? Old Jiao won't trust those Extreme Path disciples easily. He's not that stupid. I'm just afraid. Fang Ping's head hurt. He was not too sure where Old Jiao and the rest were now. He was worried that these guys would be plotted against. Some of the things that the cat tree said made him feel that other than these forces on the surface in the three realms, there might be a big hand controlling some things in the dark. When I become a heavenly king, I'll drag them out and beat them to death. Fang Ping cursed in a low voice. The cat tree shuddered. It was so scared. It always felt that it would be very dangerous in the human world. It was still thinking. Fang Ping exhaled and said, forget it, let's not care about this for now. Cat tree, human rank 9, I'll provide 1 cat fruit to each of you as the fee for protecting you. That's it, I have something to do, I'll leave first. Fang Ping tore the space apart and left with a whoosh. The cat tree was stunned. Human. Rank 9. Hundreds, almost 1,000, right? Global high martial arts, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to be brave. I'll take a day off. Currently in the middle of typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. The Forbidden Sea was vast and boundless. No matter how far you went, you couldn't seem to see the end of the sea. The 33 immortal islands were known as all the forces in the sea. However, the furthest of the 33 immortal islands was less than 500,000 miles away from the coastline. It sounded extremely far, but for powerhouses, emperor-level powerhouses could easily tear space and travel 1,000 miles in one step. Hundreds of thousands of miles, if you didn't care about the cost, you could reach it quickly. Saints and heavenly kings were even faster. Some people once went deep into the sea, but it was extremely dangerous, and it was still difficult to see the end. On the day of the cat tree's return, the day the catacombs rebuilt the heavenly court. Deep in the sea. An island that looked like a fairyland was faintly discernible above the sea. On the immortal island, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Birds and beasts wandered freely on the island. On the huge immortal island, from time to time, some people could be seen flying into the sky and burrowing into the ground, like immortals, very free. An undiscovered overseas immortal island. An immortal island that was not among the 33 immortal islands. In the center of the island, in a colorful land, there were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. Fish swam in the water, very comfortable. Leisurely, the surrounding small lakes rippled. In a pavilion, a young man was fishing with a fishing rod. Behind him, 2 young women, one holding a fan, gently fanning the man. A person was brewing tea, and the fragrance of the tea overflowed. The young man smiled, staring at the water, suddenly holding the fishing rod in his hand. The next moment, a small golden fish was caught out of the water. At this moment, footsteps came from behind. "Greetings, young master." The 2 maids bowed slightly to greet. The person who came was also a young man, looking young, with some arrogance on his face. Young, he was really young, not the old antique's youthful appearance. "Master." The young man who had just arrived shouted, standing behind the fishing young man with a respectful face. The fishing young man did not reply, took back the fishing rod, and put the small golden fish into the bamboo basket beside him. After doing all this, he turned around and said with a smile, "Death is here, sit." The fishing young man said with a smile, "You are lucky, I just caught a spirit dragon fish, I will cook it myself later, I guarantee you will swallow your tongue." The young man hurriedly smiled and said, "Master is personally cooking, this disciple is indeed lucky. Master hasn't cooked for a long time." The fisherman laughed and gestured for him to sit down. The maidservant began to pour tea. The fragrance of the tea permeated the air, spiritual chi swept out, forming a small spiritual chi vortex in mid-air. The fishing man frowned slightly, and the expression of the servant girl who was pouring tea changed slightly. Seeing this, the young man Xianxia hurriedly said, "Let me do it." After saying those words, he stood up and personally poured tea for the fisherman. This time, the vortex of spiritual energy in the air dissipated, not the slightest bit exposed. The spiritual energy was restrained, and the tea in the teacup was golden yellow, just like ordinary tea. The fishing man nodded slightly and said with a light smile, "That's right." Drinking tea was also a form of cultivation. The path of cultivation is ever-changing, yet it doesn't deviate from the core. The strength of one's realm is not important. For cultivators, the strength of power, the strength of the flesh, the strength of the spiritual sense, these are the basics. Basically, the first is the control of power. The second is the combination of cultivation methods. The third is weapons and equipment. The fourth is battle experience, courage, and strategy. The fishing man still had a smile on his face. "When Xianxia poured tea for you, your power didn't leak out, and the spiritual energy in the spiritual tea was controlled within. That's enough for you to master the control of power." Xianxia said humbly, "Master, you flatter me. I'm still lacking in many areas." "Not bad." The fishing man picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he waved his hand lightly, and the 2 maidservants bowed and left. Their steps were light, and they didn't make any sound. After they left, the fishing man smiled faintly. In the era of great competition, everyone is fighting. The human world is fighting, and the land is fighting. Everyone is fighting. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. 8,000 years have passed, the fishing man sighed softly, and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He said slowly, "It's time to end it." Xianxia listened attentively. Seeing that the man had stopped talking, he said softly, "Master, is this the real great era?" "Yes." The fishing man stood up, looked outside the island, and murmured, "Every time, it feels like a great era is coming. In the age of chaos, when the chaotic heavenly king was born, I thought the great era was coming. In the era of the demon emperor dynasty, when the dynasty was unified, I also thought the great era was coming. In the era of the 100 schools of thought, I thought the great era was coming again. But they were all wrong." The man sighed, shook his head, and said, "In those times, there were people who rose, but they didn't reach that point. This time is different. Those who should have appeared have appeared." The man chuckled and said, "The subduing heavenly king who has been in hibernation for many years, Hong Yu who has been hiding for many years, the fallen heavenly hound, Sherpa who died back then, the powerful cat palace chief who died before the heavenly realm was destroyed, Li Zhu who has been hiding in the dynasty, unquestionable Jian who has been hiding in the human world. Other than them, there are the reincarnations of the 4 emperors, the martial king Zhang Tao of the human world, the current king Fang Ping of the human world, the heavenly beloved cat. The man named one person after another, and said emotionally, the 3 realms have been created since the origin, and the essence is in this era. If it isn't this time, there won't be a next time. In this era, someone will definitely become an emperor, or even, create a new Tao. The man's last 4 words caused the void to tremble. Yun Mia's mouth was dry. Create a new Tao. 30,000 years ago, the Tao of origin was created and Chu Wu ended. The Tao of origin was the only Tao in this era. They were all going for the Tao of origin. The Tao of origin became the only Tao in the 3 realms, the strongest Tao. Everyone wanted to prove their Tao. But now, his master said that someone might create a new Tao. Each Tao was stronger than the last. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tao of origin was stronger than Chu Wu, it wouldn't have replaced Chu Wu as the only Tao in the 3 realms, and the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors wouldn't have been born. However, since the Tao was created 30,000 years ago, until 20,000 years ago, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors proved their Tao. After that, there was peace for more than 10,000 years, and there were no new emperors in the 3 realms. 8,000 years ago, the heavenly realm fell, and a new chapter began. The 3 realms went from prosperity to decline, and it entered a chaotic state of war. Master, is there really a Tao more powerful than the Tao of origin? Yun Mia's mouth was dry, and he said, the Tao of origin has no end. I feel that the Tao of origin is already extremely powerful. Does this new Tao exist? Where there is a will, there is a will. The fishing man chuckled. During the Chu Wu period, no one thought there was a Tao more powerful than the Tao of beginning martial arts. Those Chu Wu leaders were all heroes. But during the transition period between the Chu Wu and the 3 realms, the heroes fought for supremacy. Some rising stars defeated those Chu Wu leaders. The Chu Wu declined, and it became a thing of the past. The man exclaimed, during that era, the 9 sovereigns were still young and inexperienced. They fought everywhere, defeated the Chu Wu, and became emperors. The deity emperor defeated the Chu Wu martial god and became emperors in the land realm. The East sovereign defeated the Chu Wu sword god and broke the Chu Wu sword. The sword god's sword was destroyed, and the East sovereign died. The human sovereign defeated the Chu Wu sword god and killed him to prove his Tao in the human realm, the earthly sovereign. One by one, the man described the battles of the emperors. He exclaimed, first, there were the 9 emperors. Then, there was the Emperor of Heaven Reverse who rose on the Chu land. After reaching the golden body stage, he began to cultivate origin energy. He wanted to become the 2nd elementary martial artist. Unfortunately, he did not become the 2nd one. Yun Mia murmured, those emperors and celestial emperors are dragons and phoenixes among men. You are wrong. The man shook his head. They are heroes, heaven's prides. But that is fate. Chaotic Heaven King, Hong Yu, Li Zhu, Subduing Heaven King, are they really not as good as them? Not necessarily. But have they become emperors? Have they reached the peak of the Tao? No. The man answered his own question and sighed, because the timing is not right. Due to bad luck, none of them succeeded. Therefore, they lay dormant, waiting for the next opportunity, for the next battle. If the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors could prove their Tao at that time, then next time, someone can do it. The man looked at Yun Mia again and said with a smile, today, the time has come. This time everyone will come back. Fight. Fight for a chance, fight for their lives. No one is willing to accept that they will fail. Why can the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors do it but not them? They are not weaker than the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Therefore, they are not willing. This time, they will give it their all. Master, you also have a chance. Yun Miao looked at the man and said softly, are you going to come out this time? The man smiled, I will. I will also take a gamble. Not only me, but you and your fellow apprentices will also have a chance. The man's eyes were deep as he drank the tea in one gulp. I have waited for a long time. I've also done many tests and experiments. Annihilation, your senior apprentice brother, there was someone who fought against the geniuses of this generation, but he was no match for them and died in battle in the 3 realms. Someone replaced him and became the generation's hero. the heir is favorite. At first, I wanted to replace him, but then I realized, there is no need for that. The man said calmly, you can also kill the current generation's prides, gather the invincible momentum, gather the heaven and earth's providence, and become invincible. I've already received news that in this generation, many seeds have emerged from the human world, seeds of supreme experts, martial King Zhang Tao, a heavenly king, human King Fang Ping, a true god, had the combat strength of a sage. These two are the generation's peerless seeds. There is also the longevity swordsman, Li Chongsheng. If the two of them are the 9 sovereigns, he is the new generation's 4 emperors candidate, Yun Mia. This time, it is time for you to graduate. First kill Li Chongsheng, then kill Maple King, Huai King, destroy overseas immortal islands Luo Yu, Yu Wu Hua, Long Xian, kill North Emperors Ling Xiao, gather the invincible momentum, fight Hades, defeat him, then fight Human King, kill him, then kill Martial King. The man looked at his disciple, his eyes deep. If you kill Martial King, you will become the strongest. Master and disciple, we will fight the 3 realms again, and this generation will achieve Tao. Yun Mia swallowed and said softly, Master, the 4 emperors' reincarnations, the man closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then sighed, as a master, I teach and solve doubts. I have learned the Tao and the 4 emperors' teachings, so I have some ties, but the fight for Tao is extremely cruel, the 4 emperors have not grown up yet. When they grow up, I'll personally make a move and settle things with them. Yun Mia did not ask further, but said hesitantly, I have only just entered the emperor rank. Once I kill the others, human King Fang Ping will have the combat strength of a sage. Emperor rank? The man chuckled, how can others understand my bloodline? I have learned the Tao from Heaven Destroying the Arch. In terms of combat strength, Heaven Destroying the Arch is stronger than Heaven Destroying the Arch, but he has always lost and never won. Heaven Destroying Thearka's body is so strong that even Chu Wu leader might not be able to defeat him, yet, he has always lost to Heaven Destroying the Arch. Do you know why? Yun Mia pondered, Master once said that the extreme Tao has obvious flaws. Even the 4 emperors are the same. Although Heaven Destroying Thearka's body is strong, his spiritual consciousness is weak. Normal martial artists can't make use of this flaw, but Heaven Destroying the Arch has always won because of his powerful spiritual consciousness. He forcefully sealed Heaven Destroying Thearka's origin. Without the origin, Heaven Destroying the Arch will naturally lose every battle. That's right. The man smiled, this is the strength of Heaven Destroying Thearka's bloodline. Of course, it is not easy to seal the origin. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors are powerhouses of the same rank. Among the 13 powerhouses, Heaven Destroying the Arch can only seal Heaven Destroying the Arch, although the 9 sovereigns' spiritual consciousness is not as strong as Heaven Destroying Thearka's, it is average and has no shortcomings. It is difficult for the others to seal Heaven Destroying the Arch, but Heaven Destroying the Arch is Heaven Destroying Thearka's natural enemy. When the 2 of them fight, Heaven Destroying the Arch will always lose. Heaven Destroying the Arch is not the weakest powerhouse among the 13, but he has never defeated Heaven Destroying the Arch. This is probably his biggest regret in life. Hearing this, Yun Mia hurriedly said, then, can I seal the King of Man? Fang Ping is a rising star. His origin is only at the early stage of true God. No matter what is special about him, his spiritual consciousness is not as strong as yours. You are confident that you can seal his origin. The man looked at Yun Mia. However, he has a 9th refined golden body and has the power of a sage. His foundation is also very strong. The reason why I put him last is to remind you that even if you seal his origin, his combat strength will not be weak. He might be close to the strength of an emperor. Remember, it is difficult for you to seal someone whose spiritual consciousness is stronger than yours. If his spiritual consciousness is not as strong as yours, the chances of sealing his origin are very high. However, you have to be careful and think about the consequences of failure. Don't be blindly confident. Yun Mia nodded. My spiritual consciousness is much stronger than ordinary emperors. It is comparable to those sages. I am not afraid of fighting with ordinary sages. It is just that, the King of Man has the power to kill sages, so I am a little afraid. Being afraid is not a bad thing. The man laughed. One must have a heart of fear. However, being afraid without being afraid is the true meaning of cultivation. If you are not confident, don't fight with Feng Ping easily. I understand. Then, you can leave the mountain tomorrow. The man said. Soon, a seal, a set of armor, and a spear appeared in his hand. This is a gift from me to you. Sage order, lock the void, spirit sage armor, protect the flesh. God-slaying spear, destroy the strong enemy. When you leave tomorrow, bring the 8 mountain guarding divine beasts with you. Master. Xianxia said hurriedly. I can leave the island by myself. With the mountain guarding divine beasts around, I will lose the chance to train, the man smiled faintly. They will not attack unless your life is in danger. Remember, the so-called reliance is on yourself. If you don't think about it, you will strengthen yourself instead of blindly escaping from it. That is training. I understand. After replying, Xianxia took the 3 saint weapons and said happily, Master, now that disciple has left the mountain, can I introduce myself? The man smiled faintly. It is fine. The sky-sealing bloodline has not appeared in the world for a long time. Not many people know about it. In this era of great competition, annihilation, come out of seclusion and fight for the heaven-sealing bloodline. Take it as making the heaven-sealing bloodline famous. I will remember this. I will not let the sky-sealing bloodline's reputation be tarnished. Xianxia was looking forward to it. The man stopped teaching and laughed. He looked at the bamboo basket and said, Help me kill the fish. Yes. Killing the fish wasn't that simple. Xianxia reached into the bamboo basket with one hand. In the next moment, the small golden fish in the bamboo basket suddenly opened its mouth and bit at his hand. Xianxia harumphed and slammed his palm forward, causing sparks to fly. At that moment, the tail of the golden fish suddenly expanded countless times and swept over like a dragon's tail. A loud rumble rang out, a bloody gash appeared on Xianxia's finger. Xianxia seemed to be enraged. He sneaked a glance at the man and felt embarrassed that he had to go through so much trouble to kill a fish. Seal. At that moment, Xianxia harumphed coldly. The air trembled as a gate that seemed to have come from the ancient times descended from the sky. There was a loud boom. The gate fell into the bamboo basket and entered the golden fish's body. The initially powerful fish's aura suddenly dropped by more than half. At that moment, Xianxia harumphed and grabbed the fish with a single hand. The golden fish cried out in pain under his grip. Soon, a human voice could be heard, Lord, spare me. As if he didn't hear it, Xianxia's sharp fingernail instantly slid across the fish's abdomen. Ryup, the fish's intestines were cut open, revealing its translucent organs. A crystal bottle appeared in Xianxia's other hand and he poured out a large amount of liquid to wash the fish's organs. Then, a thin knife appeared in his hand and he started to scrape off the fish's scales. The golden scales fell off and the fish let out a shrill cry. Xianxia glanced at the man who was looking at him silently. He released his mental energy again and sealed the fish completely, silencing it. The man continued to watch as Xianxia dealt with the spirit dragon fish as if he didn't see it. It wasn't until Annihilation scraped the scales off the fish, rinsed its internal organs over and over again, and was about to extinguish its vital energy that the man smiled and said, There's no need to kill it. Fish, you have to eat something fresh. Only when it's alive will it taste good in the pot. The spirit dragon fish is only a little more common now. In ancient times, even I would have a hard time eating one. Xianxia sighed. Xianxia knew the story behind it. In ancient times, this fish was so delicious that it was almost eaten by a cat. No one would be able to eat it. If anyone caught this fish and didn't give it to the cat, the spirit emperor would come knocking on their door. The man sighed and said, In the past, when we destroyed the heaven palace, any brother who caught a spirit dragon fish had to give it to that cat. Now, things have changed. That cat isn't as domineering as it used to be. Xianxia smiled as he dealt with the spirit dragon fish. Master, that cat is only at the emperor level now. The man waved his hand lightly. Don't provoke that cat. That cat is unusual. Although it's only at the emperor level, the sky-sealing lineage might not be able to seal its great Tao. In the past, even the 9 emperors couldn't seal its great Tao, emperor level. It's an emperor level. You might not be its match. Moreover, the cat's strength isn't just in strength. Remember, if you meet it, try to avoid it. Disciple understands. Don't call it by its name. A cat is a cat. If you don't mention its name, it can't do anything to you. Disciple understands. The man nodded and smiled. Don't mention it. Someone will deal with this cat. The Chuwu lineage hasn't been completely wiped out. Killing the cat failed in the ancient times, but it might not be the case now. Killing the cat, Yun Miao looked at the man, who said indifferently, it'll happen sooner or later. Of course, if someone kills it, someone else will protect it. Let's see if this cat can be destroyed, and if it'll affect the Daos of the origin after it's destroyed. We don't know yet, but some people might not be willing to gamble. Master, if the cat dies, will our source of the great Tao really be shaken? The man pondered for a moment, then smiled, not necessarily. Some people are just bluffing. Heaven Extermination the Arch once said that if the great Tao is strong enough and sturdy enough, the cat's death won't affect anything. Some people who only look impressive might have their great Tao shattered. If those people die, then so be it. Yun Mia understood and didn't worry about this anymore. Clearly, he felt that his great Tao was sturdy and wouldn't be affected. The master and disciple started to cook the spirit dragon fish. A spirit dragon fish in the desperation realm. The desperation Fae with its origin sealed was just ordinary. It wasn't a match for the master and disciple. Soon, the smell of fish came from the island. Some of the Fae hissed in a low voice, then quickly calmed down. At the same time, in the Forbidden Ocean, in a heavenly realm fragment. Deep within the heavenly realm fragment, there were cracks in the void. Some dilapidated palaces were swaying, as if they would collapse at any moment. Outside a relatively intact palace, a person stood, holding a saber in his hand and carrying a longbow on his back. He looked at the dilapidated palace with an indifferent expression. Wang Jinyang had been missing since he left the Nanjiang catacombs. There was a plaque hanging on the top of the palace in front. It was also dilapidated. Tyrant, Wang Jinyang glanced at the plaque and seemed to recognize it. He said softly, the Palace of Heaven Tyrant the Arch? I don't think so, it's built by his successor. As he spoke, he shook his head and said with a smile, does he have a successor? After teaching a few people, he left behind a cultivation technique and disappeared. Disciples will have to search the entire 3 realms to find him. Rather than looking for him in the Heaven Tyrant Palace, they might as well go to the Heaven Destroyer Palace. If the disciples of Heaven Tyrant the Arch wanted to find this master, they would have to try their luck at the Heaven Destroyer Palace because Heaven Destroyer Palace was frequented by Heaven Destroyer Palace. As for his own Heaven Destroyer Palace, they might not even visit it once in 100 years. It was also in a hurry. As he spoke, Wang Jinyang stepped in. In the dilapidated palace, there was almost nothing left. Wang Jinyang did not care and looked around for a while. Soon, he saw the dilapidated but domineering statue in the center of the palace. It was arrogant, the figure of the statue was dressed in armor. It held its head high and raised its fist, as if it was showing off. Wang Jinyang looked for a while and smiled. He took a step forward and suddenly reached out his hand to pat the head of the statue. He said with a smile, Heaven Tyrant, let me borrow the power of your jade bone. As he spoke, he punched the head of the statue. The flesh on his hand instantly exploded, revealing the white bones. It was a terrifying sight. Wang Jinyang did not seem to see it. At this moment, the head of the statue was smashed by him, revealing a jade-colored long thread inside. Wang Jinyang reached out and grabbed the long thread. The long thread struggled. It was extremely sharp, instantly cutting the bones in his hand and making a cracking sound. You're already dead. Do you think you can defeat me with just a strand of hair? Wang Jinyang laughed. Your head is so hard. Don't tell me it's because you plucked out all your hair? How many people did you give your hair to? That's enough. Having said that, he could not help but talk to himself. He laughed. I shouldn't have tricked Qin Fengqing back then. Tricking you to pluck out all your hair is probably not a problem. As his voice fell, he let out a low roar. His vitality surged and forcefully captured the jade-colored long hair, then, his vitality wrapped around the hair, as if he was extracting something. In an instant, an incomparably surging force erupted from the top of his head. Wang Jinyang gritted his teeth and forcefully absorbed this force into his body. Bang! His flesh exploded. Wang Jinyang ignored it and continued to absorb this force. Wrong, Sai. Extreme Tao. Extreme Tao. Extreme Tao. That's someone else's Tao. In his mind, there seemed to be an invisible voice. Wang Jinyang was calm and collected. He said slowly, I'll walk my Tao. There's no need to point fingers at someone who's already dead. The voice dissipated. There was no more sound. In the dilapidated hall, Wang Jinyang's body shone. Broken, mended, soon, the strand of hair was completely shattered. Wang Jinyang exhaled softly, his face slightly pale. He was different from others. Others had golden bones after rank 8, but he had never forged golden bones. However, his white bones were also glowing jade. They were not jade bones, but they were not weaker than golden bones. Vitality path, Wang Jinyang chuckled after sensing his qi and blood. Extreme Tao. The reason why Extreme Tao was called Extreme Tao was because the other Taos were difficult to walk. Hence, he gave up on the other Taos and focused on one Tao. Was Extreme Tao the correct path? If so, why did the Extreme Path Heavenly Emperor not become an emperor? Zhan, are you really dead? Wang Jinyang murmured softly, but no one answered. Soon, Wang Jinyang smiled and said, Actually, I hope that you're not dead. If that's the case, you will be you, and I will be me. And I am not someone you can entrust yourself to. Still silence. Wang Jinyang did not care. He exhaled softly and walked out of the hall. Looking at the shattered void, he murmured, maybe I should go deeper. It would be better if I can find some of the heaven-exterminating emperor's remains. It was dangerous to go deeper. The deeper one went, the more likely it was to encounter great terror. There might even be some monsters in the early stage of martial arts in the depths of the Forbidden Sea. Those monsters were isolated from the world and might not have cultivated the origin path. They were more similar to the early stage of martial arts. Not only that, there was great terror in the depths. Celestial Cemetery, Wang Jinyang murmured. The Celestial Cemetery was in the depths of the Forbidden Sea. Countless powerhouses died in the core area of the Great War. It was a place of boundless danger. There were even emperors lingering on their last breaths. Heavenly Hound and the others went there. He did not know what the situation was like now. Wang Jinyang thought about it and laughed. That was fine. If Heavenly Hound and the others went, even if they could not do anything, they could still cause chaos in the Celestial Cemetery for a while and prevent it from affecting the three realms. Otherwise, if someone walked out of the Celestial Cemetery at this stage, the three realms would be in chaos and the humans would suffer. He stepped out of the Celestial Realm fragment. After losing the statue and the hair of the Celestial Monarch, it was as if the world had lost the last bit of energy supporting it. With a loud boom, the void exploded and the pocket dimension disappeared completely. Wang Jinyang didn't even turn his head. It was hard to tell if he was feeling a little sad. This was the place left behind by one of the few disciples of Emperor Badian. Back then, many of the disciples of other emperors had recovered, but how many of the disciples of the four emperors had recovered? He might really die. After all, the four emperors were different from the monarchs. Some of them even walked the path of the initial martial lineage. Without source energy, how could they recover? If he died, then he would really die. After flying for a distance in the sea, Wang Jinyang suddenly turned around and said softly, Earth is depending on you. I'm afraid I won't be back for a long time. You can hold on. Earth was much more powerful than before. Many more. However, Wang Jinyang knew that this was only the beginning. At this juncture, the people who should appear were about to appear. This time, it was more dangerous than any other time. Those who were alive, those who were dead, heavenly kings, saints, beginner martial artists, without exception, they would all appear one by one. Earth, the center of the storm. When the last passageway opened, it would also be the most dangerous time for Earth. It would be completely exposed to the eyes of the powerhouses of the three realms. The land that had completely lost its barrier might be surrounded by powerful enemies. He must strive to rush back before that day, join the war, participate in the war of defense, participate in the war of the human race's rise and fall. Wang Jinyang left these words, and his figure quickly disappeared on the spot. It was time to go, the catacombs. Outland. Fong Ping restrained his aura and appeared in the outland again. On Mount Royal Sea, Fong Ping stood alone, looking at the catacombs, looking at the new heaven and earth that seemed to have a thin membrane between heaven and earth. For a moment, he was a little dazed. Looking back, looking at the outland, looking at those human cities. Fong Ping was getting more and more lonely. Old Zhang and the others were not here. This Mount Royal Sea only had him. At this moment, he was too lonely. Where were the people who had fought side by side with him in the past? They were all gone, now, only he could stand here and defend this endless line of defensive humans. I will wait for you guys to come back. Fong Ping murmured softly. How can I defend this long line of defense alone? How can I fight in all directions alone? Come back quickly. Lonely, there was no one to fight side by side with me. At this moment, there was suddenly an extra aura behind him. Fong Ping did not even turn his head, saying lightly, go. Seeing that you have helped the human race a few times, I won't kill you. Behind him, an incomparably cold youth, whose appearance was somewhat similar to unquestionable swords, looked at Fong Ping's back, speechless for a long time. After standing there for an unknown amount of time, his voice was cold, his tone complicated. You are really not the Demon Emperor. I am not. Fong Ping smiled and said, I am Fong Ping, unique. The Demon Emperor. Is the Demon Emperor very strong? You are not master. This person was not a human, but a demon, the demon swordsman, in Mount Royal Sea, the demon overlord, the top rank 9 powerhouse, the demon swordsman. Now, it had taken form. This was the symbol of a pinnacle. Ranked in the top 10 of rank 9, it was now also a pinnacle Daoist. It led the millions of demons in Mount Royal Sea, forming its own territory, living in Mount Royal Sea, forming its own lineage. That day, that person, is he master? The cold youth was like an abandoned child, a little expectant, a little sad. Fong Ping lied to it, he was not the Demon Emperor, not the master. However, the person who fought side by side with the king that day, it felt vaguely familiar. Was it master? Fong Ping turned around, smiled and said, maybe. You are not stupid, you have proven you're Daoist, you should understand some things. Since you are here today, let me ask you, if one day, I become his enemy, will you help him, or, help me? The demon swordsman looked at him, after a while, said in a low voice, Master helped me achieve Dao, if Master has an order, this little demon will definitely die. Stupid guy. Fong Ping laughed, waved his hand and said, get lost. I will not clash with your master for the time being, if it really comes to that, I will spare you once, I will not kill you. In this world, there are not many people who can still keep their hearts, there are many people who are foolishly loyal, but you are a demon, maybe it will be different. As he said that, he added, bring the demons under your command, leave Mount Royal Sea as soon as possible. This place will soon become the battlefield of the 2 realms. A third force, although you have proven your Dao, can a mere paragon rival the powerhouses of the 2 realms? The demon swordsman was silent, after a moment of silence, said, this little demon has already contacted everywhere, maybe they will build another forbidden land in the sea, Mount Royal Sea demons, although not a match for all sides, they will not be bullied by all sides. The idea is good, the result may be sad. Demons. Fong Ping smiled and said, the demons of this era may not have much space to survive, unless the bloodline of the Beast Emperor shows their strength. After saying that, Fong Ping did not care anymore, continued to patrol along Mount Royal Sea. In the current Imperial Sea Mountain, he was the only one who could patrol everywhere without fear. Even Wu Quishan could not, he who had just entered the Paragon. Fong Ping was still worried that he would be surrounded and killed in Mount Royal Sea. Behind, the demon swordsman did not follow anymore, watching Fong Ping leave, its gaze was also incomparably complicated. Although it was deceived by Fong Ping a few times, it did not hate, only felt that it was a pity. It was a pity that the King of Man was not the master. This boundlessly domineering King of Man killed strong enemies in all directions, suppressed the human world alone, the human world rose because of him, such a person, if the master, how good would that be, Mount Royal Sea. Fong Ping continued to walk, very soon, a bounded domain covered by a large formation appeared. In the next moment, a figure appeared. Xianxia, the powerhouse from the Xuanda Grotto heaven, when he first came out of the mountain, vowed to find Fang Ping to spar, to make Fang Ping pay the price, who asked Fang Ping to empty the Xuanda Grotto heaven. In the Battle of the King's Battleground, the Xuanda Emperor Xianxia also made a move. He made a move for the human race. Because of this, although the Xuanda Grotto heaven's strength was not considered strong, it still existed at this moment, dominating a part of the outland, because of the human race's support. Fang, King of Man. Xianxia was getting older. In the past, many people on the rank 9 wind and cloud list had achieved Dao, but he had not. When he first met Fang Ping was still only rank 8 strength. Now, Fang Ping had killed a saint, but he was still only rank 9 strength. He could no longer be like before, mentioning that kid Fang Ping the moment he opened his mouth. Senior Xianxia. Fang Ping laughed. Xianxia hurriedly said, Senior, you flatter me. King of Man, are you patrolling Mount Royalty? Yes. Fang Ping laughed. It's fine here, with the Xuanda Grotto heaven guarding, it's not a problem. A few days ago, the catacombs rebuilt the heavenly court, it wasn't too much of an impact here, was it? Xianxia immediately said, it wasn't affected much, but, Xianxia hesitated but still said, but the catacombs sent an emissary here, wanting to confer the Xuanda Grotto heaven. He stamped the heavenly king order, requesting the Xuanda Grotto heaven to join the heavenly court. What do you think, Senior? Fang Ping was not angry, smiling. Senior, don't worry, Venerable Emperor Xianji fought for the human race before, this is friendship. Now, it's time to make a choice. After all, the catacombs have 9 saints, I can understand Senior's choice. The Xuanda Grotto heaven actually still had a true god guarding it. However, he did not sense this true god's aura today. Fang Ping did not know where he went, nor did he ask. Xianxia exhaled softly, saying quickly, naturally, I'm still leaning towards the human race, including the sect leader. But now, the human race in the catacombs, after all, is inferior to the catacombs. If I reject now, I'm worried that the catacombs will retaliate. What I mean is, don't express your stance, don't reject. King of humans, please understand. Fang Ping nodded slightly. I can understand, actually, in the last battle, Senior Xianqi did not fight, I already guessed it. In that battle, Wu Quishan and the others fought with the catacombs powerhouses. Actually, the human race still had help. The people from the Xuanda Grotto heaven, the true god of Dragon Change Sky, these 2 forces, their venerable emperors had participated in the battle that day. But this time, the powerhouses from both sides did not fight. Fang Ping could understand, but he was more or less disappointed. They could not stand firmly on the human race's side. Of course, in that situation, 2 true gods could not change anything. They were afraid that after the human race was destroyed, they would also be defeated, directly annihilated. This was actually understandable. Fang Ping's current mentality was much better than before. If it was before, perhaps he would be dissatisfied. Now, he understood a little more. The human race's situation was unclear. How would they dare to pick a side easily? It was not easy to pass down their legacy for so many years, a little carelessness, and annihilation would happen overnight. After Fang Ping finished speaking, he smiled. Senior, don't worry too much, this is good too, then I'll continue patrolling the various territories, Senior. There was more politeness, and less intimacy. Xianxia felt it. Actually, before this, Fang Ping still had a very different view of the Xuanda Grotto heaven. He was here, Venerable Emperor Xianji taught him the golden body honing method, solving Old Man Li's big problem. Fang Ping also took away a lot of treasures. He even let a few monsters in, causing a lot of trouble for the Xuanda Grotto heaven. Among the territories, Fang Ping was the closest to this side. Moreover, Xuanda Grotto heaven was also the birthplace of the Qin family. The Qin family, one clan with 2 paragons, fighting to the death for humans, this was all different. Watching Fang Ping continue to walk on Mount Royalty, watching his figure gradually getting further away, Xianhua's expression was conflicted, suddenly shouting in a low voice, "Wait, human king." Fang Ping turned back. Xianhua's expression changed again, suddenly saying, "In the world of great competition, how can we not fight?" Great changes, great chaos, the most taboo is to be at both ends, the strength of the Xuanda Grotto heaven is not strong, the sect leader is not here, but before the sect leader left, since he chose the human race, today is no exception. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianhua's voice was loud, saying loudly, Taibai Mountain Xuanda Grotto heaven is willing to guard the southern territory for the human race forever. As soon as these words came out, the grotto heaven was instantly stirred. The catacombs emissary came to confer the title of Xuanda Grotto heaven. In order to smooth things over, the true god in charge chose to go far away, dragging the catacombs, unwilling to give an answer. On the human side, no one came, nor did they say anything about Xuanda Grotto heaven. However, at this moment, Xianhua, a non-true god powerhouse, represented the Xuanda Grotto heaven and gave an answer, this senior rank 9, at this moment, his aura exploded, his aura like a rainbow. After saying that it was not enough, he shouted again, Taibai Mountain Xuanda Grotto heaven is willing to guard the southern territory for the human race forever. His voice echoed in all directions. Above the heavenly palace, the Xuanda Grotto heaven people walked out one after another. Some were old and some were young. Some were worried, some were fired up. Some wanted to say something but stopped, some were relaxed. This time, Xianhua made a decision, made a choice, and clarified the ownership of the Xuanda Grotto heaven. However, in this way, when the war started again, the Xuanda Grotto heaven would be seen as a human force, maybe, they would be the first to be destroyed in the great chaos, they were in the outer territory, they did not have a top-notch powerhouse in charge, unlike the Wangu bloodline, which had the North Emperor bloodline powerhouses to suppress everywhere. They were also unlike the Weiyu Mountain bloodline. Weiyu Mountain did not have a clear attitude, and now Weiyu Mountain's Jiang Kuei had also proven to be a paragon. In addition to the previous paragon powerhouse Jiangsu, one sect had 2 paragons. In a situation where they did not express their stance, they still had some confidence. Moreover, before Venerable Emperor Qingtong left, he also revealed a suspected saint-level strength. In this way, the Xuanda Grotto heaven was the weakest, but it was the first to make a choice, very easily becoming the target of all parties. Below, a young martial artist gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, let's do it. At most, we'll fight. Right now, we're so agreed, afraid of offending this and that. From afar, Fang Ping looked at the rank 9 who was getting older, suddenly laughed and said, don't you want to discuss with Senior Xuanqi? Xianhua's aura flourished, saying loudly, no need. Senior brother is not here, the Xuanda Grotto heaven's old Taoist has the final say. The Xuanda Grotto heaven is not strong, but they are willing to fight. Having said that, he shouted again, don't worry, king. If the catacombs emissaries come again, the Xuanda Grotto heaven will chop off their heads and send them to the human world. Fang Ping laughed, looking at him, saying slowly, if that's the case, the human race is also willing to join hands with the Xuanda Grotto heaven. From today onwards, the Xuanda Grotto heaven will be the human race's first grotto heaven. Fang Ping's voice was loud, his aura also erupted, his voice reverberating in all directions. The Xuanda Grotto heaven will be the human race's first grotto heaven. If Venerable Emperor Xuanji returns, he will be conferred the title again. As soon as he said that, several mentalities extended over in a continuous manner. There were powerhouses from the catacombs, powerhouses from Weiyu Mountain and Wanwu Mountain. Today, the Xuanda Grotto heaven, under the decision of a rank 9, had made a choice. Join hands with the human race. No one spoke, they were all observing quietly. Xianhua, the rank 9 martial artist, straightened his back at this moment. Over there seemed to be another aura spreading from the sea, a little anxious, a little panicked. Xuanda Grotto heaven's only true god powerhouse, Xianxia. This veteran paragon did not expect that after he said he would not get involved, his junior brother would make a choice after he left. From today onwards, the Xuanda Grotto heaven would probably be dragged into the quagmire of war. However, at this moment, he was already helpless. Xianhua informed the 3 realms that the king had made a promise. At this moment, if he dared to say that he was going back on his words, that would completely offend the human race. He was extremely helpless, perhaps only this powerhouse himself knew how sullen he felt in his heart. Fang Ping continued his journey, not staying long at the Xuanda Grotto heaven. However, at this moment, Fang Ping no longer hid his aura, releasing his aura, continuing to patrol along the Imperial Sea Mountain. Very soon, he passed by Weiyu Mountain. At Weiyu Mountain, two Paragon powerhouses soared into the sky. They did not speak, nor did they say anything about joining hands. Weiyu Mountain did not express its stance easily. Fang Ping nodded slightly, the two Paragon powerhouses bowed and gestured. Fang Ping left in a flash. Jiang Kuei glanced at the direction he left, looked at his uncle Jiang Su, and said with a complicated tone, "Uncle, are you really not going to choose?" Jiang Su said in a low voice, "Now, the catacombs have 9 saints. In the human world, only Fang Ping can fight a saint. As for the others, they might not always join hands with Fang Ping. If they express their stance easily, Weiyu Mountain will be in danger. Before the sect master returns, we can't easily drag Weiyu Mountain into the mire." Jiang Kuei sighed. "But, if Fang Ping overpowers the 3 realms and joins hands with the human race, it might be our chance." "No rush," Jiangsu said softly. "Now, actually, it might not be the beginning. When those powerhouses in the fake sky cemetery return, that will be the time for all parties to reshuffle. Before that, the human race is also at its most precarious time, full of uncertainty. At that time, when the sect master returns, with the sect master's strength and wisdom, I think the sect master will have a good choice." Jiang Kuei did not say anything else. He only hoped that the sect master, who was his family's elder ancestor, would have a good choice. Although the human race might not be as strong as the other forces, Jiang Kuei and Fang Ping had interacted many times, and vaguely felt that they should choose the human race. Although the catacombs was extremely powerful now, with 9 saints suppressing the 3 realms, Fang Ping's strength improved rapidly. Who could guarantee that the catacombs would always be stronger than the human race? On this day, Fang Ping patrolled the Mount Royal Sea defense line. They passed by Wanwu Mountain. Although the Wanwu lineage did not express their stance, Sage Yuwei's participation in the battle already meant something. Fang Ping crossed the southern territory, entering another foreign territory for the first time. First, it was the western region. The experts guarding the western region and the 27 western regions went to Imperial Sea Mountain to accompany the sovereign personage in patrolling the area. Wu Jueho was holding down the fort, however, there were many rank 9 martial artists. Every time Fang Ping arrived at a territory, there would be powerhouses coming to greet him and accompany him on patrol. None of the powerhouses from the catacombs in the outer territory dared to show up and stop them. After patrolling the west region, Fang Ping entered the north region very quickly. Experts from the northern domain, Hall of Gods, and other holy lands also made their way to Mount Royal Sea. The might of a sovereign personage started spreading throughout the outer regions, the entire human race. Wherever they went, the catacombs powerhouses retreated. For a moment, Fang Ping was in the limelight. 3 days, after spending 3 whole days, Fang Ping had finally patrolled the entire Mount Royal Sea defense line in the outskirts. Along the way, a saint's mentality descended and was forcefully shattered by Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not care which saint it was. Those who dared to probe, without exception, all of their mentality were shattered. It was incomparably domineering, but no saint showed up. After Fang Ping finished patrolling the outer regions, it had also quietly entered May. Exactly 2 months had passed since the opening of the fake sky grave. At the same time, in the Forbidden Sea, Boundless Mountain, where the Donghuang bloodline was located, the saint-level powerhouses under Donghuang leaped into the air, looking at extermination outside of Boundless Mountain. They frowned slightly, their expressions somewhat solemn. "Someone from the Extreme Dao bloodline?" Extermination laughed. "Not really. I'm from the Fengtian bloodline." The Fengtian bloodline, the old saint frowned again. After a while, he said, "The ancient Fengtian bloodline. Are you from the Extreme Dao bloodline or the beginner bloodline?" His mentality was very strong, he was not weaker than him. This kind of powerhouse was either from the Extreme Dao bloodline or a powerhouse from the beginner bloodline who walked the path of spiritual consciousness. He must be related to them. Extermination laughed. The Fengtian bloodline has been passed down for 8,000 years. It does not originate from ancient times. After saying that, he looked at Luo Yu, who had just leaped into the air. He looked at his golden body and shook his head slightly. "Weaker than I expected." "Luo Yu. 3,000 years ago, he was a prodigy from the overseas immortal islands. Now, he has only become a true god. He was slightly disappointed. Luo Yu did not give him the feeling that he was too strong. Of course, he was still a rank 9 golden body after advancing from rank 8 to rank 9. After that, he had honed to rank 9, becoming a true god with a rank 9 body. His strength was stronger than the average true god. His physique was also very strong, however, that depended on who he was compared to. Extermination had long become an emperor level. His mentality was comparable to that of a saint. Naturally, he felt that Luo Yu was weak. Luo Yu frowned and looked at him, not saying a word. "I'll give you time." Extermination laughed. "The current you is still not strong enough. I hope you can catch up, otherwise, you won't have a chance in this life." Luo Yu's aura exploded, his eyes cold. "Are you provoking me?" "I'm not provoking you." Extermination said mildly, "The prodigies of this era are not like that. You are still lacking." The old saint from Emperor Dongwu's faction looked around with a deep look in his eyes. After a while, he said mildly, "Sky-sealing progeny. I might know where you came from. However, Emperor Dongwu's faction is not afraid of any force." Extermination bowed slightly. "Senior, you are not the one I chose. If you want to fight, my master will come out." The old man's expression changed slightly. Then, he snorted coldly. His eyes were sharp, but he suddenly calmed down. "You came out this time to fight the prodigies of this era?" "That's right." The old man laughed as if he was looking at a dead man. He said mildly, "Then I wish you a safe journey. Fang Ping has just patrolled Mount Imperial Sea. If you want to find him, you can go to the outer domain and kill some humans." Extermination laughed. "I have heard of Fang Renwang's reputation. Although Fang Renwang is my target, I want to fight the human's longevity sword first. I'm just afraid I'll be disappointed again if I'm not strong enough." The old man smiled and didn't say anything else. He said lightly, "Then you can go on your own." As he said that, he ignored him and landed directly. Longevity sword. Was he trying to accumulate momentum slowly? That depended on whether Fang Ping agreed to it or not. The 8 monsters were very strong. Among them, 3 were emperor level and 5 were top-tier true gods. The difference between emperor level and saints was not as big as imagined. 8 monsters were probably enough to fight top-tier saints. This person was also very strong. This group of people had combat strength comparable to 2 saints. But so what? He hoped this fellow could return alive. He should pray for him. The saints under Emperor Dongwu's faction were now watching a show. The sky-sealing bloodline. That fellow from back then? The old man seemed to remember something. He was a little fearful and contemptuous. Very strong, indeed very strong. Even in that era, when the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were still around, that fellow was terrifyingly strong. He was known as the leader of the Extreme Path bloodline. It was the Extreme Path bloodline, not the Extermination bloodline. However, some people were worthy of respect. Some people were not. Jean had been apprenticed to many people. So was that person. He was very similar to Jean. However, Jean had his own path and his own integrity. That person was lacking a little. Now, he had formed his own bloodline. Was he going to complete something that had never been done in ancient times? This bloodline is strong enough. How will Fang Ping deal with it? The old man muttered to himself. Perhaps it would be beyond his expectations. In May, the world was at peace. The battles at the summit were almost impossible to see. On the human side, their battle prowess was also increasing day by day. Su Yunfei of the Su clan, the son of the Sword King's first wife, was already showing signs of proving his Tao. He had begun his seclusion and was only one step away from officially entering the impasse realm. Among the 6 great holy lands, an old monk from the other 5 great holy lands and the ancient Buddha holy land also walked out of seclusion. On the day he entered the catacombs, the old monk sent someone to pass a message to Fang Ping. After he had achieved enlightenment, he would come to the country to meet the king. It was obvious that the old monk was very confident that he would succeed this time. The nation of gods, the descendant of the sun god, the grandfather of Rose, whom Fang Ping had interacted with before, had also come out of his closed-door training and entered the catacombs. Fang Ping was not too concerned that he did not send a message to Sino Nation. Obviously, this descendant of the sun god had the hope of proving his Tao. Of the leaders of the 6 holy lands, apart from the one from suppressing Star City, the 5 holy lands that had fused with the Tao last time were all the strongest experts. And now, the descendants or disciples of these strongest experts all had the hope of proving their Tao. This was motivation. Their ancestors had fallen, and these people were all holding their breaths. When Fang Ping returned that day, saying that he would reinforce the Sky Cemetery half a year later, all parties responded that there would definitely be exterminated beasts within half a year. Now, many people in China had succeeded in proving their Tao. Tianmu had even entered the fake sky grave and started to participate in the battle. Everyone was getting anxious. The Tao-proving seeds walked out from their cultivation grounds, ready to fight their way to the top. Very few humans would stay in seclusion until they broke through. At the checkpoint, the catacombs was their best option. Just when everyone was silent, Fang Ping had just returned to closed-door training when he was called back by Wu Quishan. Shanghai. Heavenly Island. Now, the Heavenly Island was truly a holy land for cultivation. The Skywood had taken root on Sky Island. After the cat tree returned, it had also taken root on Sky Island. In addition, dozens of rank 9 monster plants had taken root on Sky Island. Sky Island had become a sacred place for cultivation. The energy from all directions began to converge towards Heaven Island. Not only that, Fang Ping had also buried a large number of cultivation-aiding energy stones under Sky Island. Upon entering the Heavenly Island, one could even touch the energy with their hands. It had already materialized. Only those who had made great contributions were allowed to enter. On Heavenly Island, Fang Ping had just broken through the air when he saw a familiar figure. Yunqi! Fang Ping shouted. Qin Yunqi, who was in a hurry, turned her head and glanced at him. She smiled. You're back? As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, Qin Yunqi said hurriedly, then I'll leave first. There's an emergency in the catacombs. After saying that, Qin Yunqi ran away in a hurry. Fang Ping was stunned. What was going on? Am I being abandoned? Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, another person appeared. Seeing Fang Ping, Fu Chongding raised his spear and greeted him hurriedly. You're back? You're busy, I'll leave first. Fang Ping was stunned again. This was not the end. People passed by him one after another. In the end, all of them were like fugitives. They ran very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping was stunned. I'm back. I rarely come back now, but when you see me, this is how you treat me? I, a sovereign personage, don't have any backing? In the catacombs, in the 3 realms, whoever sees me has to be respectful. You guys just ignore me like this? Fang Ping was still in a daze. On the other side, Lu Fengru hurried past. This time, she did not even greet him. Fang Ping was stunned. Tang Feng, who was following behind her, greeted her, but quickly said, You've offended old Lu. Tang Feng teased, Do you know what the outside world is saying now? Master of King Human, Li Chongqing, Longevity Sword. Lu Fengru. Who's Lu Fengru? Some people even say that Li Chongqing is a martial king. Anyway, it has nothing to do with her. Old Lu provoked him at Mount Royal Sea last time, claiming to be Li Chongqing's teacher. He was mocked for a long time. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Can you blame me? This teacher of mine. Cough, it's true that he has no sense of presence. But you can't blame me either. He seemed to have heard about what happened to Lu Fengru last time. She provoked the other party to fight her one-on-one, saying that she was Fang Ping's teacher. In the end, the Catacombs Rank 8 said casually, whether it was on purpose or he really did not know, Isn't Fang Ping's teacher the Longevity Sword? With that one sentence, Lu Fengru let the other party see what it meant to be a crazy woman. In the end, he was beaten to death by Lu Fengru, one punch after another. Fang Ping said innocently, This has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with you. Didn't she despise herself for being weak? A few days ago, she said that if she's not desperate, she'll pretend that she doesn't know you. Doesn't that mean that she doesn't know you? Fang Ping was speechless. Then, he said amusedly, then how do you still know me? Tang Feng sneered. Why wouldn't I know you? As for those two students of mine, I don't know them now either. He was referring to Zhao Lei and Yan Xiaoman. Both of them were rank 7 martial artists now. However, Fang Ping had improved the strength of MCMAU powerhouses several times. After he proved his Dao, both of them had benefited too. This time, they had improved a lot. A few days ago, when the master and disciple were sparring, the two of them had joined forces and accidentally hit Tang Feng's nose crooked. Now, Tang Feng told everyone he met that his students had deceived their masters and destroyed their ancestors. In reality, he was secretly happy. He was just short of telling others that he had a whole bunch of high ranks. His daughter, Tang Wen, had also advanced to rank 7. She was still young. If it were not for the Zhang siblings who were faster, Tang Feng could boast that his daughter was better than Fang Ping. Looking at Tang Feng's joyful expression, Fang Ping could not help but laugh again. He glanced at Tang Feng and laughed. Instructor Tang has improved quite fast too. Your golden body has actually reached rank 8 third refinement, it's just SOSO. Tang Feng was not too busy. He chuckled and said, also, Chen Yunxi and Ji Yao have been dragging it out recently. Both of them have fought more than 20 battles in the Mount Royal Sea region. They just came back to recuperate. They agreed to fight again in the afternoon, that's why they're rushing over. Huh? Fang Ping was stunned. She's not Ji Yao's match, right? Ji Yao is already rank 9. Yunqi is only rank 8 third refinement. The gap is not small. Together with your instructor, the two of them fighting against her is about the same. Tang Feng laughed. There are not many female martial artists to begin with. Both sides have their wins and losses. We rarely intervene in their battles now. The catacombs are also training their troops. Fang Ping, the battles now are much more ruthless than before. I'm talking about the catacombs. At this point, Tang Feng still said solemnly, the situation in the catacombs is not the same as before. We were afraid of death in the past. It's not that we're not afraid of death now. But with the pressure from the higher-ups, plus some powerhouses who are good at fighting from other areas have entered the restricted area, the battles now are fought to the death. I wanted to say something about this. If this goes on, I'm afraid there will be younger generations in the catacombs who will achieve Dao. Some of the descendants of the true king, without the protection of the true king now, are fighting with their lives on the line. That descendant of King Hua, Hua Yu, has also entered rank 9. Facing him, we don't know if we should kill him or what. Our hands and feet are tied when we're fighting, Fang Ping said in a low voice, there's no friendship to speak of in a war. Kill when you need to, don't think too much. Tang Feng nodded and said, there's also Li Zhu's son, Li Yi, who has also advanced to rank 9. He has also begun to participate in some border battles. The former left marshal of the Heavenly Plants Royal Court, Hua Qidao, has advanced to rank 9 in a short period of time. I'm afraid there's hope for him to achieve Dao. Hua Qidao, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He said quickly, Hua Qidao is going to achieve Dao. Tang Feng said in a low voice, that's right. This has been reported to Vice-Chancellor Wu. Vice-Chancellor said that she will arrange for a few people to ambush him. Maybe the Su family's second patriarch will come out and kill Hua Qidao to achieve Dao. I'm afraid Hua Qidao will not avoid the battle. If he defeats old patriarch Su, maybe there's hope for him to achieve Dao. The Su family's second patriarch, Su Yunfei, was already powerful. His previous ranking was much higher than Wu Quishan's. Now, he was only one step away. He was missing a powerhouse among the same rank. Hua Qidao was in the limelight now. Wu Quishan arranged for Su Yunfei to ambush him. Between the two of them, one might emerge as a paragon. As for the other, the probability of death was very high. Fang Ping instantly lost the mood to continue the conversation. He smiled and nodded slightly. The next moment, he said goodbye to Tang Feng and quickly headed for the Heaven Ministry's conference room. In the big conference room, only 3 people were present. Wu Quishan, Old Manly, and Li Daong. Fang Ping entered. Without waiting for them to speak, he said in a low voice, arrange for Su Yunfei to ambush and kill Hua Qidao. Wu Quishan glanced at him. After a while, he said, yes. The Su family's second patriarch killed Hua Qidao. The probability of him achieving Dao is very high. Fang Ping frowned and said in a low voice, you know. I know. Wu Quishan said in a low voice, but what can we do? Let Hua Qidao continue to grow? Impossible. It was one thing for Hua Qidao to cause trouble in the depths of the restricted area, but now he is participating in the battle at Imperial Sea Hill. Yesterday, Hua Qidao fought with Grandmaster Fang Yu at Imperial Sea Hill. Fang Yu was no match for him. Hua Qidao had cut off both his arms and destroyed his golden body. If not for Captain Bei Gongyan's timely rescue, Grandmaster Fang would have been killed at Imperial Sea Hill. Fang Ping was a veteran Grandmaster of the human race. He had guarded the Xishan catacombs for decades. During the battle at the Imperial battlefield, he almost followed in Old Man Fan's footsteps. Old Man Fan died in battle at the Imperial battlefield. I did not get to see the glory of the human race. It is something I have always regretted. It is hard to accept. Now, these high grandmasters guarding the catacombs had finally seen a glimmer of hope. Fang Ping has guarded the catacombs for decades. He faced more than 10 rank 9 powerhouses alone. Which one of them is not worthy of respect? He almost died. If Hua Qidao wants to kill Fang Yu, then I will let Senior Su Yunfei ambush and kill him. Li Diong's expression was complicated. He said nothing. Old Man Li was also unusually indecisive. He did not say a word. Fang Ping said in a low voice, you know his situation. If he fights with Senior Su, he will most likely be killed by Senior Su. If Senior Su achieves Dao, he will die. Fang Ping exhaled. If you don't know, then forget it. Now that you know, so what if you know? Wu Quishan said calmly, leaving him to grow is not what humans should do. The catacomb's intention is to let him advance in battle. He knows that killing Fang Yu will lead to revenge from the humans, but he still did it. This means that this is the catacomb's will. The catacombs clearly know that the humans have arranged for someone to ambush and kill him. They want to raise Gu. If he survives, then he will reach the next pinnacle. If he dies, then so be it. At this time, there are no human powerhouses to join the battle. Fang Ping, do you want to send others to their deaths? Wu Quishan said coldly, ambushing and killing Hua Qidao requires at least a rank 9 powerhouse. Who do you want to send to their deaths? Fang Ping gritted his teeth. After a while, he said, bring him back. No. Wu Quishan said in a low voice, even if he dies in battle, you can't do it now. This is arranged by Minister Zhang. If you bring him back. Honestly, other than Minister Zhang, do you know his situation? If he has not betrayed us. If he succeeds and achieves the pinnacle, infiltrating the enemy's inner circle, that will be our greatest success. Fang Ping said impatiently, do I need it? So what if he infiltrates the inner circle? At most, he knows some secrets and betrays us at the last minute. If he can ambush and kill an emperor level, that's good enough. Do I lack the opportunity to kill an emperor level? Wu Quishan said calmly, killing an emperor level. When he infiltrated, Minister Zhang's goal was probably just to target some pinnacles. If he can kill an emperor level, that will be the greatest success. Moreover, there are some things that we really need him to do, then what's the point of killing him now? He might not die. Then if Old Su dies, will you take responsibility? Wu Quishan frowned. Then what do you think we should do? If they let it go, there would be human rank 9 powerhouses dying in Hua Qidao's hands soon. If they did not let it go, then they would have to fight to the death. Fang Ping thought about it. After a while, he humphed. Hasn't Zhang Peng advanced to rank 9? You're crazy. Wu Quishan scolded impatiently. Old Man Li could not help but scold, then why don't you just bring him back? Zhang Peng has just advanced. If he can fight Hua Qidao. Do you believe it? If Hua Qidao hardens his heart and kills him in the name of justice, old Zhang will kill you when he comes back. How dare this guy think, send his son over. If Zhang Peng really died in Hua Qidao's hands, old Zhang would definitely not let Fang Ping go when he comes back. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, that's true. If old Zhang finds out, he might really cause trouble for me. Forget it, forget it. I'll think of a way myself. If it really doesn't work, I'll pretend to be a rank 9 powerhouse and fight him. That's a good idea. Wu Kuishan nodded. Fang Ping could pretend to be a rank 9 powerhouse and fight Hua Qidao. No one would know how strong Fang Ping was if he played dead. Even if he did not play dead, it would not be difficult to defeat Hua Qidao and spare his life. Wu Kuishan did not continue this topic. He said quickly, I didn't ask you to come today to talk about him. There's movement over at the Forbidden Sea. What movement? Wu Kuishan gestured for him to sit down. He said, someone sent a letter of challenge to the humans. He wants to challenge Old Li. Wu Kuishan glanced at Li Changxing and said quickly, the opponent's strength is not weak. He's an emperor-level powerhouse. He wants to fight alone. Fang Ping scolded, F***ck off. Who is it? I'll go and kill him. An emperor-level dares to show off? He even wants to fight alone. How many days has it been since Old Li broke through? Are they giving him face? Wu Kuishan said softly, the other party naturally has some ability to say that. This time, there's news that the other party has quite a lot of people. There are many emperor-level auras. Although they didn't express their attitude, the meaning is clear. If they don't fight alone, the humans will have one more enemy. Not only that, the other party claims to be from the sky-sealing bloodline. He's just the heir of this generation. Behind him, there's at least a saint, or even, a heavenly king. Wu Kuishan was also a little sullen. He said helplessly, if we don't fight, we might have one more heavenly king enemy. Now, the humans are no match for a heavenly king, unless that god-forging envoy you mentioned comes out. The other party is plotting openly. We have to fight even if we don't want to. Fang Ping's expression was cold. When has the human race ever been threatened? Who does he think he is? So what if he's a heavenly king? I've seen many heavenly kings. Even if I can't win, I still dare to fight. What bullshit T sky-sealing bloodline? I even dared to kill the descendants of the 9 emperors. Not to mention this bullshit T I've never heard of. The Forbidden Sea, right. I'll find a time tonight, hide my aura, and go over to ambush and kill him. Heavenly king, would a heavenly king dare to come out now? I'll call a few people and surround and kill him. Fang Ping began to plan. Heavenly king, he did not know what level of heavenly king he was. 5 saints had hope of defeating a heavenly king with a broken 6. If they wanted to kill him, they might need a little more. He, Jiang Hao, Heavenly Wood, Yu Wei, Feng Yun, and Lin Hai, Cosmic Dragon, and Kai Dai would try. There should be hope for 8 saint powerhouses to kill a heavenly king with a broken 6. Don't be impulsive. Wu Kuishan said helplessly, are you ignoring the 9 saints of the catacombs? At this stage, if there's a conflict with the other party, if the catacombs suddenly attack, have you considered the consequences? Fang Ping said coldly, I've considered it. However, we can't make an exception. This is just like the catacombs back then. They used 3 to 5 times their powerhouses to fight our human powerhouses. You have to fight whether you want to or not. If you compromise today, Old Man Li will not be a match and will be killed on the spot. Tomorrow, someone will dare to fight you alone. You will not be a match and will be killed again. It will be like cutting flesh with a blunt knife. I've finally made the human race stand up, but they'll have to kneel again immediately. There's only one way to deal with this kind of person. Kill. No matter how big the loss, we must kill him. At this time, we can only fight fiercely, not compromise, not admit defeat, and not bow our heads. Even if we die in battle, we must fight him. I know. Wu Kuishan sighed. If it's that simple, then I won't look for you. Old Li won't have the idea to keep the appointment. Wu Kuishan thought for a while and said, the Fengtian clan might be a little complicated. Extreme Path Divine Island's Lin Hai Saint rarely takes the initiative to contact us. Today, he sent someone to send a message. This is a little troublesome. Lin Hai Saint? That's right. Wu Kuishan exhaled softly. It's Lin Hai Saint. He said that the Fengtian clan and the Extreme Path Divine Island have a close relationship. It's very complicated. I'm afraid he won't fight side by side with the human race. If the human race really wants to, they don't have to look for him. Also, let me tell you, it's best to give up the idea of ambushing and killing the Feng Tian clan's successor. If that person is still around, ambushing and killing him might be the human race's own destruction. Fang Ping's expression was gloomy. Lin Hai would not deliberately scare him. He had said before that he would only help the human race once. That time, he had also spared no effort to participate in the battle. The successor of the Extreme Path Divine Island would not be timid. He also knew the situation on Fang Ping's side. He knew that Fang Ping might be able to rope in many saints, but he still said this. Even the God Creation Envoy was ignored. What was this? What was going on with the Feng Tian clan that suddenly appeared? Many emperor ranks had suddenly appeared, emperor ranks and saints. There was not much difference between top-level emperor ranks and saints. It was extremely difficult for a saint to kill an emperor rank. That day, Moon Spirit was about to advance to Heavenly King. She was even carrying a divine weapon. She killed the emperor rank Nameless Emperor by surprise. It took her a lot of effort to kill him. The other party had easily sent out many emperor rank powerhouses. This power was not weak. Beside him, Old Manly said, Fang Ping, let me keep the appointment and fight him. Although I'm not an emperor rank, it's not that easy for an emperor rank to kill me. Fang Ping said impatiently, what do you know? If they can't kill you, the other party will surround and kill you. After the siege, say that they are powerful. If you are killed, so be it. But if you kill the other party, Old Antique might come out and say that you dare to kill my descendant. He will kill you. I know these old turtles' personalities too well. It's fine to kill others, but not their people. After beating up the little ones, the old ones will arrive immediately. These people are not even comparable to the catacombs martial artists. Although the catacombs are overbearing, at least they still follow some rules. These people are used to being the only one. So in the end, either you die and the humans don't pursue it, or the old Antique must come out. It's because I know their personalities that I won't compromise. One-on-one battle, one-on-one, what? Nonsense. Fang Ping calculated for a while and said, I'll go and ask about the situation. If he's too powerful, I'll go and bluff him for a while and see if I can bluff him. If he's weak, if he only has the strength of broken six, I'll think of a way to kill him. I'll see what happens. If his hostility is really deep, I'll think of another way. Having said that, Fang Ping knocked on the table. Let's see if we can divert the trouble. This newly emerged Feng Tian clan is very overbearing. If they dare to say such things, they're either confident or insolent. I have experience in dealing with this kind of people. Fang Ping still had a way of dealing with these fellows who had strong backings. Having said that, Fang Ping asked, is there anything else? He added, wait for my news. Don't act on your own. I'm warning you, you must inform me of your actions at the summit. If you act on your own and die, I'll expel you and put you on the list of human traitors. Wu Quishan and Old Manly smiled helplessly and did not say much. Li Daong continued, there's something else. Nowadays, there aren't as many battles in the southern region as before. Minister Wu and I intend to let some people settle in the other 3 major territories and help the humans in other regions to fight. Sure. Fang Ping nodded. This time, he patrolled the 4 major territories. Indeed, the southern region had the fewest battles. They were afraid of being killed. The powerhouses in the southern region had almost all been killed by Fang Ping. The remaining people had also escaped to the restricted zone. The other 3 major territories did not lose much. Right now, they still had the absolute advantage. The humans could only defend. They rarely attacked and could easily be surrounded and killed. Seeing him nod, Wu Quishan heaved a sigh of relief. Now you have the magnanimity of a human king. I thought you would refuse. Fang Ping was speechless. How could I? On the day the 6 sacred lands leaders merged, I knew that if there were any internal strife among the humans would really lose. Right now, we can kill until everyone is terrified because we're working together. Otherwise, we would have been defeated long ago. Wu Quishan laughed. Soon, he became serious again. This time, be careful. Don't act rashly. Minister Zhang and the rest haven't returned yet. If we really provoke the Heavenly King at this time, we'll be in big trouble. Fang Ping nodded. He knew about this too. He did not say anything else. Soon, Fang Ping tore the void and left the place. As soon as he left, Old Manly said in a low voice, "It's better to be prepared. I'm going into closed-door cultivation these 2 days. The other party is coming aggressively. If he dares to ask me to fight alone, he must be confident." Wu Kuishan nodded and sighed. Fang Ping's personality is very firm. This is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. He's impulsive. Humans don't have to compromise, but sometimes, we have no choice. At this stage, if we really provoke the Heavenly King and join forces with the catacombs, how many saints do you think will help us? Try your best, to preserve your life. You and I are older than him. Sometimes, we have to think more. He can be strong to the end. We can't. The human king can't be defeated. We can. Do you understand? Old Manly nodded and said lightly, "If I really can't refuse, then I'll fight alone. I'll find a place with no one, fight him. If I die in battle, say that I acted on my own. Don't be too anxious. Wait until Fang Ping has news. I don't know if that God-forging envoy can make a move this time." I know. As the two of them talked, Li Daong sighed. Just as he finished sighing, Wu Kuishan suddenly slapped him, causing him to stagger. Li Daong was stunned. Wu Kuishan scolded, "What are you sighing for? Get lost. Old Li is a rank 6, you're a rank 9, he's an absolute rank 9, you're a rank 9, you're a rank 9, Fang Ping hasn't even practiced martial arts yet. The veteran rank 9 is already considered a direct disciple of Commander Li. Minister Zhang's grandson is already a rank 9, you're not even as good as his grandson. No, you're not even as good as the War King's many generations of grandchildren. Jiang Hao is already a rank 9. I heard that Jiang Chao, that guy who's just eating and waiting to die, has already reached rank 8 third refinement. What about you? And you're still the military department's acting minister, wake up. We're discussing something important. You, a rank 9 for many years, is still sighing. You're sulking just by looking at it. Li Daong almost died of anger. Can you blame me for this? You guys are too perverted. I haven't been a rank 9 for many years, right? 10 years, that's already very powerful, okay? You have to compare me with perverts. You still King hit me. Am I shameless? Li Daong looked around. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, he would fight it out with Wu Kuishan today. When I was a rank 9, you were only a rank 7, forget it. Let's not talk about it. It hurts. Li Daong was also helpless. He was Li Zhen's direct disciple. Old Zhang's half-student, Kong Lingyuan, had advanced to Paragon. Old Zhang's grandson had advanced to rank 9. His son. This time, there was also hope to advance to Paragon. In comparison, Li Zhen's line seemed to have no successor. Li Zhen's grandson, Li Yiming, on the other hand, had made rapid progress in the past 2 years. However, he still had not advanced to rank 9. Li Daong was helpless. He felt wronged. You have to compare me with a bunch of perverts. What can I do? Wu Kuishan vented his anger on him. His mood was much better. Only then did he say, "Why are you still standing there? Hua Qidao, you go first. You won't be killed so easily. Try not to fight them head-on. Hold on for now. We'll talk about it when Fang Ping has time." Li Daong said helplessly, "I am also the military department's top leader." Wu Kuishan glanced at him and ignored him directly. "If you haven't reached Paragon, then hurry up and scram. Stop talking nonsense." Li Daong was even more helpless. MCMAU was in power now. They were very arrogant now. Commander Li was not doing well. You've achieved Heavenly King. We should also bask in your glory. At the same time, Fang Ping once again entered the small world of suppressing Star City. The God Creation envoy was a little impatient. This kid knew about this place. He would come every 2 or 3 days. How annoying, did he really think of himself as a zoo, coming to visit every day? What are you doing here again? The God Creation Envoy's expression was not good. Recently, Fong Ping had come a few times, and he did not even have time to read. Fong Ping was all smiles. He did not say a word. He took out a table and a bench, as well as a jar of good wine. Seeing this scene, the corner of the God Creation Envoy's mouth twitched. He had some understanding of Fong Ping. Not a good person. Now that he had come up to offer benefits, was he trying to do something bad? Kid, leave now, hurry up. Fong Ping chuckled. Senior, it's too lonely to be here alone. Now that Heavenly King Suppression isn't here, I have the responsibility to take care of you. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I'll accompany you for a drink. Senior, why do you have to keep me at a distance? The God Creation Envoy's expression was unfriendly. He did not care about him anymore and started to drink. Fong Ping smiled and sat down opposite him. He smiled and said, Senior, I have a question. The God Creation Envoy's face turned pitch black. I knew it. I'm just asking a few questions. Senior, you've gotten quite a bit of meat, haven't you? Fong Ping grinned. Senior, did the wine taste good? The God-forging envoy was tired, and said indifferently, if you have any questions, ask. Don't come again. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Fong Ping smiled. Senior, do you know about the Feng Tian clan? What the hell? The heaven-sealing bloodline. Fong Ping repeated his words. The God Creation Envoy frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, which heaven-sealing bloodline? Wait. As he spoke, the God Creation Envoy seemed to have thought of something. After a long while, he said, the one with the strongest spiritual force? The guy who self-destructed his inheritance? Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. I'm not too sure about this, but Saint Lin Hai said that it's related to the polar path. That's probably him. The God-forging envoy looked at Fong Ping and frowned. Did you offend him? Maybe. What do you mean by maybe? Fong Ping chuckled. I haven't offended him yet, but I think I might be able to in a few days. For example, if we kill his successor, Senior, don't you think we'll be offending him? The God Creation Envoy was speechless, and his tone became a little more solemn as he said, that guy. Try your best not to offend him. How should I put it? I don't like this guy, but that doesn't stop him from being strong. This time, Fong Ping really took it seriously. The God Creation Envoy's tone was very arrogant, no one liked it. But now, he actually said that the other party was strong. Fong Ping's expression changed. He said in a low voice, Senior, can you tell me more about this lineage? Otherwise, I might really have to clash with the other party. The God-crafting envoy also knew Fong Ping's personality. He picked up the wine jar, took a sip, and said slowly, in the ancient times, some people stood out and became the big winners in the Battle of the Great Tao, but some people were a step too late. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were the big winners. Of course, the war would come later, and they would rise later. At that time, there were actually a few people who were in a similar situation as Zhan, such as the Divine Weapon Master, the Palm Seal User. Before the rise of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, these people were also the proud sons of heaven. When the God Creation Envoy talked about these people, he also sighed and quickly said, similarly, there was a group of people in that era who were also very outstanding. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors of ancient times all had single names. You know that, and this person calls himself the Celestial Emperor. Fong Ping's expression changed again. Celestial Emperor. Many emperor-level powerhouses called themselves Celestial Emperors, but their titles were usually not a single title, or rather, they were almost never a single title. Only the 4 emperors were, of course, the heavenly dog was different. This guy was special. Celestial Emperor, Fong Ping was really a little surprised, but the God Creation Envoy continued, of course, it's just that he calls himself. The outside world generally calls him Celestial Emperor, huh? Fong Ping said in surprise, Celestial Emperor? He was a Celestial Emperor in ancient times? Of course. The God Creation Envoy said lightly, When the 8 kings were conferred, King Qian was actually arranged for him, but this guy was unwilling. He felt that he was not comparable to the 8 kings, so he asked the heavenly court to confer him the title of Divine Weapon Master. In the end, of course, no one was willing. The Divine Weapon Master back then was also a powerhouse. How could he give up his position to him? This guy saw that there was no way to seize the position of Divine Weapon Master, so he did not enter the heavenly court, and he was free and unfettered. As he said that, he continued, his background is a little complicated. I've said it before, it's a little similar to Jean. He's actually also a figure in the early martial arts era, but later he learned from the 4 emperors and wanted to walk the path of the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors and he were actually considered figures of the same era, and Jean might not be as old as him. However, in the cultivation world back then, the atmosphere was not bad. He was also a powerhouse and volunteered to join the sect. When he came to ask for advice, the 4 emperors did not reject him. This person is extremely powerful, and the other 3 emperors do not teach much. Mia is good at teaching, so he mainly learned mentality from Mia. His strongest is the Seal Dao. Fang Ping listened carefully, and hurriedly said, Seal? That's right. The God Creation Envoy said in a low voice, Seal the Origin Great Dao. He had experienced the Great War back then and knew the power of the Origin Great Dao. He also knew that without the Origin Great Dao, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors might not be a match for those beginner powerhouses. Therefore, he wanted to open up another path and focus on the Seal Dao. When fighting, the Seal powerhouse's Dao, as he said that, he added, don't think that he only has strong mentality. This person learned from the 4 emperors, so naturally, he has also learned the path of the Badian emperor's flesh. His flesh is also extremely strong. Once he seals his opponent, his own origin is still there, and the gap is terrifying. Although I don't think much of him, I have to say that among the 8 kings back then, if they fought with him, I'm afraid none of them could defeat him. Fang Ping was shocked, so strong, back then, he had probably broken through 7. What about now? Why didn't he enter the fake sky tomb? The God Creation Envoy said lightly, didn't I not enter either? What's so strange about that? You set up a trap, and others have to enter it? This person's mentality is so strong that he can even predict the future. His sense of danger and opportunity is also quite strong. I'm afraid he didn't sense the big opportunity that day, so it's not strange that he didn't enter. At this point, the God Creation Envoy continued, he can be considered the chief of the extreme Dao lineage. Of course, the 4 emperors treated him back then. How should I put it? It was more of a pure exchange, and they didn't claim that he was their disciple. Fang Ping exhaled. He had poked a hornet's nest. What a big problem. The 4 emperors of the extreme Dao were actually communicating with their peers. This person's strength was somewhat beyond Fang Ping's expectations. Fang Ping could not help but ask, then why did he ask his disciples to come out of the mountain now? Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, he asked his disciples to come out of the mountain to challenge the longevity sword. A powerhouse with the strength of an emperor was shameless enough to challenge the longevity sword who had just broken through not long ago. Is this lineage so shameless? Shame? The God Creation Envoy sneered, what shame does he want? If he wanted shame, he wouldn't have admitted that he was the disciple of the 4 emperors back then. Don't you think about it? The powerhouses of that era, even if they were not as good as the 4 emperors, would still come to ask for advice. They would never admit that they were disciples. This old man has also asked the 9 emperors and 4 emperors for guidance, but I will not admit that I am the disciple of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. This person is very shameless. Admitting himself as a disciple is just adding gold to his face. If he encounters trouble, he can ask the 4 emperors for help. He is very powerful. Back then, there were not many heavenly kings who could suppress him. The rest were like the 9 emperors. He knew better than anyone that if he provoked these people, he would be powerless to resist. He was just pulling the skin of the 4 emperors. Do you think this old man will look up to such a person? Fang Ping frowned and said, he actually didn't die, he didn't die. It's not too strange. The God Creation Envoy shook his head and said, this guy is very slippery. Back then, when Xianxia fell, he probably ran away. It's not surprising that he didn't die. After saying that, he asked, his disciples came out of the mountain? Yes. Fang Ping explained the matter briefly. The God creation envoy sneered and said, this again. Back then, this guy liked to do this. He believed in destiny. He would cheat, steal, and do everything. He worshipped the four emperors because he wanted to get some of the four emperors' glory. Now, I'm afraid he has his eyes on you. He probably has his eyes on all the heroes of this generation and has been paying attention to them. This guy has a big heart. Now that you mention it, I remember, previously, Xianxia said that something was not right. It seemed that there was someone hiding in the dark. It's probably this guy. During the chaotic period, the chaotic heavenly king was attacked and killed. I'm afraid it was also done by him. If it wasn't done by him, then it was done by his disciples. Later on, the chaotic heavenly king rose and killed many strong enemies. I'm afraid he also suffered heavy losses. In the battle that destroyed the Earth Emperor Divine Dynasty, there were also some powerhouses who participated, and there might not be many of his disciples. In the battle between the North and the South, there was also a mastermind in the dark. Xianxia always said that it was King Kuan and Hong Yu who did it. I don't think so. If this guy is alive, can he not interfere? Fang Ping said with a heavy expression, Senior, what is his strength now? I'm not sure about that. The God-crafting envoy thought for a moment and said after a moment, maybe break 7, maybe break 8. The probability of breaking 8 is not too high. Because the requirements for breaking 8 are very high. In fact, breaking 8 is often done on one's own. This guy, it's hard to say. But since he survived until now, even if it's breaking 7, he's still a top-notch powerhouse among breaking 7. Kid, you're really in big trouble. Not only you, but also Zhang Tao and some of the geniuses of this era. They're all in big trouble. Fang Ping's expression became uglier and uglier. At the very least, he was a powerhouse who had broken 7, this was too strong. Then why didn't he attack us now? The heavenly king sneered and said, don't worry, he won't attack now. Let's put it this way. His disciples came out of the mountain to test the waters first. Kill you, you are not geniuses, you are trash. It doesn't matter if he can't kill you. He might not make a move. The disciples who are making a move now are probably not the strongest. He will send people to challenge you one after another, kill you, and gather his so-called luck. He wants to gather all his luck on one person. When the other party is strong enough, he will kill the other party. He feels that he can successfully prove his Tao this way. That disciple of his killed the longevity sword, and then killed you. I'm afraid he will die in his hands in the end. This person is like this. If your strength is too weak, he will not make a move personally. According to your understanding, it's like raising a goo worm. When the strongest goo worm is raised, he will personally kill the strongest one. Do you understand? Fang Ping's brows suddenly relaxed and he said with a smile, Senior, what you mean is that even if I make a move now and kill his disciples, he might not make a move, right? That's right. The God-crafting envoy said with a smile, however, you have to be careful. This guy's disciples who have come out of the mountain now all have the strength of an emperor rank. I'm afraid there are even stronger ones behind. You have to understand, he is an old man from the beginning of martial arts. Some of his disciples, if they are not dead, they are actually not much different from the disciples of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Moreover, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors have disappeared for many years, but he did not. In that case, it is not surprising that he has a saint-rank powerhouse under him. Even, a heavenly king? Fang Ping frowned and said, Heavenly king? Is it that exaggerated? It's not too exaggerated. In recent years, there have been many people who have proven their Tao as heavenly kings. Moon Spirit, Chaotic Heavenly King, Unquestionable Sword, Celestial Pole. These people have all proven their Tao as heavenly kings in the past 8,000 years. The God-crafting envoy thought for a while and shook his head. Some of his disciples. It's hard to say. Maybe there is. If they keep a low profile and don't shine when they break through, they might not be discovered. So, if I kill this guy now, a saint might appear immediately. If a saint dies, a heavenly king might appear? Fong Ping said with a smile, this seems nothing. The God-crafting envoy sneered. You overestimate him. Do you really think he will give you food? His disciples can die, but they can't die. They can't be killed by someone above their rank. You have the combat strength of a saint. If you dare to kill his emperor-ranked disciples, a heavenly king will come to kill you tomorrow. If it is not him, it will be his disciples. This is his style. If you only have the ultimate combat strength, he will not show up when you kill the emperor-ranked disciples under his wing. If you kill a saint with your emperor-ranked combat strength, he will not show up. In other words, you can defeat the strong with the weak, but you can't defeat the weak with the strong, domineering and shameless. Fong Ping sneered. I'm only at the peak. If you didn't kill a saint, then there's no problem. If you killed a saint, do you think you will care if you're at the peak or not? Fong Ping's face darkened. Does that mean I can't make a move? Once I make a move, he might attack me? Maybe. Senior, Fong Ping suddenly smiled like a flower and looked at the God-crafting envoy. The God-crafting envoy seemed to know what he was going to do and said lazily, don't count on me. If I am not trapped, then I am not afraid of that guy. So what if he is strong? But I am a prisoner now. Kid, don't cause trouble for me, since he dared to let his disciples come, and he also knows some things, he might not be unaware of what happened to me previously. Since that's the case, he might still want to lure me out. Back then, this guy asked me to forge a divine weapon for him, but I ignored him. Now, I'm afraid he is extremely confident. He found me and forced me to do something, which is probably what he wants to see. Fong Ping, don't think about bringing trouble to me. If you bring it to me, if you really bring it, Earth will be destroyed. Once I fight with him, I will not deliberately choose a place. Earth will definitely be destroyed. Fong Ping frowned again and said in a low voice, this junior did not think that way. This junior was just thinking about a question. Since this person came from the Extreme Tao sect, does he not care about the relationship between the Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor at all? Don't think about those unrealistic things. The God-crafting envoy sneered and said, Extreme Tao sect? What kind of Extreme Tao sect is he? You told Wang Jinyang and the others to be careful. Right now, they were not strong enough, so he might not take a liking to them. Once they were strong enough, the first one to kill the Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor would probably be him, replace him. Gathering the destiny of the 4 emperors was probably his biggest goal. What do you think? This person is very ambitious, but I just don't like him. No matter if a martial artist is good or bad, a powerhouse has some aspects that are worthy of admiration. I'm afraid he doesn't. If that's the case, didn't the 4 emperors know? So what if I know? The God-crafting envoy said indifferently, don't tell me you want to kill him if you know. Back then, when he was under the 4 emperors, he also contributed to the 4 emperors. Such a powerhouse did not betray him. What right do you have to kill him? Just because his character is not good? Then what do you think the 4 emperors are? Break 7 strength, Fong Ping frowned. It might even be a break 8, the Feng Tian bloodline that appeared was really strong, so strong that it was beyond Fong Ping's expectations. The God-crafting envoy thought for a while and suddenly said, go find unquestionable sword. Feng Tian bloodline. Feng Tian bloodline. The God-crafting envoy seemed to have thought of something, unquestionable sword, this guy. I suspect that the person who schemed against him was from the Feng Tian bloodline. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. The God-crafting envoy laughed and said, unquestionable sword, how should I put it? He lacks a lot of things, but that doesn't mean he has no bottom line. When he rose, there were many speculations. Some people said that he directed and acted himself, killed his wife, and deceived the cat. That might not be what he did not think too much about it before, but now that he thought about it, this method was somewhat similar to the Feng Tian bloodline's method. Replace, what a good replacement. Not only unquestionable sword, at this moment, the God-crafting envoy said playfully, interesting, I even suspect that Hong Yu is also related to him. Hong Yu replaced the earthly emperor's avatar. Unquestionable sword replaced by Beihai. These 2 people also have some connections, plus some other things, maybe they were all sealed. Fong Ping was a little shocked. An Li Zhu. The god-crafting envoy raised his eyebrows and said, Li Zhu should have completely destroyed the palm seal envoy. I don't know if Li Zhu is his chess piece or the palm seal envoy. If Li Zhu is, then this guy's plan all these years is a little scary. If the weapon master is, then it means that his plan in Li Zhu has failed. Li Zhu destroyed the palm seal envoy? That's right. The god-crafting envoy nodded and said, back then, there was a big star that dimmed, it should be the palm seal envoy. This guy is not a good guy. The palm seal envoy's personality is not much different from Feng. These two guys, colluding together, it is still possible for them to replace the leading role of an era. But obviously, they should have failed. According to my guess, Li Zhu is the winner, not Feng's chess piece. As for unquestionable sword, he can be considered half a loser. At this point, the old man muttered to himself, chuckling and said, in the end, he is just a goo that someone else raised. He got rid of his previous life, maybe he also noticed something. Others used him, and he also wanted to follow suit, wanting to replace the position of the king of man in this life. Unquestionable sword is still at a disadvantage. But if you tell him about the Feng Tian bloodline, he might understand something. Feng is very cautious, but also very arrogant. Unquestionable sword's combat strength is still not weak. If he knows about this, maybe he will fight that guy to the death. Fang Ping was speechless. I don't really care about this. I'm more concerned about what I should do now. According to Senior, I can't kill that guy's disciple, but his disciple wants to challenge Teacher Li. Am I supposed to watch Teacher Li throw away his life? The god-crafting envoy said casually, then let Li Chongxin try. If it doesn't work, you can do it yourself and kill the other party. At most, a heavenly king will come. You can get the martial king and the others out. Won't there be no problem? As he said that, he added, or you can enter the fake sky tomb yourself and let him chase after you. Fang Ping smiled and said, that's true, but, if Senior says so, then when that time comes, Earth will be handed over to Senior. Senior, how about you help me guard Earth? The god-crafting envoy snorted coldly. Don't even think about it. Senior, when that time comes, I have no other choice. You can't just watch Earth be destroyed, right? That's also good. I can just escape. Senior, cut the crap. The god-crafting envoy said impatiently, solve the trouble you caused yourself. Also, Feng has already appeared. The situation might be even more tense. Brat, you better prepare to open the fake sky tomb. Feng could be considered a typical figure of that era. Once he appeared, others would also move upon hearing the news. Old fellows like me might not be able to sit still anymore. They will all appear. Fang Ping said in a deep voice, are there many powerhouses like Senior? Not really. The god-crafting envoy said indifferently, however, there were still a few beginner leaders back then. They were extremely powerful. If they did not die in that battle, they should be alive now. These people might have fought with the emperor when they were young. They are all very terrifying. After saying so much, the god-crafting envoy finally reminded him, the bloodline that is sealed is the origin of a person. Your mentality is not as good as his, so there is a high chance that he will seal the origin of the great Tao. Without the amplification of the origin of the great Tao, you might not be able to defeat the emperor under his wing. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. Seeing this, the god-crafting envoy sneered and said, do you think your mentality is very strong? Or do you think he can't seal you? Don't be too confident. I said that the people of this bloodline are very annoying, but I have to admit that they are powerful. His disciples are easier to deal with. Seal. The inheritance is not only about mentality, but also the physical body, vitality, energy. He is very strong. Feng is probably harder to deal with than Hong Kuan. You can imagine, are you a match for him? Fang Ping nodded slightly and stood up to leave. After thinking for a while, he turned around and asked, can the Heavenly King defeat him? There should be hope. The Heavenly King is so powerful. Feng is waiting for the right time. What is the Heavenly King waiting for? Go ask him yourself. Has Senior broken 8? Guess. I don't want to guess, but Senior is very confident. I think. Maybe it is also broken. 8, Fang Ping said self-deprecatingly, a group of old antiques. They are so powerful, and each of them can really endure it. If it were me, I would have gone on a killing spree. The god-crafting envoy sneered and said, killing spree? The target of public criticism. Stupid. Do you think Xianxia and the others had to hold it in? The key was, did they dare to expose their full strength? Today, he had exposed his full strength. Tomorrow, many powerhouses might join forces to ambush and kill him. It was only now that he was about to come out and could not hold it in any longer. In the past, if a heavenly king dared to appear, he would be killed in a few days. The chaos of the chaotic era was strong enough, right? In the end, he still escaped from the heavenly tomb and avoided everything. Otherwise, he might have been killed too. It's not a problem to be outstanding. If you are too outstanding, you will threaten some people. If you don't die, who will die? Fang Ping did not say anything and left quickly. As soon as he left, the god-crafting envoy sighed and said, this is a chaotic era, but it is also a good era for you to rise. Otherwise, if it was any other time, did Fang Ping really think that no one could do anything to him? He would have been killed long ago. On the Forbidden Sea, Annihilation was still waiting for Longevity Sword's reply. Earth. Fang Ping came to the House of Guardians once again. Like the god creation envoy, Xianxia was not in a good mood when he saw Fang Ping. It was like choking on food or drinking water. It was uncomfortable. When Fang Ping came, he had a hunch that nothing good would come out of it. This time, Fang Ping did not beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and said as soon as he entered, when you replaced Gong Zhuanzi back then, was it your own plan or was it secretly led by someone else? Xianxia frowned. Just say it. Fang Ping said calmly, how many years has it been? Don't you dare to mention this? I won't avoid it. I want to snatch old Zhang's position. I want to snatch it myself. What's wrong with that? What lead or supporting role? If you want to fight, fight. I'm just asking, how much do you know? Xianxia stared at him. Fang Ping said impatiently, you have the strength of a heavenly king after all. Don't you dare to admit this? Just say it. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Xianxia exhaled and said coldly, Fang Ping, there are some things I don't have to tell you. Fang Ping humphed. Fine, I don't care. Your wife was schemed to death. You've always been a pitiful pawn. People like you can only torture themselves and vent perversely. Xiangxia's expression was cold, he stared at Fang Ping for a while. After a long time, he said slowly, what do you want to ask? What do you want to know? Who was the one who ordered me to get close to the cat back then? Xianxia closed his eyes. After a while, he said coldly, no one ordered me. That was just an accident. Gong Yuzi ordered unquestionable Jian to deliver a letter to Quokang Mountain and coincidentally met the cat. You know what the cat likes. Is that an accident? Xiangxia's gaze changed. He paused and said in a low voice, unquestionable Jian doesn't know what the cat likes. He's just doing what he wants. He also raised a cat monster on Purple Cap Mountain. It's very weak but very cute. That monster was given to him by his master. Unquestionable Jian has been raising it for many years. The moment he met the cat, he seemed to see the monster he raised. He just played with the cat for a while. You have a cat monster? Unquestionable Jian. Don't give me that. You have a cat, so on Purple Cap Mountain, your master will subtly influence you and tell you that cats like to eat fish, like to fish, and should be pampered. Is that right? Xianxia closed his eyes. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes and said, yes. So, Gong Yuzi already knew that you would meet Song Mao one day, right? Yes. Xianxia said in a deep voice, in the beginning, unquestionable Jian did not know. Later on, he had some guesses. So, Gong Yuzi is the one who planned this. And there's actually someone behind it, right? Xianxia remained silent. I guessed that it had something to do with Hong Yu. You said that Hong Yu taught you sword principles. Is that true? Xianxia fell silent again. Fang Ping said impatiently, if you can say it, then say it. If you can't say it, then say it. If you can't say it, then say it. If you keep silent again and again, do I have time to waste with you? Xianxia had an unfriendly expression on his face. You're the one asking questions, but you're complaining that I'm too slow. It's true. Xianxia said coldly. When he was young, unquestionable Jian met Hongyu. Of course, he did not know Hongyu at that time. Nonsense, Hongyu died during the War of the Earthly Emperor God Dynasty, Xianxia said angrily. At that time, the Earthly Emperor God Dynasty was not destroyed yet. I'm already talking about when he was young. When unquestionable Jian was born, the Earthly Emperor God Dynasty was not completely destroyed yet. It was just a little unstable. At that time, the powerhouses of the Blessed Grotto Heavens started planning to build the 108 Blessed Grotto Heavens. Because of this, they did not participate in the War of the Earthly Emperor God Dynasty. Therefore, the Blessed Grotto Heavens and the Earthly Emperor God Dynasty actually overlapped for a period of time. Do you understand? Fang Ping thought about it and smiled. I understand more or less. When you were young, you met Hongyu, and he invested in you? Xianxia did not correct him. If he said unquestionable Jian, then so be it. At this moment, Xianxia said in a low voice, I don't know. At that time, it was also a coincidence that unquestionable Jian revealed some of his talents among the younger generation and met Hongyu. Of course, he did not know him at that time. Hongyu taught him swordsmanship, which later became the sky-punishing sword art. Unquestionable Jian's rise to power has a lot to do with this. Otherwise, Purple Cap Mountain is just an ordinary grotto heavens after all. It's not very powerful. How could it have nurtured unquestionable Jian? Fang Ping nodded and smiled. What happened after that? After that? Xianxia frowned. After the Earthly Emperor God Dynasty was destroyed, I never saw Hongyu again. Why did Hongyu teach you cultivation methods? How would I know? Xianxia was a little unhappy. Fang Ping smiled. Isn't the person behind your master Hongyu? No. Xianxia said coldly. After that, unquestionable Jian came back from the celestial cemetery and asked his master. Gong Yuzi said he did not know Hongyu. I believe what he said is true. He really did not know Hongyu. However, Hongyu's teaching of swordsmanship might be related to the person behind Gong Yuzi. Fang Ping understood now. If that's the case, I understand now. A guy called Feng is the mastermind behind your master. He's actually also Hongyu's investor. He wanted Hongyu to teach you swordsmanship so that your master could create an opportunity for you to get close to Tsang Mao. This guy is the real mastermind. Hongyu might be his chess piece too. Of course, I can't be sure about this. Anyway, you're definitely his chess piece. And Hongyu can only be considered an executor. Xianxia stared at Fang Ping deeply. After a while, he said, Feng? Have you heard of him? Xianxia fell into silence again. His gaze kept changing. After about half a minute, he said in a low voice, I've heard of him. An ancient powerhouse, a disciple of the extreme Tao. He called himself Emperor Feng. Some people said that he was one step behind back then. If he did not become the disciple of the four emperors, he might have been able to walk his own path. However, he was not confident enough. Or rather, he was too confident. He insisted on becoming the disciple of the four emperors. Instead, he lost his own path and became the failure of that era. He wanted to gather the Tao of the four emperors. He never thought that if it were that easy, the four emperors would have proven their path and become the strongest emperor long ago. You actually know, Fang Ping chuckled. That makes things easier. If I say that he's the mastermind behind you, would you believe me? Xianxia fell into silence. Fang Ping chuckled. He's out of the mountain. The Sky Sealing clan wants to challenge the longevity sword. The emperor rank is challenging the longevity sword. This clan is not a good thing. Have you ever thought of revenge? Xianxia said coldly, you want me to be the blade? Yes. Fang Ping said bluntly, I want you to be the blade. What about it? Do you dare to take revenge? Since you said that you were schemed against, now that I tell you who schemed against you, you don't even have the guts to take revenge? You don't have to provoke me. So what if I provoke you? Fang Ping sneered. Who dares to scheme against me? Even if I can't win, I'll still kill him. If I can't kill him, I'll bite a piece of him. You're a heavenly king powerhouse. Do you feel aggrieved living like a grandson? Xianxia bellowed, do you think you can stand alone? In this three realms, who doesn't live under a conspiracy? Who was not a pawn of others? Do you think you're not? Do you think King Wu isn't? Not only are you a pawn, but you are also a pawn of many people. Did the martial king not scheme against you? Even the heavenly king subduing king didn't have one, the azure cat, the god creation envoy, including the four extreme emperors. Do you really think that no one cares about you and no one schemed against you? What right do you have to mock me? Fang Ping's voice was even louder than his. He scolded angrily, I know. But so what? At least they wouldn't dare to let me, Fang Ping, stain my hands with the blood of my family. At least they wouldn't dare to force me to do something I don't want to do. My parents are alive and well, and my sister is living a carefree life in Shanghai. Who would dare to provoke them? Yunxi was captured, I annihilated the Luofu line, Old Manli was injured, I annihilated Skygate City, Vice-Chancellor Huang died in battle, and I directly annihilated the Magic City catacombs. Due to Old Zhang's carelessness, MCMAU fell into a predicament, causing Huang Jing to die in battle. After I lost my temper, he died in the battle outside, proving to me that he did not do it on purpose. Why? Because Fang Ping was tougher than you, not as cowardly as you. If I was a little more cowardly, maybe this situation wouldn't be like this. Maybe I would have become someone else's executioner long ago, but not now. I'm the one leading everything. Do you think you're worthy to compare yourself to me? Fang Ping sneered, mocking, if I had the combat strength of a heavenly king, even if an emperor came out and I couldn't defeat the other party, I would still bite him and let him taste pain. Even if he died, it would be satisfying. Do you think you're worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me? I won't hold it in just because of so-called forbearance, so-called what the future will be like, until I explode from holding it in. Xianxia also sneered. If that's the case, you can go against the Sky Ceiling clan yourself. Fang Ping nodded, smiling. Sure. Do you think I don't dare? Wrong, I'm braver than you think. The Sky Ceiling clan is nothing. Fang Ping sneered. Let's wait and see. In my opinion, the Sky Ceiling clan is nothing but a rat. If they dare to show their faces, they will die sooner or later. You don't need money to brag. Then let's wait and see. Old tortoise like you, continue to hide. That's pretty good too. At least you can live a little longer. Fang Ping scolded. Jianghao's face was livid. Fang Ping did not care what he thought, he did not delay. Before he left, he thought for a while and suddenly said mockingly, you're not even as good as Fatty Jiang. In this era, Fatty Jiang will be the emperor, not you. You don't believe me? Fang Ping laughed. The next moment, he punched the void. Opposite him, Jiang Chao looked confused, exposing his white belly. Right now, his mouth was dripping with grease. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. Fang Ping looked at the confused fatty and said coldly, your grandfather died in battle in the Outland. I'll give you two choices. 1. Continue to hide in Star Town. 2. Go to the Outland to kill and take revenge personally. Grandfather, died in battle, Jiang Chao was confused. After that, he flew into a rage. His vitality exploded with a rumble, breaking through the clouds. His eyes were bloodshot. Where did he die? Who killed him? A true god. I can't do anything. Do you dare to take revenge? Mother asterisk cur. Jiang Chao smashed the table in front of him with a punch. He said furiously, I killed 18 generations of his ancestors. Wait for me to take revenge personally. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Fang Ping sealed the passageway. He glanced at Jiang Hao and sneered. He laughed mockingly and wantonly. The useless fatty in your eyes, did you see that? Trash. Do you think you're fit to be a neo-martial artist? Fang Ping sneered again. He tore the space apart and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Jiang Hao stood rooted to the ground, speechless for a long time. An hour later. Star Town. Jiang Chao returned cursing and swearing. D*mn Fong Ping. Bastard. He made me miss a meal that I had prepared for a long time. He ran to the catacombs and was almost kicked to death by the old man. He ran to the old man's funeral and did not kill him because of his golden body. This bastard. How dare he make such a joke? I said it was Fong Ping who said it. The old man didn't believe me and beat me up again. Xianxia almost cursed Fong Ping to death. This was too much. Was this how he did things? Was it easy for him? Here in Star Town, he was busy with work every day. He also had to guard Star Town. Was it fun for him to make a trip? When he returned, swearing and swearing, Xianxia was hiding in the air. He looked at his nominal younger brother without saying a word. His expression kept changing. Neo-martial artist. When Fong Ping said that Jiang Yuanhua had died in battle, the seemingly useless younger brother did not feel sad or afraid. There was only anger. An anger that would not stop until he killed the enemy. Without hesitation, he went straight to the catacombs. Was he reckless? Very reckless, brainless. He did not consider how big the gap between a rank 8 and a true god was. The difference was like heaven and earth. He could crush him with one finger. But he did not think about it. When he found out that Jiang Yuanhua did not die and was deceived by Fong Ping, he quickly reverted to his original self. A rank 8 golden body that was mocked for being afraid of death. This was neo-martial artists? Neo-martial artists, Xianxia murmured. Did he really understand what neo-martial artists were? He had reincarnated into this generation of neo-martial artists and lived for almost 30 years. Did he really know what neo-martial artists were? Even Xianxia, who was useless in his eyes, dared to get angry. It was beyond his imagination. He had thought about it. If one day, Warlord and Jiang Yuanhua died in battle, what would Xianxia's reaction be? Would he cry, wet his pants? Would he sigh and die of depression? Or would he be careful and be willing to be a normal person and live his life in obscurity? Today, he saw it. Xianxia's expression changed. He looked at Xianxia below. The damn fatty had started eating again. After eating, he went to patrol the streets of Star Town. He called it guarding Star Town and fending off thieves. In fact, he was just walking his food. If he had not seen this scene earlier, would he have believed that Xianxia had such a brave side? I don't understand neo-martial artists, Xianxia murmured. His figure disappeared. He did not understand neo-martial artists. Even after living for a few decades, he still did not understand neo-martial artists. Magic City. Fong Ping went straight to the Sky Division. Old Man Li and Wu Quishan sensed his aura and rushed over quickly. Fong Ping did not waste time. He went straight to the point. Old Man Li, go test him. Fight him and see if there's a chance to go further. I won't make a move if I don't die. If I die, I'll make a move myself and kill everyone on this side. After that, I'll escape to the fake Sky Cemetery. If you guys are in trouble, go to the small world in Star Town's Heavenly King's eyes and ask for help from the God-crafting envoy. Both of them were stunned. Fong Ping raised his hand and said calmly, it's okay. It's nothing. A Heavenly King hiding in the dark is very strong, but it's not the time to despair. If I leave, you guys seal the passageway and hide on Earth. Let the cat and Heavenly Wood guard the 4 directions. If someone is attacking, let Xianxia attack. He is the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor Unquestionable Sword. Summon Jiao, Li Wuji, and the people from the Xuanda Grotto. Also, at critical moments, you can find some people to help. Kai Dai, Lin Hai will do. As for Yu Wei, act according to the situation. Let the cat do it. Also, if I attack this time, I won't hide my aura. I'll lure the other party to the fake Sky Cemetery directly, you guys don't have to participate. Evacuate immediately. It just so happens that I haven't seen old Zhang and the others for a while. These guys are quite quiet over there. I'll fight all 4 directions alone outside. This time, I'll bring them a good opponent and let that old Heavenly King subduing exercise his hands and feet. Only at this moment did Wu Quishan have a chance to interrupt. Does the other party really have a Heavenly King? Yes. Fong Ping nodded. And there might not be only one. But don't worry, if they dare to come, if a saint comes, I'll kill them directly. If a heavenly king comes, I'll escape. If there's anything, you can let the cat inform me. Actually, I should have gone in a long time ago. I'm just worried about you guys. However, I'm the target of everyone now. It's better for me to leave. They want to kill me, not all humans. Humans have the cat, heavenly wood, Xianxia, and the god-crafting envoy. It's safer than now. If I, a thorn in their side, leave, they'll only set their sights on the fake sky cemetery. When the time comes, as long as they're careful, it'll be better than now. Fang Ping said and laughed. Actually, you guys know better than me how to deal with the catacombs. If you have to admit defeat, then admit defeat. If I want to be tough, you guys will be tough and soft. There's no need to be like me. When I fight my way out of the fake sky cemetery, I'll definitely be a heavenly king powerhouse. Don't worry, I've proven my heavenly king. I won't come out until I kill a heavenly king. You've already decided to leave? Wu Quishan looked at him with a solemn expression. Fang Ping was determined to leave. As for the so-called not to be hostile if he could, it was just empty talk. Fang Ping was silent for a moment, nodded and said, yes. I've decided. No matter if Old Manly wins or loses, I'll kill those guys. Why? The other party is a hidden danger. I have to lure them away and nip them in the bud. Heavenly King is too dangerous. But, no buts. Fang Ping laughed. What's the fake sky cemetery? It's the humans' own territory. Actually, we have more advantages there. We can leave if we want to, and we can stay if we want to. I also want to let old Zhang and the rest see how cowardly they are. In the past 2 months, I've killed more saints, emperor ranks, and true gods outside than all of them. Old Manly took a deep breath and said slowly, there's no room for negotiation? No. Fang Ping shook his head and said lightly, this lineage is very arrogant and sinister. They're not interested in ordinary people, but they're especially interested in geniuses. Geniuses are the target of their calculations. Now, the world's #1 genius is me, and the second is old Zhang. You're one too, there are too many human geniuses. If I, the #1 genius, don't lure them away, many of you will be in trouble. Don't worry, I can see it clearly. I'm not fooling around and provoking strong enemies for myself. This lineage has their eyes on geniuses. Unless I cripple myself now, otherwise, my radiance will shine on the 3 realms and no one will be able to hide it. Wu Quishan sighed. Actually, you didn't have to say your last sentence. Fang Ping looked at him and asked curiously, did I lie? Am I not the world's #1 genius? Find a 21-year-old saint slayer and I'll admit that I was wrong. Since you're not wrong, why can't you say it? Fang Ping curled his lips. Seriously, it was just the truth. What kind of attitude was this? Wu Quishan smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I'm afraid the Feng Tian lineage did not expect you to make up your mind so easily. Really, no one had expected Fang Ping's current attitude. Kill, no matter whether Old Manly won or lost, he would kill. He took the initiative to lure them out to chase after him and lure them into the fake heavenly grave. Fang Ping had never thought of letting the other party go, even if the other party had not harmed any humans at the moment. Wu Quishan was starting to sympathize with the people in the sea now. That annihilation or whatever, and the many demon powerhouses. Did these people think that Fang Ping was already prepared to kill all of them before he even made a move? It was not a consideration. He had made up his mind to kill all of them, the Feng Tian lineage. They were an existence that even the God Forge envoy was somewhat afraid of. It was obvious how terrifying they were in the eyes of those who knew. As for Fang Ping, he went out for a trip. His determination was frighteningly firm. Fang Ping did not care about this. Instead, he said with some anticipation, this time, old Zhang and the rest will probably be pleasantly surprised. I've sent them another big one. To be honest, it's meaningless to plot against these saints in the outside world. Go in and play with a bunch of heavenly kings, walk on a tightrope. This is the life that I, Fang Ping, should enjoy. Both of them were speechless. Did old Zhang know what you were planning, Achu? I have a bad feeling about this. At this moment, in the fake sky grave, Zhang Tao's expression was frighteningly serious. A bad feeling, extremely bad, even a heavenly king felt like dark clouds were looming over their heads. It was too scary. Beside him, Heavenly King Zhen also muttered, "It does feel like a catastrophe is coming. Kid Zhang, it seems like something big is going to happen." Did something happen to the humans? It doesn't seem like it. Zhang Tao said solemnly, "I feel like something is going to happen to us." Something big. Oldly, is a powerhouse who has broken eight going to make a move? Us? Heavenly King Zhen frowned. Something will happen to us, who wants to go against us. Indeed, he had a bad feeling. It felt like trouble was going to happen. However, at Spirit Emperor Dojo, everyone else was fighting with Hong Yu. They had no time to care about them. Why would something happen? Beside him, Zhang Tao's premonition was getting stronger. This won't do. Hurry and go to Hong Yu's side. Be careful, they might join forces against us. Oldly, don't hide your strength now. Send me away at the crucial moment. You fight to the death. If you really die, I will avenge you. Heavenly King Zhen's face darkened. He glared at him. I won't die even if you die. I'm being serious. Zhang Tao said sternly, you don't have any potential, but I do. Anyway, I have a bad feeling this time. I keep feeling like someone is plotting against us. Moreover, it's the kind that can really be plotted against. Heavenly King Zhen's expression gradually turned serious. He stopped talking, but he was puzzled. What kind of trouble was it that even he felt was trouble? Could it be that those people are really going to join forces against us? But it's not to that extent. What other reason could it be? Both of them racked their brains but still could not understand where this bad feeling came from. On an island in the Forbidden Ocean, a majestic palace had appeared on the barren island. The demon clan that had originally resided in this area had also become meat in the pot at this moment. In the palace. In the main hall, Extermination held a teacup and looked down at the cold Ming Ting. He smiled faintly and said, Senior Ming Ting, you've met Fong Ping before. Can you tell me about him? Ming Ting looked at him with a cold expression. Since you want to know more about him, why don't you go to the human world and talk to him? That won't be necessary. Yun Mia smiled. Human King Fong Ping is a saint slayer after all. I admit that I'm no match for him. But, sometimes, it doesn't mean it'll be like this forever. Can you understand, Senior? Ming Ting sneered in disdain. Yun Mia smiled. Senior, you don't agree or think I'm a frog in a well? Am I wrong? Ming Ting said coldly. You think you're worthy of being compared to Fong Ping? Since ancient times, how many people can be compared to Fong Ping? Even if Human King has all sorts of flaws, he's not someone an ignorant and arrogant person like you can compare to. If not for the Sky Sealing clan's strength, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Yun Mia smiled calmly. Is that so? Senior, do you think Human King dares to use his longevity sword to fight me? Longevity sword has just become a true god, but you're already an emperor. What a joke. Yun Mia's expression turned cold. The winner takes all. If I'm stronger than him, I'll kill him as a powerhouse. Will you say that the Emperor's realm is higher than yours when you meet him and look down on him for not daring to fight you at the same realm? You're just quibbling. If you really have the guts to fight Fong Ping, I'll admire you. In this era, I'll respect anyone who dares to fight Fong Ping as an emperor, regardless of whether they're arrogant or not. Ming Ting sneered. If you really have the guts, why don't you fight Fong Ping? Yun Mia said indifferently, it'll happen sooner or later, but not now. Playing the hero is courting death. There's no need for that. Fong Ping doesn't dare to fight me because the Sky Sealing clan is strong. If he fights me, the Sky Sealing clan won't have no one. You dare to bully the weak just because you have a powerful backer? Senior, do you also think that Longevity Sword is a weakling? Or are the humans the weaklings? Ming Ting didn't want to say anything more and didn't continue the conversation. He said indifferently, what do you want? This old man cultivates my Tao, and you walk your Tao, stirring up a storm in the sea of bitterness. What do you want? Yun Mia smiled, Senior, please don't misunderstand. I'm just inviting you to watch a show. Not only Senior, this junior has also invited experts from all over to witness this battle. Since the sky-sealing bloodline had appeared, they didn't dare to bring shame to their clan even if they were to perish. The longevity sword is an outstanding talent of the current generation, after all. It would be a shame if no one were to bear witness to his death in battle. Ming Ting said coldly, "You are courting death. If you dare to kill the longevity sword in front of the Three Realms powerhouses, Fang Ping will never let you off." Yunmia smiled, "It's just a fair fight. If the longevity sword doesn't accept the challenge, then so be it. I won't force him. However, if I kill the longevity sword in a spar, the human king can't stand it and wants to attack me. The sky-sealing bloodline won't just sit by and watch. I've also done some research on the human race. Sparring, arena battles, fairness, this is also what the human race advocates." Yunmia smiled. "You can either refuse, or, if the longevity sword dies in the spar, will Fang Ping turn against him?" "Refuse." Ming Ting looked at him and the indistinct aura behind him. He sneered and said, "If you didn't force him, why would the longevity sword agree to spar with you? Carry out an unfair spar? What a joke. Senior." Yunmia rose to his feet. His aura was overflowing as he said with a smile, "I invited you here to be a witness, Senior. I didn't invite you here to humiliate me." Yunmia became an emperor. "I should be earlier than you. I'm giving you face by calling you a senior. If you don't, you're trash. I called you here to be a witness because you fought alongside humans before. It's more satisfying for someone like you to watch a human powerhouse die." Moreover, Ming Ting became an emperor. He was the overlord powerhouse of the rogue cultivators in misery. However, was an emperor, very impressive, he had become an emperor for 100 years. Ming Ting, a fellow who used someone else's Tao to become an emperor, dared to humiliate him again and again. Did he really think that he had no temper? Against a powerhouse like Ming Ting who had an unstable Tao, he sealed Ming Ting's origin. It would be easy to kill him. What right did such a person have to talk nonsense in front of him? Meanwhile, catacombs, heavenly court. A few saints who were in seclusion appeared again. Someone in the basilica laughed. "Interesting, interesting. The sky-sealing bloodline. Is it Emperor Feng's bloodline? He came out of seclusion at this time. Once he came out, he chose the tough human race. Looks like he's ambitious. I'm afraid Fang Ping is in trouble this time." "Ha ha ha, that's right. Should I take it or not? If he did, Li Chongqing would die. The invincibility of the human race would be shattered, and the sky-sealing clan would become famous in the Three Realms. If you don't accept it, the sky-sealing lineage has a top-notch expert among them. Judging from how they're faring, they won't let this matter rest. It is indeed interesting. If you don't, we can talk to annihilation. Maybe, we can take the opportunity to attack the humans. How about the God-forging envoy?" someone asked. Very quickly, the governor smiled and said, "It's fine. Even if the God creation envoy proves the heavenly king, he wouldn't dare to easily go against the heavenly emperor." Sky Sword also said, "That's right, King Feng Tianwang. Although I don't know much about him, his strength is true. If he doesn't die, even if the God creation envoy proves the heavenly king, there's a high chance that he won't be his match. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch this time. Maybe we can see Fang Ping's look of despair." Fang Ping is domineering and arrogant. He does have the bearing of a king. But if he suffers a setback this time, it might disrupt his undefeatable momentum. Act according to the situation. Maybe we can take the opportunity to join forces with the sky-sealing lineage. Of course, we have to be careful. If the heavenly emperor is really alive, we have to be careful of this person. Cooperating with them is like asking a tiger for its skin. Everyone spoke one after another. Very soon, they came to a decision. To watch a show, this was a good show. If Fang Ping held it in, he would suffer a huge loss this time. If he could not hold it in, he would suffer a greater loss. They were also happy to see it happen. No matter who lost, it would be a good thing. At this moment, all the forces in the Three Realms were discussing. The sky-sealing lineage that suddenly appeared seemed to be very powerful. As soon as they came out of the mountain, they provoked the humans. Domineering, as for the humans, they had always been domineering. Even if they were very weak before, they were still domineering. At least after Fang Ping rose to power, the humans had always been domineering. There was really a good show to watch this time. The people from the Nine Emperors bloodline accepted the invitation sent by Annihilation. Watch the battle. The first battle of the Sky-Sealing lineage's descendants was also a battle to establish their might. They used the most powerful human race to establish their might. They did not challenge Fang Ping. They challenged Longevity Sword. Although it was an emperor-level battle against an absolute powerhouse, Annihilation himself did not care. The others could not say anything either. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the current situation. Some were worried. Some were gloating. This time, if Fang Ping was careless, it would be a big deal. Moreover, it looked very unsolvable. If he agreed, Longevity Sword would be in danger. If he did not, the Sky-Sealing lineage would probably not let it go. Fang Ping was going to suffer this time, right? Just as all the forces were. Discussing. May 3rd, Human King Fang Ping responded. He accepted the challenge. 3 days later, May 6th, Longevity swordsman Li Chongqing fought the Sky-Sealing lineage. Fang Ping agreed. As soon as this was said, the three realms were in an uproar. Human King compromised. The domineering Human King compromised this time. He chose to let Li Chongqing, who had just achieved Dao validation, fight an emperor-level powerhouse. This was clearly sending him to his death. He was cannon fodder. In an instant, the voices of public opinion resounded throughout the three realms. Human King is afraid. He said before that the human race was invincible. Now he's afraid. He threw Longevity Sword out to fight the Sky-Sealing lineage. Fang Ping is selfish, but it's understandable that he chose to give up Longevity Sword to protect the human race. That's right. The human race is not in a good situation. Fang Ping has offended too many people. If he falls out with the Sky-Sealing lineage now, the human race will be in even more danger. Is this Sky-Sealing lineage really that powerful? I heard that there's a heavenly king in charge. No wonder. Although Fang Ping can fight a saint, there's still a big gap between him and a heavenly king. The heavenly court has been re-established. The 9 saints are in the sky. If he offends a heavenly king, no one can protect him. Some mocked. Some understood. They could understand Fang Ping's choice. At this juncture, it was difficult to choose between the future of the human race and Longevity Sword. However, Fang Ping was a human king. It was understandable that he chose the human race and gave up Longevity Sword. Even if everyone mocked him, they still sighed in their hearts. Fang Ping's life was tough. Making such a choice was probably very painful for him. Magic City. Mekmo. Fang Ping had his own villa here. Outside the villa, a few MCMAU powerhouses who were covered in blood rushed back one after another. Tang Feng's eyes were red. He shouted through the door, Fang Ping, do you really want Dinli to die? At most, we'll fight. Even if we die in battle, we can't let our own people die. Vice-Chancellor Fang. Among the crowd, there were many young people who were boiling with passion. They shouted, let's fight. Vice-Chancellor has fought everywhere and never compromised. Why did you agree this time? He's an emperor level. Why should he challenge Dinli? Vice-Chancellor, are you going to watch Dinli die? Vice-Chancellor. In order to protect you, Instructor Li walked the path of unification of all paths. At that time, it was a dead end. Now, the human race is prosperous. Everyone dares to fight. Why did Vice-Chancellor agree to this battle? At most, we'll fight this so-called Sky-Sealing lineage. Fight. This group of people was here to ask for help. They did not want to see Longevity Sword fall. This old man had fought for the human race for many years. The last time, he returned from the Forbidden Sea to help. As a rank 9 paragon, he killed a paragon to prove his Dao. How could such a hero of the human race be abandoned? The eyes of the group of young people were bloodshot. Someone raised his arm and shouted, Vice-Chancellor Fang. Minister Fang. Fang Renwang. Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who have shoes. We can't be afraid now just because we're wearing shoes. The more afraid we are, the easier it is to get into trouble. If we give up on Dinli today, who will dare to fight for the human race tomorrow? Yes, Vice-Chancellor, please take back your order. We may be weak, but we're willing to fight. No matter how many people die, we must let the other party see the bravery of us humans. We will never compromise. Shut up. At this time, a group of people came from behind. Lu Polu and the other MCMAU elders walked over. Lu Polu, who reeked of blood, shouted, "What are you all doing? Are you trying to force me to abdicate? Fong Ping has his own considerations. You guys are just a bunch of reckless people. What do you know?" Lu Polu shouted, "Doesn't Fong Ping feel bad? Who is Li Chongqing? He's the living dead he brought out from the Nanjiang catacombs. For Li Chongqing, Fong Ping almost died a few times. Do you think you have the right to ask for help?" Lu Polu said angrily, "If we were strong, we wouldn't have to do this. We wouldn't have to let Fong Ping make such a choice. He has the ability of a saint. Would he be afraid of the so-called Feng Tian clan? It's for you, for us. For the entire human race." Lu Polu's eyes were bloodshot. "If we fall behind, we'll be beaten. If we're weak, we'll have to accept our fate. We can only choose a way that's more beneficial to us. With a heavenly king overseeing the forces, who will fight? You? You're not even qualified to die. Isn't it Fong Ping who will fight? If he dies, will you still have the good days you have now? You're forcing him to die, a bunch of idiots." Lu Polu said angrily, "Is Fong Ping afraid of death? If it weren't for us dragging him down, he'd be living a carefree life in the Three Realms. Today, someone actually questioned him because of a decision. If you're so capable, go fight. If you can kill a heavenly king, you call the shots." Lu Polu's ability might not be strong, only rank 9, but he was too old. In MCMAU, his seniority was higher than anyone else's. As soon as he spoke, everyone quieted down instantly. Tang Feng's eyes were red. He whispered, "Old Lu, we're not questioning Fong Ping. We're not satisfied." "You're not satisfied? That's because you're weak." Lu Polu yelled angrily, "Go fight then. Go kill that Feng Tian clan member, and that'll solve the problem. Do you have the right to be dissatisfied? You don't even have the right. Do you, Mad Lion Tang Feng, really think that you're the Mad Lion Heavenly King?" Lu Polu pointed at his nose and scolded, "You're also an MCMAU veteran. How dare you mess around with a bunch of kids who don't know shit? Who gave you the guts to come to the King of Man's cultivation ground and ask for permission? Remember, King of Man. The survival of the human race depends on the King of Man. Everyone is equal, but we also want world peace. In the survival of this race, the King of Man is heaven. What are you messing around for, you bastard?" Lu Polu looked around and yelled angrily, "Isn't everyone equal? Since you're not satisfied, go kill them yourselves. I won't stop anyone, but whoever kills a powerhouse from the Feng Tian clan will be cancelled. If it doesn't work, go to the catacombs and kill the 9 saints. We humans will also dare to fight the Feng Tian clan to the death. You don't have the ability to do that. All you can do is shout. What are you shouting for? Get lost immediately." Everyone clenched their fists. Someone sobbed softly, "Old Lu, we really don't want to see Instructor Li, Old Lu. Instructor Li's life has been full of misfortunes. After being injured in rank 6, he lay low for 10 years. He cut his golden body and almost died. Now, he has finally achieved Paragon after much difficulty. Bleeding but not tears." This was one of MCMAU's motto. However, today, a group of people had to watch Li Chongqing send himself to his death. They could not help but cry. They knew that it was not easy for Fong Ping, but to send Li Chongqing to his death with his own hands was still unacceptable. Someone thought of Fong Ping. Fong Ping and Li Chongqing were like father and son. Perhaps? Fong Ping was the one who felt the worst at this moment. For a moment, the atmosphere was mournful. Everyone looked sorrowful. Tang Feng squeezed his fist until it bled. Golden blood dripped. Then, he roared and turned to leave. He said furiously, "Fight. Fight. Fight to rank 9, fight to Paragon, fight to Heavenly King. If Li Chongqing dies, every human will be a longevity sword. He Could not accept this. He was angry too. However, Lu Polu's words set off a monstrous wave in his heart. Yes, they could not accept this. However, they did not even have the right to be. They did not have the right to judge Fang Ping's choice because Fang Ping did it for their survival. However, why was he so unwilling? Tang Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Rank 8. Rank 8 trash. I'm still not brave enough. Not brave enough. Can a rank 8 only fight a rank 8? In the past, didn't a human rank 8 fight a rank 9 too? Why not? Who said that a rank 8 could only fight a rank 8? Fight a rank 9, even if they could not win. The realization between life and death would also stimulate the eruption of their potential, allowing them to advance a little faster. Tang Feng left. The faces of the people who were begging for their lives turned red. The next moment, in the crowd, Zhao Lei roared, "Go! Fight! Kill the catacombs! Kill all their powerhouses! We're too weak. Do you want to beg for your lives? Why can't we change everything by ourselves? Go!" The crowd's emotions were surging. Watching them leave, Guo Xingquan, who was beside Lu Polu, sighed. "Sigh, should we go and persuade Vice-Chancellor Feng? I'm afraid he's feeling terrible now." Lu Polu looked at the villa and sighed softly. What else could he do? After making such a decision, Fang Ping was probably sadder than anyone else, blaming himself. However, things had come to this. Did he really have to fight the Fengtian clan and the Catacombs Heavenly Court at the same time? If so, the human race was really in danger. In the villa, the sad Fang Ping was holding chopsticks, picking up a big piece of beef, laughing. "Eat. Eat your fill and get to work. Big cat, eat as much as you can. I'll look for the sea guardian later and ask for a big fish head. This time, I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention, big cat." The cat ate until its mouth could not close. It said vaguely, "Just don't let me fight." Fang Ping laughed. "Fight? You don't have to do anything this time. I'll kill all of them alone. It's hard for me to kill a saint. Killing a few emperor levels, what are they? I'll slash down with all my strength. When they're unprepared, I'll slash one at a time." As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Heavenly Wood, laughing. "Elder Mu, why aren't you eating?" Heavenly Wood was helpless. "I'm a tree, a tree. Why should I eat beef?" As for the cat tree beside him, it was eating with gusto. Heavenly Wood could only say that this fellow had a master like a servant. The human race isn't weak. Fang Ping ignored Heavenly Wood, looking at the people in the house. Saint level, Elder Mu, you, and Jiang Hao. Emperor level, Old Manly is almost there. There's also Di Xing and Ming Ting. The weakness is still in my hands. The three of you, Desperate Realm, Old Wu, Cat Tree, Jiao, Boundless Force. There's also Dragon Islands Long Xian, Immortal Seeking Islands Yu Wu Hua, Mystic Virtue Realms True God Xian Qi. These people can go and ask for help at critical moments. They'll all come. Is the human race weak? Not at all. Those few Fengyun saints, since they've invested once, and I'm not dead, they'll continue to invest. They'll be wary of fighting the Fengtian clan. Fighting the so-called 9 heavenly court saints in the catacombs won't be a problem. Fang Ping was full of confidence and fighting spirit. Today's meal isn't a farewell feast, it's a celebration feast. Fang Ping laughed. That's good too. Let Lion Tang and the rest know how difficult it is for me. Provoke them, let them understand that it's not that I'm not doing my best, it's that they're too weak. Among these people, they might even reach the pinnacle one day. Pull those fellows who are about to reach the pinnacle over. Old Manly, when you go back to fight, be more miserable. Don't pretend. Your golden body is broken, desperate, about to fall, it doesn't matter. You still have to shout a few words. Sad and desperate. The human race is helpless. They can only rely on themselves. Needless to say, this is very effective. Back then, when Senior Qin Yaozu and the rest broke through, it was because they saw the desperate situation of the humans that they broke through. You too, Senior Tian too. If you're not in despair, you won't know what hard work is, what fighting is. Fang Ping ate until his mouth was dripping with oil. He laughed loudly. When the time comes, the humans will reach the pinnacle again. I think there might be a few of them. That'll be awesome. We'll fight, a few pinnacles will emerge, and we'll kill some emperor ranks while we're at it. Big Cat, there are many demons over there. I'll kill them. You bring the corpses back. When we get back, we'll forge weapons and eat their meat. The humans can become stronger. The cat nodded solemnly. I'll keep an eye on it. Food, so much food, how could I ignore it? The outside world thought that Fong Ping was sad. Who knew that Fong Ping did not feel sad at all? He was eating meat and drinking wine. He had already arranged everything. This time, he was going to the fake heavenly grave to look for old Zhang and the rest to play. What was wrong with that? As for the people in the outside world who were sad, helpless, and desperate. When he killed those fellows, these people would only feel excited and refreshed. With their moods lifted, their breakthroughs would be smoother. While eating, Fong Ping lamented, "It's really not easy for me to make the human race stronger. Bearing the infamy, who's more difficult than me? When old Zhang was in power, he wasn't as reliable as I am. Everyone was helpless." Stop praising yourself, Fong Ping, this fellow had to ruin the atmosphere at this time every time. Also, those fellows in the outside world were almost going crazy from the stimulation. Was this really appropriate? Even if you went out to say a few words hypocritically, it would still be better than eating and drinking here, right? Was it appropriate? That was what they thought, but no one went out. Whatever, if it was exciting, so be it. If those fellows' hearts were not good, they might really explode later. Wu Quishan thought in his heart and felt a little apologetic. His own wife seemed to be among them. Forget it, no matter. Let Lu Fengger go crazy for once. She might even achieve rank 9. The group of people continued to eat and drink to their heart's content. What crisis, what bloody battle, what Li Chongqing did not have long to live. Who cared? Did they not see that Li Chongqing himself was eating until his mouth was covered in grease? This fellow had never thought that he would die. Fong Ping was here. If he died, that would be strange. As for the people outside who were rushing to his funeral, old man Li could only say that these fellows were thinking too much. Time passed slowly. The Forbidden Sea was a dangerous place where almost no one wandered. Now, people often wandered in the sea. Watch the show. Everyone was ready to watch the show. On the human side, Li Chongqing had agreed to attend. Now that extermination had invited everyone, this place instantly became the focal point of the 3 realms. Experts appeared one after another. Some hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. World Island. This was the new name extermination had given to the island he occupied. Over the past few days, people came and went on the island. From time to time, experts would arrive to watch the battle. Today, an overlord of the 3 realms, the new heavenly court, had arrived on the huge island. Extermination personally walked out of the island's entrance. He led a few demons in human form to the edge of the island, ready to welcome them. The new heavenly court was extremely powerful in the 3 realms. The 9 Saints' suppression. Beside extermination, a rough-looking man with golden eyes sealed off the surroundings said in a low voice, "Young master, when we meet later, don't mention challenging these experts for now." Extermination chuckled. "I know what I'm doing. Moreover, King Huai, King Feng, and the others are nothing. Do you think the 9 Saints will object if I kill them?" Then, extermination smiled faintly. "I don't think there's a need to waste too much time on these people after killing the longevity sword. The ones I look forward to in the 3 realms are the human king, Fong Ping, and the others. Li Zhen, Fong Ping, and Zhang Tao are the 3 heroes of the human race. In the previous era, Li Zhu and unquestionable Jian should have been the heroes. Above them are Hong Yu and the chaotic heavenly king. They are also heroes of the era." Extermination said softly, "Before Master came, he told me to practice with true gods. However, after leaving the mountain, I feel that these true gods might not be of much use." He had seen Luo Yu. He was average. His body was slightly stronger, but it did not mean that he was strong. He also saw Long Xian who had come with Cosmic Dragon. This dragon expert had a strong body, but he had only ascended to true god. Among true god experts, the longevity sword was worth looking forward to. This was because he had killed a true god when he reached Tao validation. Beside him, the boorish man warned, "Young master, don't be careless. There's naturally a reason why master made such arrangements. Although young master has fought many battles and often sparred with us, his aura is still slightly lacking. After killing a few true gods and accumulating an unrivaled aura, he could then fight experts. This way, he wouldn't be at a loss. If your first battle is against a venerable sovereign, you will be easily injured in a life and death battle." Extermination nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." As he spoke, his eyes lit up and he looked at a dazzling flying ship in front of him. He smiled and said, "They're here. Among the talents of this generation in the Earth domain, I'm actually looking forward to the Fate King the most. What a pity." He felt a little regretful. His master had mentioned Fate King a few times. In fact, it was the best whetstone for him. At the critical moment, they could become emperors, gather the destiny of the Earth realm, and control 100 deities of the Earth realm. If Fate King was still alive, he might not have challenged the longevity sword but Fate King. It was a pity that the Fate Monarch had fallen. Not only did he die, but he had also died at Fang Ping's hands. It was clear that Fang Ping's destiny was abundant. This time, extermination only wanted to blunt Fang Ping's edge. He had no intention of fighting Fang Ping now. Even though his mentality was strong and he might be able to seal Fang Ping's origin, he did not consider fighting Fang Ping right now. As he thought about this, extermination stepped into the air and looked at the flying ship and the powerhouses standing proudly in front of it. He smiled and said, "Extermination greets the Heavenly Sword Saint and the Temple Master Azure Inc. There were 3 saint-level powerhouses from the catacombs this time. Not all of them came. The 3 saints, Heavenly Sword, Azure Inc., and Hai Yu, were here. Although Azure Inc. and Hai Yu were also antiques, their statuses in the Heavenly Court were not high. Back then, Azure Inc. had not become a saint yet. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword, one of the 36 saints, was already a saint back then. At this moment, Heavenly Sword raised his brows slightly. He glanced at extermination and nodded slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Is Heavenly King Feng doing well?" "My master is doing well." Extermination said with a smile, "He often talks about you seniors and is filled with emotion. The glory of the ancient times is still unforgettable." The look in Heavenly Sword's eyes was a little complicated. He said faintly, "The ancient times. The ancient times are over. Everything starts again." Today, he was conferred the title of the new Heavenly Court's Seal Envoy. Although not many people called him that, Heavenly Sword still felt a little sad. Some things were in the past. Now that he had recovered, he should start again. His old acquaintances were either dead or hidden. Heavenly King Feng. No matter what his reputation was, he was indeed a top powerhouse in the ancient times. Heavenly Sword still felt a little emotional. At this moment, Heavenly Sword looked at the monsters behind him and said nothing. He did not speak, but Qing Mo looked at them a few more times and raised her eyebrows slightly. Qing Mo had become a saint during the era of the Earthly Emperor God dynasty. At that time, she had also been in contact with some powerhouses in the sect world. At this moment, with her saint-level strength, she could naturally see through their true forms at a glance. They were somewhat familiar. She had some impression of them in her memory. 8 powerhouses. Although the monster race had many powerhouses, 3 peak-level emperors and 5 peak-level true gods didn't appear out of thin air. While Yun Miao was chatting with them, more people arrived. Saint Yu Wei and Ling Xiao. As soon as Ling Xiao arrived, she looked at the rugged man and frowned slightly. The rugged man also looked at Ling Xiao and nodded slightly without saying anything. Ling Xiao was only a peak-level powerhouse, so she couldn't see through his true form immediately. However, she felt vaguely familiar with him. Soon, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. Before Saint Yu Wei could speak, she looked at the rugged man and said in a deep voice, "It's you." Yun Mia smiled and said nothing. The rugged man nodded again and said softly, "Greetings, perfected Lord Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. Coiled crocodile. He was the Mount of Gochu Mountain's venerable Ziyang. The rugged man frowned slightly and was a little unhappy. However, he still replied, "Venerable Ziyang died many years ago, and Coiled Crocodile has become an emperor for many years. Perfected Lord Ling Xiao, it's useless to mention these things. Ling Xiao said coldly, it's useless. However, during the war between North and South in the past, all of you betrayed us and caused chaos in the war. Many experts died. Coiled Crocodile said in a deep voice, perfected Lord Ling Xiao, the demon race is also a member of the three realms. What betrayal? Venerable Ziyang imprisoned us. Why can't we leave after the seal was broken? Perfected Lord, you have to know that the demon race has an emperor as well. It's not without roots. Yu Wei and the others had never experienced such things before and did not feel much about it. When she saw that Ling Xiao was about to start a conflict with the demon race, she raised her hand slightly and stopped Ling Xiao from speaking. She looked at Yun Mia. Yun Mia bowed slightly and greeted, greetings, Fairy Yu Wei. Yu Wei did not say much and asked indifferently without even looking at Sky Sword and the others, Feng hasn't come out of seclusion? My master sensed the changes in the Tao and is in seclusion, he sure is bold, but you're bold too. Yu Wei said coldly, aren't you afraid that the consequences will be unpredictable if you fight Longevity Sword? Yun Mia smiled. Fairy Yu Wei, you must be joking. I've heard a lot about human powerhouses. This time, I came out of seclusion and was itching for a fight. That's why I sent the challenge letter. If Longevity Sword is unwilling, I won't force it. He then added, it's just a friendly match. Please don't misunderstand, Fairy Yu Wei, misunderstand? Yu Wei smiled disdainfully. I don't mind. It's your freedom to challenge whoever you want. Since Fang Ping has agreed, I won't interfere. However, the human race isn't without powerhouses. Heavenly King Zhen and King Wu are both Heavenly King powerhouses. Today's friendly match is fine. But even if your master is Feng, will he be able to protect you? Saint Yu Wei added. If the Sky Sealing clan fought humans. After leaving seclusion, it would not be good for the North Emperor's bloodline, which had just joined forces with the human race. If Longevity Sword was killed, there was no telling what Fang Ping would do. If that happened, the human race would become enemies with the Sky Sealing clan. She would be in a difficult position. Heavenly King Zhen was not a weakling. Extermination smiled. You worry too much, Fairy Yu Wei. Extermination said it's just a friendly match. Up to you. Yu Wei didn't say anything else. With a wave of her hand, a palace appeared in the sky. Yu Wei brought Ling Xiao into the palace and the palace instantly disappeared into the void. Clearly, she had come to watch the battle and had no intention of interfering. Sky Sword Saint glanced at her and chuckled. Today is the day of the friendly match. I wonder if Fang Ping and Li Chongqing dare to come. Extermination, we won't disturb you. We'll just watch the match on our own. Having said that, the spaceship broke through the void and disappeared into the darkness. Powerhouses arrived one after another. Almost everyone from the Nine Emperors' bloodline had arrived, except for Yuan Gang, who was missing. Some stood proudly in the void, while others entered the spatial rifts. One after another, more true gods arrived. There were people from the sky beyond skies and the overseas immortal islands, including some demons from the Forbidden Sea. At Mount Imperial Sea's side, Demon Swordsman arrived with a few ninth-grade demonic beasts. He stopped far away and didn't approach. After finding a place with no one around, the few demons stopped in the air. Silence, there were many powerhouses, even some rank 9s. However, at this moment, no one made a sound. They all remained silent. The Sky Sealing clan was challenging the human Longevity Sword Saint. Both sides were powerhouses. Both sides had powerhouses. This was not an ordinary battle. Amidst this strange silence. In the distance, the void trembled. A passageway came from afar, piercing through space. They're here. Someone growled. The human powerhouses were here, the void trembled. In other places, some powerhouses' silhouettes flashed. Yu Wei, Sky Sword, and the others also revealed their appearances, appearing and disappearing. The passageway pierced through thousands of miles away. Soon, someone stepped out. Fang Ping, with his neat, short hair, neat martial arts uniform, and military boots, did not look bloated. Instead, he looked capable. He did not conceal his aura, nor did he deliberately release his aura. It was just the aura of a normal paragon. When Fang Ping walked out, Extermination's pupils contracted slightly when he saw Fang Ping. This was the first time he saw King Fang Ping. Fang Ping's reputation was well known throughout the three realms. Even in the depths of misery, he had heard of Fang Ping's name. Today, he finally met him. There was no ostentatiousness like he imagined, no anger and resentment when he saw him. There was only calmness. 21 years old, for a moment, Extermination felt a little uneasy. The calmer he was, the more uneasy he felt. Whether Fang Ping was angry or overbearing, he could accept it. However, Fang Ping's calmness made him feel uneasy. Behind him, 3 Emperor-level demons and 5 true god demons looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. They were not afraid when they saw Fang Ping. Instead, it was a cat that walked out lazily behind Fang Ping. Fang Ping, this time, the cat did not walk on its hind legs. Like an ordinary cat, it landed on the ground on all fours. Its gait was not elegant, and its plump body looked like it was about to fall. It followed Fang Ping out of the passageway lazily, yawning. Its whiskers shook, its big eyes half closed, as if it had not woken up yet. As if it had sensed the demon's aura, the cat opened its eyes lazily and looked at the opposite side. When it saw the 8 monsters opposite it, it ignored the coiled crocodile and looked at the other Emperor-level demon, saying lazily, You're that sick a deer? You're not dead? Gong Juanzi said you ran away. This cat thought you were dead. It sounded like a curse, however, at this moment, the handsome young Emperor-level demon's expression changed slightly. He bowed slightly and said, Lu Shu greets Sky Emperor. The cat yawned again. Lu Shu, that's right, it's you. You used to be a true god, and now you're an emperor level. That's pretty fast. When Gong Juanzi came out, he was only an emperor level. Sky Emperor, please excuse me. Lu Shu's expression was solemn. It deliberated over its answer but did not dare to say much. It was Gong Juanzi's mount. In the past, Quechang Mountain was famous for its beast taming. However, Gong Juanzi mainly studied beast taming techniques. He was not too concerned about the strength of his mount. He mainly used it as a means of transportation. In the past, Lu Shu only had true god-level strength. Now, it had become a top-notch emperor-level powerhouse. During the conversation between the cat and the deer, Meteoric Annihilation looked at Fang Ping a few times, as if he wanted to speak. However, Fang Ping did not even look at him. Fang Ping looked left and right. He was not looking randomly. Instead, he was looking at the places where the powerhouses were hiding. They were all saints. Saint Yu Wei, Guardian Wind Cloud, Fang Ping greeted them in a few directions. He nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face. Yu Wei and Wind Cloud silhouettes flashed. They nodded at Fang Ping as a response. Very quickly, they disappeared into the void again. Fang Ping looked at the area where Sky Sword and the rest were. He said lightly, try to stay as far away from the catacombs as possible. Don't get too close to me. I don't trust my enemies to get too close to me. Otherwise, I'll think that they're hostile. If they're hostile, that means they need to fight. The spaceship appeared. This time, it was no longer hidden. Qing Mo said coldly, Fang Ping, do you really think that no one can do anything to you? Fang Ping looked at her and tilted his head slightly. He seemed a little curious and expectant. You dare to challenge me to a battle? I don't like to fight women, but I don't mind sending you back to the furnace to be reforged. Qing Mo's expression did not look too good. Fang Ping was arrogant as usual. He still provoked the catacombs' 9 saints as usual. It was as if he had not considered the consequences at all. One had to know that the Sky Ceiling clan was challenging human powerhouses now. Fang Ping suddenly laughed. Do you think I'm crazy? The Sky Ceiling clan is here. Would they dare to offend you? If you join forces, you can easily destroy the human race? Fang Ping laughed. He shook his head slightly. As expected, long hair but short knowledge. The ancients are the ancients. Men and women are the same. Around them, some powerhouses were speechless. Some looked at their long hair, then at the unique human powerhouse's short hair. Some could not help but laugh. Some snorted softly. Fang Ping ignored her. It was as if he was certain that she would not dare to challenge him. Only then did he look at Doom, who was frowning. He smiled. Your name is Doom? There was no anger on his face. There was no arrogance. However, this tone and attitude of a senior talking to a junior made Doom a little uncomfortable. Fang Ping, although he did not look down on him, he seemed to be looking down on him. He communicated with the saints first before paying attention to him, the main character of today. Suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, Yunmia smiled. Yunmia greets human king. You're welcome. Fang Ping smiled. If you were, you wouldn't have challenged the longevity sword. King Ren, you've misunderstood. Fang Ping raised his hand and stopped him from continuing. He smiled. It's nothing. It's just a challenge. Emperor-level challenging a paragon is also in line with your clan style. It's nothing. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Li Chongqing, who was walking out of the passageway in silence. He smiled. Instructor, are you confident you can kill an emperor? Old Man Li looked at him and said calmly, I'll do my best. It's okay. It's normal if you can't beat him. You've just achieved Paragon. It's not embarrassing to admit defeat if you can't beat him. If anyone thinks it's embarrassing, the rank 9s here can challenge me at will. I'm a Paragon. If you rank 9s can hurt even a strand of my hair, I'll consider you powerful. Fang Ping joked, but the others could not bring themselves to laugh. None of the rank 9 martial artists who were watching the battle spoke. Hurt Fang Ping, he had the ability to kill a saint. The difference between a rank 9 and him was like heaven and earth. He could kill a rank 9 with a single breath. Although Fang Ping did not say it directly, he was obviously mocking Doom for challenging a martial artist who was one rank lower. Doom did not show it, but he was furious in his heart. Once Fang Ping came, it was as if this was his home field. He was completely controlling the situation. Fang Ping did not care what he thought. He reached out and grabbed. Below him, the seawater rose into the air and froze directly, turning into an iceberg. Fang Ping did not care about the others' gazes. Some tables and chairs appeared out of thin air. Soon, Fang Ping sat down. He called out to the others and smiled. Sit. Guardian Windcloud, Seiju Wei, Rainbow Butterfly, Cosmic Dragon. If you don't mind, come over and have a chat. Watch the Emperor-level Paragon fight. It's just a small matter. Why so serious? Everyone was silent. In the next moment, Taoist Windcloud appeared, smiling. I won't stand on ceremony then. It's an honor to taste King Ren's tea. Taoist Windcloud brought Earth Xing, who was reluctant, flying across the sky and landing on the iceberg in an instant. On the other side, Yue hesitated for a moment before landing with Ling Xiao. Cosmic Dragon and Rainbow Butterfly also hesitated for a moment before arriving with Yu Wuhua and Long Xian. The saints gathered. Fang Ping did not seem to care much about the battle, greeting everyone warmly. At this moment, he seemed to remember something. He looked at Doom, who was floating in the air, and smiled. Don't mind me. I like to make friends. I'm used to it. Teacher, go and spar with Doom. Stay a little further away from here. Don't get us involved. Have a cup of tea. It's rare to have some peace and quiet. Old Man Li held the sky-crushing sword in his hand. Without a word, he took a step in the air and walked tens of li away. There was no one there. Old Man Li's chi surged. He watched Doom from afar without saying a word. Doom's expression changed. It was not because he felt Old Man Li's power, but because he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Fang Ping was drinking tea and watching the show, while he needed to fight. If Fang Ping watched the battle solemnly from the side, he would feel more comfortable. But now, Fang Ping was not nervous at all. He just sat there drinking tea and watching them. In the end, Doom felt like he had become a monkey show in Fang Ping's eyes. Seeing that Doom was not moving, Fang Ping asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to spar?" Doom took a deep breath, a smile on his face. He said slowly, "It's a spar. But it's a battle between powerhouses. Fists and kicks have no eyes." Fang Ping waved his hand and said casually, "It's fine. Spar is also a battle. According to humans, once you're in the arena, you're responsible for your own life and death. It's nothing. If Teacher Li beats you to death, don't worry. I'll get someone to send you back. Oh, right. Do you want to leave your address? I still don't know where you live. Doom's eyes suddenly sharpened. He looked at Fong Ping and said with a fake smile, there's no need to trouble the human king. If the longevity sword dies in Doom's hands, I hope the human king won't take it to heart. I won't. Fong Ping said with a smile, I'm no match for the Feng Tian clan. What's there to take it to? If your heavenly king comes out and wants to kill me, won't I be in danger? Emperor level and heavenly kings fight paragons. Isn't this the style of your clan? I'm just an impasse realm martial artist. Why would I take it to heart? You make it sound like I can easily kill you emperor-level martial artists. Fong Ping said it as if he was joking. He glanced at the demons. There were 8 of them. Fong Ping looked them up and down like an auntie shopping at the market, scanning the quality of the food. After a while, Fong Ping turned his head and joked with the cat lying on the ground, don't look at them blindly. Some of the demons aren't edible. They don't taste that good. The cat looked up at him innocently. I'm not looking. The 8 demons' expressions changed for a while. They could not stand their gazes. One of the demons snorted softly. Soon, the 8 demons disappeared into the void and did not show up again. Fong Ping's gaze hurt the demons. At this moment, Doom smiled and did not look at Fong Ping anymore. His eyes, however, were glinting coldly. Fong Ping. How arrogant. He was sure that Fong Ping's mentality was not as strong as his. If he fought with Fong Ping, he was confident that he could seal Fong Ping. Was Fong Ping really a match for him without the enhancement of the origin path? That might not be the case. What right did Fong Ping have to look down on him? I'll destroy the longevity sword. Let's see if you can still smile. Doom snorted inwardly. He stepped into the air and threw a seal. In the next moment, the void in the area where Old Man Li was trembled. A saint's token. Sky Sword said in a low voice, frowning slightly. Did the Sky Sealing clan obtain the saint's token by accident, or did they get it after killing an ancient saint? And Annihilation's actions were also very obvious. Sealing the void, this was often a sign of a battle to the death. As long as one side was alive, the void would not be broken. This was not giving the enemy a chance to escape. A saint's token. Fong Ping picked up his teacup and took a sip. He chuckled and said meaningfully. How did you know that I wanted to collect this? Thank you so much. A great battle broke out instantly. Extermination did not seal Old Man Li's origin the moment he arrived. Clearly, he wanted to test the waters first. However, he picked the wrong target. Old Man Li seemed to be mute today. Without saying a word, he went all out. A sword gleam pierced through heaven and earth. Sky Destroyer was unleashed. Demon martial sword. Countless heroic spirits appeared. Every one of them was like a sword. The sword broke through the 4th heaven and attacked instantly. Kill. 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 Battle cries reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The heroic spirits were silent, but their battle cries reverberated through the void, shaking people's hearts. Old Man Li's expression was calm. He had no intention of testing the powerhouses. Or rather, as long as it was an enemy, he had no intention of testing. He gave it his all. When he killed his enemies, he mostly killed them with one move. Those who were weaker than him would die with one move. Those who were stronger than him, if one move was not enough, he would use 2 moves. Fong Ping held his teacup and looked over, frowning slightly. It was not that Old Man Li was weak. He was very strong. Old Man Li, who had just achieved Dao validation, had improved his control over his strength. His strength had also increased slightly. The strength that he had unleashed might not lose to a paragon rank 7 or 8. However, Extermination was not a weakling. Even if he was a little flustered at first, he quickly steadied himself. Mentality outburst. At this moment, Extermination's mentality condensed into spears. Countless spears shot out. Although they were continuously shattered by the sword gleams, Extermination's mentality was extremely strong. The powerful demon martial sword dissipated completely after shattering hundreds of spears in an instant. Extermination's face was slightly pale, but he was smiling. Li Chongqing was strong, stronger than he had expected. However, even if he did not seal his origin, he was confident that he could defeat him. Extermination's mentality destroyed the demon martial sword. In the next moment, countless spears condensed again, turning into a spear array and attacking Old Man Li from all directions. On top of the iceberg, Taoist Fengyun sighed slightly. The longevity sword is still a notch weaker. Extermination is an emperor level after all. He specializes in mentality. If this goes on. Just as he finished speaking, a shocking scene occurred. Amidst his silence, Old Man Li stepped on empty air. His body seemed to have shrunk a little, but his speed was extremely fast. Countless spears densely covered the small space, yet Old Man Li was like a swimming fish, passing through the spear formation in the blink of an eye. Extermination, who was still controlling the spear array, was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Old Man Li's chi was withdrawn. Like a dying man, he swung his sword lightly. Extermination was still withdrawing his mentality, ready to continue surrounding Old Man Li. Suddenly, someone shouted from the periphery, "Defend!" Heavenly sword. At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes glowed. The god-slaying saber in his hand flashed. In the next moment, celestial sword broke through the void in the distance, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Hai Yu and Qing Mo instantly unleashed their chi dynamic as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Far away, in the restricted area of the catacombs, 6 chi dynamic also erupted, shaking the 3 realms. Fang Ping's expression was the same as usual. He looked at Sky Sword and said coldly, "If you dare to interrupt again, I will kill you today. Even if the human race suffers heavy losses, it doesn't matter. Believe it or not, you can try." Tianjian's expression was ugly, but he was also slightly fearful. In that instant, Fang Ping's saber slashed into his origin, almost seriously injuring him. Fortunately, there were 3 great saints here. Otherwise, if he fought Fang Ping one-on-one, he might very well follow in Tiangui's footsteps. Fang Ping let out a cold humph. His gaze was extremely unfriendly. He looked around without saying a word, but his eyes were glowing fiercely. Obviously, if anyone dared to interfere, he was ready to flip out. Heavenly Sword's defend made extermination put away his carelessness. In the next moment, mentality densely covered his body, and a set of silver battle armor appeared on his body. The moment the battle armor appeared, the Sky Destroyer pierced through the mentality defense, stabbing the battle armor with a ding. Bang, there was a loud, deafening sound. Some of the rank 9 martial artists at the periphery started bleeding from their orifices. Many of them hurriedly flew backward, and some fell directly into the sea, their golden bodies corroded by the seawater sizzling. Extermination also took a few steps back, unable to hold back his shock. Looking down at the battle armor, he saw that there was a tiny crack on it. Even though it was being repaired quickly, it could not hide the shock on his face. This was the holy weapon battle armor. He also had emperor-level combat strength. To be able to break the battle armor with 1 slash meant that this slash had exceeded the battle armor's endurance. Of course, it did not mean that Old Man Li could break the holy weapon, but he had the Sky Destroyer in his hand. This was also a powerful divine weapon, incomparably sharp. This meant that his defense had been broken. Extermination was shocked. How was this possible? He was an emperor level. How could Li Changxing break his defense so easily? If there was no battle armor, no mentality to defend, this slash would definitely cut his golden body open. This also meant that in his first battle against a true god, he was the first to be injured. Longevity swordsman. Over here, Fang Ping and Heavenly Sword's battle was extremely fast. When it came to an end, the other side had just finished too. At this time, the Saint Yue could not help but exclaim, "Hero! When I see him, I think I see someone." Beside her, the middle-aged cosmic dragon incarnation also said quickly, "That's right, I think I see the rise of Heavenly Emperor Zhan." Fight. Fang Ping did not say anything. At this moment, the other parties were also discussing. Skilled and specialized. Fighting for a living, giving up everything, only attacking and not defending. His strength control is as high as 90%. When he uses his full strength, his destructive power increases by another 20%. Li Changxing, who gave up everything, was born to fight. An all-out offensive swordsman, more than one. 6 million calories limit vitality, his control was as high as 90%. Not only that, the sword he slashed out seemed to be stronger than the average martial artist, even if their strength was the same. Coupled with the enhancement of combat techniques and divine weapons, the current old man Li was not weaker than some people who had just achieved emperor level, provided that the other party's control was average. Extermination's control of strength was still acceptable, but he lacked actual combat experience. If not for Heavenly Sword's intervention, his golden body might have been shattered. This slash was fruitless. Old man Li's face was slightly pale. Fang Ping glanced at Heavenly Sword again, the murderous glint in his eyes. Heavenly Sword's expression was ugly, but this time he did not say anything. He could feel that if he spoke again, Fang Ping might really fight to the death with him. Humph. Fang Ping let out a cold humph and said nothing. Heavenly Sword, this fellow, did not only have the 3 saints. They were also worried that Fang Ping would do something sneaky. The other 6 saints had been paying attention to this side. If there was any movement, they would tear through the void and come here immediately. Fang Ping still did not have the ability to kill the 9 saints. The spectators fell silent. Many people's eyes flickered. This time, they also saw something. Extermination was not weak, but he lacked combat experience. During the battle, he actually underestimated his opponent, underestimated the sword that was ready to draw the bow and release it, and almost suffered a great loss. Under normal circumstances, even rank 9 martial artists would rarely overlook this point. This was because the more the bow and release, the more reserved it was, the more dangerous it was. Saint rank combat armor. At this time, some people also sighed. The Feng Tian clan was generous. Aside from the saint token, they actually had a set of saint rank combat armor. In this case, Li Chongqing would have to expend 50% more strength to break through the opponent's defense when the other party was prepared. I've underestimated you. Compared to the average new emperor-level martial artist, you're not that far off. At this time, Extermination spoke. Perhaps it was to find an excuse for his own failure, but he flattered Old Man Li. He was slightly at a disadvantage. Before he finished speaking, Old Man Li left only an afterimage, appearing behind him in an instant, wielding his sword and attacking again. There was no earth-shattering chi dynamic, and there were not too many aftershocks. The more it was like this, the more it proved how terrifying he was. When powerhouses with extremely high strength control battled, both sides restrained their strength. Some powerhouses reached the extreme, not even breaking the void. This was because all of their strength was restrained, and the overflowing strength was less than the strength of 150,000 calories vitality. Some powerhouses who had broken through 7 and 8 also had extremely strong strength control. The reason why they could break through the void was because they borrowed the strength of the space rift to kill the enemy, superimposing. It did not mean that the overflowing strength of the other party could break through 7 or 8 levels. Old Man Li did not talk to him. The angle was tricky, and the Sky Destroyer was a sharp weapon. Although Extermination was careful enough, he still could not guard against it. Old Man Li fainted, and the sword stabbed his elbow. There was no armor near the elbow. Battle armor could only protect some vital areas. Although full-body armor did not affect powerhouses much, when powerhouses fought, it could easily be hindered. When the sword landed, golden blood spurted out of Extermination's elbow. Extermination was furious. Not only did he fail to establish his dominance, but he was also injured by the longevity sword. In his rage, he did not even think about probing. The next moment, he growled, "Seal." At this moment, a door formed in the void. It was extremely fast. At the speed of light, it shrouded Old Man Li. Origin sealing technique. At this moment, many ancient sages spoke again. Origin sealing, many people knew about this. The Celestial Extermination Emperor knew this technique in the past too, but he was not famous. He had no choice. If he met a weak opponent, he would kill them. If he met a strong opponent, such as the 9 emperors, he could not use it. The only one he could use was the Celestial Badian Emperor. That was just sparring, and it was considered a useless combat technique. It was not very useful. On the other hand, Heavenly King Confirmant carried this path forward. When he met same-level martial artists, Heavenly Kings with weaker mentality would often be at a disadvantage. Although they could break through the seal quickly, the momentary drop in strength was enough to cause a great impact. At this moment, Extermination used the origin sealing technique. He was obviously prepared to end the battle quickly. Establishing authority. Emperor-level fighting against the top, even if he killed the opponent, it was not considered establishing authority. Sealing the longevity sword and killing the opponent in an instant. This was power. As soon as the origin sealing technique was used, Fang Ping's expression changed. He shouted, "Be careful." Old Man Li quickly escaped into the air, trying to avoid it, but how could he? The next moment, the door entered Old Man Li's body. Old Man Li's expression changed, and his chi flow dropped significantly. At this moment, a spear appeared in Extermination's hand. With a cold humph, the spear stabbed toward his head. Old Man Li retreated hurriedly, but his speed was much slower. How could he compare to Extermination? Extermination's spear stabbed toward him, and the void shattered. Old Man Li growled and used his sword to block it. Extermination sneered. Could you block it? His sword was soft and powerless. He could feel it. At this moment, Sky Sword Saint's expression changed again. Before he could speak, Fang Ping slashed his saber. Not only that, Fang Ping tore the void directly, punching out. Qing Mo blocked it. An explosion was heard. Fang Ping stepped on the void and retreated a few meters. Qing Mo flew hundreds of meters away, crashing into the spaceship behind him and exploding it. Some true gods brought their people and flew away quickly. However, there were also a few unlucky rank 9s who exploded directly, dying completely. Just as Saint Haiyu was about to attack, Wind and Cloud and the rest arrived. Fang Ping stopped too. He looked at Sky Sword without saying a word, his gaze cold and fierce. Sky Sword was a little aggrieved. He growled, he wanted to explain, I did not speak. However, when he thought of explaining, he felt that he was inferior to Fang Ping. He gave a cold humph and did not explain anymore. Deep down, however, he was angry. Fang Ping was so domineering, they all had the combat strength of a saint. Their speed was faster than Old Man Li and the rest. In a flash of lightning and thunder, a confrontation was completed. The other onlookers did not even have time to look over here. They were all focused on Old Man Li and the rest. At this moment, Old Man Li, whose momentum had dropped earlier, suddenly became as sharp as a sword. His eyes were bright, and there was no sign of him weakening. Slash. This was the first time Old Man Li had spoken since the beginning of the day. Doom's expression changed drastically. The long spear had already been thrust. It was too late to retract it. Old Man Li stepped on the void, dodging quickly. He stabbed with his sword. The speed of this stab suddenly increased exponentially, so fast that it could not be any faster. There was a splat. Ah! Doom screamed and retreated hurriedly. The next moment, he covered his eyes and screamed. Old Man Li's sword pierced through his right eye directly. The pain was unbearable. Not only that, the sword aura was still exploding in his brain, stimulating him even more. You deserve to die. Doom roared resentfully. He was actually blinded by the other party. Even if it could be recovered, it was still a great humiliation. At this moment, Doom's mentality erupted to the extreme. A powerful mentality swept across the area instantly. Some rank 9 martial artists who were close were shattered instantly. Fang Ping took a glance, slightly speechless. Was he crazy? A rank 9 watching a battle was fine, but he was watching from tens of miles away. Right here, with no one to protect him, was he not courting death? A very strong mentality. Fang Ping roughly sensed it. It might have really exceeded 25,000 hertz. The pinnacle was marked by 10,000 galleries. At the peak, walking for a kilometer would increase the speed by about 1,000 hertz. Overlord tier, mental energy was about 20,000 hertz. At 10,000 meters, it was the same as the origin source path's enhancement. After walking for 10,000 meters, the enhancement would be about kilohertz or so, surpassing 25,000 hertz of mental energy, which was close to the standard of a sage. His mental strength was strong, and when he used his full strength, it was also extremely powerful. Old Man Li's face turned pale instantly. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for a powerhouse with strong mental strength to suppress a powerhouse with pure mental strength. However, if the disparity was large, it could still be suppressed. Old Man Li was obviously being suppressed. At this moment, he, who had just wanted to deal the finishing blow, froze. Destruction's eyes quickly recovered. Right now, his face was filled with anger. It was too painful, he wanted to kill this bastard. Mentality continued to erupt. Old Man Li's sword aura also erupted and his vitality erupted. He resisted with great difficulty, but he was still suppressed. He was suppressed to the point where he could not move an inch. Damn bastard, go to hell. Extermination's fury was written all over his face. His speed was extremely fast, and as he suppressed his opponent with his mental strength, he thrust his spear forward once more. Old Man Li was suppressed. His movements were slightly slower, so he could not avoid it this time. Pucci, his sword-wielding right hand was pierced. Destruction did not drag him into the source world to fight. The battle in the source world was very dangerous. Of course, the danger was not the main point. It was that no one could see it. He still did not have the ability to manifest the source world, just like the time in the forest. If he dragged Li Chongqing in, both parties would fight in the source world. No one else could see it. This way, even if he killed Li Chongqing, his anger would not be appeased. As an emperor-level powerhouse, his mentality was incomparably strong, and he carried 3 holy weapons. Yet, he was blinded by a paragon. How humiliating! If he did not kill Li Chongqing in front of everyone, how could he wash away the humiliation? It's dangerous. Taoist Feng Yun looked at Fang Ping, frowning slightly. As for Sky Sword and the rest, they did not speak now. Instead, they wore cold smiles on their faces, a little gloating. Fang Ping was boundlessly domineering. Earlier, before Sky Sword even spoke, he attacked as he said he would. This made the few ancient sages hold their breaths. Now that Destruction had suppressed Longevity Sword, piercing through Longevity Sword's limbs in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the spear was about to pierce his head, the few of them were overjoyed. Fang Ping said nothing. He looked at Old Man Li. He was ready to make a move. Old Man Li's gaze was still cold. Even though he was suppressed, he was still moving his body, struggling to evade. The range of his body movements was not big, but Fang Ping saw a very simple cultivation method. Perhaps it was not considered a cultivation method. Pole standing, Old Man Li's body trembled slightly, his posture like he was standing on a pole. The muscles all over his body were trembling, his body vibrating slightly. The annihilation spear pierced forward. Old Man Li only dodged slightly, but as if there was a force pulling it, the spear that was about to pierce into his brain deviated slightly and pierced into his shoulder. Blood splattered, Old Man Li did not care. At this moment, he suddenly said, Fang Ping, pole standing. The basic method that human powerhouses have studied for their entire lives. As soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled, and the spear was flicked out. This time, the bones in Destruction's hand were broken, blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! Destruction was completely enraged. He had suppressed the other party, and the other party dodged with difficulty. Yet, he was still retaliated. How embarrassing! His physique was not as strong as Li Chongqing's because Old Man Li had advanced to a 9th grade golden body. Old Man Li did not care. His body was still trembling. His feet stepped on the void, but it was as if he was rooted in the void, swaying constantly. Destruction stabbed out with his spear again and again. However, Old Man Li kept dodging, avoiding the vital parts. With his mentality suppressed, it was difficult for him to move. At this moment, he fought an unimaginable scene. He kept dodging an emperor-level powerhouse's killing move in a small space. At this moment, even the ancient saint, Sky Sword, had a solemn look on his face. Even if he was an enemy, Sky Sword wanted to praise him. Truly amazing. This time, the human longevity sword had entered the eyes of a saint like him. He was an outstanding individual. If he was given another 100 years, Sky Sword felt that the human race would probably rise to another top-notch powerhouse. Being suppressed in a small space, yet he fought with the elegance of a martial artist. Even if he could not win, it was not because Li Chongqing was useless. Of course, this was also related to Destruction's lack of combat experience, which made it difficult for him to predict. Everyone was dazzled by what they saw. Destruction only felt humiliated. He had clearly suppressed the other party, yet the other party was teaching him right in front of him, pole standing. an aspiring martial artist's basic cultivation technique was used by Xianxia to perfection. He had a clear understanding of every part of his body and every cell. He could even predict where destruction would attack next and how to prepare in advance by moving his muscles. Even if he could not completely dodge the attack, he could at least avoid serious injuries. A grandmaster in actual combat, normally, Old Man Li would not reveal these things because there was no need. However, today, in a one-on-one battle, this human's pinnacle had broadened the horizons of the saints of the three realms. At this moment, many people were watching the battle. It was not just the people present. Sealed Sky Island. The young man was still fishing. At this moment, a scene from tens of thousands of miles away appeared on the surface of the water. On the screen was Old Man Li and destruction. There were a few people standing behind the young man. The young man shook his head slightly. Destruction is a little impatient. Of course, it's because this is his first time out. He made many mistakes and underestimated the enemy. I've said before, don't underestimate any opponent. Anyone can kill you. His temperament still needs to be polished. But it's good. Longevity Sword is a good opponent. It will teach him many things. Some things can't just be said. The young man who was fishing laughed. Longevity Sword is better than I expected. Destruction's battle with him is better than 10 years of hard work. If he can remember these mistakes and don't make them again. Master, behind him, an elegant middle-aged man said softly, Longevity Sword is indeed a suitable whetstone. But Fang Ping is nearby. If he kills Longevity Sword, won't Fang Ping make a move? Beside the elegant middle-aged man, a beautiful woman said, Third senior brother, you worry too much. Fang Ping is strong, but with the 8 island guarding beasts, even if Fang Ping makes a move, he can still fight. The other saints won't dare to make a move recklessly. The elegant middle-aged man nodded slightly, but still said, it's better to be careful. I've done some research on Fang Ping. He's young and impulsive. He might not be able to control himself like the others. The older generation was fine. The middle-aged man felt that the young Fang Ping might not be able to control himself. The young man who was fishing smiled faintly. It's fine. Just watch. Yes. The few of them responded and continued watching the water screen. At the same time. Star Town, in the small world. The God Creation Envoy and Xianxia were both there. The God Creation Envoy clicked his tongue and laughed. Amazing. Longevity Sword, Xianxia. What a character. Even I want to rank him among the strongest in the past 8,000 years. I thought he was just lucky and chose a special Dao. Now, it seems like the Longevity Sword's strength lies not in his Dao, but in his martial arts. If that's the case, Zhao Xingwu and Wang Jinyang are in danger. I might kick one of them out. Jianghao's expression was also solemn. To be able to use pole standing to this extent, it's not the pole standing that's strong, but Xianxia's talent in combat. Annihilation is using him as a whetstone, and Xianxia is also using Annihilation to train himself. This is also a suitable target. He's stronger than him, but he doesn't have enough combat experience. He won't be able to kill him instantly. This opponent is not bad. As he said that, he could not help but say, but he's being suppressed after all. If this goes on, small injuries will accumulate and will soon weaken. Fang Ping, can he endure it? Endure? The God Creation Envoy yawned. Do you think he can endure it? I think it's hard. Just wait and see. Something big might happen today. This is just the appetizer. I think you'd better rush over today. Otherwise, Jianghao frowned. It's not that I don't want to go, but I'm naturally at a disadvantage when facing the sky-sealing bloodline. I and the unquestionable sword's origin are the same, but I'm only at the peak of strength. Once I'm targeted by the sky-sealing bloodline and seal my origin, I'm not even at the peak. That's true, the God Creation Envoy laughed. See? This is the flaw of the origin Dao. No matter how strong you are, sometimes you will still feel aggrieved. If it's a beginner martial artist, even if he's not as good as the other party, he can still go all out. However, a martial artist of the origin Dao. If he's slightly weaker than the other party, would be beaten up. He can't even go all out. Beginner martial artists are losers, the God Creation envoy interrupted. That's because the Tao of beginner martial artists isn't strong enough. Both the origin Tao and the beginner Tao have flaws. Jianghao nodded and said, Li Chongqing is stronger than I expected, but it's also related to Annihilation's pride. Now that he's pulled into the origin, Li Chongqing is in danger. The God Creation envoy laughed. Let's continue watching. Maybe the results will be a little unexpected. After saying that, the two of them stopped chatting and looked at the mirror in front of them. The battle was still going on. As a God Creation envoy, it was not difficult to forge this kind of treasure that imitated the heaven-peaking mirror. At this time, the God Creation envoy watched with relish and felt that he had gained a lot. Maybe it was time to chat with this longevity sword about his ever-changing body. It was a little interesting. On the Forbidden Sea, the battle continued. Even if Li Chongqing had rich combat experience, the gap was still a gap. He was suppressed and could not move. His counterattack was limited and his injuries were accumulating. His blood was flowing, turning from gold to pale gold. He was still holding on, there was no time to give up in a battle. Unless he died, even if there was a glimmer of hope, he would not let the enemy kill him. Of course, not everyone was like this. Some of the saints watching the battle were already sighing. If he persisted, he would die too. If he admitted defeat now, there might be a chance of survival. If this went on, Extermination was obviously becoming extremely irritable and impatient. This was wearing down Extermination's patience. Moreover, Li Chongqing's continuous counterattacks had injured Extermination. After a few times, Extermination was also injured and became more irritable. Thousands of miles away from here, in the outland, there was also a huge screen showing the battle scene. Some human rank 9 powerhouses were watching the battle here. Fang Ping was worried that they would be affected, so he did not bring them along. At this moment, in the crowd, many people clenched their fists. Gloomy. Li Daong, Su Yunfei, Jiang Yuanhua, Guo Xingquan, Xia Yifan, Zhong Qinghuan, one by one, rank 9 powerhouses were gathered here. They did not go to the outland to participate in the battle. They were waiting for the result, however, the result was not good. Was Li Chongqing powerful? Very powerful. He killed a venerable emperor to the point that he had to use all kinds of trump cards. Saint-level mentality, 3 sacred weapons, origin sealing technique, but being powerful was useless. After all, he had just achieved the peak. The gap was too big, if this went on, he would die. Cat Tree, who was in charge of maintaining the screen, turned into a wretched old man and said viciously, "This guy is going to be killed. What a pity. He's also an outstanding person. If he lives, he will have a bright future. What a pity. You guys, just watch. Don't think too much. Look at the other rank 9s. They are all killed by the aftershock. You guys can only watch from thousands of miles away. Don't worry, the king will collect the corpses. You guys are not needed." Everyone was livid. Bei Gongyan looked at it with an ugly expression. If it was not for the fact that they were on the same side, he would have teamed up with the others to kill it. The cat tree didn't seem to care and said lazily, "I'm really going to be beaten to death. Yeah, the 9 refined golden body can't take it anymore. My left hand was cut off. It's over. Not bad. You actually injured Annihilation. This guy is really strong. If he lives for a few more years, he'll become an emperor, and maybe he'll be able to fight a saint." It's over, the cat tree kept nagging. Behind it, everyone's eyes were blood red. There were some who stared at it angrily, their anger to the extreme. I don't need you to explain, they saw it. He watched as the longevity sword fought, bathed in blood. Even though the longevity sword's wounds were worsening, he continued to fight back. Regardless of whether there was a chance of victory or not, he wanted to inflict damage on the enemy. This was the motto of the human experts. He couldn't die without any battle merits. If he died, then the other party would have to bite him. Su Yunfei, an expert who was about to prove his Tao, felt extremely complicated at this moment. He was from Star Town, the legitimate son of the Sword King. He had been guarding Weiyu Mountain for hundreds of years. Sometimes, he couldn't empathize with some of the things that happened to the human race. Today, however, when he saw the longevity sword fighting a Dizun relentlessly, he was truly touched. Tenacity, he had been unable to prove his Tao for a long time, but some of the people ranked below him had. This was probably what he lacked. His father died in battle, and he wanted to prove his Tao as soon as possible. However, he couldn't. Today, he had many thoughts. The people around him felt their qi and blood qi erupt. Depression, anger, sorrow, and all sorts of emotions converged, making the place even more oppressive. Su Yunfei did not close his eyes. He kept staring at the screen. His aura gradually fluctuated. The others ignored him. They were all watching the screen and the longevity sword. Some people clenched their fists, feeling so aggrieved that they were about to explode. They gritted their teeth, causing blood to flow. They held their breaths and said in a deep voice, "Why are we so weak? It's been 80 years. Why can't we prove our Tao? Why?" The wretched old man, the cat tree, rolled his eyes frantically. "Why can't I prove my Tao in 80 years? Are you asking me? Who are you mocking? Who thinks it's embarrassing that they can't prove their Tao in 80 years? These humans must be crazy. It's normal that they can't prove their Tao in 800 years. Is this considered showing off?" However, thinking of the mission Fang Ping gave him, the cat tree said lazily, "What's the use of proving our Tao? Are we a match for a saint? Are we a match for a heavenly king? However, a rank 9 is really weak. 5 true gods can at least stop an emperor level. 50 true gods can kill a saint easily. Of course, when it comes to a heavenly king, it'll be another hurdle. If the humans really send out 100 true gods, it won't be difficult to kill a few weak saints. If they fight, the number of people will be slightly less. About 20 will be enough. The 9 saints in the catacombs and 180 true gods can definitely stop them. After stopping the 9 saints, Fang Ping can go all out and lead those saints to kill the heavenly kings directly. What a pity." The cat tree sighed. "What a pity. There are too few human true gods. There are only a few of them. They're useless. The human king is also restricted. He can only watch helplessly as others kill the longevity sword. It's such a pity. With the 9 saints around, he wouldn't dare to go all out. You guys, you're a burden. You're a burden to these human race experts. Otherwise, these human race experts would be overlords no matter where they go." Everyone became more and more aggrieved, self-blaming, and angry. The cat tree continued. The more he talked, the more carefree he felt. Awesome, provoking these people was pretty awesome. The human king threatened him and wanted him to give them cat fruit. Was it easy for him? Provoking them now was too awesome. This was still following orders. Seeing these people's faces flushed red as if they were about to explode, the cat tree's wicked interest arose. Would a few of them explode? He hoped not. The human king was not to be trifled with. Right, how did the human king know that he could provoke them to death? The cat tree was a little puzzled. He only looked wretched, but in reality, he was not. Bastard! An angry curse rang through the clouds. Extermination was about to explode. Under his suppression, the longevity sword kept seizing opportunities to injure him. His wrist was slashed 3 times by the longevity sword, and his wrist was severed. Although it healed quickly, Extermination felt humiliated. He had embarrassed himself greatly today. Not only did he fail to kill the longevity sword quickly, but he was also injured multiple times by the other party in front of so many people. Die. Extermination's mentality erupted again, suppressing Li Chongsheng. His eyes dimmed. He struck with his spear. This time, he did not stab. Instead, he swept his spear horizontally, bam. Although Old Man Li was struggling to dodge, his waist was still blasted open by the spear. Blood gushed out. Old Man Li's eyes became clearer. The flesh and blood that shot out instantly transformed into a long sword. With a buzz, it shot through the air and pierced through Extermination's wrist again. At this moment, Old Man Li's face was pale, but he was incredibly calm. He looked at Extermination and suddenly laughed. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Useless thing. I've used up 60% of my mentality. If you can't kill me in 10 minutes, I'll kill you." Extermination's face was livid. Yes, his mentality was depleted too. It was a lot. Suppressing Li Changxing was not easy. He could not recover his mentality infinitely, and it was difficult to replenish his depleted mentality. This was against Li Changxing alone. If there was another powerhouse like Li Changxing by his side, he might be exhausted to death. Moreover, he was confident that he could fight a saint. In the end, he was exhausted to death by two paragons. Not only that, but he could also feel that Li Changxing was using his suppression to train himself. Li Changxing had just ascended. His strength was not stable enough. Even his aura was unstable. However, although he was heavily injured, his strength was becoming stronger. Walking on the edge of life and death with powerhouses might be difficult to raise one's level, but it was extremely helpful in training one's own strength. Human martial artists rarely went into closed-door training. They all chose to train in the most dangerous battles. This situation had its pros and cons. It was extremely dangerous, but it was also the fastest way. They did not have time, therefore, they could only use dangerous methods to buy time. Today, Li Changxing was doing the same. He was consolidating everything he had. Since he could not kill Li Changxing, Extermination's patience was completely worn out. I was planning to let you live a little longer. Now, hurry up and go. Before he finished speaking, Old Man Li spurted a mouthful of blood, piercing his cheek again. He laughed. What? You deserve to die. Extermination was enraged. With a rumble, Origin Qi erupted. He was not an idiot. Up until this point in the battle, how could he not feel that this person's origin could not be sealed? It was not that the origin was too strong, but it was too weak. Sealing it did not seem to have much effect. If that was the case, then he would kill the other party in the origin. This time, Old Man Li's expression was much more solemn. As if he knew that Fang Ping wanted to attack, Old Man Li took a deep breath. Even the void trembled and shattered. Origin. I want to try. Those with strong willpower have strong origin too. Who said that if mentality is weak, then the origin is weak? He wanted to take a gamble, relying on willpower to manifest the origin and fight this person in the origin. Outside, Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. Some things could not be changed just because your willpower was strong. Old Man Li was so persistent. Perhaps he wanted to take a risk and see if he could go further with the origin Dao. When the origin Dao became stronger, he would also receive feedback. His vitality would become stronger, and his combat strength would become stronger. But this was really too dangerous. Who could be sure that their origin Dao would definitely go further in the next moment? Fang Ping's gaze changed, but his expression did not change. After hesitating a few times, he did not choose to attack in the end. Instead, he was prepared to attack at any time and slash Extermination's origin Dao. Respectable, but also sad. At this moment, the Divine Emperor Bloodline's saint suddenly sighed. What an unyielding powerhouse. It was a pity that he was born in the wrong era, in the wrong place. If the human race was stronger, this would not have happened. Of course, if the human race was strong enough to be fearless, perhaps such a powerhouse would not have been born. For the sake of the human race, he had no choice but to fight a venerable emperor. Moreover, a venerable emperor with unparalleled mentality. If extermination was experienced, he might not lose to a saint. This Divine Emperor Bloodline saint could not help but look at Fang Ping with some sympathy. Being born in this era was really somewhat hopeless. Beside Fang Ping, Kai Dai also sighed. Entering his origin, Longevity Sword is in danger. It was probably going to die. No one mentioned how powerful extermination was. At this moment, even the enemy only felt that it was a pity that Longevity Sword was used as a whetstone by the Sky Sealing clan. As for extermination, although he was strong, it was still somewhat despicable. At this moment, Li Changxing's gaze dimmed instantly. It was the same for extermination. Both parties had entered the origin world, everyone's hearts were in their throats, a little anxious. How long could Li Changxing last? Beside him, Wu Quishan transmitted his voice, Fang Ping. Fang Ping remained calm and replied telepathically, wait a little longer. Old Man Li wants to take the opportunity to stimulate himself and advance his origin. I won't attack until the last moment. But, he's holding his breath. If I attack now, this breath will dissipate. I believe in him. He can do what others can't. A rank 6 killed a rank 8, a rank 9 killed a paragon. His battle record is even more glorious than old Zhang's. He can do it. Fang Ping firmly believed that he could do it. This was the longevity swordsman, a powerhouse who had been injured for 10 years, lying dormant for 10 years, just to hone his sword. The magnificence of that sword was still unforgettable. A rank 6 killing a rank 8, the first person in history, even Fang Ping, in a battle of the same rank, only gradually surpassed Old Man Li after rank 8 7th refinement. Without Fang Ping, since ancient times, how many people dared to say that they could fight Li Changxing at the same rank? A crippled rank 6, sharpening his sword and killing a rank 8, this was something impossible. But he did it. Fang Ping closed his eyes, as if he could not bear to see Li Changxing die. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. For a moment, many people felt sad. Sometimes, even though they were clearly enemies, they were still worthy of respect. Fang Ping, Li Changxing, and all the human powerhouses were in a difficult situation. However, no one gave up, no one complained. They were all working hard to move forward, hoping to change everything. Cosmic Dragon and the other ancient saints were also deep in thought at this moment. The humans of this era were in a more difficult situation than the tribes of any other era. However, the humans of this era had also given birth to powerhouses who were worth writing about. No matter how strong they were worth mentioning. Bang, with a loud bang, Li Changxing's skull exploded, revealing the organs in his head. It was extremely horrifying. Wu Quishan moved his feet. In the next moment, he retracted his leg, looking angry. Clenching his fists, Wu Quishan's white hair stood on end. Even if he knew Fang Ping's plan, he felt helpless at this moment. The humans were still not strong enough, otherwise, they would not have to do this. Back then, he thought that he could turn everything around when he reached the peak. Now, he was already at the peak, but he still could not change anything. He glanced at a few people from the corner of his eyes. Sky Sword, Hai Yu, these people were all enemies, the culprits. If not for them, this battle would not have happened. No matter how domineering the Feng Tian clan was, without anyone to restrain the humans, they would not dare to rashly choose humans as their sharpening stones. Anger and unwillingness filled every human's heart. In the source world, Extermination sneered. Opposite him, Old Man Li's figure seemed a little illusory, not real enough. Welcome to this world. Extermination regained his composure. This was his world, he was the master. The source world was very bright, very big, and also integrated with some things. Powerhouses with strong mentality would integrate their materialized objects into the source world. Right now, in his source world, a spear that pierced through the heavens and the earth was integrated. Do you know what this is? Extermination was very calm, smiling. God Destroyer Spear. You should know. Old Man Li was not in a hurry to fight, looking at him with an indifferent expression. Master once said that in this era, everyone has hope. Everyone should have a goal, and my goal is not you, not Fang Ping, not Zhang Tao, but extermination. Extermination picked up the spear that pierced through the heavens and the earth, smiling. This is the God Destroyer Spear, extermination's divine weapon. Ever since I was young, Master has always talked about the 4 emperors, heroes who were even more outstanding than the 9 emperors in the ancient times. Master said that people like us are born to break taboos and surpass our predecessors. Everyone should have a goal, and I have chosen extermination. When I achieved ascension, I materialized the God Destroyer Spear. Master was very pleased, and I stood out from many of my fellow disciples, becoming Master's last disciple, the last disciple. Extermination laughed. Do you know why I'm called Extermination? Before I achieved ascension, this wasn't my name. I only changed it later. Old Man Li spoke this time, smiling. His smile was a little helpless. You? Extermination? Old Man Li's smile was a little shaky. You. Can you stop joking? You have to know that my origin is very weak, and it will scatter if I laugh. Are you going to laugh me to death and not fight anymore? Old Man Li was no longer as cold as before, laughing so hard that he was shaking. You want to make Extermination Emperor your goal. You want to surpass him and kill him? Humans should have dreams and goals, but can you look in the mirror? If you don't have any, how about I give you some? Is it funny? Extermination's expression was cold and fierce. He suddenly swept his spear. Before the spear reached him, Old Man Li's illusion had already begun to disperse. At this moment, a world appeared behind Old Man Li. It was very small, it was dark. In the darkness, there was only a path that led to an unknown place. There was no person or object on the path, only swords. Countless long swords floated in the air, each of them filled with murderous intent. So what if your origin is strong? Old Man Li growled. I have one sword, and that's enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Dao turned into a long sword, instantly merging into the sky-crushing sword. If you fight me in the origin world, who will live and who will die? You will die. Rumble, the sword's light pierced through the sky. This sword slashed out, killing extermination. Even the powerful origin world was shaking. However, Old Man Li's aura also weakened after this slash. Extermination was sent flying, but the spear pierced through his skull and nailed him to the ground. Old Man Li growled, sending the spear flying. He exploded again, holding the sky-crushing sword in his hand, laughing. Not enough. Killing me is so difficult. You're not worthy to fight a prodigy. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword sliced through the air, splitting the world in half. The sword's light shattered everything. Blue veins popped on Extermination's forehead. He was even more furious. Li Chongqing was still so arrogant in his own world. How detestable, two silhouettes were entangled in an instant. Old Man Li growled continuously. His figure was extremely fast, his eyes determined. Even if his silhouette was constantly disintegrating, he did not care. Dao, was Dao important, was origin important? Who said that the unification of Dao was the origin Dao? If Dao was unified, where would the origin Dao come from? Wherever I am, Dao is there, origin is just an external object. I am strong. At this moment, the Dao that he integrated into the sky-crushing sword actually showed signs of disintegration. It was collapsing. At the same time, in the outside world, Fang Ping and the rest also saw a strange scene. Old Man Li's body seemed to be a little illusory. Beside Fang Ping, the big fat cat was originally dozing off. At this moment, its eyes suddenly widened. Its big eyes blinked a few times, then continued blinking, blinking. It blinked again and again, as if sand had entered its eyes. The cat blinked frantically. Its cat claws scratched Fang Ping, but Fang Ping did not respond. It continued to scratch. After a while, Fang Ping was a little annoyed. He turned to look at it. The cat looked at him innocently too. It felt that it was hallucinating. Liar, it was rare that the cat did not speak. Instead, it transmitted its voice, so strange, so strange. This? Li Chongqing, Li Chongqing is so strange. What? His origin. No, everyone's origin, I can actually sense it a little. His origin seems to be disappearing. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. Was he going to die? It's not that kind of disappearing. It's so strange. He seems to be about to converge. Yes, that's it. The cat was confused and a little anxious. It scratched its head with its claws until the fur on its fat head was about to fall off. This was different from him. He had converged his origin, but this Li Chongqing seemed to be walking on a different Dao. After walking on the origin Dao, would he not be able to walk on other Dao? That was not true. He did not have the Sanjiao gate. Was that considered the origin Dao? At this moment, the cat was at a loss. This batch of humans had so many tricks up their sleeves, the cat was confused and lost. In the next moment, it lay in the void, its tail slapping Fang Ping's calf. It said in a daze, forget it, I don't care. Anyway, this old man is so strange. I think I can share some food with him next time. It will be beneficial in the future. Fang Ping glanced at it. Are you going to invest? At this moment, he could not help but look at Old Man Li. What was going on? Why was his physical body showing signs of becoming illusory? As for the cat shouting old man, he was too lazy to say anything. He did not have time to care either. This cat did not seem to feel that it was old. At this moment, on Sealed Sky Island, the fishing youth also looked puzzled. He was too far away and was just watching the battle instead of being by his side. He could not see anything for a while. In the small world of Star Polaris, the God Creation envoy was also scratching its head. After a while, it suddenly ran to the side and picked up a book to read. Myriad Dao Unification. Myriad Dao Unification is just a conjecture. It's a conjecture of Celestial Emperor's combat technique, but Celestial Emperor is not Myriad Dao Unification. That guy also has mentality. Myriad Dao Unification really appeared during the rise of the sections a group of people derived an extreme cultivation technique for the sake of the North-South War. At that time, most of the Myriad Dao Unification did not reach the peak. Almost all of them died before rank 9. The only guy who stepped into the peak. His physical body did not reach the 9th refinement. It could be considered a fake Myriad Dao Unification. Later on, he was also killed by a guy with powerful mentality. What's going on with Xianxia? The God Creation envoy was almost scratching his head. He vaguely saw something. He saw that the guy's physical body had become a little illusory, between reality and illusion. What was this? How could anyone's physical body be like this? What kind of strange path did this guy take? These powerhouses were a little puzzled. Some of the saints who were watching the battle also felt that something was wrong. What he felt the most obvious was death. At this moment, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. How was this possible? The more Xianxia fought, the stronger he became. His body became more and more solid. Old man Li really had some enlightenment this time. His eyes were bright. He seemed to have realized what Myriad Dao Unification meant. What was his own Dao? My Dao is the only one. Wherever I am, that is where I am. What origin body, what real body, there is no need. I am me, the only me. He vaguely had a feeling. Maybe I can completely materialize my physical body into the source world to fight. I am the only existence. However, it was only the initial comprehension. Old Manly felt that this step might take a very long time, but he had found some clues. At this moment, his eyes were frighteningly bright. He looked at the destruction in front of him. He wanted to kiss him. Thank you, he wanted to thank him. You are my guiding light. It seems that I, Xianxia, have only found my own Dao now and know the direction of the future. I don't need to strengthen the source world. Because I am strong, I can appear in the source world and kill you. All Dao is me. Old Manly became even more happy. I finally saw hope. At this moment, outside the 9th heaven, above the gigantic immortal origin, a vein that looked like a blood vessel gradually collapsed and dissipated. In the next moment, a powerful wave of mentality swept over and scanned the area. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. It was unknown if it had discovered something. Taboo C. Xianxia's physical body became more and more illusory, as if it was about to break away from this world and merge with the void. Some inexperienced cultivators thought the longevity sword was about to die. Indeed, it looked like he was on the verge of death. Old Man Li's golden body was still exploding. It looked like he was really done for. However, the experts vaguely felt that something was amiss. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. At the same time, he was on high alert. Old Man Li seemed to be completing a transformation. At this moment, no one would disturb him, right? Fang Ping glanced at Sky Sword and the others from the corner of his eye. He was prepared to make a move if they interfered. Bang! Just then, Annihilation's head suddenly exploded, and he let out a shrill howl. Soon, his head recovered. But now, someone could no longer sit still. The coiled crocodile and the rest of the beasts walked out from the rift with stern expressions on their faces. How could this be? To think that the longevity sword would wound the death sword in the source world. This was unbelievable. As soon as they appeared, Fang Ping's mentality locked onto them. His gaze was cold and fierce as he said lightly, "What are you doing? You want to interfere?" Coiled crocodile didn't say anything. Face serious, he looked over at Annihilation. Annihilation's face grew paler and paler. He had a look of disbelief on his face, as if he had seen something unbelievable in the source world. Coiled Alligator watched for a while and had a bad feeling in his heart. Was Annihilation going to lose? How could an expert who could seal a saint's origin be defeated by the longevity sword? This was impossible. The coiled crocodile pondered for a moment, then secretly transmitted a message to the other demonic beasts, saying, "Young Master Slayer doesn't seem to be in a good position. Everyone, once he looks like he's about to lose, immediately come out and stop him." Coiled alligator. The white cat recognized the Sika deer. It was Gong Juanzi's mount. At this moment, it frowned and transmitted its voice over. The human king is still nearby. The human king is already extremely displeased that young Master Mia has challenged the longevity sword. "If we interfere now." Coiled crocodile, "Do you know what we're doing?" He must be crazy. Did he really think Feng Ping was a vegetarian? This fellow's savagery was known throughout the three realms. Relying on the might of the sky-sealing progeny to force the longevity sword to accept the challenge was already akin to walking on a tightrope. If they interfered, would they not have a death wish? Was the coiled crocodile stupid? At this moment, unless there were a few saints keeping watch, once they intervened, the human king might completely lose his temper. Did they really think that 3 venerable sovereigns and 5 true gods could suppress the human clan? If it was that simple, the catacombs' 9 saints would have annihilated Feng Ping long ago. The spotted deer was dissatisfied, and the other demon beasts were frowning as well. It was beyond their expectations. Although it looked like Li Chongqing's injuries were more severe and extermination might not lose, they still had to be on guard. If extermination really lost, could they just watch extermination get killed? That was obviously impossible. This time, the demons all felt as if their heads were about to explode. "This is troublesome, perish. What a piece of trash," the monsters cursed inwardly. Extermination was not weak and was very strong. They had fought against them before. One had to know that the monsters' physical bodies were strong, and there were even a few venerable sovereigns among them. Extermination had once sealed their source and easily defeated a few emperor-level monsters. It could be said that even if Yun Miao was not a match for a saint, he definitely had the strength of a top-level venerable sovereign. It was truly powerful, but who would have thought that he would be in danger of losing against Li Chongqing? How could anyone believe this? For a time, the 2 people who were still fighting had not ended their battle, but the people outside had their own thoughts. Feng Ping kept his eyes on Old Man Li, transmitting his voice secretly. "Protector Feng Yun, Sage Yu Wei. Can you help me one more time?" No one knew what the 2 of them were up to. "Later, the 2 of you will join forces with Elder Mu to hold off the 3 catacomb saints for a moment." Their expressions changed. What did he mean? What was Feng Ping up to? "Just stop them. You don't have to worry about the other 2. Having said that, Feng Ping added, "I'm about to embark on a long journey. I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to take care of the humans in the future. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. If the catacombs' 9 saints attack the humans, I hope that the 2 of you can step forward and help to avert the situation. I will also ask the human race to shrink their defensive line as much as possible and lay low for a while." At this time, both of them looked at Feng Ping, as if they had already realized something, and their hearts were shaken. What was Feng Ping up to? Murder? Were they prepared to become enemies with the Feng Tian faction? He knew how powerful the Heavenly King Seal was. Perhaps compared to the average powerhouses who had broken 8, the Heavenly King Seal might not be considered much. However, to the weak, especially the weak whose mentality was weaker than his, the Heavenly King Seal was an existence that could not be resisted at all. 100 true gods were said to be able to kill a Heavenly King. However, when they encountered the Heavenly King Seal, all of their origins were sealed, and the 100 true gods were reduced to 100 rank 9 in an instant. To the Heavenly King Seal, his biggest advantage was that he did not care about the number of people. The advantage of numbers had no effect on him at all. In front of him, the weak would only be weaker. With the true gods and emperor level sealed by him, their strength had decreased by quite a bit. The group attack mode was completely ineffective against the Heavenly King Seal. This was his terror. Feng Ping's strength was not as good as the Heavenly King Seal, and the Martial King was definitely not as good either. Once these 2 encountered the Heavenly King Seal, their origins would be sealed, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. This was not something that they could defeat even if they joined forces. Both of their expressions became slightly solemn. Was Feng Ping staking everything on one throw? It was too risky. Daoist Feng Yun glanced at the battlefield and sent a voice transmission. "The longevity sword seems to be evolving. I wonder if its origin Great Dao has improved. Now that the human sovereign has admitted defeat and saved Annihilation's face, I believe that the sky-sealing progeny won't go overboard. Yue's cold voice also came over. Lowering one's head appropriately is also a powerhouse's way. In the past, when the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were weak, they were also hunted by powerhouses. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors also did that. Now that they had lowered their heads and admitted defeat, Parrish had defeated Xianxia. Even if they were unwilling, they would probably not continue to force it. To both of them, this was a good choice. It was nothing more than Xianxia's defeat. However, Fang Ping's expression was ice-cold. Humans do not have the habit of admitting defeat. If I admit defeat today, I might as well die in battle. If I surrender and admit defeat once, there will be a second time. Moreover, now that the humans are watching, once I admit defeat. He did not continue. This would be a blow to their morale. It was better for powerhouses to die in battle at the front line. Fang Ping had made up his mind long ago. How could he change it easily? The Fengtian clan had gone too far. Fang Ping would not let it go. Old Manly seemed like he could win. If he won this time, he would definitely possess emperor-level combat strength. He was also an invincible powerhouse who had never been defeated. Fang Ping would not let Old Manly admit defeat at this time. Fang Ping did not care so much. His attitude was firm. Seeing this, the 2 saints sighed softly in their hearts. What was hard was easy to break. However, this was also where Fang Ping's charm lay. Martial King Zhang Tao was more tolerant than Fang Ping. If Fang Ping was like this, he would only be the second martial king. Although martial king was very strong and outstanding, with such a gem in front of him, another martial king would not be a good thing. Fang Ping was Fang Ping, he had his own path. Since he had made his choice, the 2 of them were not too familiar with each other. They did not try to persuade him anymore and agreed to it. Fang Ping began to make arrangements again. Big Cat, bring the people away later and return to Earth. As for Old Manly, I'll see if I should bring him along. If Old Manly really won, he would be a peerless hero. If such a person were to stay, he might become a target for the Fengtian clan and the catacombs. Fang Ping might want to bring him along. Prepare to inform old Zhang and the rest, let them receive us. Big Cat's face was full of gloom. Again. Inform again, do you really want to tire me to death? The source universe was so big. Just looking for people was a big problem. He had to inform them, fly, and consume his origin energy. Recently, he had not eaten the fish demon. At this moment, Fang Ping's heart moved. A voice came to his ear. Kid, this longevity sword, after this battle, let him make a trip to Star City. Fang Ping's eyes were bright. He looked around and soon stopped in the void, sending a voice transmission. Senior, are you going to make a move? What? In the void rift, the God Creation Envoy's avatar was a little surprised. What move? I'm just asking Longevity Sword to make a trip to me. Alright, then I'll leave Old Manly to you, Senior. Fang Ping did not waste any time. If you're willing to protect him, then you'll bear the consequences yourself. He was also worried that Old Manly would be killed when he entered the fake sky tomb. After all, there were too many powerhouses inside, and it was more dangerous than the outside world. He had to be careful even if he went alone, let alone bringing someone in. Senior, please protect Teacher Li. I think with your strength, it won't be a problem. If Heavenly King Feng dares to attack Teacher Li, then he's not giving Senior face. Fang Ping said a few words. Under the God Creation Envoy's dazed gaze, he directly sealed off the surroundings, not giving him a chance to send a voice transmission. In the source world, the more Old Manly fought, the stronger he became. His corporeal strength seemed to be gradually merging with the origin body, using the corporeal strength to enter the origin body to fight. These were 2 different systems. However, at this moment, different sparks were produced when they collided. The figure that was somewhat illusory earlier was becoming more and more solid. Old Manly was overjoyed. A dazzling sword glow erupted from the longsword. Break! Void-piercing sword technique. On the other side, Doom was furious, but he was terrified. He said angrily, "Why is this happening?" The longevity sword opposite him was getting stronger and stronger. From being completely suppressed in the beginning, to now, it had begun to counterattack continuously. Its combat strength was so strong that he actually felt like he could not suppress it anymore. Trash, do you think you're worthy of challenging the 4 emperors? Old Man Li's poisonous tongue was not weak either. He said mockingly, you're not even a paragon. Who do you think you're qualified to challenge? Doom was furious. In the next moment, a seal descended from the sky. Saint Order. He no longer sealed off the void. Something was wrong with today's situation. He wanted to kill this person as soon as possible. The longevity sword seemed to have completed an incredible transformation. This made him jealous and resentful. Kill. Doom controlled the Saint Order remotely, suppressing it directly. However, he felt somewhat helpless. Ordinary holy weapons could not enter the source world. The Saint Order was special because it was a part of a divine weapon. However, now, he actually felt somewhat helpless. The Saint Order was still very powerful in suppressing the source world, but what about Xianxia's source world? There was a little previously. Now that he had integrated it into the sky-crushing sword, he could initially feel some of it, but now he could not feel it at all. Where did this guy's Tao of Origin go? Where's your Tao of Origin? Doom was in disbelief. He controlled the Saint Order and smashed it toward him. Old Man Li suddenly unleashed an outburst of vitality. Annihilation was stunned. What was this? How could the source world unleash vitality force? Here, the outburst was all chi of origin. How could there be an outburst of vitality force? He could really feel the power of vitality force. Old Man Li, who had unleashed vitality force, became even more powerful. With a slash of his sword, the Saint Order was sent flying. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. He leaped into the air and grabbed the Saint Order that was flying. The Saint Order was under Doom's control, causing his body to shatter continuously. However, Old Man Li burst into laughter. Fang Ping seems to want this. I'll gladly accept it. Having said that, he roared and slashed the sky-crushing sword viciously. Sparks flew everywhere. This slash caused the Saint Order to tremble continuously. The mentality attached to it was shattered immediately. This was also Doom's method of controlling the Saint Order. However, it had encountered a divine weapon. He was not the owner of the Saint Order and did not have high control over it. The mentality attached to the surface layer was shattered instantly. Doom's silhouette trembled. Old Man Li was also surprised. Then, he laughed loudly. The feelings aren't yours. With your control, you can snatch the Saint Order from anyone you meet. Trash is trash indeed. Bastard. Doom was furious. Wielding the materialized god-destroying spear, he charged toward him. Old Man Li grabbed the Saint Order with one hand and wielded his sword with the other. They were engaged in a fierce battle. Would Xianxia, Doom, be afraid of Doom when he was in close combat? Before this, Doom used his powerful mentality to suppress him. In the source world, he also used his origin to suppress him. Now, the other party was still powerful. However, the suppression on Old Man Li was not as strong as before. Doom's expression changed again. What was the use of being powerful? He could not hit the enemy, he was not slow. After all, this was his world. However, Xianxia was extremely slippery. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that he had too much combat experience. Before Doom even made a move, the fellow seemed to know how he was going to attack. After a few times, he was covered in cuts and bruises from Xianxia's Sky Destroyer sword. However, Xianxia dodged his killer moves a few times. It was not that Doom did not lack combat experience that he could achieve Emperor level. However, he was still lacking compared to a powerhouse who had fought thousands of battles in the catacombs. Every time humans fought in the catacombs, it was a life and death battle. There was no such thing as sparring. Doom was not old. He was not even 1,000 years old. In these 1,000 years, he had been in closed-door cultivation for about 800 years. In the remaining 200 years, could he fight 10 battles in a year? Out of the 10 battles, would one be a life and death battle? Living in the powerful sealed sky island, how many times could he experience the horror between life and death? Compared to the average person, his combat experience was not bad. However, compared to these desperados, he was really lacking. Impossible. Doom was not satisfied. This was his first battle after leaving the mountain. How could he lose? He did not even challenge Fang Ping. He did not even care about his reputation. All he wanted was to ensure that his first battle went smoothly and accumulate some confidence for himself. Otherwise, according to his usual style, he would have challenged Fang Ping in his first battle. Seal. At this moment, Doom roared angrily again. In the void, a door appeared again, swiftly crushing down on Old Manly. The origin sealing technique was even more powerful in the source world. The source world was where the source was. He wanted to seal Li Changxing. The door instantly crushed down on Old Manly. At this time, Old Manly did not dodge anymore. With a roar, the sword gleam pierced through the source world, as if it was going to kill its way into the source universe. With a buzz, the sealed door that could not be touched before was directly slashed open by his sword. Crack, on the other side, Doom's silhouette was illusory, the origin chi overflowing. At the same time, a crack appeared on the sealed door. Impossible. Doom was shocked beyond belief. The next moment, he roared angrily, "No. It can't be. How can you resist my origin sealing technique?" After roaring, he said with a face full of shock, "Your source, your Tao. Impossible. How can a martial artist not have an origin? Are you a beginner martial artist? Are you a beginner martial artist?" Doom was terrified. His lineage had a great advantage against other source martial artists, but it did not have an advantage against beginner martial artists because the other party did not have an origin Tao. Li Changxing was a beginner martial artist. Very soon, Doom shook his head frantically. No. Beginner martial artists can't reincarnate. This world will not let people walk the path of beginner martial artists. Are you a beginner martial artist? No. That can't be. Beginner martial artists aren't like this. Death was starting to lose his mind. He was shocked. If he was not a beginner martial artist, then what was Li Changxing? Don't tell me that Li Changxing walked a path different from the origin Tao. At this moment, Doom was no longer confident. Suddenly thinking of something, Doom's silhouette suddenly dissipated. He wanted to leave the source world. Something was not right with Li Changxing. Whether it was a beginner martial artist or something else, his biggest advantage had been nullified. Right now, he might not need to fight this person to the end. He wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. Doom wanted to run, but Old Manly would not allow it. After all, Doom was an emperor level. Once he returned to his flesh, although his flesh was not considered strong, he was not weak either. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. It might even be impossible. On the contrary, in the source world, Doom could not use his flesh. His strength was greatly weakened. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to use their flesh and would be weakened. Naturally, it was nothing. However, Old Manly had already sensed vitality force. Here, he was the one who had the advantage. Trying to leave? Old Manly roared. He leaped into the air, slashing his sword toward Doom. He wanted to hold this guy back. Whether he could kill this person or not depended on the source world. Only by killing Doom would he be invincible. In this era, there were many invincible martial artists. Fang Ping was invincible. He had never lost to someone of the same rank. He had even killed a saint. King Wu was invincible. When he was also a saint, he had also killed a saint and achieved Heavenly King realm. King Suppression might be an invincible martial artist too. He seemed to have never been defeated before. These people had never been defeated, at least not by someone of the same rank. Therefore, they were all powerhouses of the invincible path. As for him, Li Changxing, he was not too eye-catching among these people. However, today, he wanted to give it a try. He wanted to kill a venerable emperor. Life sword. A loud roar reverberated through the world. The life sword was unleashed, tens of thousands of phantoms were annihilated. Doom roared. He waved his spear and destroyed countless shadows in an instant. Demon martial sword. An earth-shattering sword gleam appeared again. There were no more shadows. There was only a sword. Poof, half of Doom's body was smashed into pieces. Old Manly was panting. He seemed to be preparing something. At this moment, he picked up the Saint's Order and kept attacking Doom's source world. He laughed. I've created many combat techniques all these years. However, the most powerful demon martial sword was taught to me by my teacher. The void-piercing sword was taught to me by Commander Li. I've actually only created the longevity sword and the life sword. A few days ago, I've been thinking about which sword is the most powerful. I've been thinking. Today, I might have an answer. Doom's expression was ugly. He did not reply. He could not leave. He had invited a wolf into his house. If he left now, his source world would be destroyed by the sky. At this moment, Old Manly had returned to his reserved state. There was no sword gleam, no sword aura, and no powerful aura. I have a sword that can break a person's longevity. Once the sword is unleashed, longevity will be broken, and the path will be destroyed. I don't need to slash your flesh, your spirit, or your path, because my sword is one and only. Once the sword is unleashed, the enemy will die. Old Man Lee's sonorous voice reverberated in the source world. Destroying the flesh, destroying the spirit, breaking the path. Don't you find it troublesome? I only have one sword. One sword to rule the world. This sword is called the lifeless sword. Slash. A low roar shook the void. Lifeless sword. Once the sword was unleashed, death awaited if one could not block it. If one could block it, run, crack, the source world was torn apart. The dome above was torn apart, revealing the vast universe outside. Doom roared and roared, the source world was heavily damaged. He was gravely injured. Gather. Condense. Seal. Doom roared again and again. In the void, countless doors appeared, wrapping around him. The source chi was extremely dense. He did not retaliate, defend. With this sword, he felt a fatal crisis. At the same time, he struggled to let a wisp of his consciousness escape. In the outside world, his flesh moved slightly, shattering a small jade tablet hidden in his heart. Request for help. This jade tablet contained a powerhouse's spirit. Shattering meant that he was in mortal danger. He requested for help. The Sky Sealing clan had countless powerhouses. Someone would come to save him. At this moment, everyone in the outside world felt something different. Doom's flesh was collapsing. Li Chongqing's flesh was almost transparent. Coiled Crocodile and the other demons' expressions changed. Coiled Crocodile roared, "Stop." This could not continue. Coiled Crocodile broke through the air and charged into the battlefield. He felt danger. Doom seemed to be in trouble. I'll break your path to longevity. At this moment, in the void, a loud roar resounded everywhere. Old Man Lee's flesh returned to normal. His vitality soared. In the sky above where the two were fighting, a mini-world suddenly appeared. At this moment, Old Man Lee's flesh rose into the air. He stepped into this illusory world. This was just a projection, it was just a manifestation of the Great Path and the Source World. However, at this moment, he really stepped into it and became one with the Li Chongqing in the mini-world. Buzz, a thick murderous aura exploded from the sky-crushing sword. It slashed down. No. Master, save me, Doom's shrill cry came. He could not believe it. He did not dare to believe it. He did not want to believe it. How could his first battle, be like this? He did not lose to a human king or a martial king. He lost to the longevity sword. Pfft. The sound of steel breaking rang out. In the void, the projection world that appeared was directly cut into two halves. At this moment, sword aura exploded and spread. Parish's body was directly sliced into two just like the small world, and then it exploded with a bang. The spear in his hand shot out. The holy weapon armor was slightly broken. Its light dimmed and floated in the air. His mentality could not be seen because it had been destroyed by the sword. After all, he was not a sage. He did not have the physical strength of a sage. Rumble, a huge boom rang out as the shattered minor world exploded into pieces. Li Chongqing held his sword and walked down from the sky. He entered reality from the source world. The sky was broken. This time, there was no great path. There was no great path either because it had been cut. Splash. A rain of blood fell. This rain of blood was comparable to the fall of a sage. The whole world was silent. Coiled Crocodile, who was halfway in the air, was stunned. Sky Sword, who was about to attack, was stunned. Everyone was stunned. 10,000 miles away, a middle-aged man who was about to tear open the void suddenly froze. He slowed down for a moment and was also stunned beyond belief. Doom was dead. the strongest descendant of the sky-sealing progeny had fallen as soon as he left the mountain. "How dare you!" An angry roar echoed for 10,000 miles. At this moment, in the void, the blood clouds were torn apart. A shockingly long passage appeared. The middle-aged man was furious. 10,000 miles away, his eyes glowed. He wanted to kill everyone with his gaze. Li Changxing won. Not only did he win, but he also killed Doom. Unbelievable. P.S. The upstairs is being renovated. The noise is so loud that I'm going to collapse. Let's see if they're going to renovate tonight. In midair, Old Man Li had exhausted everything and fell powerlessly. However, at this moment, who dared to underestimate the longevity sword? Longevity swordsman breaking longevity, from rank 6 to emperor level, at the peak of rank 9, he killed a true god. Once he reached the peak, he killed a top-notch powerhouse whose mentality was comparable to a saint. This was the second Fang Ping, terrifying, shocking. At this moment, everyone even forgot about the powerhouse on the other side of the passageway. The coiled crocodile and the other demons were stunned. Someone was not. The moment Old Man Li killed the powerful enemy, the moment the passageway was opened, like a ghost, someone moved. Fang Ping, the most terrifying powerhouse of the same rank, no one else. He was also the most terrifying saint-level powerhouse among everyone present, no one else. Soundless, when a powerhouse with saint-level combat strength chose to assassinate you instead of fighting you head-on, the victim would know fear. Like this moment, among the 3 great emperor-level demons, other than the coiled crocodile and the last of the Sika deer, their eyes were filled with terror. The moment the longevity sword destroyed it, its origin of great Tao was severed by someone. While everyone was in shock, Fang Ping was like a ghost. Other than Feng Yun and Yue who felt a little, the others did not react. And in the instant that he moved, he severed an emperor-level great Tao, so sudden, this emperor-level demon did not have time to react and was killed by Fang Ping on the spot. Bang! In the sky, the space was torn apart. In an instant, following the destruction of Death Tao, another Tao was broken. He died with everlasting regret. At this moment, this emperor-level demon's true form appeared. It was a gigantic leopard demon. His 1,000-meter-long true form appeared in an instant and then fell. "Small," someone exclaimed. Before he could finish, another demon's true form appeared. It looked like a Qilin, slightly smaller than the leopard demon. A true god demon was killed, powerful, incomparably powerful. Fang Ping's saint-level strength was really powerful. Especially with the god-slaying saber, he could break into the origin, which was even more terrifying. Fang Ping, who had surpassed a rank, killing the weak, was actually similar to the Sky-Sealing clan. The Sky-Sealing clan sealed the other party's origin, while Fang Ping severed the other party's Tao. It was actually almost the same. These people who were weaker than him were exceptionally easy to kill. The great Tao collapsed one after another, fast, too fast. It happened in the blink of an eye. Fear, panic, fear, the threat of death. At this moment, countless emotions enveloped everyone. Fang Ping was like the Grim Reaper. With a smile on his face, he beheaded an emperor and a true god in an instant. His sky-high hands fell, 2 saint tokens sealed the void, and the god-slaying saber was unleashed again. Kacha, the great Tao was severed once more. The holy artifact spear that had been hurtling through the air was caught by him and casually tossed out. A fleeing true divinity Yao had barely taken a single step when the spear pierced through him and nailed him to the void. His shrill screams reverberated through the skies. The heaven supporting great hand descended again. It was incomparably large, covering all of the fiend race experts. With a honglong sound, a true deity fiend race expert was crushed to death. In the sky, the blood clouds didn't even have time to condense, and blood gushed out. It was as if the sky had broken. Fang Ping seemed to be taking a stroll. At this moment, only the Sika deer and coiled alligator, the 2 emperor ranks, and a true god demon were left. Bastard! Outside the 10,000 miles passageway, an angry roar came. Before the voice faded, Fang Ping casually slashed with his saber, beheading the true god demon. A huge golden water buffalo fell to the ground. On the other side, Li Wuji only looked over now. The buffalo's eyes widened. So many demons had died. Was this the death of its own kind? It only saw this side. Some rank 9 martial artists didn't even notice this side, only hearing that angry roar. 5 true gods, 3 emperor ranks. Almost in an instant, 5 true gods had fallen, and 1 emperor rank was killed. The 8 monsters that claimed to be able to fight a saint were like pieces of paper in front of Fang Ping. Stop, Sky Sword and the others only reacted now, but they did not make a move to stop him. Only an idiot would stop him. Letting Fang Ping kill them would completely offend the Sky Ceiling clan. He was crazy, this guy was too crazy. Now, let the Sky Ceiling clan seek revenge on him. Celestial Court could wait and see the situation. Sky Sword, the saint, only reacted now. One could imagine how fast it was. Coiled Alligator, the burly man, had reverted to his true form at this moment. An incomparably huge crocodile, the Sika deer, had also reverted to its true form, its 4 hooves stepping on the air, extremely terrified. Dead, in the blink of an eye, they were all dead. This was Fang Ping, this was a ruthless person. In the 3 realms, he was the ruthless person who had killed the most powerhouses. The true gods, emperor ranks, and saints who had died in Fang Ping's hands had definitely surpassed martial kings and some ancient powerhouses. Too many, too many. In these few months, the rain of blood had not stopped. In these few months, the roar of Tao had not stopped. The Sika deer was terrified. Why did the Sky Ceiling clan have to provoke this ruthless person? Were they crazy? At this moment, Fang Ping's indifferent voice rang in its ears. Since you're a North Sea Mount, go to the Ash Cat, or die. 2 emperors were not easy to kill. The Sika deer did not resist at all. It shrank its body instantly, dashing toward the Ash Cat in the blink of an eye, roaring, Ash Emperor, save the little demon. The yawning cat had not stopped yawning when it saw so many dead demons. It was also surprised. Then, it looked at the Sika deer blankly. Very quickly, it leaped into the air and jumped onto the Sika deer. Eat the meat. That was all the cat said. As soon as it said that, the Sika deer seemed to have experienced it before. Without another word, it descended. Until now, the corpse of the first leopard emperor rank demon that had been killed had landed. The Ash Cat curled its tail. In an instant, the emperor rank demon's corpse was kept by it. As for the other 5 demons, the corpses of 4 of them were still intact. They were also picked up and kept by the Ash Cat. The last one was crushed by Fang Ping. The Ash Cat was a little annoyed. With a slap of its tail, the corpse was sent flying, crashing into the Forbidden Sea with a bang. At this moment, some of the rank 9s around them finally reacted. In the next moment, a few rank 9 martial artists were ready to make a move. They wanted to seek wealth in the midst of danger. However, at this moment, a huge mouth suddenly emerged from the sea. The Jiao swallowed the demon's corpse that the Ash Cat did not want, its face full of pride. This king was so smart, it had been waiting to eat the meat for a long time. Unfortunately, it was too fast. The big cat had already picked up the other corpses. On the other side, the non-chi force bull's face was full of regret. Why did I not think of this? But there was still an emperor rank demon. The non-chi force hurriedly looked at the coiled alligator. At this moment, this gigantic alligator roared madly with mentality, you can't kill me. I am. Save me, second young master, save me. It was crazy, too powerful. Fang Ping took less than 3 seconds to kill the 6 demons. Definitely not. In the passageway thousands of miles away, that middle-aged man, the second young master it was talking about, took a second to tear the space apart. At this moment, he had just walked more than half the distance and also took a second. He would need at least another second to arrive. It would only take 3 seconds for this powerhouse to arrive. However, Fang Ping did not even take that long to kill. At this moment, in the midst of the coiled alligator's scream, the origin chi on its body overflowing wildly. 2 saint orders came crashing down directly. The coiled alligator struggled violently, erupting madly. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Killing an emperor rank that was prepared in 1 second was very difficult. It looked like he was going to fail. That powerhouse was about to arrive. He could feel it. Very powerful. It was at least the strength of a top-notch saint. Fang Ping felt slightly regretful. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, the coiled alligator's huge golden eyes suddenly dimmed. Not far away, the gray cat had already landed below them on its Sika deer. It opened its claws, its face full of anticipation. Fall down quickly, Fong Ping could not help but laugh. The gray cat did it. This cat was very powerful. The moment Fong Ping slashed, this cat pulled the coiled alligator's origin into its cat world and stabbed it to death. It was not that the gray cat did not kill, it killed demons because it felt that cats eating fish was a matter of course. Crocodiles were also fish. How powerful was the gray cat exactly? Its physique was almost at the level of a saint, moreover, its origin was so powerful. Perhaps its mentality was stronger than a saint, comparable to a heavenly king. Origin and psychic energy were closely related. The gray cat did not use its hands to kill demons. It only stabbed the other party to death in the source world, no matter how strong the other party was. The giant crocodile's corpse fell silently. The gray cat was a little happy. It had picked up food again. The corpses of 2 emperor ranks and 5 true gods. As for stabbing the coiled alligator to death just now, the gray cat did not feel guilty at all. It was not the cat who killed it, it was the liar who killed it. Even if it was the cat who killed it, it was just killing fish and eating meat. It was nothing. Rumble, in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Blood rained down. Dead, 8 demons, except for the sick deer, the rest were all dead. At this moment, Fong Ping broke through the air and appeared below Old Man Li in an instant. He caught the powerless Old Man Li and said with a smile, "Fortunately, you didn't fall into the water." As soon as these words came out, there was silence everywhere. Some saints broke through the air one after another and gathered together in an instant. Terrifying, the moment Li Chongqing fell, Fong Ping killed 2 venerable emperors and 5 true gods. At this moment, even the second young master who had just torn through the space and rushed over had a drastic change in expression. Fong Ping smiled. He reached out and grabbed, taking the saint armor and the saint token that Old Man Li was holding into the source world. Then, he lifted Old Man Li with one hand and threw him into the void. After settling everything in an orderly manner, Fong Ping then looked at the middle-aged man who was less than 1,000 meters away from him. The domineering middle-aged man, the angry middle-aged man. Everyone was silent, there was only the sound of rain, the rainwater dripped into the sea. If it were not for the color of blood, perhaps there would be some romantic atmosphere. However, who could feel the romance at this moment? Their hearts were cold, trembling. This was Fong Ping, the overlord of humans, the ruthless bastard of the 3 realms, King Fong Ping. In the blink of an eye, out of the 9 powerhouses who could suppress a party, 8 were dead, including annihilation. Obviously, Fong Ping had made up his mind long ago. Even if Li Chongqing could not kill annihilation, he would definitely kill them. Seeing that he dealt with the demons so decisively, everyone instantly understood that Fong Ping had made up his mind long ago. He was not afraid of the Sky Ceiling clan at all. Everyone thought that he had compromised, but in reality, he was prepared to kill everyone in the Sky Ceiling clan. In the void, Fong Ping allowed the blood to drip onto the ground. His clothes were stained red. Fong Ping smiled. His teeth were snow white, not golden. "This Sky Ceiling clan powerhouse, can you tell me your name?" Fong Ping's smile was so bright that it was chilling. Even though the powerhouse opposite him was already a peak saint and was about to break through to Heavenly King, he could not help but shudder at this moment. He knew Fong Ping, but at this moment, he still found it unbelievable and unbelievable. This was Fong Ping. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Overlord!" The middle-aged man turned his head and saw that it was Feng Yun who had shouted his name. Taoist Feng Yun had a strange look in his eyes as he murmured, "It's you, the overlord who dominated misery and led the sea demons to attack the Earth Emperor God dynasty." The middle-aged man, who was the overlord, glanced at him but did not say anything. On the other side, Qing Mo's eyes were cold. She frowned and wanted to say something but stopped. She was the temple master of the Earth Emperor God dynasty. During that era, there had been several riots. One of them was when the sea demons invaded the Earth Emperor God dynasty. During that era, the largest demon forbidden land was also built in the sea. At that time, the sea guardians seemed to be in seclusion and did not show up. This overlord had subdued many of the sea demons and led them to attack the Earth Emperor God dynasty, causing a great war. They had thought that this person was dead. Back then, this person was killed by the top powerhouses of the Earth Emperor God dynasty. Why was he still alive? And he was actually a member of the Sky Ceiling progeny. This person was famous for his physique and was known as the second tyrant emperor. He was actually a member of the sky-sealing progeny. Taoist Feng Yun seemed to know something. The look in his eyes changed. You're the second disciple of the sky-sealing progeny. Then, is the eldest disciple the chaotic heavenly king or the great Saint Heaven Reverse who was defeated by the chaotic heavenly king? The overlord looked at him, slightly surprised. He said coldly, "You're quite knowledgeable." He was a little surprised that the other party had recognized him and guessed his identity as the eldest senior brother. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly burst into laughter. "Heaven Reverse, Overlord, Annihilation, is there another disciple in your progeny who calls himself Sean?" Ha ha ha, Fong Ping laughed so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. The other parties had different expressions. They did not connect the dots before. At this moment, they began to recall. This progeny was really bold. The Battle, Annihilation, Overlord, and Jean Emperor seemed to have their own ideas. The Overlord looked at Fong Ping. His pressure shook the sky and the void. Fifth heaven was broken. Not only was the fifth heaven broken, but the sixth heaven was also showing signs of shattering. A top-notch saint, perhaps it was the same as Moon Spirit from before. The only difference was that Moon Spirit had divine weapons, and two at that. This person might not have one. Otherwise, this person might not be weaker than Moon Spirit. An existence comparable to the two kings, the existence of Moon Spirit before she broke through. Incomparably powerful, an existence that would not immediately fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting with a heavenly king. This was the trump card that the fishing youth felt was not a problem. As long as he was there, Annihilation would not die. However, Annihilation died. Not only did he die, but 7 of the 8 island-guarding divine beasts that he brought with him died. The remaining one became the cat's mount. In fact, the Sika deer had been ridden by the cat countless times in the early years. From the way it skillfully brought the cat to pick up the carcass, it could be seen that it had such experience. Fong Ping. The overlord's eyes were cold. His body was muscular. With one step, he broke through the void and approached Fong Ping. His pressure shook the sky. Some true god powerhouses retreated at this moment, terrified. A powerhouse close to the heavenly king rank had arrived. Something big was going to happen this time. Fong Ping's body was not muscular. Compared to the overlord, he was a little thin and weak. At this moment, he was all smiles and his tone was indifferent. Very angry? Very unhappy? You can kill my human race, but I can't kill your people? The overlord said coldly, if the demon race is killed, then so be it. The longevity sword actually dared to kill Annihilation. Fong Ping, hand over the longevity sword. Otherwise, I will wipe out your human race today. A toad yawns. What big words? Fong Ping shouted coldly. The god-slaying saber appeared. Today, if your bloodline does not produce a heavenly king, I will definitely kill you. Rumble, the sky and earth changed color, a pillar of vitality pierced through the void. On the other side, the overlord erupted with energy. The energy light pillar also pierced through the sky and earth. Pressure erupted, in all directions, everyone distanced themselves. Even Sky Sword and the other two were far away at this time. This was because Feng Yun, Yu Wei, and Tianmu were staring at them. On the other side of the catacombs, the 6 saints crossed the void and arrived. At this moment, the god creation avatar had no choice but to appear. Old Manly grabbed his arm tightly and appeared together. In silence, Jiang Hao's face was illusory. Without saying a word, he broke through the air and arrived. Cosmic Dragon and Kai Dai were just about to leave when a cat riding a deer appeared in front of them. The big cat widened its eyes and looked at Kai Dai. It just looked at her, looked again and again, looked and looked. Kai Dai's expression stiffened. After looking at Kai Dai, the big cat looked at Cosmic Dragon again. A fishing rod appeared in its hand. The tip of the fishing rod was extended to Cosmic Dragon's forehead. The big cat nodded and the fishing rod poked Cosmic Dragon's forehead. Poked once and poked again. Cosmic Dragon's expression was also stiff. The big cat did not say a word. It looked at Kai Dai and poked Cosmic Dragon, as if it was addicted to playing. It continued to look and poke. Kai Dai was really helpless under its gaze. She said in a low voice, "Cat, the Spirit Emperor's bloodline was weak back then. There were not many saints, and now, you." The cat looked at her and was a little unhappy. After thinking for a while, it rubbed its stomach with its claws. A moment later, a phoenix crown appeared in its hand. The cat directly hung the small phoenix crown on its head. It looked especially funny, however. Kai-Dai's expression changed. She bowed slightly and sighed. Kai-Dai understands. This was the Spirit Emperor's phoenix crown. At this time, the cat used the fishing rod to hit Cosmic Dragon's head. Again. Bang, bang, bang. At the side, Long Xian grimaced in pain. This was a saint. How could this cat be like this? Cosmic Dragon's expression changed for a while. He said slowly, this time. Emperor Tsong, the Beast Emperor's bloodline is also very weak. It is not as good as the other bloodlines. It cannot fight with all its strength. Their strength was not considered strong. After all, the demon race had risen later. There were not many powerhouses. The Spirit Emperor's bloodline was the same. If they attacked and fell, it would be very troublesome. Only then did the cat become happy. Its tail slapped the sick deer. In the next moment, it looked at the God Creation Envoy, its eyes full of excitement. The Wok-Old Man, the God Creation Envoy, did not look at it, as if it did not see it. It stared at Fong Ping and the others, motionless. I am not the God Creation Envoy. You have the wrong person. I am not. I really am not. Don't look at me. I will not hit the wok, nor will I forge divine weapons. I am watching the show now. The cat still wanted to speak. At this moment, there was a sudden roar from Fong Ping and the others. Powerful energy waves swept in all directions. The sea was evaporated. The golden boots under Fong Ping's feet were crushed. In an instant, another pair of golden boots appeared. He stepped on the void and retreated hundreds of meters. The Overlord's body trembled slightly, but it did not move at all. Fong Ping. The Overlord spoke again, saying coldly, "You want to fight me? You are not qualified enough." Fong Ping gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "I am 21 years old." The Overlord's eyes were cold, but his heart was shaken. Fong Ping seemed to be stronger. What kind of monster was this? Although he was stronger than Fong Ping, the strength of their golden bodies was not much different. One must know that Fong Ping had just achieved peak Dao. Even if he had the combat strength of a saint, combat strength was combat strength, and the realm was the realm. He was a peerless powerhouse who was only one step away from entering the Heavenly King realm. Today, under one blow, he actually could not completely suppress Fong Ping. Terrifying, this kind of person was even more terrifying than Luan and his own eldest senior brother, Heaven Conqueror. More terrifying than the two kings, more terrifying than Han Yu, more terrifying than the Demon Emperor. Also, the longevity sword who killed extermination today was also shocking. What kind of heaven-defying powerhouses were they? At this moment, Fong Ping was no match for this top-notch saint, but he was not afraid at all. Can you kill me? No way. If you are not a heavenly king, if you want to kill me, wash up and sleep. As for the Sky Sealing clan's origin sealing technique, he did not know if this person knew it. He did not seem to be a powerhouse who walked the path of mentality. If he could not seal the origin, could he do anything to him? Even if he could, he had 3 saint tokens to suppress the origin. His Dao was vast. Could these guys seal him? Unless a heavenly king came and his mentality was much stronger than his, otherwise, the saints could forget about sealing him. Fong Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. The catacombs' 9 saints are alive. The 9 saints are watching. I will fight the Sky Sealing clan to the death. I don't care how many people die, if the 9 saints are not watching, then I will not fight to the death. As soon as he said this, the 6 sages who had just arrived gathered with Tianjian and the other 2. They did not speak. The governor was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he said, "Kill Fong Ping. Heavenly King, take action. Overlord, your bloodline, peerless Heavenly King, let's call a truce." Without a heavenly king, could a saint, even a top-notch saint, kill Fong Ping? Kai-Dai, Yu Wei, Feng Yun, Universe Long, Jiang Hao, the God Creation Envoy, Tian Mu, a total of 7 experts with the strength of a saint. Lin Hai had not appeared yet. Fang Ping himself had the combat strength of a saint. Once the cat made a move, he might be able to trap a saint. The governor did not want to go crazy, he didn't want to fight a meaningless battle with the heaven-sealing sect. Without a heavenly king, he wouldn't fight. Otherwise, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The tyrant's face was cold, he did not expect that even a top-notch sage like him would end up like this. Even the catacombs' 9 saints did not dare to fight. At this moment, the void trembled. In an unknown place far away, in the depths of the forbidden sea, an aura that pierced through the heavens and earth rose. A world appeared above the sea like a mirage. It was a celestial realm, immortal palaces, treasure halls, immortals, heaven reverse is here. 3 realms, it's been a long time. A godlike silhouette appeared. With one step, he traveled thousands of miles, treading on air. The world moved with him. Heavenly King, the Heavenly King had appeared. Under the sky-sealing clan's Heavenly King, there was actually a Heavenly King powerhouse. During the chaotic years, he once fought with the chaotic Heavenly King. He was no match for the chaotic Heavenly King, the great Saint Heaven Reverse who fled in defeat. The governor and the others' expressions changed. Then, their eyes moved slightly. The Heavenly King had appeared, slaying a king. This was also a Heavenly King who cultivated mentality. It was enough to seal Fang Ping and even the other sages on Fang Ping's side. An incomparably huge threat was coming. The Heavenly King had descended, the tyrant heaved a sigh of relief. Eldest senior brother had come out of seclusion. On the other side, the will of the 9 saints moved. The expressions of Feng Yun and the others changed slightly. This was a powerhouse that could seal source energy, a Heavenly King powerhouse. Trouble was big, however, at this moment, Fang Ping chuckled and said softly, "Do you think the human race is very weak? After beating up the young one, the old one had to come? What bullshit T sky-sealing sect? If they really have the guts, why don't they wait for the human race's powerful cultivators to return and open up another world for a massacre? If we can't annihilate the sky-sealing sect, then it's because we're useless and deserve to be annihilated." Fang Ping sneered. Disdain, the human race has experts. Did the sky-sealing sect really think that they were strong? The heaven-suppressing Heavenly King couldn't deal with Feng, a martial king could not defeat Dotian. If he continued to grind it out with this tyrant, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. The human race still has a large number of peerless peak experts, and there are even emperors. Can't they exterminate your bloodline? What was he being so arrogant for? Fang Ping laughed. He ignored the overlord and looked into the distance. Very, very far away. If the other party wanted to come, it was normal for them to walk for a minute. A journey of hundreds of thousands of miles was, in fact, fast enough to make one's hair stand on end. However, Fang Ping was not in a hurry. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at the God-forging envoy and said with a smile, "Senior God-forging envoy, are you willing to fight with your true body and lend me a hand? Today, we will exterminate the heaven-sealing bloodline." The God-creation envoy's eyes moved slightly, and said indifferently, "If I can't seal it, this old man will not appear." "There are some things you don't understand." Fang Ping smiled. "I see. In that case, that old tortoise Feng might not dare to show up this time?" "I don't think so." "Just this one Heavenly King?" "Probably." Fang Ping laughed again. Looking into the distance, his chi activity erupted, shaking the surroundings. "Heaven Reverse, how about Emperor Heaven Reverse?" Fang Ping quipped, "Heavenly King. Killing geniuses to gather luck, what a trashy idea." One by one, they were defeated by others. "You lost to Luan. This so-called overlord lost to Hong Yu. You were even weaker than the longevity sword. You were killed on the spot. Your lineage is really rotten." The overlord's aura shook the heavens, closing in on Fang Ping once again. Saint-grade armor appeared on Fang Ping's body. He laughed. "Thank you, you bunch of gift-giving kids. I have a saint-tier armor, my defense is even stronger. I have the sacred spear, so it will be easier for me to kill the enemy. Also, I have a sage token to stabilize my foundation." "Many thanks." The tyrant's face was cold as he approached again. Fang Ping ignored him, turned around, and said again, "Senior God Envoy, I'll leave Teacher Li to your care. This bloodline was shameless to the extreme. After beating up the young, the old came. They probably wouldn't be satisfied. I'll take the dog for a walk and bring this tyrant and that heavenly king for a stroll. Please protect my teacher and don't let him get killed. Fong Ping's laughter shook the heavens. He said loudly, Fighting King, I'll be waiting for you in front. Heavenly kings are nothing more than this. Ha ha ha. Fong Ping laughed out loud. He walked on air. The overlord threw a punch, but Fong Ping did not retaliate. He continued to walk on the midair step at an extremely fast speed. The tyrant snorted coldly and tore through the void again. He quickly caught up and attacked the void again. Fong Ping turned around, his saber slashing through the void. Rumble, origin chi erupted. The overlord's body trembled slightly, but he recovered quickly. His gaze was cold and fierce. Fong Ping's slash still had some effect on him. However, it did not affect him much. Fong Ping entered his origin world and was still not a match for him. He injured the enemy 800 times and himself 1,000 times. The recoil that Fong Ping suffered was even greater. However, in this way, it also delayed his pursuit. Further behind, Sky Sword and the others were just about to catch up when Protector Windcloud and the others stepped on the midair one after another, looking at the 9 saints. The cat rode on the Sika deer, pressing down on the Sika deer a little. It swaggered and said, Don't chase. Just stay here. What's wrong with the 9 saints? I'll stab you to death. Just stay here, do you hear me? The cat was very arrogant. I've made a killing this time, I've got a lot of backers. My backer is full. Look, the big dog is out, the cat captain is out, the fake human emperor is a heavenly king, the liar has the combat strength of a saint, and now I want to invest in Li Chongqing. I've even given away the Sky Destroyer sword. Isn't this rich? Yes, and the frying pan is here too. The cat was getting more and more arrogant. As for the Fengtian clan that came now. What does it have to do with me? The 9 saints looked unfriendly. The cat didn't care at all and shouted, Squat. No, just stand. As the cat spoke, it shouted, Don't stare at the cat. Those who stare at the cat are all dead. If you dare to hit me, the big dog will be back soon. The frying pan old man's real body will also appear. At this moment, Wu Quishan and the others seemed to have gotten to know the cat. This cat was different from before. The first time he saw old Zhang, he was so scared that he ran away quickly. Why was he so arrogant now? The cat was proud, of course it was different. The first time he came out of the mountain, there was only Gong Zhuanzi, an old man, and he was only at the emperor stage. There were too many experts in the 3 realms, so of course he had to keep a low profile. Now, this cat has a backer. If it was 1 cat against 9 saints, it would run away. But now, weren't there still many saint-rank experts here? This cat isn't afraid. Don't you know that cats rely on their power? The God Creation envoy was speechless. He glanced at the cat. This cat is here again, can you stop it? Do you really think these people won't go crazy? The 9 sages were not weak. On his side, the God Creation envoy was still a little solemn. Heaven Reverse was out, Heavenly King's combat strength. Feng had not appeared yet. Feng might not make a move easily, but he had to be on guard. He was still trapped in the small world. If he made a move, some things would be more troublesome. Now, he could only hope that Feng would not make a move. Otherwise, Fong Ping might not be able to escape Feng's pursuit. That was the ancient Heavenly King. Not only was he an ancient Heavenly King, but he was also a powerhouse among the Heavenly Kings back then. No matter what his character was like, he was powerful. No matter how strong Fong Ping's origin was, if he was sealed, he would definitely be sealed. That was for sure. The God Creation envoy did not even need to guess. Fong Ping's mentality had reached more than 50,000 hertz before talking about facing Feng. No. There was no need to seal. If Feng punched him, Fong Ping would explode and be smashed into pieces. The sky sealing lineage did not just know how to seal. I hope I can deter this guy, the God Creation envoy sighed in his heart. It was a pity that it was not time for him to come out of seclusion. Otherwise, he might not be afraid of Feng. At this moment, the Battle King was getting closer and closer. Hand over the longevity sword. A cold, indifferent voice rang. The God Creation Envoy looked in that direction and said coldly, "Let Feng come personally. You are not qualified yet. The ancient times have passed." The Battle King looked very young and looked like a scholar. He had his hands behind his back and his head was suspended in the world as he looked at the God Creation Envoy. Ancient times. It has already become a thing of the past. No matter how famous the God Creation Envoy is, he will not be able to scare this king. The God Creation Envoy's eyes shot out golden light. At this moment, the golden light pierced through thousands of miles. At this moment, the God Creation Envoys appeared from all directions. Divine Saber. Divine Sword. Divine Axe. Divine Spear. Divine Bow. Divine Rod. Dozens of clones appeared, all of them erupting with a powerful aura. The Battle King's eyes were cold and sharp. His gaze was also very vicious as he said coldly, as expected of the distinguished guests of the 9 emperors. 18 clones, 18 semi-divine weapons, very good, however. The clone is just a clone. This king is making a move. 18 clones, how many people can survive? The God Creation Envoy's eyes were a little unfriendly as he said coldly, "You. Are you sure you want to provoke this old man?" At this moment, the avatar's body grew larger and larger. In the air, a crack appeared, as if a small world was about to descend. The God Creation Envoy's eyes became colder and colder. Scram. Otherwise, a heavenly king will definitely fall today. The Battle King's expression changed slightly. Main body, this old fellow's main body was really here. At the same time, in the distance, someone laughed and said, "Blacksmith, why bother? A group of juniors playing around, is there a need to be angry?" There was no one, only a voice. The God Creation Envoy sneered, the small world in the sky dissipated, and said playfully, "Feng, don't play this game with this old man. It's fine if you don't provoke this old man, but if you dare to challenge this old man again, this old man will get 18 divine weapon clones and play with you. Blacksmith, there are so many divine weapons, give me a few? If you have the ability, then come and take it. I'm just afraid that you don't have the life to do so." Ha ha ha, in the distance, a hearty laughter could be heard. In the next moment, he no longer cared about the God Creation Envoy and laughed, "Dotian, don't care about this blacksmith, go and kill Feng Ping, human king. He has some ability, but killing my sex people. It's a little too much." Yes. The Battle King no longer cared about the God Creation Envoy and the others. He stepped on the air and chased into the distance. At this time, the God Creation Envoy regained his composure. He sneered and muttered, "You're still provoking me, I've given you face." Just as he finished speaking, his body stiffened. A cat was pawing at his thigh pitifully, its face full of anticipation. 18 semi-divine weapons, 18 divine weapons. This was what the Wok said himself. There were so many clones, moreover, it was not a simple clone, but the kind that had fused with semi-divine weapons. Maybe there really were 18 divine weapons, the God Creation Envoy cursed in his heart. "I'm just bragging, okay, how could there be 18 divine weapons? These 18 semi-divine weapons are my life savings. I have a great use for them, why are you grabbing my leg?" The one who beat the pot, the God Creation Envoy's face turned even darker. "Who beat the pot? It's fine if you're a blacksmith, but you're even beating the pot. Am I beating the pot for you? Do you believe that I won't beat the pot and stew this fat cat of yours?" Divine weapon. Pot. The God Creation Envoy did not bat an eyelid. He kicked his leg, wanting to get rid of the cat, but the cat was holding on tightly. He could not kick it away for a while. This time, the God Creation Envoy did not care about it anymore. He did not say anything and walked towards Feng Ping and the others. When the others saw this, their eyes moved slightly, and they also chased after him. The God Creation Envoy was very powerful, it seemed like he was about to descend with his true body just now. In the end, Heavenly King Feng, who was far away, felt threatened. He felt that Do Tian was not his match and chose to avoid it. However, everyone could also see that these top powerhouses seemed to be a little afraid of something. The God Creation Envoy's true body did not appear, and Heavenly King Feng did not appear either. Everyone had a tacit understanding and did not make a move. Since that was the case, although the 9 saints of the catacombs were afraid, they did not leave at this moment. They wanted to see Fang Ping's fate. Fang Ping was not even a match for the overlord, let alone a heavenly king. This time, if he was not careful, Fang Ping would die. As for the God creation envoy, he might not make a move. Even if he made a move, Heavenly King Feng might also make a move to stop him. Everyone was even looking forward to it. It would be best if they fought. These two powerhouses were both old antiques. One was one of the 4 ancient envoys, and the other was the chief of the ancient extreme path lineage. They were both very terrifying. It would be a good thing for such a character to die in a fight. In front, Fang Ping walked in the air. From time to time, he would counterattack. Saber/Dao, the consumption of wealth was very large. However, Fang Ping did not care. With 3 holy weapons in hand, he was out of danger. Naturally, there would be wealth in his account. If one slash did not have any effect, dozens of slashes, hundreds of slashes, there would be an effect in the end. Behind, the overlord was already feeling the pressure. Fang Ping had slashed him dozens of times, a little damage at a time. After dozens of times, the origin of Dao was also a little turbulent. Although Fang Ping himself was also injured, this guy's origin of Qi was consumed desperately, healing his injuries. He was actually vaguely fighting against him. Fang Ping, can you run away? Behind, the Heavenly King's aura was already approaching. The overlord's voice was cold. Fang Ping could not run away. Eldest senior brother came and directly sealed the other party. Fang Ping's combat strength would drop instantly. He would definitely die. Run? Fang Ping sneered. Continue chasing. In the end, I'll make you suffer. I've ambushed Tengu and Sherpa in front. I'll kill you bunch of trash. Do you think I'll be deceived? The overlord sneered. Tengu and Sherpa have already gone to the sky cemetery. I know better than you. That place is their battlefield. Moreover, even if they were there, they would have appeared long ago. Why would they wait until now? The Sky Sealing clan is not afraid of them. Who doesn't know how to brag? Brag? The overlord sneered. Behind, Battle King also said coldly, frog at the bottom of a well. In ancient times, Sherpa and the others were also very respectful when they met Master. When Tengu met Master, he also ran away with his tail between his legs. Even if they come, what can they do? The Sky Sealing King was very strong, this was an undeniable fact. The Tengu and Sherpa of that period were definitely no match for him. In addition, he was the chief of the extreme Dao. That was even more different. Even if the Weapon Master 3 messengers met him, they would also be of the same generation. They would never think that they were superior to him. Before the 9 emperors achieved Dao, the Sky Sealing King was also an influential figure of that era. The Sky Sealing King's speed was extremely fast. At this moment, Battle King was already getting closer and closer. Not only that, a part of the world was suspended in the air. Its speed was even faster, spreading toward Fang Ping. This was his origin world. Once it was suppressed, Fang Ping would definitely not be able to avoid it. His origin was very likely to be suppressed. Fang Ping did not make a sound. His speed was extremely fast, escaping danger. He felt the danger. He was definitely not this Battle King's opponent. Even if his words were ruthless, the truth was the truth. The Overlord might not be able to kill him, but Battle King could definitely kill him. Even his origin was in danger, he might not be able to avoid this person's seal. Once he was sealed, without the enhancement of the origin, the current Fang Ping's basic vitality was less than 2 million calories. There was a chance that even an emperor level could kill him. Fang Ping's gaze was solemn. He quickly called out in his mind, "Big Cat, hurry. Quickly inform old Zhang and the others. Hurry, help me." If he could not reach the Sky Cemetery before Battle King arrived, no one would help him. Even if he reached the fake Sky Cemetery, it would be extremely dangerous. In his mind, the old cat said bitterly, "What should I say? Just say that a big one was sent over, maybe a small one will come along, right, it might come with an even bigger one. Oh, then I'll go and tell them. You be careful. That Feng is very strong. I think big blackface mentioned before that Feng is actually more suitable to walk the extreme path of spiritual consciousness. It's just that he's too ambitious. He wants everything, so he's not focused. Feng Ping's heart trembled slightly. Was that how heaven extermination evaluated Feng? Because he was not focused, he could not become one of the extreme path venerable emperors. Feng's ambition was too big. He wanted to gather the advantages of the four emperors and become the strongest. Otherwise, this person might be more suitable to walk the extreme path mentality than heaven extermination. Feng Ping had a realization in his heart. This lineage was really strong in Feng. Feng Ping's speed was even faster. He did not know if the God creation envoy could intimidate Feng. Once Feng made a move, he would be in big trouble. Was Heaven Extermination King a match for Feng? Once this guy was lured into the fake sky cemetery, would it bring them big trouble? There was no other way. Feng Ping was helpless. You guys bear with me. I have no other way. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. At the same time. Spirit Emperor Dojo. Zhang Tao's heart was beating fast as he muttered, "Oldly, my bad feeling is getting stronger." Heaven Extermination King frowned and said, "Maybe there's trouble coming." After thinking for a while, Heaven Extermination King frowned and said, "Where did the trouble come from this time? Heavenly Hound? The guy who fed the cat? The few beginners? Or, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors are going to revive?" Shaking his head, Heaven Extermination King was helpless. What was going on? Wasn't the Great World not opened yet? It would still take some time for the Skyman realm wall to shatter. Why did he feel that there was a problem now? Who the F***ck was born? The blacksmith broke the earth and ran away? Something happened in the sky cemetery? Other than them, who else? Heaven Extermination King thought for a long time and suddenly said, "Don't tell me it's that guy." Who? When Zhang Tao heard the last sentence, he could not help but ask. Heaven Extermination King snorted and said, "You wouldn't know him even if I told you. A shameless person. A traitor of beginners, a disgrace to the powerhouses. More shameless than you? Get lost." Heaven Extermination King said gloomily, "How can I be the same as him? He was born under the leader of the beginners, a supreme powerhouse who had proven his Tao with mental energy. He was the inheritor of that bloodline, the only inheritor." Later, there was a great Tao battle between the beginners and the source. When this guy saw that the situation was not right, he turned around and joined the 4 emperors who had just proven their Tao. His master was almost angered to death. He was originally prepared to clean up the sect, but in a battle, this guy was killed by that woman, Spirit Emperor. This time, that traitor got off easy. Who? Feng. Heaven Extermination King said disdainfully, "I'm not shameless. Shamelessness is only towards the enemy. He's shameless towards his own people. However, he has some ability. He's very sharp and runs faster than anyone. But he hasn't appeared for many years. Is he dead?" Heaven Extermination King was not sure. Zhang Tao asked curiously, "You weren't his match back then?" Heaven Extermination King said unhappily, "I haven't fought him before." What was his strength back then? Broken 7, I think. I didn't pay much attention. That guy usually doesn't attack when he encounters powerhouses, so I don't know much about him. Old Zhang understood. He was indeed very strong. He had broken 7 back then. This was a realm that even the 3 envoys might not have back then. The 3 envoys seemed to have broken 7. Whether it was specifically or not, he did not fight back then, so he was not too sure. Now, it was definitely broken 7. Before the Sea Extermination Envoy, he had broken 7. Old Zhang did not care about who was resurrected. He still felt strange. Who was resurrected? Did it have anything to do with him? As he was thinking, his expression changed. What a familiar feeling. Just a few days ago, his source trembled and he saw a cat. Now, could it be the same? In the next moment, Old Zhang appeared in the source world. On the large source planet, Old Zhang opened his eyes and looked at the dark void. In the distant starry sky, a big fat cat was already tired and wanted to sleep. It muttered nonstop, cursing Feng Ping countless times. Soon, it flew near Old Zhang's source planet again. Fake Emperor. This time, before Zhang Tao could reply, another person appeared in the next moment. Heaven Extermination King. The distance was too close. He also felt it. At this moment, his figure appeared in the source universe. Seeing that both of them were here, the cat was also happy. It saved him trouble. Who's that? I'll make it short, panting, the cat said, the big liar is here to give you benefits. He said that the benefits last time were too little. This time, he's giving you a big one and a small one. Oh, there might be an even bigger one. Having said that, the cat turned around and ran. Cat, old James' voice was shrill. Big? How big? The small one last time, was it AF * king small, a heavenly king, a saint? This time, he wanted to give a big one. Forget it, there might be an even bigger one. I know where the bad feeling is coming from. Fang Ping, bastard, old Zhang was about to explode. What was this guy doing in the outside world? Why did the heavenly kings and saints come here as if they were free? Heaven Extermination King's expression also changed. He said hurriedly, who are you sending in? You'll know when you see it. The big one might not come. The slightly bigger one hasn't broken 7 yet. It's okay, the cat was calm. Anyway, you guys will fight, not me. It hasn't broken 7 yet. It's okay. You guys can beat it. Who is it? The cat had already run far away. I won't tell you. If I tell you, you guys will know that the scammers might send a super big one. You'll be furious. It's for your own good. Anyway, it was the same whether I said it or not. I already said it was a big one. I should be prepared. It ran fast. Old Zhang and Heaven Extermination returned in an instant. In the next moment, both of them looked at each other. Heaven Extermination cursed, there might be a powerhouse who has broken 8. Damn it, the small one is already broken 6. The super big one might very well break 8. Mother * Ker, Fang Ping is crazy. Did this guy raid a powerhouse's lair outside? Old Zhang was furious too. I've only broken 6, just broken 6. You think too highly of me, it's not easy for me to be here. If not for Hung Yu, I'd still be being hunted. Fang Ping, this bastard, always sending him meat. What was the meaning of this? Oldly, I'm counting on you. The super big one is coming. You deal with it. I'll deal with the big one. The small one. What's the small one's strength? Heaven Extermination's gaze was unfriendly. Needless to say, anything lower than a saint's strength was not a joke. Fang Ping, this guy, was really something. I've been outside for 8,000 years and have never provoked a powerhouse who broke 8. This is killing me. Both of them looked at each other. Without another word, they flew toward the entrance and broke through the air. This fake heavenly grave was getting more and more lively, at the same time. Hung Yu shouted hurriedly, Heaven Extermination and Martial King have gone to the entrance. Don't chase after them. They're definitely going to run. You guys go after them. I'm not Hung Yu. They're leaving. Behind them, many Heavenly King powerhouses frowned. What were Martial King and Heaven Extermination up to now? I don't care about you guys. Are you guys really going to run? At this time, no one was allowed to go out. In the crowd, the Demon Emperor took deep breaths. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Next, this place would be in chaos, the world would be in chaos, maybe. I should find a place to hide and leave this place. In the fake sky grave, before Fang Ping arrived, he had already caused a commotion. Outside the fake sky grave, Fang Ping's expression was solemn as he continued to flee. Behind him, fighting Heavenly King rushed over swiftly. As he flew, he said, Fang Ping, surrender. Otherwise, the billions of lives of your human race will be in danger. Just kill him. Fang Ping's voice was icy cold. It's good to kill him. Everyone knows that the powerhouses of the human race fight for the human race and are restricted by the earth. Destroy the human race, and the powerful ones will not die. That's good. Let's see how the Heaven Sealing clan is going to deal with a bunch of crazy powerful humans. Fang Ping did not say that he did not care about humans, but he was threatening the other party instead. Just destroy them. Today, you destroyed the humankind. Tomorrow, you will face a group of crazy and hysterical human beings. Now, suppressing Heavenly King, Martial King, so many paragons, including people like Fang Ping, why didn't he avoid the battle? Instead, he took the initiative to fight. Was there a need for King Wu and the others to fight in the fake heavenly grave? There was no need. However, in order for the human race to have better development, in order to entangle those experts, and to give the others time to grow stronger, they were all willing to be trapped. Fang Ping was the same, with his ability to conceal his aura and hide in the dark. Even a heavenly king would not dare to provoke him. If there were no humans, would the Catacombs 9 saints dare to oppose Fang Ping? It was only because they knew the humans were there that they had the chance to kill Fang Ping. Without the humans, Fang Ping would have run away long ago. Do Wang said coldly, "Are you trying to intimidate me? What can you do if you destroy the human race? Just go." Fang Ping sneered. "You really think I don't know? Those fellows hiding in the dark all have their own plans, and the human tribe is the crux of it all. Do you take me for a fool to destroy the human tribe? If you make a move, your entire heaven-sealing bloodline will be annihilated. Even that old turtle will be killed. If you don't believe me, why don't you give it a try?" The Do King's face was icy cold. Some things had really hit the nail on the head. Even so, the fighting king was still somewhat annoyed. Fang Ping was mocking him. The heavenly king Do snorted. His eyes were cold. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Wu Kuishan. Yes, he did not dare to destroy the human race. However, killing a few was not a problem. Since Fang Ping was mocking him, he would kill some human powerhouses to show him. Wu Kuishan was just about to explode with power when, in the next moment, a tiny door appeared in front of him. Wu Kuishan's expression flickered as a tiny door appeared in front of him. With a loud bang, Wu Kuishan staggered and almost fell. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly lost control of his strength. He, who was originally in the hopeless despair realm, suddenly lost control of his strength, and instantly fell from the hopeless despair realm. Wu Kuishan's basic vitality was only more than 200,000 calories. Even if his peak vitality essence was twice that of a rank 9, it was only comparable to a rank 9's about 500,000 calories. More than 500,000 calories. Against a heavenly king powerhouse, more than 5 million cal, it was an absolute instant kill. At this moment, the terror of the Fengtian bloodline was on full display. Against someone like Wu Kuishan, it was too easy for them to kill him. Even without the seal, Wu Kuishan was not a match for a heavenly king. But now, it was even easier to kill him. "Break!" Wu Kuishan roared angrily. His origin shook, but he was unable to break through the seal. He was too weak, at the very least, compared to a heavenly king, he was really too weak. He couldn't even break the seal. At this moment, beside him, a shocking sword gleam rose. Old Manly, who had just recovered slightly, growled and slashed with his sword, the sky-high giant hand covered, but in the blink of an eye, a hole was pierced through. Humph! On the other side, Super God King snorted softly. Longevity Sword, who had killed Annihilation, was not weak. He might already have Emperor-level strength. After all, it was just a casual attack. The giant hand covered, but this time it was broken by Longevity Sword. In the next moment, the giant hand solidified. This time, it was not only targeted at Wu Kuishan, but also the Longevity Sword. Rumble, the void shattered. Fifth heaven was broken. It was a piece of cake. He wanted to kill Longevity Sword in a second. Old Man Li's expression was solemn. With a roar, he soared into the sky and slashed again. Lifeless sword, although this slash could not break fifth heaven, it was aimed at one point, with only one force. With a squelch, it pierced through the giant hand. Old Man Li broke through the giant hand directly, his face pale. Heavenly King, this was the super god, he was a powerhouse with emperor-level combat strength. Facing the other party's casual attack, he could only face it with difficulty. This was because his origin would not be sealed. Ordinary emperor level, when encountering the super god king, would almost certainly die if they were to be sealed twice. After his palm was broken by Li Changxing twice in a row, the super god king's expression was slightly gloomy. Although it was only when he was chasing Fang Ping and wanted to kill these humans, it was embarrassing enough to have his moves broken consecutively. This time, the Super God King's expression darkened. His giant hand turned and solidified again, instantly grabbing toward the longevity sword in the sky. This time, Li Chongqing had nowhere to run. At this moment, the God Creation envoy seemed to be spewing fire from his nose. He gritted his teeth and said, "Not giving face? I said I'll protect this guy, and he still dares to attack consecutively." As soon as he finished speaking, between heaven and earth, 18 clones appeared instantly, unity, in the blink of an eye. Everyone seemed to have seen something. They saw the 18 weapons instantly fusing and turning into a new weapon. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a human figure. God Creation Envoy. Get lost. The 18 clones merged into one. The newly appeared God Creation Envoy had a powerful aura. It felt like he had not reached the Heavenly King stage, but he punched out. The void was unbreakable, the energy did not dissipate, the control of his strength was so high that it was terrifying. As the most outstanding god of weaponry in tens of thousands of years, the God Creation Envoy had extremely high requirements for his control of strength when forging weapons. Otherwise, if he was not careful, a divine weapon might be destroyed. Jianghao had once said that the God Creation Envoy's control of strength had reached 100%, even from the ancient times until now. There were not many people who could do this. Even if he was an emperor, it did not mean that he could control his strength to this extent. After the fusion, the clone did not reach the Heavenly King stage, but the top-notch saint stage. However, this punch was light as a feather, as if there was no movement at all. However, it caused the saints behind him to be incomparably terrified. It had even vaguely reached the point of breaking 6, that was the Heavenly King's domain. A Heavenly King powerhouse did not mean that his strength was only at the point of breaking 6. Breaking 6 was the strength that he could unleash. Only by unleashing the strength of breaking 6 was he a Heavenly King. Even if your maximum chi and blood reached 7 million calories, your control over your strength was so low that you were unable to break 6. Then you were not a Heavenly King. The limit of the God Creation Envoy's avatar had obviously not reached the point of breaking 6, but at this moment, it had vaguely released the might of breaking 6. This punch passed through the giant palm and directly smashed it into pieces, leaving not a single trace behind. In the distance, the Battle King's body trembled slightly. This was not all. The God Creation Envoy directly broke through the air and appeared above his head in an instant. It appeared above the small world that he was hanging in the sky and punched out. The world trembled, as if the end of the world had arrived. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from the Battle King's mouth. His origin trembled and his power dissipated. The God Creation Envoy's expression was also ugly. He punched out once again, straight towards his head. "How dare you? If I don't make a move, who dares to treat me as if I don't exist?" This Do Tian was just a dog that had been sealed, yet he dared to compete with him. Give him face. Feng Yuan. The Battle King roared, countless doors appeared on his body, and rushed straight towards the God Creation Envoy. Not only that, a long blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the God Creation Envoy, shattering the void and breaking the 6th heaven. Rumble, 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 a fist, a blade, collided with each other. The God Creation Envoy's figure dissipated, revealing a new weapon. It was like a ball, spinning in the air. As for the Battle King, his arm immediately exploded, spreading towards his entire body. Rumble, 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 the sounds of explosions continued. However, the Battle King's eyes were ice cold. He did not care, and countless doors instantly fused into the ball. Idiot! At this moment, the God Creation Envoy's voice came out, and he snorted coldly. Who is he? God Creation Envoy. The source of the avatar was his own source. A Heavenly King who had just broken through to the 6th level actually dared to seal his own source. What was this called? This was courting death. Right at this moment, the Battle King's head suddenly exploded. In the air, the doors that were wrapped around the ball shattered one after another. Backlash. The God Creation Envoy directly shattered his seal. The ball instantly transformed into a human form and punched out once again. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The Battle King's chest was pierced through, his head shattered, and his broken body flew out. Very quickly, his broken body began to recover, but the chest that had been pierced through was still difficult to recover. The God Creation Envoy did not chase after him. He stood proudly in the air and looked at him coldly. Heavenly King? For a new heavenly king like you, this old man's clone can kill you. You dare to challenge this old man. Tyrannical, the tyranny of the strong, his main body did not even come out, but a clone had destroyed the Battle King's golden body. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. This was probably the strongest doppelganger that had ever existed since the beginning of time. No one's clone could be this strong. It might be possible for a king, but it was still unclear what happened to the Earth Emperor's clone back then. However, the other heavenly king stage powerhouses were as strong as King Kuan, and their clones only had the strength of a saint. As for the God Creation Envoy, his clone had defeated the golden body of a heavenly king. This was the power of a weapon-forging master who had created the path of cloning. The fusion of 18 semi-god equipment was already powerful to begin with, and adding on the fact that his control over his power was extremely high, a peak saint had actually defeated the heavenly king's golden body. At this moment, the Battle King had already recovered. His face was slightly pale, and his eyes were gloomy. He looked at the God Creation Envoy, and after a long while, he said coldly, "He is very strong, but how long can the God Creation Envoy fight for?" Very strong, far stronger than he had expected. However, a clone was only a clone after all. The power of the clone came from his own body, from the reserves of his weapon, and not from the world. In a short period of time, he could unleash a powerful force, but after a long period of time, the strength of the clone would be greatly weakened. The God Creation Envoy did not think much of it, and sneered, "You want to try? It's just storing energy. Do you think this old man doesn't even have such a divine tool? Don't forget, the sun in the sky was created by this old man, idiot. That was the source of energy, that thing had limitless energy. Was it difficult for him, the God Creation Envoy, to create a replica?" When these words were spoken, the Battle King's expression turned ugly once again. He had truly underestimated these ancient experts. He had almost forgotten that the God Creation Envoy had created the immortal origin, the strongest divine tool of the ancient times. At this moment, a weak wave of spirit force broke through the air, the spirit force fluctuated, and a voice came out, its tone carrying a smile, "Blacksmith, your temper is still so big. Dotian, go find the human king." "Blacksmith, don't tell me you want to protect even the human king?" The God Creation Envoy coldly snorted, "The human king must fight, there is no need for this old man to protect him. On the other hand, if your bloodline dares to provoke this old man again, Feng, don't blame this old man for settling the score with you." "Why are you so angry?" Feng's tone was still smiling, "The longevity sword. It should be a little different. Blacksmith, if you want to protect this kind of person, it will be very easy for you to attract trouble. Even if you really break through to the 8th strongest, if you interfere at this time, it will be easy for you to make a mistake." The God Creation Envoy sneered, and said indifferently, "So what? Furthermore, it's not your turn to threaten this old man. Blacksmith, don't try to be brave. Your original body is locked in the void. Do you really dare to break through and fight?" Feng was still smiling, "Longevity sword, forget about it this time. If you participate in the matter of the human king again, then I can only spar with you." The God Creation Envoy did not dodge at all, he was extremely domineering. "Would I be afraid of you? What a joke. If I want to interfere, then so be it. If I don't want to interfere, then so be it. If you dare to threaten me again, then I will make your bloodline end today." "You're still so hot-tempered." Feng seemed to never be angry, he continued to smile, "The human race, especially the rising human race of this generation, I am not the only one who is against them, even if all of you. In the end, will you really continue to support them?" Feng's voice was a little louder. Feng Ping, who was fleeing in the distance, heard Feng's laughter. The human race, the main character of this generation. It is also the main character of the world for tens of thousands of years after the beginning of martial arts. And the powerhouses of this generation of the human race are the seeds, the hope, the opportunity, the miraculous elixir, the shortcut to invincibility. Feng Ping, the people who support you today might not really support you. The people who want to kill you today might not want to kill you. Sometimes, things are so ridiculous. Feng's tone was still smiling. "Feng Ping, there are some things that people of your generation will not understand. Is a blacksmith a good person?" "Ha ha ha." A burst of hearty laughter rang, and very soon, the sound dissipated. At this moment, Fong Ping snorted coldly and said mockingly, "Do you think I care? Helping the human race powerhouses today, no matter what the future holds, helping the human race today means that you are the benefactor of the human race. Falling out in the future is also a matter of the future. People like you, no matter how strong you are still trash. You think that you can't kill me today, so you buried a prelude in advance. What do you want me to do? It seems that you look down on your disciple. A heavenly king and a top-notch saint are not even confident in taking me down. You are indeed a bunch of trash." Fong Ping was sarcastic and ridiculing. However, Fong did not say anything again. Fong Ping did not continue to provoke him. It was enough. If he really attracted this guy, it would be very troublesome. Did he not see that the God Creation Envoy's avatar was so strong? He was also a little afraid. The golden body of the heavenly king was defeated by the God Creation Envoy, and the distance between him and Fong Ping had widened. At this moment, Fong Ping was also a little more relaxed. Following the overlord behind, he laughed and said, "Big Bear, your speed is not good enough." The overlord's expression did not look good. He snorted coldly and sped up a lot. Behind him, the heavenly king did not continue to speak this time. He avoided the God Creation Envoy and did not attack Old Manly and the others anymore. He chased after Fong Ping. The God Creation Envoy stood proudly in the void, his face indifferent. If a cat did not climb onto his thigh again, the God Creation Envoy felt that this scene should be remembered in history. His avatar had defeated the heavenly king's golden body. This was a big event. Unfortunately, with a fat cat lying on his thigh and grabbing his leg, the God Creation Envoy felt that there was no need to be remembered by others. "The one who hit the pot, you are so powerful." The cat seemed to be flattering him as it said happily, "These 18 semi-divine weapons look like a pot when combined." The God Creation Envoy was speechless. "What were you trying to say? Why don't you give it to me? I haven't eaten for a long time." The chipped pot. The God Creation Envoy shook his thigh and cursed in his heart. "I knew you were going to do this." At this time, Old Manly, Wu Quishan, and the others rushed over. Wu Quishan looked grateful and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior. If not for the God Creation Envoy, he would have been in big trouble today." The Heavenly King was really strong. At least at that time, Feng Yun and the other saints had solemn expressions and did not dare to make a move easily. Once their origin was sealed, even if they had a lot of people, they would still have a slim chance of survival against the Heavenly King. The God Creation Envoy did not say anything. He frowned slightly and looked at Fong Ping, who was escaping into the distance. After thinking for a while, he said, "You guys are not Feng's target. His disciples' target is Fong Ping and Li Chongqing. I will take Li Chongqing away." Fong Ping's identity as a human king is destined to experience countless twists and turns. This old man cannot interfere on his own. The God Creation Envoy looked at Wu Quishan, then looked at the silent Old Manly and said slowly, "This is a great world. The human race has become the center of the storm, and is destined to be plagued with disasters." Fong Ping had become a human king, and was also destined to face some difficulties and dangers. The more outstanding the human race was, the more dangerous it was. Fong. Actually, he was right. This is only the beginning. In the end, even the Heavenly King, I might not always stand with the humans. The God Creation Envoy did not avoid anything and sighed softly, "The world of great competition. Everyone is fighting. Fighting for life, fighting to cross." After being silent for so many years, we are not willing to become the supporting characters of the times, to become insignificant figures, and gradually die of old age in the dark void. The God Creation Envoy's voice was faint, however, as Fong Ping said, "At this moment, this old man did not cause any harm to the humans. Right now, your enemy will not be this old man. Let's talk about the future in the future. In these 3 realms, we can only rely on ourselves. External forces are always external forces, even if it's this big fat cat. It also has its own pursuit." The God Creation Envoy kicked the ash cat. The ash cat had a bitter look on its face. Why did it kick the cat? The God Creation Envoy smiled and said lightly, "If the fat cat wants to be fatter, sleep well, and eat well, it will more or less put in some effort, but don't always count on it." No matter how strong its combat strength is, it will really fight to the death for the human race. The ash cat said resentfully, I'm just a cat, I don't fight. The God Creation envoy sneered, rubbed its big head, and said with emotion, then continue to be a good cat. Don't cause trouble. Your situation is not any better than Fong Ping's. Be careful. The ash cat hugged his thigh and did not reply. Wu Quishan hurriedly said, Senior, you mean, the God Creation envoy's eyes were deep, and he muttered, who can avoid the world of great competition? The ash cat. Kill the ash cat. Maybe it's the end of the origin Tao, and the opening of a new Tao. The God Creation envoy lowered his head, looked at the ash cat, and said sadly, Fat cat, you're dead. Maybe it's the end of this world, the end of the origin, and the beginning of the next era. The ash cat muttered a few words, but no one heard it clearly. Wu Quishan's expression changed. Old Man Li glanced at the ash cat and said in a deep voice, the ash cat has helped us humans many times, the human race will never sit back and do nothing. Whether it's Fong Ping or Minister Zhang, they will do their best and will never forget their kindness. You guys are still too weak. The God Creation envoy sighed and said self-deprecatingly, some things are more complicated than you think. I've already sensed something. Some people are probably coming out of seclusion. The battle from 30,000 years ago has not ended yet, and is still continuing. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. The battle of the Great Tao, 30,000 years ago, the battle between the origin and the beginner martial Tao had not ended yet. The God Creation envoy strolled through the void, saying as he walked, beginner martial, origin, new Great Tao. In the future, blood is destined to flow like a river. Those who have passed away will return. In this life, victory and defeat will be decided. In the path of cultivation, which Tao is true and which Tao is false. The God Creation envoy seemed to know a lot of things, and the more he spoke, the more complicated his tone became. The ash cat let go of his thigh and jumped onto the cicadeer. It was in a low mood and muttered, fighting every day, fighting every day. I've lost a lot of delicious food. The God Creation envoy laughed and ignored it. Ash cat. The key point of the Tao of origin. The future was also full of calamities and misfortunes. The Heavenly Hound and the Cat Guardian Captain probably wanted to solve some problems in advance when they went to the Heavenly Tomb. Otherwise, the ash cat would have been here, and these people would not have left in advance. Some dangers were still in the depths. Although the Three Realms was dangerous, it was much easier than the dangers in the dark. If they didn't die, no one would rashly touch the ash cat. He was afraid that these people would be trapped in the Heavenly Tomb. At that time, the ash cat's situation would become more and more dangerous. Cat. You think you're a cat, but you're not. The God Creation envoy had a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, he had failed in the beginner martial arts. This time, he would definitely be more prepared. Some of the powerhouses in the origin might not protect you. The origin and the beginner martial arts were inseparable. How many powerhouses in the origin were also powerhouses in the beginner martial arts era? Did they really think that the origin was good? Only the 9 emperors and 4 emperors were powerful in the origin. The status of the others might not be much higher than before. Without the origin, returning to the beginner martial arts was something that some of the powerhouses in the origin were considering. The God Creation envoy strolled through the void and stopped talking. In front, Fong Ping turned around and fought with the Overlord for a while, then quickly escaped. The Battle King chased after him again. Wu Quishan and the others watched helplessly as Fong Ping was being hunted down. Their expressions were shockingly complicated. The human king was being hunted. The human race could only watch helplessly. They still had to rely on the God Creation envoy, otherwise they would only be a burden to Fong Ping. After all, the God Creation envoy was not a neo-martial artist. He did not go all out to protect Fong Ping. Could Fong Ping successfully escape to the fake heavenly tomb? At this moment, in the crowd, Xianxia sighed and said softly, some things, he can only rely on himself. Overlord. Let me do it. As soon as he finished speaking, his body broke through the air and quickly chased after him. He could only deal with the Overlord, but he might not be a match for him. The Battle King. The current him was far from being a match for him. Once he was sealed, he would be killed in the blink of an eye when he recovered his peak combat strength. Danger descended upon them once again. The Battle King no longer cared about the god-crafting envoys and the others. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast, and very quickly, he arrived behind Fang Ping. The shattered small world reappeared. Suppress. The Battle King, who had just suffered a loss at the hands of the god-crafting envoy, was also furious. The god-crafting envoy had even destroyed his golden body, so he was definitely no match for this old antique. At this moment, he could only vent his anger on Fang Ping. When the small world descended, Fang Ping was slightly at the edge. At this moment, a strange origin chi gushed into Fang Ping's source world. It belonged to an invader. This origin chi turned into a door, as if it wanted to block the great Tao. However, Fang Ping's path was too broad, there did not seem to be enough Genesis chi. It formed a door that was more than 10 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters wide, blocking the main road. However, Fang Ping's main road was so wide that it did not have much effect on it. Behind them, the Do Wang frowned slightly. He found it strange. Up ahead, Fang Ping's gaze was peculiar. Was it sealed like this? I know. He finally understood how the sky-sealing progeny sealed their origin source. It formed a gate, blocking the entrance of the great Tao, not allowing the source energy to permeate and amplify it. In an ordinary impasse realm, the main road was only 5 or 6 meters wide. Of course, there were people who would be a little wider. However, Fang Ping was clearly not one of them. What was a few meters wide door sealing a path that was thousands of meters wide? Fang Ping was speechless. To think that he had worried for so long, so this was the seal. However, the other party was indeed powerful, directly penetrating into his origin world. This was comparable to Fang Ping's ability. Fang Ping had also broken into someone else's Tao. At this moment, Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. This lineage's method was quite interesting. Most of the time, he was unable to sever the great Tao of others. The great Tao was too strong and sturdy. How could it be so easy to sever it, but if he were to directly enter the source and seal it? Fang Ping's heart stirred slightly. At this moment, he did not care about the seal anymore. He tilted his head and shouted, "That Do Tian, can you teach me your lineage's source sealing technique?" Courting death. The Do King shouted and increased his speed. He had only brushed past Fang Ping. It was not too surprising that he could not seal Fang Ping earlier. However, Fang Ping dared to provoke him. They looked down on him. Yes, from his point of view, Fang Ping was obviously looking down on the source sealing technique, thinking that it did not seal him, so he was deliberately provoking it. Fang Ping said hurriedly, "Don't misunderstand, I'm serious. This cultivation technique is not bad, how about teaching it to me? My talent is extraordinary, I won't disgrace your cultivation method. Feng, come out and have a chat, okay? Teach me the origin sealing technique, and I'll make your lineage's cultivation technique flourish. You'll also have face, right? If I kill a few heavenly king powerhouses, others will think, oh, isn't this the heaven-sealing lineage's cultivation technique, so powerful, stronger than an emperor-based cultivation method? At that time, who would look down on you? The people under you are too trashy. To be honest, they are a disgrace to you. Do you think these people can represent the sky-sealing progeny? Feng, teach me. I promise to make good use of it and make you look good. Bastard. The heavenly fighting king bellowed angrily, and the small world pressed down once again. There was a loud boom. Fang Ping's movements were slightly sluggish. In the source world, the gateway suddenly expanded and spread out, forming a powerful barrier. 10 meters wide, 20 meters wide, 100 meters wide. When it had spread to a width of 100 meters, Fighting King, who was chasing from behind, saw that Fang Ping's speed was still extremely fast and was slightly taken aback. The great path was so wide. When he sealed ordinary paragons, he was extremely fast, sealing them in the blink of an eye. For example, Wu Quishan just now was considered not bad among the paragons, but he was also suppressed in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping had the combat strength of a saint. Of course, he did not underestimate Fang Ping. But he had consumed a lot of origin energy. This origin sealing technique also consumed origin energy and mentality. Ordinary emperor-level powerhouses would have been sealed by him. But now, Fang Ping was still fine. Seal. The heavenly fighting king bellowed angrily again. He did not believe that he, a heavenly king, could not seal Fang Ping. Fang Ping's speed was not slow now. He needed time to catch up. Right now, wherever his mentality spread, he could seal Fang Ping. This way, Fang Ping's speed would definitely decrease, and he would definitely die. In the source world, the gateway grew stronger again, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. When it had reached a width of 500 meters, the heavenly fighting king could not help but want to curse. He could not see how Fang Ping's source world was, but he knew how much origin energy he had consumed. Even this did not seal successfully. How strong was this fellow's great path? There were many reasons why the seal failed. Maybe Fang Ping's great path was too wide, or maybe the source was stable and difficult to seal completely, or maybe Fang Ping himself was destroying and struggling. But no matter what, it showed that Fang Ping was very powerful in the source world. This fellow, was he really just a true god? As for Fang Ping, he breathed a sigh of relief again. I don't even bother to use the saint order to seal your gateway because you're too useless. Until now, you've only formed a gateway that is less than 1,000 meters wide. Seal me? My great path is nearly 10,000 meters. How are you going to seal it? You've only sealed 1/10 of the gateway, and I still have 9/10 left. There's no difference. I can still use the source if I need it. I don't even bother to destroy your gateway. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief this time. He shouted again, you can't do it. You're too useless. Seal, are you really not going to consider teaching me? Look, a heavenly king failed to seal me, a paragon. He's obviously useless. You're counting on this kind of person to fight for luck? Isn't that a joke? The heavenly fighting king was furious. Behind him, the overlord's expression was also unfriendly, but he was somewhat speechless. What was wrong with eldest senior brother? Eldest senior brother's source world had already descended and started to seal Fang Ping. Why did Fang Ping look fine? Could it be another longevity sword? But it was obviously different from the longevity sword. Whether he could use origin chi or not, it could still be seen. The great path amplification could also be sensed. Fang Ping was still using the great path amplification. This meant that he was not sealed. Seal! The heavenly king roared again. He did not believe it. He, a dignified heavenly king, could not seal a true god, yet, he still failed. At this moment, a voice came from the void, chuckling. Heavenly fighting, this is a king of man, a true god who can fight a saint. You've underestimated him. His great path is probably extremely wide. The king path, or even the emperor path. How can the great path not be wide when taking this path? This is the orthodox emperor path that the ancient emperor spoke of. Even 1,000 feet wide won't surprise me. Everyone, including the people who were chasing after them, trembled slightly. 1,000 feet wide, more than 3,000 meters, was the great path so wide, even a saint's great path was less than 1,000 meters wide, and this was already considered a top-notch powerhouse. Fang Ping's great path was so wide, one had to know that under normal circumstances, these people could no longer move forward when they reached the heavenly king realm. Only then would they work hard on the great path's width, accumulating it over time and slowly grinding it. How old was Fang Ping? He had only achieved Dao. Was his great path wider than a saint's, wider than a heavenly king's? The heavenly king was shocked too. Fang Ping's heart tightened slightly. This guy was really paying attention in secret. At this moment, Fang Ping suppressed the palpitation in his heart and laughed. The heavenly king is really powerful. You even know this. How about it, consider teaching me the cultivation technique on how to form the sealed gate. You'll definitely be famous later. Interesting. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The heavenly king chuckled. It's actually not a loss for me to teach you a cultivation technique. However, we'll talk about it after you survive. If you survive, I'll teach you again the next time we meet. That's for sure. Fang Ping was also laughing and joking, calm and composed. The overlord definitely can't do anything to me. This heavenly king. Although he's a heavenly king, he can't seal me. If he wants to kill me, it won't be that easy. Fang Ping laughed again. I've achieved 9 refinements of golden body. My great path advances by leaps and bounds. My physique is incomparably strong. Does he have the confidence to kill me in one move? If he can't kill me, then he has no other moves. The Heavenly King laughed and said slowly, Heavenly King, trap him and seal him. Don't embarrass me anymore. Although his great path is wide, he hasn't gone far after all. His strength isn't strong enough. His origin chi quality isn't high enough. He can't break through your seal. Remember. Heavenly King's seal failed a few times. It was indeed embarrassing enough. Previously, Extermination still wanted to seal Fang Ping. His mentality was higher than Fang Ping's. He could also form the sealed gate and enter Fang Ping's source world. The key was, Extermination could not seal Fang Ping for sure. Even if he exhausted his origin chi, he probably could not form that gigantic gate. At this moment, Extermination was dead. Otherwise, he would also be dumbfounded. Even eldest senior brother with the strength of a Heavenly King could not seal Fang Ping in an instant. If he tried to seal it, Fang Ping would probably have killed him during that gap. The Heavenly King responded, his expression a little ugly. How embarrassing, as the only Heavenly King who had appeared so far, he came in person but could not do anything to Fang Ping. It was simply humiliating. Crack, the void shattered. His saber slashed through 6 heavens, appearing behind Fang Ping in an instant. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. At this moment, he stopped shouting. However, in Fang Ping's source world, the gate was getting wider and wider, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. The Heavenly King was also consuming a lot of origin chi to seal it. Now was not the time to fight for anything else but to wash away the humiliation and prove that the Heavenly Sealing lineage's source sealing technique was really powerful. Previously, Extermination had failed to seal the longevity sword. Now, he had failed to seal Fang Ping. If this went on, outsiders might think that the source sealing technique was just so. However, this Tao was truly very strong, alright? The Battle King cursed in his heart. He was truly powerful. Back then, when he fought with the chaotic Heavenly King, the two of them were at the same level. He had even sealed the chaotic Heavenly King. Even though it was only for a short period of time, the chaotic Heavenly King had still suffered at his hands. He had even sealed the main character of the chaotic era, Chaos, and that was something that happened 6,000 or 7,000 years ago. How could he not seal Fang Ping? The portal continued to expand. Fang Ping continued running with all his might. Take your time, I want to see how long it will take you to seal it. When you reach 7,000 meters, I won't be able to retaliate and let you seal me. When the others saw this, they all had strange looks in their eyes, as if they were thinking about something. The God-forging envoy was also a little surprised, and asked curiously, just how wide is this kid's great Tao of origin? The techniques of the sky-sealing progeny were not bad. It was not as if there were no Heavenly Kings who had been sealed. Even if Heaven Reverse was slightly weaker than Feng, it shouldn't be to the extent where he couldn't even seal a peerless expert. This could only mean that Fang Ping's great path was wider than he had imagined. The seal did not have much of an effect. Behind them, Wu Quishan was also shocked. Just now, the Battle King had easily sealed him with a blow from a distance. At that time, he knew that this progeny was very difficult to deal with. But now, Fang Ping was running with all his might. He did not feel any difference at all. How monstrous was this kid? At this time, the cat riding the deer got some snacks from somewhere and said while eating, the liar must be very strong. Look, he can already fight a saint at the peak. It must have a lot to do with the great Tao. The cat said while eating. He advanced with a ninth refinement mentality. His mentality is strong, but it also has a lot to do with the development of the great Tao. As soon as these words were said, it woke many people up. The God-forging envoy raised his eyebrows slightly. In the distance, Sky Sword suddenly said, back then, it was said that Heaven Exterminating Emperor also advanced with a ninth refinement spiritual consciousness and a ninth refinement golden body. Heaven Exterminating Emperor's physical body was strong, but it let us know the strength of the golden body advancement. But the strength of spiritual consciousness. What is the use? Is it the strength of the origin? Heaven Exterminating Emperor didn't seem to have shown much of the strength of the origin. Although everyone was an enemy, it was obvious that they would not fight easily now. He, the ancient saint, was also curious about this. Everyone knew the benefits of a ninth refinement golden body advancement. Heaven exterminating emperor was proof, he, who had a powerful golden body, might not have gone far. However, the other party had become an extreme Tao heavenly emperor. Just because heaven exterminating emperor couldn't defeat him did not mean that he was weaker than him. He might not be able to defeat one of the 9 emperors, but heaven exterminating emperor might not. It was just that he had restrained heaven exterminating emperor. However, heaven exterminating emperor was stubborn and insisted on fighting one-on-one. If it was another person, if it was Jean, or one of the 9 emperors, even if heaven exterminating emperor lost more than he won, he would definitely not lose. Knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still went to the tiger mountain. This was heaven exterminating emperor. The God-forging envoy could not be bothered with him and directly sealed off the surrounding space, not letting them listen. At this time, he opened his mouth and said, "The advancement of the 9th refinement spiritual consciousness naturally has many benefits. Although it is not as obvious as the strength of the golden body, many times, the strength of the spiritual consciousness is actually more beneficial than the golden body." The God-forging envoy laughed. First, the width of the road. This concerned the future. The geniuses all thought very far away and would definitely not only care about what was in front of them. Warriors with strong mental strength would be able to walk more easily in the later stages of the Great Tao. Second, the stability of the source. The source world is strong, but also weak. Once you fight with an expert with strong mental strength, no matter how strong your physical body is, if the other party destroys your source world, you will still die. Therefore, this is the flaw of the heaven exterminating emperor. Third, at this point, the God-forging envoy paused for a moment and said indifferently, "The amplification of the source." Warriors who are not at the 9th refinement actually have a drawback, a very big drawback. Everyone looked at him. The God-forging envoy said indifferently, "That is the problem of the limit. Martial artists who are not at the 9th refinement are almost unable to open up the Great Tao to 3,000 feet wide, and 3,000 feet wide. There will be another change, and that is the vertical increase of the source." This time, the few saints who heard this were stunned. Saint Yue could not help but ask, "Vertical increase?" "That's right." The God-forging envoy smiled lightly. "At 3,000 feet wide, there will actually be an amplification of the source." "Do you really think that width is useless? Why is the emperor so powerful?" "Because the origin of the emperor is almost 10,000 feet wide. They may not have advanced from the 9th refinement, but in the later stages, they all broke through the limit and strengthened themselves from another level. And the experts who advanced from the 9th refinement will not be like this. To them, 3,000 feet is not too big of a barrier, so the heaven exterminating emperor quickly broke through this limit and increased his strength on both sides. This is where his strength lies. These words had some meaning. In the crowd, Protector Wind and Cloud suddenly smiled. "Senior God-forging envoy, also advanced from the 9th refinement, right?" To them, this simple sentence meant that the heaven exterminating emperor was not the only one who advanced from the 9th refinement. This might include the God-forging envoy. Because the God-forging envoy was the first person to create the clone, his mental strength was very strong, and if it was not strong, it would be difficult for him to control his power and create a divine weapon. The creation of a divine weapon was not a simple matter. Obviously, this person knew a lot about the 9th refinement of the mental strength. 3,000 feet, 10,000 meters wide. There was an amplification. This point, not many people knew because no one broke this limit, and even if they did, they would not bother to say it. Almost all of the 9 emperors had broken it, the heaven exterminating emperor had broken it, and the other 3 extreme path venerable emperors. Obviously, the Badian emperor did not, and the other 2 did not know. In the origin path, there was greater progress. How could these people not be strong? At this time, Taoist Wind and Cloud did not ask the God-forging envoy in detail, but frowned slightly. "That's not right, right? Has Fang Ping already broken the limit of 3,000 feet? Otherwise, he will not have an amplification in the vertical." The God-forging envoy also frowned, thought for a while and said, "This is not clear. The reason why Fang Ping is so strong should be related to the width. The width is not just a matter of amplification. The more abundant the origin qi, the stronger the endurance. Martial artists of the origin path actually have a lot of limitations. For example, if the battle is too long, it is easy to run out of origin chi. In this way, the origin chi is no longer amplified, and the combat strength will be greatly reduced. Everyone was still puzzled. Fangping Avenue was 10,000 meters wide. Was it so scary? In front, Fangping, who was accompanying the battle king, obviously did not know this. If he knew, he would probably scold the god-forging envoy for talking nonsense, who said there was an amplification only when it was 10,000 meters wide. There was clearly an amplification at 1,000 meters. Anyway, he had opened up to more than 1,000 meters in the beginning. Fangping had always thought that there would be an amplification above 1,000 meters. Double ninth stage advancement, the first person since ancient times. Fangping was actually bragging a little. He actually thought that the 9 emperors might also be a double 9 advancement, but in reality, it was really not. At the 9th refinement of the golden body, the flesh was stronger, and it could accommodate more amplification. At the 9th refinement of spiritual consciousness, the mentality was strong, and it could provide more amplification. If the flesh was not strong enough, the origin would naturally not amplify, otherwise there would be a situation where one would explode. A kind of self-regulation of the Tao. Obviously, the others did not understand the special characteristics of the double 9, even Fangping himself was not very clear. Moreover, Fangping had always felt that a 10,000 meters wide avenue was nothing. At least old Zhang seemed to be so. Although old Zhang was talented, Fangping always felt that if old Zhang could do it, then others could do it too. Therefore, he once thought that Heavenly King powerhouses might have a 10,000 meters wide avenue. Obviously, Fangping overestimated the others and underestimated him and old Zhang. Emperor Dao, known as the most orthodox Emperor Dao in the ancient times. Heroes are created by the times. If humans did not have the current crisis, if they did not have the crisis of being surrounded by enemies from all sides, they would not have the unity that they had now. If not for the human powerhouses wholeheartedly fighting for the human race, there would not be today. Too many factors had created the human race of this era. There was no era like this. The powerhouses held up the sky for the weak, and when the weak became strong, they continued to repay the powerhouses and protect the weak. The torch was passed on, the spirit of neo-martial arts. Neo-martial arts was the key to the rise of this human race. The existence of foreign enemies, the powerhouse's sacrifice, and the weak's repayment, created an exceptionally different neo-martial arts, created the current human race. There were too many conditions to be fulfilled for Emperor Dao and Emperor Dao. It was also because of this that there were outliers like Fangping and Zhang Tao. At this moment, Fangping still did not understand and was not clear about this concept. Even Zhang Tao did not really understand it. It was also because he did not understand that he walked this path. If he really understood, he might not be able to take this step. The spirit of neo-martial arts, the selflessness of powerhouses, was too rare, and this needed someone to guide it. It was not something that could be formed overnight. It was passed down from generation to generation, until it reached Fangping and Zhang Tao. That was how the current situation came about, and how the human martial artists tacitly agreed that they were a powerhouse, so they should sacrifice for the human race, because before they became strong, someone sacrificed for them. The first generation who sacrificed selflessly was the most worthy of respect. And this first generation actually came from suppressing Star City. From suppressing Star City, 13 Desperation Realm powerhouses. The Desperation Realm powerhouses who guarded the catacombs for hundreds of years, silently suppressing the catacombs for the human race, without asking for anything in return, guarding for hundreds of years. It was also because of them that there were human powerhouses who fought everywhere, sacrificing and contributing as their own responsibility. The predecessors planted the trees, the descendants reaped the shade. When the predecessors set the example, the descendants would feel that it was a matter of course. They should learn and imitate. After 3 generations, habits became natural. Coupled with the pressure of the environment, in the end, this neo-martial arts that should not have existed was formed. Xianxia, Heavenly King. Just as Fangping escaped toward the fake sky cemetery, Heavenly King and Zhang Tao rushed to the entrance. When Zhang Tao moved, origin chi overflowed. When he moved, origin chi erupted. At this moment, Zhang Tao looked disgusted. What the hell? What did that kid Fangping do again? It seems like there's someone among the humans who became stronger again. So fast, can't I take a break? Annoying, I might have to explode a few more clones today, too wasteful. Can't you let me digest it properly? Why do you have to swarm over like a swarm of bees? Heavenly King wanted to beat him to death, bastard who took advantage of him and still took it for granted. Don't you know how rare an opportunity like this is, at the Heavenly King level, who is like you, getting stronger every day, King of Humanity path. The authentic King of Humanity path, the orthodox King of Humanity path, these are almost impossible paths to exist. You've taken it, and you still have the cheek to show off in front of me, Heavenly King cursed in his heart, his expression dark. If it wasn't for me, would I have taken advantage of you, bastard? Is it fun to show off every day, and the kind that doesn't care about relationships? Do you know how much effort I've spent to create this prosperous neo-martial arts era? Heavenly King cursed in his heart for a while, then thought of Li Zhan and almost spat at him. Idiot, change your surname, don't be Li, I supported you, but you actually lost to Zhang Brat and became his underling. You've lost the face of the Li family. Otherwise, wouldn't you be the human king now? Forget it, I'm magnanimous and won't argue with you. Heavenly King comforted himself for a while. It's the same, don't worry, don't worry. Back then, I didn't strangle you to death, and Li Zhen became your underling. I knew it would be like this, just get used to it. Heavenly King suppressing muttered in his heart. This old man is magnanimous, righteous, and broad-minded. Otherwise, anyone would have killed this bastard and replaced the human king with Li Zhen. Li Zhen, Heavenly King suppressing suddenly cursed in his heart. If it was really that idiot, the human race might have been destroyed long ago. Forget it, don't think about it. That Zhang Brat was extremely sinister, he was the best leader of that period. If it were Li Zhen, he would have long killed his way into the underground cavern alone and perished together with some experts, nurturing a group of human death squads. At this moment, Heavenly King suppressing was thinking a little too much. He was also a little jealous, the human king path had been taken, and now there seemed to be a human emperor path. I'm going crazy with jealousy, but, it's all my credit, it's all mine, Heavenly King suppressing hypnotized himself. Yes, it's all my credit, I'm the greatest contributor to the human race. What Zhang Tao, Fang Ping, they're all things that I don't want. The weather is so good today, Taboo C. He looked up at the sky leisurely. The weather is good. Taking a stroll with the Heavenly King is also a great enjoyment. Let me warn you, don't chase anymore. There's an ambush 800 li ahead. Behind him, the fighting king was approaching, the saber slashed out, Fang Ping's body swayed a little. With a splat, his shoulder was bleeding profusely. Fang Ping could not help but curse, Old Man Li, you can't avoid it. Far away, Old Man Li's face had turned purple. Don't be reckless, are you crazy? When you're fighting against the Heavenly King, you're copying me, trying to use pole standing to dodge. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Heaven Fighting King's face was also gloomy. How dare you? No matter what, he was still a Heavenly King stage powerhouse who had broken 6. His explosive power was more than 4.8 million calories, and his limit was more than 5 million calories. Facing him, Fang Ping actually dared to hone his combat techniques at this moment. The Changdao in his hand shot out violently. Not only that, at this moment, his mentality erupted, suppressing Fang Ping. Origin energy surged again, trying to seal Fang Ping. A 3-pronged attack, he did not believe that Fang Ping could really resist him. In reality, Fang Ping was indeed unable to withstand a Heavenly King powerhouse. His maximum vitality was not low, but although his mentality was comparable to an emperor level, the gap between him and a Heavenly King was too big. When he was suppressed, it was similar to Old Man Li's death. After all, he had just entered the absolute peak and possessed spiritual power that was close to the emperor level, which was already extremely terrifying. But Heaven Conqueror was a Heavenly King. This time, Fang Ping was at a great disadvantage. His movements were slightly sluggish. With this sluggishness, Fighting King's Changdao shot straight at him. With a splat, Fang Ping's neck was sliced open. Sparks flew everywhere as blood spurted out. Fang Ping dodged slightly, his expression darkening. His overall strength was still far from that of a Heavenly King. As for a saint's mentality was also stronger than Feng Ping's, but the difference was not so obvious. Right now, he could still fight a sage, but against a heavenly king, it would be difficult to kill him. In reality, if he was really suppressed, he could be cut to death with a blunt knife. "Don't force me," Feng Ping roared. "If you force me again, I'll self-destruct my mentality." It had been a long time since he had self-destructed. Right now, he didn't dare to self-destruct his mind power. In the life gate, a few chubby babies helped him repair his brain nucleus day and night. Now, the cracks were getting fewer and fewer. Feng Ping took a look earlier, and it seemed like there were only 1 or 2 cracks left. It wasn't easy for me to repair it. If it exploded again, it would shatter. If it continued to break, he would have to repair it. When would these days come to an end? How could the heavenly king care about him? Not only that, but the tyrant had also arrived at this moment and punched out. At this moment, a figure flashed in front of the fist. With a rumble, both sides took a step back. Xianxia held the long sword in his hand. His face was illusory, and he did not make a sound. At this moment, a weak psychic power probed over. Xianxia did not say a word. His long sword pierced through the air and swept through the void. Poochie, a soft sound was heard, and the source of the weak spiritual power was cut off. "Seal your spiritual power." Feng's mental energy was far away, but it wasn't strong. Even though it was severed, it didn't dissipate. Instead, he smiled and said, "I should have guessed who you are. You really won't return?" Along with these words, the spiritual power dissipated completely. Jianghao's expression was cold. "Return? Return to what?" "Return to the sky-sealing bloodline." The demon emperor replaced Gong Juanzi and became the heavenly son of heaven of that era. All of this was secretly planned by someone. And this person was most likely Feng. Feng seemed to have seen something and guessed his identity. What was the demon emperor? The successor of the sky-sealing bloodline, or was the entire Purple Cap Mountain part of the sky-sealing bloodline's plan? Purple Cap Mountain. Where was the source? Jianghao did not speak. His long sword pierced through the air, and his swordsmanship was cunning. In the blink of an eye, he stabbed the tyrant hundreds of times. The tyrant's body was covered in sparks. He roared and punched out, using force to suppress others. Jianghao retreated, but the void shook. With a poochie sound, his body broke a little. His body was only at the impasse realm. How could he resist the tyrant? Jianghao did not speak. His speed was extremely fast, and he moved like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he attacked hundreds of times with his sword. With a poochie sound, dozens of attacks pierced through the tyrant's flesh. The tyrant sneered, "You?" He did not know that this person was the reincarnation of the demon emperor. Even if he knew, he would not care. After all, this was not the demon emperor himself. It was difficult to break through his defense. Although he was not weak, there was still a huge gap between him and the tyrant. At this moment, another sword gleam pierced through the air. "Me too." Old Manly growled, "Pincer, attack him. You front and I'll back. Make sure to hold him back." He only had weak emperor-level combat strength. He was at a disadvantage in this battle. If the tyrant unleashed his full power as a top-notch saint, there was a chance he could kill him instantly. However, Jianghao had already made a move. As the strongest powerhouse of the human race who could spare, how could he not fight? As for the other saints, the saints of the catacombs would not let them leave. "An ant dares to shake the heavens!" The tyrant roared. Energy exploded, breaking through the void. A punch pierced through the void and hit Old Manly. At this moment, Jianghao slashed with his sword. Old Manly followed suit. Both of them attacked the tyrant's fist at the same time. With a poochie sound, a bloody mark appeared. The tyrant did not care too much, but he was a little annoyed. Among these two, one was a weak saint, the other a weak emperor level. However, at this moment, he was pinned down. "You're courting death." The tyrant was furious. Previously, the god creation envoy was protecting Li Chongqing. He had yet to settle the score with him for killing Parrish. This guy actually dared to make a move. Old Manly sneered, incompetent rage. "Your bloodline will be destroyed sooner or later. Die." The tyrant roared and blasted a punch. This time, Old Man Li and Xianxia attacked again. The two longswords made a deafening sound of metal cracking in the air. The Sky Destroyer sword was powerful, but Xianxia's sword was not. With a bang, the longsword exploded, the fragments of the exploded longsword shot out, covering the three of them. Countless bloody marks appeared on Xianxia and Old Man Li's bodies instantly. As for the tyrant, he only had a few scratches on his skin. He sneered again and again. He was a little aggrieved when he fought Fang Ping. However, when he fought against these two, the gap between them and him was huge. With his powerful physique, it was difficult for them to break through his defense. At this moment, Old Man Li's expression changed. He growled, "Hold him back." Xianxia did not say much. He condensed a vitality sword and attacked the tyrant again. On the other side, Fang Ping saw the situation. He gritted his teeth and shot a long spear. "I'll give it to you." The tyrant was furious. Just as he was about to snatch it back, Old Man Li let out a roar. His silhouette became a little more illusionary, charging toward him suddenly. The tyrant turned around and threw a punch. This punch seemed to hit thin air. It was not completely useless. Old Man Li spewed blood wildly from his mouth, but he was not blown up by the punch like he had imagined. His physique became a little more illusionary, notwithstanding the full force of his punch. When the tyrant's punch came down, Old Man Li slashed with his sword too. This slash landed on his fist as well. The injury was not as serious as before. There was only a small mark on his fist. However, the tyrant's expression changed suddenly. His body trembled and he took a step back. Then, he looked at Xianxia in disbelief. "What combat technique is this?" The tyrant was shocked. What was this? The other party's slash did not only slash his physique, but also his mentality and origin. Under his carelessness, a small hole actually appeared in the source world. Old Man Li was a little exhausted. He felt helpless. The difference was too big. Lifeless sword, slash the one. Once this sword was unleashed, the physique, mentality, and origin were slashed at the same time. It could be said that this slash was also a slash that almost did not exist in the world today. His body became illusionary, adapting to that state. Unfortunately, his foundation was not strong after all. The other party was also a top-notch saint. He could only slash the other party's origin a little. Even so, he was a weak emperor martial artist. Slashing a top-notch saint and actually forcing the other party to take a step back was extremely terrifying. The tyrant was in disbelief. Xianxia, who had received the long spear, turned it into a sword and looked at Old Man Li in surprise. When he killed Annihilation, everyone knew that something was wrong with him. However, at this time, he actually slashed a top-notch saint. He even injured the tyrant. Even he was a little shocked. What path did Xianxia take? At the same time, the God Creation envoy's eyes flickered. He said softly, "Sorry, kick Zhao Xingwu first." Someone looked at him, somewhat at a loss. What did he mean? What Zhao Xingwu? The God Creation envoy did not explain. 10 influential figures, kick Zhao Xingwu first. Zhao Xingwu had yet to reveal some of his own things. Although the God Creation envoy still thought highly of him, compared to Xianxia, the gap was not small. They had both just advanced to the peak not long ago. Xianxia. He had already walked his own path, even if it was still very young. However, Xianxia had actually walked a different path in this era where the source was the only ruler. It was too terrifying. He must be one of the top 10 influential figures. The God Creation envoy even felt that if the martial king and the human king did not put in more effort, Xianxia might catch up from behind and surpass the two of them to become the strongest. He was so close that he could see a little more. This sword slashed through 10,000 paths, terrifying. There was only one sword in the myriad Tao. It did not differentiate between the physical body and the great Tao of spiritual sense. The God Creation envoy was confused. How did this guy think of it? How did he do it? It seemed like he had comprehended it during the battle. What exactly happened in the source world at that time? The God Creation envoy could not see through it, but he knew that this guy had some skills. He really had to have a good exchange. After looking at this side, the God Creation envoy looked at Fang Ping. At this time, Fang Ping was still escaping. However, it was a little miserable. The Heavenly King was the Heavenly King. Fang Ping counterattacked and slashed the other party's great Dao, but he was directly bounced out. His origin energy overflowed, and it was like this a few times. He was almost seriously injured by the recoil. With a prepared Heavenly King, it would be difficult for Fang Ping to break through. In this way, he could only passively take a beating. However, Fang Ping still displayed his strength. As he ran, he scolded, "Trash, you can't beat me to death. How many years have you lived? I'm only 21. I'll definitely kill you before I'm 22. There's an ambush 500 miles ahead. There are 8 Heavenly Kings lying in ambush. Just wait for your death. You're still a Heavenly King? Don't be ridiculous. Even the King Kuan that I look down on has strength. You don't even have strength. You're just a piece of trash, a fake Heavenly King. You're still fighting for the main character of this era? Why didn't that chaotic Heavenly King beat you to death? He let a piece of trash like you live. Could it be that he disdains killing trash?" Pfft, Fang Ping was slashed by the saber again. His left arm was broken, but he still scolded, "What a piece of trash. Your mentality suppressed me, your origin sealed me. Until now, you still can't kill me. I'm so disappointed." "Right, why hasn't your origin seal been completed? Don't give up. Continue, just a little more." Although Battle King Wang was not injured, and he even killed Fang Ping until he was riddled with scars, he still felt indescribably uncomfortable. "Agreed, I was the one who beat this guy until he covered his head and scurried away. Why did he feel that I lost and he was the big winner?" Sharp-tongued. Battle King Wang snorted coldly. His small world suspended in the air again, suppressing downward. Fang Ping turned around and slashed. This time, he had some results. The slash made the other party's small world tremble. "What are you pretending for? This is a divine weapon. It's fine if you restrain it, but if you release it, believe it or not, I'll smash your origin to pieces." Fang Ping scorned. Blood flowed from his mouth. He laughed and said, "You're tickling me. How weak. Back then, I was beaten until only bones were left, and I didn't even cry out in pain. What is this? Tickling me? I have so much imperishable substance that I can't use up. I'll be fine in a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping's golden body flickered. Countless imperishable substances surged out, his flesh was recovering. "I've used up quite a lot of mentality." Forget about recovering, in the next moment, Fang Ping's dispirited mentality was completely restored. "The origin is a little unstable. Recover." At this time, Fang Ping's slightly unstable origin was also restored in an instant. In all directions, everyone was dumbstruck. Battle King Wang, who was at the back, was livid. "He had hit you for half a day, and you're fine now," Fang Ping was groaning in his heart. "Who said he was fine? This was a big deal, I was almost beaten to death by you. Wasn't I just scaring you? Also, this wealth consumption was frightening." Fang Ping was groaning in his heart again. The current him was powerful, but the consumption was also huge. Take vitality for example. After the basic vitality was exhausted, close to 2 million wealth was consumed in one go. In addition to origin chi and mentality, almost in the blink of an eye, his wealth consumption was close to 10 million. Also, breaking into the origin, whether it was a success or failure, it would consume a lot of wealth. Hundreds of millions of wealth were used up at one go. After all, this was a Heavenly King. The overlord he had faced earlier was also a top-notch saint. This was not a fight, this was a fight. Since the start of the fight, the wealth consumption was close to 10 billion, Fang Ping's heart was bleeding. The consumption was too high. Moreover, if this continued, he might not be able to outlast the Heavenly King. The Heavenly King recovered extremely quickly, much faster than him anyway. Even if his wealth was depleted, he might not be able to exhaust the Heavenly King to death. Instead, the probability of him being exhausted to death was higher. This was the first time Fang Ping felt that he could not outlast his opponent. At this realm, blindly exhausting the other party was already hopeless. The Shorewin talisman of the past was now a little outdated. This was only a Heavenly King who had broken 6. The degree of breaking 6 was not high. If he encountered a peak Heavenly King, he would definitely be finished. It's over, it's over. If I go to the fake heavenly cemetery, they are all senior heavenly kings. Weak ones like Moon Spirit also have divine weapons in hand. They are not any worse than senior heavenly kings. If I go there, I'll be a lackey. Fang Ping lamented in his heart. Fighting heavenly king was only a heavenly king who had just advanced. He did not have divine weapons in hand. His strongest sealing move had limited effect on Fang Ping. That was why he could slightly resist it. But the others were in danger. I have too many enemies. If King Kuan knows what happened, I'm afraid he'll beat me to death. If Sea Conqueror knows that I want to chop off his fish head, he'll beat me to death too. And Li Zhu, this guy is also very scary, and King Zhen, King Sun, Fang Ping did not know if he did not count. Once he counted, Fang Ping shuddered. If I go in, old Zhang and the rest don't protect me, I'm finished. While Fang Ping was calculating, fighting Heavenly King was a little flustered and exasperated. Recovered, this guy actually recovered completely. He fought for so long, but it was all for nothing. He was about to explode in anger. He did not know how much Fang Ping had consumed. At least to outsiders, Fang Ping did not seem to be exhausted. Who knew what was going on with him? Many people guessed that he was related to the immortal source. He might have communicated with it, which was why he could recover so quickly. If that was the case, how powerful was the immortal source? The energy was almost endless. If this went on, fighting Heavenly King might not be able to kill Fang Ping. Scary, Sky Sword suddenly sighed. It was too scary. A Heavenly King made a move, but he could not do anything to Fang Ping. How could he fight? Could the Catacombs 9 Saints really kill Fang Ping? Beside him, the governor frowned and said, I don't believe that he doesn't need to pay a price. There's no free lunch in the sky. He must have paid a price to recover so quickly. It might not last long. At this time, someone said helplessly, he has never stopped since he became rank 1. If he really had to pay a price, he wouldn't have reached this realm. Maybe he really doesn't need to pay anything. The one who said this was Furchuan, who followed. This divine general of the right was also very desperate. This guy Fang Ping was too much of a headache. If you could not kill him with one blow, he would keep recovering. It was too troublesome. Fighting Heavenly King was a Heavenly King, but his strongest sealing method was not effective. Moreover, he had just advanced not long ago. He actually could not kill that guy. This made people feel helpless. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes moved. At this moment, fighting Heavenly King was also full of joy. It was working. At this moment, everyone could feel that Fang Ping's origin chi was a little unstable. Fang Ping, who was still escaping, was also helpless. In the source world, the 3 saint tokens kept bombarding the door. I am also very helpless. Fighting Heavenly King went on for too long, persistently trying to seal him. Right now, his origin was really showing signs of being sealed. After all, it was not even 10,000 meters long. There was a limit. After hearing Feng's words, fighting Heavenly King continued to seal. The door inside was about to close. Fang Ping had no choice. He could only control the 3 saint tokens to keep smashing the door. There was a situation where the origin was unstable. But, soon, Fang Ping's eyes flickered. In the entire 3 realms, other than those top-notch powerhouses who could sense it, there were not many people who knew where the fake sky grave was. The fake sky grave was mobile. The first one who knew was the Azure Cat. Its divine weapon was there. The second one was Fang Ping. This was because his divine weapon was there too. The heaven confining bell that blocked the door was controlled by him. The heaven confining bell was controlled by Fang Ping. The heavenly kings might not have thought of this. Because the Azure Cat only lent to Fang Ping, old Zhang and the others were also worried that something would happen to him inside. Therefore, when the heaven confining bell was made, Fang Ping was the one controlling it. At this moment, Fang Ping had already vaguely sensed it. It was right in front, 500 li, 800 li. It was in the void about 100 li in front. If no one stopped it, it was only a step away. However, now that he was blocked by fighting Heavenly King, he could only forcefully break through the void. His speed had also slowed down. I'm finally here. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief, but in his heart, he was thinking, Could he kill this fighting heavenly king? Had old Zhang and the others ambushed him? He had experienced it once last time. The saint from Emperor Nan's bloodline died when he went in. This time, if he went in, would fighting heavenly king dare to go in? How about pretending to break through the void and escape inside? Fang Ping quickly frowned. The fake sky grave was still a little different. There were some fluctuations in the passageway. It was difficult to hide from the heavenly king powerhouses who were close at hand. Unless he wants to go in himself. I have to force him into a corner, or I'm about to die, and this guy can't bear to give up. Calculating in his heart, Fang Ping continued to bombard the door of the source world. Closer, closer and closer. Behind him, fighting heavenly king frowned slightly, as if he had sensed something. Even further behind, the overlord and the others had already fought over here. Old Man Li and Xianxia were very miserable. The overlord was slightly injured, but both of them were seriously injured. At this moment, everyone looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's aura was beginning to decline. The overlord sneered, fighting heavenly king also snorted coldly. No matter how strong the origin Dao was, it was still sealed. This guy was very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Fang Ping looked desperate. In the next moment, his face suddenly lit up, and he laughed loudly. I really ambushed dozens of heavenly kings. The heavens did not kill me. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed wildly. At this moment, fighting heavenly king's expression changed slightly. He sensed it. He sensed that there was something in the void, the existence of a small world. At this moment, Fang Ping's aura suddenly disappeared completely, and he entered the void in the blink of an eye. Fighting heavenly king's saber cut through the air, and the void shattered. Fang Ping's leg was chopped off, but he laughed again. He had already run in front of a door, a cat, laughing. A cat with a king on its head. At the back, the cat raised its head and muttered, "We're at the sky cemetery again." Why did the sky cemetery float here? Everyone looked at him. Sky Sword and the others' expressions changed. Was it a coincidence, or a trap? Fighting heavenly king and the overlord's expressions also changed slightly. It was this place, fake sky cemetery. They knew this place, and they also knew that the saint from Emperor Nan's bloodline had died after entering. Many veteran heavenly king powerhouses were gathered inside. This godforsaken place was very dangerous. Why did it appear here? At this moment, Fang Ping was riddled with wounds, but he was laughing non-stop. The door slowly opened. A bunch of trash. A heavenly king, a top-notch saint. No, there's also an old heavenly king who won't die, but I escaped. Ha ha ha, I've ambushed dozens of heavenly kings inside. Try and chase after me if you dare. Fang Ping put on a strong front but was weak at heart, his attitude threatening. Don't chase. If you chase after me, you're dead meat. There really are dozens of heavenly kings inside, and they're all lying in ambush here. Fang Ping roared and burrowed in at once. At this moment, fighting heavenly king's expression was uncertain. He slashed with his saber, but he did not manage to slash Fang Ping. Fang Ping went in. After chasing for a long time, Fang Ping ran away under their noses. At this moment, the cat also muttered, "Don't chase after him. It's very dangerous. There are all heavenly kings inside. If you go in, you'll die." To chase or not to chase? If he did not chase, all his previous efforts would be wasted. If he chased after him, if there was no ambush inside, Fang Ping would definitely die. However, if there was really an ambush, what should he do? The door was closing. It was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the door that could fit one person earlier was now only a little bit big. At this moment, a powerful mentality swept over Feng. Feng did not expect the fake sky cemetery to appear. At this moment, this top-notch powerhouse said instantly, "Go in, contact Hong Kuan, Li Zhu, and the others. At the critical moment, join forces to kill the enemy." He knew that it was very dangerous inside, however, it might not be dangerous. He also hoped that the two people under his sect could go in and give it a try. This was also an opportunity. Fighting heavenly king and overlord looked at each other, their expressions solemn, and quickly burrowed into the door. Just as the two of them burrowed in, a powerful mentality attached to the overlord's body. On this side, the god-forging envoy snorted. Almost without any hesitation, he kicked Strength Wuji who was beside him and sent him flying. In Strength Wuji's days, a ball entered his body. In the next moment, it flew towards the door together with him. Only then did Strength Wuji react. He screamed, "No! I'm not going in." He knew, this god-forging envoy old man wanted to kill him, he wanted him to bring his avatar in. "I won't do it," Strength Wuji was about to cry. "I won't do it, I just achieved Dao. There are so many people, why did you kick me, why did you let me in? Don't, it was too dangerous, so dangerous that it was scared to death." End of chapter 1184. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.